It's so easy to demagogue this issue.
Pretty long pause there, right? Check out Kamala. She knows he's losing it. Uh-oh. And it's getting awkward. And she grimaces any moment now, like, uh-oh, this is getting painful. You see it? Yep. I feel your pain, Kamala. That must be awkward for you. Gosh. Later, she gets bailed out. She bails out Joe verbally. You got to be really in a tough spot if she bails you out verbally. This is next.
Title 42 is going to go away before the end of the year in terms of the Supreme Court, my prediction. And then we're going to have to use Title 8. 8, right? Am I right? Yeah, Title 8. 8, 9. And
8, 9, 9, 8, 42, keep 42. They want to get rid of it, although they really in their hearts probably don't. They're all mixed up and they're all incompetent and also slightly sinister. Actually, a lot sinister. Anyway, it was confusing. It was opaque on purpose. How about some clarity? Today, Donald Trump actually talked about the issues, talked about substance. The entire mainstream media ignored it when he came out with his statement about the crisis at the border.
Fentanyl, heroin, meth, and other lethal drugs are pouring across our wide-open border, stealing hundreds of thousands of beautiful American lives, and it's happening like never before in our history. Children are being left without parents, families are being ripped apart, communities are being decimated. Our neighbors and fellow citizens are having their entire worlds destroyed like nobody thought possible.
This is leadership. This is what President Joe Biden should be doing, but never could and never would. Next.
Biden's open border policies are a deadly betrayal of our nation. When I am president, it will be the policy of the United States to take down the cartels, just as we took down ISIS and the ISIS caliphate.
That's not empty talk. You know, he did that. Everybody forgets because everyone ignored it. This man was responsible for ridding the world of ISIS. It actually happened. It was him. He promised he would do it, and he did it. And nobody writes it down. Nobody remembers. Next.
I will order the Department of Defense to make appropriate use of special forces, cyber warfare, and other overt and covert actions to inflict maximum damage on cartel leadership, infrastructure, and operations.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Why not? Why not? He was talking about this during his presidency and shut down by the Pentagon. The swamp said, you can't do that. He knows the swamp so much better and nothing will stop him. Next, please.
The drug cartels and their allies in the Biden administration have the blood of countless millions on their hands. Millions and millions of families and people are being destroyed. When I'm back in the White House, the drug kingpins and vicious traffickers will never sleep soundly again. We did it once, and we did it better than anybody else. There's never been a better border than we had just 2 years ago. It was strong, it was powerful, and it was respected all over the world. And now we're laughed at all over the world. And we're not going to let that happen much longer. We have to take over. We have to be tough. We have to be smart. We have to be fair. But if we don't do something immediately, our country is gone.
How can a Democrat actually argue with that substantively on the merits of the argument? How can they? He's completely right. And boy, he looks good, right? The only thing is, he's got to start putting this stuff out on Twitter. OK, they removed the block because no one is talking about this kind of stuff like they used to. Used to dominate the internet. He's not doing that with True Social, although I love True Social. Meanwhile, back to the White House, they're just laughing it all off and having a fine time.
Are you still monitoring the speaker's race? Are you still watching the speaker's race?
I'm following with great, how can I say it?
Attention.
I tell you, if you're getting bailed out by Kamala, you're in trouble. And so are we. When we come back, extra trouble in New York City. The silliest person in the world is the mayor of New York. It is very sad. Listen to this.
Those people who are praying for the plane to crash, you on the plane. You on the plane. We should all be praying Eric land this thing.
Oh, man, he does not know how to fly. That's the problem. We'll be right back.
Sacrifice. Surrendering your desires for the sake of someone else. Sometimes sacrifice is tedious. Sometimes it's rewarding. And sometimes it takes everything you've got.
I love you guys.
I love you too.
Be careful, son.
Sacrifice. Surrendering your desires for the sake of someone else. Sometimes it's tedious.
You're doing so great, son.
Sometimes it's rewarding.
Come on.
And sometimes it gives you back more than you could ever imagine. The sacrifice they made for our freedoms is priceless. Will you please join me in making a small sacrifice for them by supporting disabled American veterans? Call and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, to help a disabled veteran who sacrificed for you. There's never been a greater time to show your support for our nation's greatest heroes. Get this memorial DAV blanket when you call and give just $19 a month as a reminder of the sacrifice our nation's greatest heroes have made for you. Your gift, no matter how small, helps veterans and their families get the benefits they need and deserve. Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or give right away at helpdav.org. Your gift today honors their sacrifice forever.
Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, founder, CEO, and inventor of LifeVac, a simple rescue device that could save a child's life in a choking emergency. All these people were saved with LifeVac. People may not realize that on average, 14 people a day die from choking-related incidents. Every 5 days, one of those is a child. As simple as place, push, pull.
To learn more, please visit lifevac.net.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Introducing CircuMax Gold, the best tasting beet supplement on the market. Enjoy the amazing benefits of organic beet, plus the advantage of clinically studied Careflow mango powder, arugula extract, and a super strain of probiotics. CircuMax Gold's all-natural organic ingredients help support healthy nitric oxide levels, blood flow, digestion, and immunity. A superfood that will keep you going strong all day long. Go to CircuMaxGold.com and learn how to get up to 3 bottles of CircuMax Gold totally free.
It's one of the biggest lies out there that MAGA is somehow racist. A cheap, foolish lie. This is one of my favorite images, quite frankly, that I've ever seen. It's from the 2020 Republican National Convention. Donald Trump presided over a citizenship ceremony for new citizens from all over the world. Africa, South America, South Asia. Amazing. And you know what? People who come here from other places legally and take the oath of citizenship, we love them. And if you ever looked at that oath of allegiance, you got to look at it sometime. People who come here legally and do everything you have to do to become a citizen of America, they promise to pick up arms if ordered for America. People who are born here don't have to do that for the most part, right? It's part of the deal. And they also have to go to work building stuff for the national defense in the civilian world, if so ordered. They promised to do that. We love folks from all over the place. We really do. But the lie about MAGA, that full of white supremacists and all that nonsense, it's really starting to stick, and we got to do something about it.
The beginning of ending up at genocide is separating people into groups and having us and them. And, you know, that is what the white supremacists in this country are trying to do.
Recognizing that the root fuel of anti-Semitism is the same as anti-blackness, and that it's that when those two forces combine, you get white supremacy.
All right. They're wasting their time. White supremacy is not the problem. Now, white supremacy is a problem. It's horrible. It's a ludicrous ideology, and they should be condemned totally. But it's extremely rare. Now, take a look at this. They're talking about anti-Semitism. Look at these numbers from the Jewish News Service. Anti-Semitic crimes in New York City committed by 64% of them. You see the numbers right there. 3% waged by people who happen to be white. And look at these numbers, by the way. Crime is going up very dramatically here in New York City. Most of these crimes are being committed by young men of color. It's a fact. It might make people uncomfortable. I'll have more to say about that in a moment. But first, our silly Billy mayor, what's his name? Eric Adams. Oh boy, this guy. Well, take a look.
And I'm going to say this again. I'm the pilot. I'm the pilot. Everyone else is a passenger. So those people who are praying for the plane to crash, you on the plane. You on the plane. We should all be praying, Eric, land this thing. Let's land this thing. Tell them that. We're going to land this thing.
He just wants to be a gangster with the swagger. He talks about that. I got swagger. Pilot, plane, talking about himself in the third person. You know, he got elected mayor because he looked good in a suit. And maybe that's what he's talking about with the pilot, but he doesn't know how to fly a plane. Like this kid. You put a cute little kid in the plane, that's a adorable picture, but he doesn't know how to fly yet. And neither does Eric Adams. And it's a tragedy. It really is. It's a tragedy that we're not having a more open and honest conversation in this country about a lot of things. Crime, race, yes, needs to be addressed. White supremacy is not the problem. I have a new book. It comes out Tuesday. I hope you check it out. It's called Justice for All: How the Left is Wrong About Law Enforcement. Published by Simon & Schuster's Threshold Editions. I'm very, very proud of it. And since Barack Obama won't do it, since the mainstream media won't do it, I did it. I talk about race. It fell to me to talk about the destruction of the black family and the pernicious effect of Black Lives Matter, socialist, sickening ideology that is ripping this country apart, yet corporations are putting the BLM logo still right next to their logo on products. It's sickening. We go into the history of that, how BLM started actually to bail out Barack Obama politically. I address the January 6th situation. It's a defense of law enforcement. And I also talk a lot about my personal journey. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll be right back.
Information. Truth. Is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
Attention shoppers.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Me gustaría pedir algo de comer.
Ah, ok, por supuesto que
How do you learn Spanish?
I learned with Babbel.
So, Bubble, it's kinda like if my teacher is in your phone?
Kind of. And the best part, it's helped me make new friends. Like you.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals. Bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours. Like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes. And lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all My Pillow bedding. Get My Pillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a My Pillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all My Pillow bedding, including My Pillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Ageless Male is now the #1 brand in male enhancement. Our rapid nitric oxide booster, our performance boosting Wonder Pill, and our best-selling formula for boosting your total testosterone. Ageless Male. Be the man you want to be.
So when I was 11 years old, back in the early 1980s, late 70s, something like that, it was a very confusing time on the edge of puberty, right? And all kinds of, it wasn't easy. What is it like today, huh? With social media, with cell phones, with everything goes, and all this fixation on gender. So a while back, an 11-year-old student told her teacher that she was transitioning to something called genderqueer. 11 years old, wants to be genderqueer. The teacher, I think very wisely and soundly, gave the parents a call. And now that teacher is in a lot of trouble, has been for a while. Bonnie Manchester is a former Massachusetts school teacher. She was terminated. She's waging a lawsuit. Bonnie, welcome to Newsmax. And forgive me, that was the Reader's Digest version. I hope is that how it kind of went down?
Yes, thank you for having me on such an important topic like public education. That's pretty much how it went down. I was a public school teacher for 21 years. Never had a problem, never had a letter in my file, never had a parent complaint. And all of a sudden, pretty much came to my doorstep with books in our library that were being provided to the students. And when I saw these books, I started asking questions, and that's when I realized what I was doing was very unpopular, and that I needed to. I was being told that it was an isolated incident, and that things were being handled.
All right, wait a second though. The books. How do the books? The student comes to you, and what grade is this, by the way, please?
This is 6th grade. I teach ancient history.
And she comes to you. Is she upset? Is she distraught? And what does she say?
Well, this is during COVID, so everything's happening online. The student comes to me and is having trouble. So the student wanted to talk privately. So I set up a time after school to talk to the student. And the student started talking to me about issues she was having, not just with learning, but about her self-image and some other things that she was disclosing that were all concerning and all required me to call a parent.
All right, you called a parent, and she didn't ask you not to call a parent. Was that part of the deal? Did that come up?
No, she knew that I was going to talk to her parents. That was disclosed before we even had the conversation. Part of the conversation that I found that was concerning was the fact that she said she was being given materials and things were kind of seeping into her rather than coming from her.
Huh. All right. Well, it sounds like you did exactly the right thing. What I would do if I were in your shoes or whatever, school officials find out about this and tell us more about their reaction. It seemed to have evolved over a period of time.
Yeah, this happened started in December when the student wanted to talk to me. I called the parents. The parents were in full knowledge of everything that the student was concerned about, their child, along with gender identity issues. And just so you know, when students have long-term, if you leave a student alone with long-term gender confusion, it usually resolves itself about 90% on its own if you just leave them alone. And this is what the parent asked for. And the parent had a very good understanding of this topic and asked the school not to get involved. And that was in December. So this was way before the student wrote the letter or anything. And the parents were getting the counseling for the child.
Ultimately, I guess this happens in May, this December. In May, you get a letter, and the upshot of it is this: I have decided to terminate your employment with the Ludlow Public Schools due to conduct unbecoming of a teacher. And this is, all this is, by the way, in Ludlow, Massachusetts. Wow. It seems to me that you are upholding the very ideals of a teacher, which is especially of young children. How could they justify that? How did they try to justify that?
All I could see was that I was a teacher promoting transparency with parents. I was a special ed teacher for 12 years. That's what you do. I communicate with parents for 12 years on a daily basis. And it seems like that the school wanted to promote secrecy. And when I wanted the transparency, I asked for several meetings to talk with the principal about some of these issues, especially with the books prior to. But I was just getting resistance. Nobody really wanted to talk to me. When they put me on leave, I had no idea why they put me on leave. And when I received conduct unbecoming of a teacher, I had no idea who it was about. When I went to the meeting with the with the principal, I still at that time did not know what student or what they were just put me on leave for. So I was put on leave without even knowing what it was about.
Well, you have lawyered up, and actually I recognize this name, Frank McNamara, former U.S. attorney during the Reagan years for Massachusetts. Fantastic attorney. You have not yet filed the lawsuit. Where are we? How's this playing out?
We're about to file the lawsuit right now. I will tell you that I am not alone as a teacher. It might seem as I am sitting here by myself after being fired. However, I have a lot of colleagues that are in support of me. They cannot wait for this to be filed. They do not want to be doing this with the students. They do not believe that they should be hiding secrets from the parents. And hiding secrets from parents is very disturbing. And I think that we are in a lot of trouble as a country when a school is promoting secrecy.
This is really insane. I mean, you're normal and the world has gone crazy. Does it feel like that?
It does. It does. I did not expect to be to get the opposition that I did. I went very openly. I went openly to the superintendent to have a conversation. It seemed like a very friendly conversation. He thought that I was treated as it was isolated and that I was the only one. I was told that I was the only one. But as I investigated, talked to other teachers, talked to the English Language Arts Department, I found out that there have been several parent complaints that it was not an isolated incident, that this was happening over and over again. The superintendent when I said that I was not the only one, he asked me it would be helpful if the others speak up. I wrote up a letter. I put all the information together to give to the superintendent, and I thought it would be dealt with in a very common sense way. And I thought we'd be able to sit and reason together about what was going on, but that is not what happened.
Bonnie, I only have 15 seconds left. Is there anything we can do to help?
Well, right now I'm getting ready to file a lawsuit. I want teachers to feel like that they should not be silent about this. They fired a shot across the bow at me, but don't be afraid. I'm not alone. You are not alone. And these kids need our help. And it is a very tough age, middle school, and it is a very vulnerable age. And I think that we need to protect our kids, and that parents and moms and dads across the country are losing their rights to their kids.
It is a vulnerable age. I remember it well. And Bonnie Manchester, thank you. Good luck. Stay in touch, okay?
Thank you very much. I look forward to pursuing this.
Of course. We'll be right back.
So that security and liberty may prosper together.
Ours was the first revolution in the history of mankind that truly reversed the course of time.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
In this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College, award-winning historian Wilfred McClay will teach you incredible, in-depth lessons on the great American story, absolutely free, when you sign up at learnfromhillsdale.org. Dr. McClay will guide you through this free multi-part series and unveil the true story of America, the land of hope.
Returning to our history and seeing why things happened the way they did can give us some insight that we might not otherwise have. The study of history expands you. You learn to empathize with very different ways of living.
Join thousands of Americans renewing their love for our nation's history through this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College, and gain access to this premium content today when you sign up at learnfromhillsdale.org.
I was humbled by how much of our history I had forgotten. Everyone should take this course.
When you sign up, you'll enjoy 25 easy-to-follow lessons. Explore the triumphs and achievements of our nation's past, as well as its shortcomings and failures. Understand how Americans have overcome challenges, and how major events like the Civil War, the Great Depression, and 2 world wars have shaped the America we have today. Take the course whenever it's most convenient for you, at your pace or in your schedule. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today. The Great American Story is our story. Sign up today for The Great American Story, a completely free online course at learnfromhillsdale.org.
Hey Frank, how you doing?
Andy Pettitte is one of America's greatest pitchers that has played for the New York Yankees. He has never forgotten what happened on September 11th.
The grief I know that you and your family had to go through, but what you've turned that tragedy into really a triumph.
What we do for catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star families, giving them mortgage-free homes.
The 100-home village that y'all are going to build down in Tampa, it's just amazing.
They go and protect us overseas, they give their lives. We better take care of their families that are left behind.
I just kept seeing those commercials over and over, and it gets to you, right? I mean, if you're an American, I really just felt, in my heart, just like, man, this is something I wanted to find out more about and look into, and then, of course, just be involved.
The Bible tells us that when we restore others, that ourselves will be restored. Join me in supporting our nation's heroes and their families. It only takes $11 a month.
Go to T2T.org.
We got the house!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Magnesium is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol Extra Strength Magnesium. Unlike regular magnesium, Cunol's high absorption helps you get the full benefits of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
So, day, what is it, 3? And no Speaker of the House yet. The Democrats have their act together. Republicans, well, it's still up in the air. Kevin McCarthy, how many votes has it been? 11 or so. Look, I know they say this is chaotic, this is bad for the country, and I know it's not ideal, but there are people debating, talking the issues, and well, let's go to somebody who's been in the middle of it all, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, Republican of New York, upstate New York. Welcome back, Congresswoman, and how are you?
Good, great.
All right.
Been an exciting couple of days.
Yeah, and just for the record, you are for Kevin McCarthy, correct?
Yes, I've committed to Kevin, and look, there's never going to be a perfect speaker. I love that we're debating. I love that the people are getting to see this debate. It's not authoritarian immunity like Nancy Pelosi had, where she abused power repeatedly in running the House. So they're all clamoring and saying, oh, we have unity. But you know what? Guess what? We had a horrible agenda. We pushed through terrible issues. We didn't empower individual members. We're looking at an agenda that it's an historic rules package that will empower individual members on both sides of the aisle, but it will also make the House more transparent, more open, and make our citizens more involved, which is what we're all about. Our whole country is about self-governance. It's self-governance versus authoritarian communism, and that's where we are.
All right, but what about, voting and voting and voting? I mean, they have a vote and he loses. They have another vote, he loses again. And then what's the point of having these consecutive votes during the day? It seems like he would be better off working behind closed doors more than having these votes that he's losing.
Well, I think the negotiations are ongoing, and they just keep coming up with somebody different that they're going to put up who gets about the same number of votes. Every vote's been 20 votes with one present, except for the very first vote, which makes you understand, like, why are these people that are against Kevin McCarthy not changing up their person that they're putting up who doesn't seem to be able to get to 218? Remember, there's 201 votes every time for Kevin McCarthy, and there's a mixture of votes for whoever the other side is putting up. This is my big concern, is right now we have authoritarian Democratic control of, the Senate. It's a slim majority, but we know that they're all about spending. They rammed through a $1.7 trillion package last year at the end of the year at the 11th hour and got Republicans to vote for it. And then we have, a pen and a phone, just like Obama, Biden running the White House the same way, using executive orders, violating the Constitution, unaccountable, a mess at the southern border, out of control inflation, lack of accountability, a lot of issues surrounding and swirling around Biden, his family, his son Hunter, his brother. I mean, this is what we need to be investigating. And I do wish that we could get to a consensus. But my concern is some of the people who are preventing us from getting a speaker have said they don't really care if we're in the minority or not. And this country and our world hangs in the balance on us being able to stop some of this terrible policy coming out of the left, which, by the way, is the tail wagging the dog in the other side of the House. And I'm really concerned about that, because if you're going to be a never Kevin, what's the difference of being a never Trumper? I mean, it's the same thing. At some point, we have to say, give Kevin McCarthy a chance. Let him get out there. We've given the motion to vacate the chair, which means any one Republican can go up, make a motion to vacate the chair, and cause a speaker vote. And we can remove Kevin McCarthy if he doesn't work out as a good speaker, and we can replace him with someone else. What's wrong with that? Give him a chance. The guy went out and campaigned, went into districts all across the country, raised a ton of money. Yeah, he doesn't have a perfect record, but neither does anybody in this entire conference. This is going to be very, very hard governing right now.
The congressman or woman who said that they don't care if they're in the minority, which one said that?
A number of them. They've gotten up many of these people. They just don't want Kevin McCarthy. They don't mind if it's Hakeem Jeffries.
I've been doing some vote counting. I've been doing some vote counting myself. Boebert is a
We've all been counting every day, all day.
Kevin maybe should have been counting a little bit earlier. Look, I like the guy, but all right. Boebert is a never Kevin. Gates is a never Kevin. I'm hearing that Rosendale and Biggs are both never Kevins. That's 4. Now, if there's one more never Kevin, and if he's really a never Kevin, then that means it's never Kevin. Who's the other never Kevin, or is there not a never? Is that it? And are any of these people persuadable? Maybe they're not so never Kevin anyway.
I don't know. But at this point, as time goes on, what are these people how are they going to answer to the rest of the people in the United States who are calling all of our offices saying we want a resolution? And is it about you and your petty personal grievance that you have with Kevin McCarthy? I've been saying over and over, Festivus is over. We've aired our grievances. We've been fighting about this for months, since the election, or several weeks, and we still haven't come up with a solution. Look, I talked to Matt Gaetz today, and I came in with Matt Gaetz. He's a friend of mine. He's a smart guy, but he's a never Kevin. And I said, what do we do? Who do you want? Who can win and who can get the votes on the other side? So far, we don't have anyone that can get 218, and we've got to get there somehow. I'm worried that we make too many concessions, and the Democrats take advantage of those concessions and actually find a way to topple our majority. And I think that would be devastating for our country, because the people put us in here to govern and to lead. So I think maybe Andy Biggs wouldn't be a never Kevin forever if we had a good deal. I think for the betterment of this country, I think some of these people may be willing to move, and they're just not getting what they want.
Well, we may know soon. I hear they're negotiating right now, and progress could be being made, so who knows? Tomorrow is Friday. Thank you, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. I guess you're Congresswoman-elect, which doesn't make much sense to me.
Member-elect, yeah.
Member-elect,
Yeah,
okay,
we're
member-elect,
all
yeah,
in
technically,
limbo.
because you haven't been
I'm
sworn.
used to this.
Right, okay. Many, many thanks. And
Thank you.
Come back soon. We'll be right back.
Real heroes.
Real conflict.
Real threats.
Real heart.
Now there's a place America gets its news.
No agenda.
Just the facts.
Newsmax.
Real news for real people.
Whether you've enjoyed the legendary terrain in Telluride, the unparalleled landscape of Park City, or the famed peaks of Whistler, you face the hassle of lugging your gear through the airport. With ShipSkis, you're just a few clicks away from having your skis, snowboard, and luggage shipped from your doorstep to your destination. With unrivaled pricing, real-time tracking, ShipSkis delivers hassle-free. Ship ahead and go catch those first tracks on fresh snow. ShipSkis, your skis delivered.
Why should you switch to Pure Talk? Because they use the same network as the larger providers for much less. With plans at $30 a month for unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data with no contract. The average family saves over $70 a month by switching to Pure Talk. And remember, you'll get the same number of bars because it's on the same network as the larger providers. Dial pound 250 and say 50% to save 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, simply smarter wireless.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I'm from Colorado. I've been married to my high school sweetheart for 35 years. I'm a mother of 4, always busy. I was starting to feel a little foggy. I just didn't feel like things were as sharp as I knew they once were. I heard about Prevagen, and then I started taking it about 2 years now. Started noticing, seemed a little sharper, a little clearer, and I feel like it's kept me on my game. I am able to remember things and say, give it a try.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Well, there's that George Santos guy, new member of Congress. He padded his resume big time. Almost as much as Joe Biden did. Anyway, I felt really bad for him because he was so lonely earlier in the week. Nobody would talk to him. I hear and I saw that more members are talking to him, and I think that's actually a good thing. I don't care what he did. He's a human being, and and they should be nice to him. And talk to him, help him, straighten him out. Good luck. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
And welcome to Rob Schmidt tonight. The chaos continues on Capitol Hill. Several more rounds of votes today. We're still hearing that there are deals in the works, but this very politically dangerous mission waged by a small faction of Republicans, some of whom are working to make changes that they say will fix a broken government, still has not produced any results. And at this point, this does face a serious risk of backfiring and blowing up right in their faces. Now, to his credit, Kevin McCarthy has clearly been very open to negotiation. As you see pictures of him on the floor, there's no question he's frustrated, of course, but he's been open to the ideas of the crusade being waged by the serious members of this group of 20. McCarthy has proven he is no Nancy Pelosi. He's no dictator. He has capitulated in a number of ways that might satisfy what a lot of people would like to see changed in Washington, despite the fact, though, that there is no serious other candidate being presented. Nobody else seems to be able to get more than 20 votes at this point. McCarthy is still the man. He's now dealing with moving goalposts as well, which is another disappointment. The very conservative Club for Growth, a group that initially tried to crush McCarthy to push him out of the position of Speaker, is now satisfied with him. They are now supporting him. So think about what that means. It should be a pretty clear message that it's time to end this game. We're going to speak to a club member from that group in just a few minutes. But as this all goes down, McCarthy is being assaulted by Democrats and the media, of course, for capitulating to this group of 20. Democrats, the media, all aligned, trying to label these 20 as radicals, a threat to the nation, which, of course, is their code for a threat to the establishment in Washington. In reality, the best of this coalition are just House members brave enough to call out what voters actually hate about Washington, and that's why they're connecting in some ways. The things D.C. insiders and big government loyalists seem to love the most are what they hate. Here's one of those insiders passionately defending an institution that 80% of this country despises.
The historic dysfunction that we are seeing, this intra-party fight that the American people have been drawn into, is imperiling our national security. It is also entirely predictable. They're failing to convene Congress today, but for years they have failed to deliver the votes for the American people.
Funny that the people who care the least about the American people always speak in such an absurdly fake manner. Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs is one of these 20 that we're talking about, and he responded like this today. Take a listen.
We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I could tell you this. When this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We've reached an existential crisis in this country. I look across and I see the left has captured virtually every institution. It is time that we reassert ourselves and put America back on the road to recovery.
So the issue here is that so many Americans listen to a message like that and they completely agree with every word that was said, especially conservative voters today. The party has changed dramatically. It changed dramatically under Donald Trump, who, by the way, is telling everybody to vote for Kevin McCarthy. And Kevin McCarthy and the vast majority of his party are aware that these problems do exist. And again, they're trying to work with this group to solve those issues and get this done. So there is common ground here. And you can bet that most members of Congress listening when speeches like that are made agree at least partly with the passionate speeches that have been made on the House floor. They all know what's broken inside that chamber. This afternoon, we spoke with a staffer for one of the more serious congressional members in that group of 20, and they're not all serious, who laid out his congressman's agenda to us, saying the goal is a real conservative check on establishment politics. Says they're looking for 3 to 4 seats on what's called the House Rules Committee, which decides which bills go to the floor, which get amendments. The goal is to have enough real conservatives in the room to block bills that are too swampy. So basically, if you're sick of how Washington works, when you read these bills and you don't like what you see, this is somebody that's trying to fix that problem. The problem is, again, the risk of creating a disaster in the process. Congressman Michael Waltz today alleged that Republican moderates who are in Biden districts are getting fed up fast. Waltz alleging that discussions are being held to find a workaround to this issue. You know what that means. A workaround could be a far less conservative Republican than Kevin McCarthy becoming the Speaker of the House. Again, you'd only have to peel off about 6 rhinos to do it. Now remember, Democrats hate McCarthy. They'd love to have a more digestible, swampy rhino in charge of the House for the next 2 years. Today, Adam Schiff, fresh after being outed in the Twitter files for trying to silence journalists, a man who dreams of turning your country into a liberal authoritarian state, tweeted that Nancy Pelosi would never have let this happen. And we have to say that he's exactly right. Pelosi would have taken those 20, dragged them into a dark room, and threatened to politically castrate them for crossing her the way that these 20 have crossed McCarthy. Pelosi wasn't a great House Speaker. She was simply a dictator. People like Pelosi are exactly why the American people have no real control over their government, a problem realized by factions in both political parties. Of all people, left-wing activist Sean King tweeted this out today. What the ultra-conservatives in Congress are doing right now is healthy. It's actually what happens in legislatures all over the world. Small factions use their power to fight for concessions and agreements. Progressive Democrats should have done this years ago, to be honest, Sean says. In truth, progressives tried to. They tried to make Washington work for their constituents, but Nancy Pelosi was having none of that. The system is set up for people like Pelosi to thrive. Did you think that the squad was going to change that? Get real. Kevin McCarthy is getting hit from all sides this week and having a terrible week, from Rachel Maddow to Lauren Boebert and many places in between. But to his credit, McCarthy is actually listening. He's actually working to make this happen. He's given a ton already, and he's dealing with moving goalposts. He deserves to get this job. David McIntosh is the president of the Club for Growth. And, sir, it's good to have you on tonight. Now, as I understand it, you guys did not support McCarthy initially, and he managed to change your mind.
Rob, what we did initially was lay out principles that any speaker, Kevin McCarthy or another candidate, should adopt. And those principles were designed to undo the Nancy Pelosi heavy hand that you just described, and to restore a more democratic process to the House of Representatives, where members could bring up amendments to bills. They could make sure the swampy bills didn't get through the Rules Committee if the majority really didn't want them. And they could have a check on the Speaker. For 200 years, the rules of the House had a vote of no confidence. And Nancy Pelosi changed that because she knew with her heavy-handed approach that members would chafe under that and they would call her on it. Right. Now, what those 20 individuals are fighting for is to restore back that democratic process of the House where it really will be the people's House and represent them. Club for Growth set that out. One of those principles was that the leadership wouldn't use its political arms to attack conservatives and run primaries against them.
Right.
And we reached an understanding with the leading arm, the Congressional Leadership Group, and they have agreed, and we've agreed, that they're not going to engage in Republican primaries for safe Republican seats. And that means that these 20 holdouts don't have to worry about reprisal in their primaries. It was a key part of the agreements, and I think it's unlocked.
I hate to cut in on you here, but I mean, your thoughts at this point on the situation we're seeing tonight, and I mean, are you willing to say that you support Kevin McCarthy, that we need to get this thing over with, this needs to end?
So, Rob, one of the things we said, because we knew the members were still negotiating, is we'll agree to go with Kevin when they reach an agreement about the rules package and how to go forward. I am now very optimistic. The last thing I heard, I got a couple texts from members who were part of that negotiation. They're very close, and Kevin has agreed to the rules that we think are important. And I think the key now is for the folks who've been negotiating, they've been very brave. They stood up against their leadership. They stood up against all of the media, calling them radicals.
Right.
And they stood up for principle. And now I think they've won the day. And I'm hoping that they'll be able to reach a final agreement tonight that does the things that we wanted them to do, that they were fighting for.
You think they're going to get there? Indications you hear is that this is going to end at some point tonight, because we're in the 11th speaker vote now, and it's nothing. I was surprised that nothing changed today, because we thought that there had been some kind of a deal made perhaps overnight that we had reported last night that might make this shift. We didn't see that shift happen at all today. It was still 20 going to other people.
Let's face it, a lot of these folks are members who don't really have a lot of trust for Kevin McCarthy and the leadership. So they probably said, let's write it down, let's see what the details are. But my sense is they understand it's important to go ahead, elect a speaker, but one who will restore those democratic principles into the House of Representatives. I think they're close. I don't want to ever predict, because I don't get to vote on it. They have to decide and vote on it. And now it's up to them. But I'm optimistic that we'll get the job done. And then you're going to see a really functional Republican-led House of Representatives that will truly represent the will of the American people.
Which is why, I mean, it's, again, when you hear them describe the changes they want to make, I think as any person that I have a healthy skepticism of government. I can't stand most of it. I think it needs to be dramatically smaller. I love to hear some of these speeches and what they're pushing for. I mean, and it sounds, a lot of them do sound practical. I don't say that they're all credible. I don't think that whole group of 20 is entirely credible, but some of them I think I really agree with. I wanted to ask you about this this change to the Rules Committee. They want to get a few seats for these very conservative members on the Rules Committee. They claim would be a monumental change in helping the process to weed out the swampy way that things are done. Can you talk to that a little bit? Is that true? Would that be a huge difference?
So, yes, and I served back when Newt Gingrich was the speaker. Every bill that goes to the floor of the House, so every bill that can come up and be passed and turned into law, goes through the Rules Committee, and they determine the key function. Can we allow people to have amendments? Can we change this bill? Yeah. And as you know, the worst of the swampy bills are these omnibus bills where they say no amendments, up or down. Frankly, we're not going to let you read it first. We're going to bring it to a vote. And if you don't vote for it, you've shut down the government, you've shut down the military. So it's a terrible way to do legislation. Having those members on the Rules Committee means that they'll be able to force the process to allow amendments to come up, members to really debate on these bills.
Sure.
And that will get rid of a lot of the swampiness, because most people, if they have to vote for an amendment to take out a wasteful amendment or to create new government, they don't want to vote for that. The leadership wants it, but the individual members know their constituents don't like these swampy bills.
Right.
And so that'll, by forcing that rule, we'll be able to get rid of a lot of the worst things.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like McCarthy has been willing to do some capitulation and to satisfy your group, to satisfy a number of these members. You think that we're going to get an agreement tonight? You think we're going to have a speaker tonight? Is at least your prediction, at least for now. We'll see. We'll see what comes of that. But David McIntosh, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. We appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Rob. I am hopeful.
Okay. All right. We'll follow it, of course. All right, turning now to the economy on this Thursday night. Wall Street Journal reporting more than 2/3 of economists, 23 major financial institutions expect a big downturn this year in the economy. In the last day or so, Amazon announced a new round of 18,000 layoffs. Salesforce cutting jobs by 10%. Today, Bed Bath & Beyond warned it's running out of money, could go bankrupt soon. There's a lot of really scary indicators that have popped up recently as we've just now gotten through the holiday season. Economist Stephen Moore joins me now to talk more about this. Sir, it's good to have you on. We were all kind of wondering, how the holidays would look, what would happen in January. People thought maybe there was a delayed reaction, what's coming. Amazon lays off 18,000. What do you think happens here?
I think this is, excuse me, Rob. I think this is an incredibly precarious economy that we have right now. Really fragile. You're seeing, when Amazon says they're going to lay off several tens of thousands of workers, that's a really bad sign. I've talked to a lot of employers in the last month who are saying they're either stopping hiring or they're going to actually lay off workers, and I don't say that with any joy. Look, this kind of dovetails into your conversation you just had with David McIntosh, because, all is not well in America. All is not well in Washington. And this idea that we're just going to have business as usual, I find myself in my heart is with the rebels who would say, look, we've got to change the way Washington is working, because the reason, Rob, that the economy is in so much trouble right now, look, if Trump were still president, we wouldn't be talking about a recession. The economy would be absolutely booming now. It's a cascade of horrific policies out of Washington, spending $4.1 trillion we don't have, the massive increase in regulations on American business, the shutting down of American oil and gas. That's put us in a really tough spot right now. The debt, which is now $32 trillion, and they want to borrow another $1.5 trillion this year. So I guess the answer to your question, I'm very worried. By the way, the fact that 25 economists on Wall Street say this or that's going to happen, I think people should discard that. There's no saying, economists have predicted 10 of the last 3 recessions, but there's some really some ugly spots. And that's why, by the way, this contest for Speaker is really an important one that Americans should be paying attention to.
Absolutely. A lot of this was delayed until after the midterms. A lot of the pain that I think we're going to feel managed to wait till after the midterms. But if we do go into, a fairly deep recession, if 2023 is really ugly, that will play big in 2024. Well, it'll have a couple of. By the way, I'm not rooting against the American economy. I hope we can get out of this. It's why the Republicans, one of the it looks like concessions that these Republican rebels have gotten is to ensure that we get an 7 or 8 year balanced budget plan. My God, I mean, we've borrowed $4 trillion, Rob, just in the last couple of years. We can't continue to do that. And so it's going to take some structural reforms in the way Washington works. We can't continue to pay people not to work. We've got to get back to, got to take a chainsaw to the federal budget. Right. When I came to Washington, Rob, now I'm a little older than you might think. I came in 1985. Do you know what the debt was back then? $1.5 trillion. Now it's $32 trillion. Yeah. So come on, folks. Yeah. This is an emergency. This is a 5-alarm fire. Yeah. And the idea, I love these Democrats saying, well, gee, we're just going to have business as usual. That's not going to work for this country. It's not. It's not. And Stephen Moore, we appreciate you coming on. You always make a lot of sense to me. I appreciate it. Thanks, Rob. I want to just update what's going on the screen here right next to me. This is round 11, I believe, the 11th round. McCarthy 148, Jeffries 162. You got 18 others. It's not going to be in this round, obviously. 218 is the number that we need to get to. We just spoke to the president of the Club for Growth, which is a very conservative group, a group that held out support for McCarthy, made a number of demands, and McCarthy satisfied the very conservative Club for Growth. And still, we're at this position where we're stalemated, and we're hearing that there could be deals being made between Democrats and maybe very moderate conservatives, what people would call rhinos, that could make this thing get really ugly really fast. So again, in the 11th round, this continues to go on. It's not good, but it's the process. I guess we're going to trust the process, but hopefully this thing breaks pretty soon. The president of the Club for Growth saying that he does believe that we will find perhaps some kind of a deal tonight. He's hearing some very good things from his people there on the floor of the House as this continues to go on at 7 o'clock at night, day 3. All right, coming up, Biden finally acknowledges the southern border. Stay tuned.
It's shocking. 7 out of 10 Americans miss out on their full Social Security benefits, and the average couple leaves up to $120,000 unclaimed. Don't let that happen to you. Get the free report by leading Social Security expert Matthew Allen and boost your Social Security by up to $100,000 or more. Remember, these are your benefits. Get them fully. Get the free offer from the Franklin Prosperity Report. Call or go online today.
I started experiencing some slight symptoms of ED.
She asked me, "Do you love me anymore?" And so I knew I had to do something about it.
I came across RexMD, and you go online, you answer the medical questions.
The medication is at my house within a couple of days.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
It's literally life-changing.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
Get started today with RexMD.com.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Let's face it, natural underarm deodorants that try to mask odor just don't cut it. Lumi changes everything. It's the world's first outrageously effective, aluminum-free, whole-body deodorant that's safe to use anywhere. Developed by an OBGYN after years of research, Lumi blocks odor from happening in the first place and keeps working for up to 72 hours. Claim your starter pack offer at lumideo.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98, a set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, "Wow, what did you do?" I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches, clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours, like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes, and lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
Okay, welcome back. After waiting 2 years to come up with a plan to fix his self-inflicted border crisis, today Joe Biden announced a program to get more illegals here even faster, telling them not to show up at our border while at the same time offering amnesty and work permits. Yeah. The U.S. will now accept 30,000 Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Venezuelans every month before they get to our border, as long as they apply for asylum on a smartphone app.
They can use an app on their cell phone called CBP1, O-N-E, CBP1, O-N-E. That's to spell it out, not the number one. To schedule an appointment at a port of entry and make their asylum claim there without crossing the border unlawfully and have a decision determined by an asylum officer, do they qualify?
So after doing nothing to fix historic illegal immigration that he caused, their brilliant plan is to use a cell phone app to fast-track illegals into the country. That should make things a lot better. If you remember, last year they gave out 300,000 smartphones to migrants, costing taxpayers over $360,000 a day. Today, Trump's former senior advisor, Stephen Miller, said Biden is breaking the law, tweeting out Congress has established specific visas with specific criteria and limits. Biden has zero authority to create new visas for illegals. The parole authority is a highly limited case-by-case emergency exception for individuals. Biden isn't just breaking the law, he's incinerating it. Biden plans to visit El Paso on Sunday for his first trip to the border ever before he travels to Mexico next week to meet the president there, along with Justin Trudeau. For more on all this, let's bring in a panel now. Mark Lauder, the Chief Communications Officer of the American First Policy Institute, and Kelly Sadler is a commentary editor at the Washington Times. Good to see you both. Mark, I'm going to start with you. Initial thoughts on the big Biden plan?
2 years too late, and just more of the same failed policies as before. I mean, let's think about this. He views this as a processing problem, not as a deterrent problem. And even this new parole idea that he's floating, they tried it back in October. And while it did lower the number of people from Venezuela, it didn't lower the total numbers. The coyotes and cartels just went and found other people from other countries. So it's not a way of solving the problem. And his use of Title 42, he's expanding it while he's fighting against it and asking the Supreme Court to make it go away. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Kelly, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, even Democrats in his own party hate the idea, right? You had Bob Menendez, who heads the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Senate, say that this is illegal, that you have to grant amnesty once people cross the border into U.S. territory. You can't be granting amnesty for these people in their foreign countries. So I think he's going to face a lot of legal challenges from this, initiative, both from the right and from the left. But listen, Joe Biden is not serious about the border. He's not serious about border security. He's only making these moves because of the Democratic pressure that has come on him from the mayors in D.C., from New York City, in Chicago, from Gavin Newsom in California. After buses of migrants have been unloaded in their cities and their states, they're starting to call the alarm. And Joe Biden wants to run for re-election, for president. He knows this is an issue he needs to tackle. So this is his surface, cleaning of what he needs to do.
Mark, Trump announcing a plan to go after the cartels. Take a listen to this.
In addition to restoring strong border security, I will deploy all necessary military assets, including the U.S. Navy, to impose the full naval embargo on the cartels. I will designate the major cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We will sever their access to global financial systems. I will also work to forge an unprecedented partnership with neighboring governments in our region, just like I did in Mexico.
Mark, I mean, it's astounding how much wealthier these cartels have gotten under Joe Biden. I mean, nobody loves Joe Biden more than the cartels and the heads of the cartels in Central America and in Mexico. It's very refreshing to hear somebody that actually sees the world the way it is and doesn't see it through these ridiculous goggles that Democrats seem to wear, that they have no perception of reality.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, I mean, imagine this: if you took out the word cartel and just talked about the victims, the women, the children that are being trafficked, sold basically into slavery, you would think that everyone across, all parties would be against this, but President Trump and America First leaders have this right, because we've got to stop the cartels, not only because of the human factor, but because of the fentanyl and because of the death and destruction that they are causing in Mexico and all up and down this dangerous path. We've got to take them out, and we can work with Mexico to do it. That's what needs to be done.
Okay, Mark Lauder, Kelly Sadler. Thank you both so much for coming on. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, you're seeing the numbers there. 11 votes now. Still no Speaker of the House. Congressman-elect Derek Van Orden joins us coming up next. Stay tuned.
A liberty-loving American takes on Washington, Hollywood, and the whole media establishment. He's Chris Salcedo. Join his fight. Tune in to The Chris Salcedo Show every weekday afternoon on Newsmax.
Real heroes.
Real conflict.
Real threats.
real heart.
Now there's a place America gets its news.
Newsmax. We're real news for real people.
Millions are turning off the old channels
and switching to Newsmax, the fastest growing cable news channel in America.
No agenda,
no spin,
just the facts.
Millions watch us, so can you.
Newsmax. We are real news for real people.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ray's A1C is down with Rybelsus.
I'm down with Rybelsus.
My A1C is down with Rybelsus.
In a clinical study, once daily Rybelsus significantly lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill. In the same study, people taking Rybelsus lost more weight. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
When we tried other diet plans, honestly, it was a waste of time and a waste of money.
Are you throwing away food and not getting results? Lose weight together and save money with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Nutritious, high-quality food at an always affordable low price. Just think, for less than 2 cups of coffee, you each can get a full day of Nutrisystem meals.
Together, we lost 61 pounds on the Nutrisystem Partner Plan.
We lost 60 pounds on the Nutrisystem Partner Plan. I feel great.
It's incredible, yeah.
Now sit down to dinner together with new Meals for Two. Double portion meals served up in one package and designed for weight loss. Quick to prepare and ready to share.
The thing that gets me the most excited about the Nutrisystem plan is the variety.
Plus, control hunger for up to 5 hours with hearty inspirations dinners.
All of the meals keep us full all the time.
Sheila and I got our lives back. You can get your life back too.
Get today's special deal for 2. Call or go online right now.
Do you feel like the way you clean your ears at home doesn't work well enough? I felt the same way. But then I tried the WaxRx ear wash system. WaxRx was designed by a doctor, and it's the same system used in medical clinics. The reusable WaxRx system has everything you need to effectively remove earwax at home without the inconvenience of a doctor's visit.
You should use the doctor-trusted WaxRx ear wash system. You can get it now at Walgreens and Walmart today.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
Why should men try Ageless Male Max? Because it has KSM66 to help increase testosterone and Nox Perform to boost nitric oxide production, which can be handy in the gym and in the bedroom. Get to Walmart to try Ageless Male Max.
Hi, I'm Steve.
I'm Lee, and we live in North Pole, Alaska.
I'm a retired school counselor.
I'm a retired art teacher.
We met online about 10 years ago. As I got older, my hearing was not so good, so I got hearing aids. My vision was not as good as it used to be. Got a change in prescription. But the thing missing was my memory. I saw a Prevagen commercial and I thought that makes sense. I just didn't have to work so hard to remember things.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Okay, welcome back. There it is. The vote is over, and it's the same result again. Vote number 11 goes the same as the previous 10. 200 for McCarthy, 212 for Jeffries, 20 others, 1 present. Still nowhere near 218, and this band of 20 are sticking together, and they're not breaking. Congressman-elect Derek Van Orden from Wisconsin joins us now. We keep hearing that deals are close, that this thing could be breaking, that, the Club for Growth thing, it hasn't come to fruition yet. What's going on here?
We're working.
Yeah.
We're working. This is actually what democracy looks like. So they're in a position right now where compromise is taking place. That's how you govern, is by compromising, but you don't capitulate. So right now, folks are coming around. Things are looking really good, and we're going to continue. Let me be very frank.
Yeah.
It's going to be 12 or 1,200 different ballots. It doesn't matter. I'll be sitting in that chair back there, and when we all finally break from this, Kevin McCarthy will be the next Speaker of the House.
Are you optimistic of anything soon? I mean, is it, I mean, do you know what they're stuck on? Any details?
They are details. And I think that those details should be kept in confidence. So I will keep those in confidence. That's just very important that we do that. And again, I'm optimistic that Kevin McCarthy is going to be the next Speaker of the House. And if that takes 1,200 ballots, that's what it's going to take. So I would encourage everybody to remember that the world doesn't revolve in news cycles. So the more sensational this story gets, the more people that get worked up, the more things that they say sometimes that they really don't mean. So life works in a 24-hour cycle. People are concerned about gas, groceries, and grandkids. They can't afford gas, they can't afford the groceries,
Right.
They're worried about the future for their children. That's what the American public's really worried about. We're going to work this out, and we're going to get back to the people's business as Kevin McCarthy becomes the next Speaker of the House. Today, tomorrow, next week, doesn't matter. It's going to happen.
To those in that group that it seems clear are just probably never going to vote for Kevin McCarthy, what's your message to them?
Well, my message is this. Kevin McCarthy is going to be the next Speaker of the House, and we really want them to be on our team. Let's remember, that's what this is. I'm going to read something to you right now, and I want everybody to pay attention to this. You ready? We are enemies, not friends. We must not be enemies. Though passions may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory, stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over the broad land, will yet swell the chorus of the Union, which again touched, as surely it will be, by the better angels of our natures. These are not our enemies. The 20 folks that are holding out for this are not our enemies. They're our colleagues. The Democrats on the other side of the aisle are not our enemies. They're our fellow Americans. And we want to get back to work collectively. And that's what we're doing right now. So again,
Are you
tonight,
hearing?
tomorrow, next week. What's that?
Are you hearing? I mean, a lot of the talk, some of the talk today was this risk of a deal to kind of go around all of this that might, potentially this could blow up in Republicans' faces, that we could end up with a different speaker and Democrats could pull off some kind of a little scheme here. Are you hearing anything like that?
Well, the chances of that happening are the same chances of me having a full head of hair tomorrow morning. That's just not going to take place.
Okay.
Is the potential there? Maybe with some scientific intervention on my part, but no. There are so many variables that can take place, but that is not going to happen. Kevin McCarthy will be the next Speaker of the House.
How long does this take?
Again,
don't know.
12 ballots, 1,200 ballots, today, tomorrow, next week. It honestly does not matter. The only reason that there should be a sense of urgency here is because right now we can't help close the border to protect our children from fentanyl overdoses. We can't prevent illegal immigrants coming here in record numbers. We're not going to be able to investigate what really took place in Afghanistan, where 13 American servicemen and women gave their lives. That's what we need to get on with right now. We need to understand and look at big tech colluding with the United States government under the Biden administration to investigate and coerce, or excuse me, not coerce, but to alter a federal election. That needs to be investigated. Who's going to do that? Jim Jordan, when he's the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Those are the things we need to get back to. That is the only reason that we should have a sense of urgency about this, is because we cannot get on with the people's business until we have a speaker.
Watching some Democrats enjoying all of this, is that how it feels on the floor? Democrats got the popcorn out?
You know what? I was over speaking to some of my future Democratic colleagues today, and they are finished with this. They are done. They said, yes, it was kind of, funny to begin with, but they understand the gravity of this also. They want to get on with the people's business. Clearly, we have a pretty big ideological divide between me and most of the Democrats here, but they also want to get back to work, and that's what we're going to focus on. So okay. This is not supposed to be something that takes this long, but if it does, it just does, and we're going to get through it.
Okay, Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. We continue to follow
you bet.
As this process
Take
goes
care.
on. Good to see you. All right, coming up after the break, obviously we're following what's happening on the screen. Also, Joe Biden once called Saudi Arabia a pariah, and now it seems that he wants to work together. We'll explain.
They won't give you the facts. They don't tell the truth. Their bias is incredible. Now millions are turning to Eric Bolling, The Balance, to get the real story. Watch him on Newsmax.
Hi, I'm Jason, and I've lost 202 pounds on Golo. So the first time I ever seen Golo advertisement, I said, yeah, whatever. There's no way this works like this, and threw it to the side. A couple weeks later, I seen it again after getting not so pleasant news from my physician. I was 424 pounds, and my doctor was recommending weight loss surgery. To avoid the surgery, I had to make a change. So I decided to go with Golo, and it's changed my life. When I first started Golo and taking release, my cravings, they went away, and I was so surprised. You feel that your body is working and functioning the way it should be, and you feel energized. Golo has improved my life in so many ways. I'm able to stand and actually make dinner. I'm able to clean my house. I'm able to do just simple tasks that a lot of people call simple, but when you're extremely heavy, they're not so simple. Golo is real, and when you take release and follow the plan, it works.
Are prostate concerns keeping you awake? Force Factor Prostate helps reduce nighttime bathroom trips and promote a normal prostate size. I feel like myself again. Rush to Walmart for Force Factor Prostate from the #1 fastest growing men's health brand in America.
I started Bright Star Care to provide a higher standard of care. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. If you're an experienced caregiver with that same passion, join the brand that supports you most.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S., and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-872-4135. That's 1-800-872-4135. Or go to mesobook.com.
Introducing CircuMax Gold, the best tasting beet supplement on the market. Enjoy the amazing benefits of organic beets, plus the advantage of clinically studied Careflow mango powder, arugula extract, and a super strain of probiotics. CircuMax Gold's all-natural organic ingredients help support healthy nitric oxide levels, blood flow, digestion, and immunity. A superfood that will keep you going strong all day long. Go to CircuMaxGold.com and learn how to get up to 3 bottles of CircuMax Gold totally free.
Super Beta Prostate is the #1 selling brand for men's prostate and urinary health.
You'll notice less urges to urinate, and you won't be getting up at night for so many bathroom trips.
Super Beta Prostate. Find it at Walmart.
The Strength of a Nation, the new book by acclaimed Italian-American author Luisa Morella Plancher and featured by Authors Press. Discover the true biblical meaning of making America great again through a series of biblical and historical revelations. Plancher describes how America is still the beacon of hope for humanity and how we need to renew our vision based on the vision of our founding fathers. The Strength of a Nation, available now at newvision-usa.com, authorspress.com, Creative Books, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other book resellers.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. Down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together, we're gonna make it through. Will you walk with me? Oh, I'll walk with you. Walk with me, and I'll walk with you.
All right, welcome back. Following what's happening on the screen, obviously the 11th vote did not go as it should have, I guess, and the 12th vote is coming next. This thing could go on for hours. We're not sure at this point. But as we await the 12th vote, President Biden backtracking on years of promises of punishment and consequences for Saudi Arabia. During his campaign, of course, Biden promised to hold the Saudis accountable for the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. We remember that. Joe Biden had a chance to rebuke the Crown Prince face-to-face, who very likely, it seems, coordinated that killing of an American journalist. He visited Saudi Arabia in July 2022 and got a fist bump instead. Then in October, facing a gas crisis of his own doing, Biden said he would soon take action against the Saudis to retaliate against their oil production cut because the Saudis didn't want to somehow help the United States in its mission to end oil and gas exploration and drilling here in the United States. It makes it the Saudis' fault because he needed somebody to blame, obviously. Now, according to the Wall Street Journal, the Biden administration dropping the threats, the U.S. and the Saudis embarking on new military and intelligence projects in efforts to contain Iran. So we have a common enemy. Joining us now is former senior advisor of the Trump and Bush administrations, Christian Whiten. You know, Iran wasn't a problem until Iran became a problem for Ukraine. Now Iran, which has always been a problem for the United States, is again a problem for the United States, right?
All right, it's amazing, Rob. So you can go and kill Americans. You can be the world's chief exporter of terrorism. You can have the foremost quasi-underground, not really underground, but unofficial nuclear weapons program. And none of that seems to get the White House on edge. But this nexus with the Ukraine conflict, also the fact that the Iranian government just refuses to reach a deal, no matter how hard the Biden administration tries to resurrect the 2015 nuclear deal. All of that finally has seemingly gotten the attention of the White House that Iran may not be all sunshine and bunnies.
Yeah, absolutely. CNN is reporting Ukraine discovered parts in Iranian drones launched from Russia from more than a dozen U.S. and Western companies. I'm sure you saw this headline. What on earth should we make of that?
Yeah, it's concerning, of course, because we have all these export technology controls in place, and the Trump administration certainly levied a lot on China. Iran has always been a target, and the idea is we don't want our own technology finding its way to our enemies. Iran would clearly be in that category, and it seems that they've sold some of these UAVs to Russia. It includes not just nuts and bolts and low-tech stuff, but semiconductors and GPS technology. So, you know, the administration and we as a country need to look a lot harder at our technology, and maybe we've gotten a little more serious about what we send to China, no longer sending them the highest tech semiconductors made here or in allied countries like Taiwan and Japan. But really, the stuff should not be making it to Iran, and somehow it is.
Absolutely. Putin today ordering his armed forces to observe a 36-hour ceasefire this weekend in its invasion of Ukraine because of the Russian Orthodox Christmas holiday. I'm sure there is a political angle to this. I don't know why anybody would care when Putin demands a ceasefire after this invasion. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting with the church that has provided some significant support to Putin and sort of his aggressive foreign policy, aggressive posture. That church, the Orthodox Church, Russian Orthodox, may not have a lot of choice, of course, going against the government. Whether you're a person or an organization is not good for your longevity in Russia. So it's probably has something to do with that. We'll see. Of course, it takes two to tango, and see if the Ukrainians are willing to play ball, because certainly Russia has not honored some of the previous agreements for ceasefires and exchanges in this war.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian Whiten, good to see you again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Coming up, whether it rains or we're in a drought, the answer is always climate change. Stay tuned.
Let's face it, natural underarm deodorants that try to mask odor just don't cut it. Lumi changes everything. It's the world's first outrageously effective, aluminum-free, whole-body deodorant that's safe to use anywhere. Developed by an OBGYN after years of research, Lumi blocks odor from happening in the first place and keeps working for up to 72 hours. Claim your starter pack offer at lumideo.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98, a set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Should Viagra really cost $90? We don't think so. RexMD.com has FDA-approved generic Viagra at 90% off. Just fill out a brief survey. If appropriate, you can try generic Viagra for 90% off and get a free supply of testosterone support. Visit RexMD.com.
As women, our bodies change as we age, and it's not as easy to lose weight anymore. What worked before might not work anymore. That's why I teamed up with the experts at Nutrisystem to help create their newest plan specifically designed for women ages 55 and up. Introducing Complete 55, weight loss made for women by women.
A new personalized plan that takes into account a woman's unique metabolism, age, nutritional needs, and activity level.
It's not just weight loss. It's about weight management and learning proper nutrition for a lifetime of health and wellness.
Get protein-powered meals delivered to your door, including Hearty Inspirations meals that control hunger for up to 5 hours.
I think it's important to take care of yourself if you want to continue to have quality of life as you age.
Act now and you can get today's special offer.
Women everywhere are taking control of their weight and their health. Now is your time.
Go online or call right now to get today's special offer on Complete 55.
My name is Douglas. I'm a writer, director, and I'm still working. In the kind of work that I do, you are surrounded by people who are all younger than you. I had to get help somewhere along the line to stay competitive. I discovered Prevagen. I started taking it, and after a period of time, my memory improved. It was a game changer for me.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
We got the house!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
This will be a 15-minute.
This will be a 15-minute vote.
Okay. So, vote number 12 coming up here as we move later on into the night here in day 3. We'll see what comes of it. We're going to go to some news from the left now as we await the beginning of that vote. And over the weekend, a crazed scientist was invited on to 60 Minutes to spout his nonsense, claiming that the planet is in the midst of a 6th mass extinction. Take a look.
I know there's no political will to do any of the things that I'm concerned with, which is exactly why I and the vast majority of my colleagues think we've had it, that the next few decades will be the end of the kind of civilization we're used to.
Of course, 60 Minutes didn't have much pushback. Oh, really? Okay, fine, we're all going to die. After many immediately called out Paul Ehrlich for his numerous previous prediction fails, and he has some beauties in his past. He said there was going to be, I think, a worldwide famine in the 1970s that just never happened. But he's still going on 60 Minutes with no pushback at all, saying that, yeah, we're in the midst of going extinct right now. He took to Twitter to defend himself, though, after everybody started calling him out, saying the 60 Minutes extinction story has brought the usual right wing out in force. If I'm always wrong, so is science. Because just like Anthony Fauci, this man is the embodiment of science. Since my work is always peer-reviewed, including The Population Bomb, his book, and I've gotten virtually every scientific honor, sure, I've made some mistakes, but no basic ones, says the man that says that we're all going to die here very soon. And is proud of saying that. Just go out there and scare everybody to death. Moving on, parents are now threatening legal action against Oakville Trafalgar High School to prevent transgender woodshop teacher Kayla Lemieux from wearing these size Z prosthetic breasts in the classroom. I'm sure that you have seen some of these images before. This is a real thing that's happening at a real school. Parents want Lemieux held to the same dress code as students, basically to not dress like a psychopath. Attorney Rishi Bandhu, who has a child at the high school and is representing 3 other upset parents, sent a letter to the Halton District School Board in Ontario, Canada, saying as Ms. Lemieux's attire is a breach of the student dress code, her conduct and the board's condemnation of it may be characterized as abusive and harmful to the mental well-being of the students there. This comes after students have reportedly been threatened with suspension for taking pictures of this teacher. So you're allowed to go to school as a teacher dressed like that, but anybody who takes a picture of you, even though you're obviously so pathetically desperate for attention, I don't even know what to think, but if you take a picture of her, that's wrong. Welcome to society. One protester was banned from school district property for life for dressing up as Lemieux at a school board meeting. So if you do the same thing that the teacher did, you get banned for life. But Lemieux, of course, can wear anything that he wants in front of a classroom full of kids because woke and LGBTQ has created a tremendous amount of power in this Western world, have they not? Next up, an employee at KRCG CBS, the affiliate in Missouri, local CBS affiliate, sent a very nasty email responding to a primary super PAC supporting Donald Trump in his 2024 bid for the White House. The email, which was obtained by the Daily Caller, reads, "Stop sending us these pathetic emails." Now, this is email coming back from the affiliate back to the Trump PAC. "Stop it. We don't want to hear from your criminal, traitorous, idiot candidate. Besides, he needs to get busy getting ready for prison. Prepare for a long stay." That is how a news affiliate responded to a PAC email in response to an email sharing an op-ed titled "Trump Can Restore the American Dream." The VP and general manager of that local CBS affiliate responded to the email saying, "This is not a reflection of our journalistic standards and will be met with disciplinary action pending an investigation." So now they got to figure out who read that email and sent off the snarky response. Good luck on that. And finally, maybe the best news of the day, Hillary Clinton has got a new job, joining Columbia University as a professor and presidential fellow is Hillary, right here in New York City. She'll be at the School of International and Public Affairs and Columbia World Projects. And I'm not 100% sure, but I have heard that next semester she'll be teaching a very, very interesting lecture on Russian collusion. We'll see. All right, time now for some perspective. The state of California is getting absolutely eviscerated with rain this week. The storms just keep on coming. They're getting tons of rain, which, by the way, in California is a very good thing. It fills up all those reservoirs, so maybe at some point people in California can actually water their yard again. Naturally, though, San Francisco's Mayor London Breed earlier this week points all fingers to, too much rain, it's flooding, it's got to be, ding, 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 climate change.
Fact is, global warming is a real thing, and climate change is a real thing, and we need to make the kinds of investments necessary to prepare for things like this. In San Francisco, we have over $630 million of work happening as we speak to deal with stormwater and challenges like what we're talking about.
So again, at this point, any kind of weather, I mean, the Democrats they've got their talking points printed out for them. Anytime you can push climate change, you push climate change. I guarantee you that's what it reads on all of their little cards. Push it whenever you can, because again, the point is we need to take all the money that's in heating and cooling this country and the world, and we need to get that wealth into the hands of green energy companies because they all support our political ideology, and that money will come back to us. So if we can get rid of fossil fuels, the faster we can do that, that's the way you do it. And so that's why you see in California, when you have too much rain now in a state that's a desert, you get a story like that. But it's weird because the funny thing is California is a desert after all, basically. But when it's too dry there and they don't get enough rain, it's interesting that you manage to hear the same exact excuse. Cue Gavin Newsom.
climate change is real. If you are in denial about climate change, come to California. 11,000 dry lightning strikes we had over a 72-hour period, leading to this unprecedented challenge with these wildfires.
When you have temperatures, record-breaking temperatures, record droughts, then you've got something else at play. What we're experiencing right here is coming to a community all across the United States of America unless we get our act together on climate change.
Too dry? Climate change. Too wet? Climate change. What's not climate change is the question. It's a drought. It's obviously climate change. Oh crap, it's raining. Got to be climate change. By the way, they shouldn't be poo-pooing the rain. Yeah, it's going to flood because the ground is so dry it can't absorb all the water. You're going to get flooding. That's part of it. But your reservoirs are rapidly rising. You're going to be able to drink water for the next couple of years because of this climate change flood that you have right here. That's the story out of California. Let's take a look at the big board here as we close out the show tonight. And they're moving into the 12th vote. They have not started it yet, but there is no indication they're going to adjourn for the night at this point. This is going to keep going for the foreseeable future here. And Eric Bolling is going to be covering it. They may adjourn. I just heard in my ear. We'll see where this goes. We might find out here in the next couple of minutes. Eric Bolling is going to tell you here in about 10 seconds. Good night.
All right, you're looking at the House floor again, folks. Another night, another exciting night, because exactly 24 hours ago, we were here watching the exact same thing happen. On the floor right now, a motion to adjourn, meaning, will they put it off till tomorrow, pick it back up tomorrow? He's already lost 11 votes. Will they go for a 12th tonight? And it will depend on that vote right there. We'll watch that vote, and we learned something last night. We learned that we watched a clock tick down of 15 minutes, time remaining. 5 minutes left. They give them 15 minutes to vote. This is an electronic vote. After that vote happened, late into the night, there were some House members who said, hey, wait a minute, there were still 8 members who had not voted last night. The vote was 216 to 214 in favor of adjourning. And there are House members who said, wait a minute, we didn't vote normally on an electronic vote. 15 minutes is the minimum, not the maximum. So tonight we'll see if they do, if the clerk does give the members longer than the 15-minute allotment. You got 5 left of the first 15. Take a look at that so far. 210 Republicans say, yeah, adjourn. Of course, let's try and go back to the back rooms and make some deals, see if we can get more votes from McCarthy. 209 Democrats saying, no way. We want to bring this again because the Democrats are loving this is political theater and they're liking it. Independents, nothing. So the total 213, 209. Okay, we'll keep our eye on it. Last night at this time, there were 4 Republicans who voted to adjourn. I'm not seeing to not adjourn. They voted nay last night. 4 of them. So far, none. So we'll keep an eye on it. We're going to keep our eye on that. And in the meantime, let's go talk about what's happened. It's like Groundhog Day again on Capitol Hill. The House is back again for yet another vote, this time to vote on adjourning, as we're speaking about right now, until tomorrow. But the 11th vote, folks, 11 votes are now finished. And now it's officially more than 160 years since we've seen anything at all like this. 11 votes over the course of 3 days. We have a front row seat to history being made. And so, no, we will not have a GOP Speaker of the House. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we will. But which also means that the House business has to wait for now. Business like committee assignments and the bigger business of getting to those investigations of the Biden family and their shady dealings. But for now, Kevin McCarthy still unable to get the votes needed for the speakership, despite further concessions. History being made, political history being made. And yet, right now, Kevin McCarthy's belongings are still in the Speaker's office. I kid you not. A source of agitation for so many. One thing is for certain. Nothing is for certain right now. There are at least 20 congressional members who refuse to change their vote, to change their stance. They make up about 8% of the Republican House members. Right now, we're witnessing in real time a moment in American political history, folks. Okay, let's go live now to our congressional correspondent, Kilmeny Ducart, who's live for us on Capitol Hill. What do you hear in Kilmeny?
Eric, we have some news to break on the program. I just spoke with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who tells Newsmax exclusively that there is a deal. She says it's a good deal. The strategy from this point forward is to vote on this motion to adjourn, finalize everything. It's being put on paper and then vote on it tomorrow when the House reconvenes. You know, all day we've essentially watched a rerun of Tuesday and Wednesday. There's been a lot of frustration, but she also added that not everybody's going to be happy with this deal, but it will help get that 218 across the finish line. And she believes, too, that there are a lot of good things in it that will essentially heal the divide, because we've been talking about the fact that there have been a lot of bitterness. But while we were down outside of the House chamber, down by the Speaker's lobby, we were trying to talk to members prior to that about what the status of this was, where these negotiations stood. Now, you frantically saw members going on and off the House floor and just essentially separating into these breakout rooms. This is where the negotiations, and when they stop talking to reporters, you know it's starting to get serious, because it means they're getting close to something and they don't want any words to jeopardize it. So there's a lot of optimism. There's a lot of enthusiasm going in. We continue to hear positive things from the members that we've been speaking to. We had spoken to Congresswoman Victoria Spartz a little bit earlier. She had recommended getting all the GOP conference in one room, but it looks like there may be a deal on the table, and it could be voted on as early as tomorrow.
All right, Kilmany, thank you so much. I'm dying to know. We're all dying to know what's the deal with the deal, so to speak. And you know, again,
the devil's in the details, right?
Yeah, the devil is in the details. Sometimes the devil is in the Democrat details as well. Kilmany, thank you so much, and we'll have you stand by in case you do get some word on what is actually in that deal. Let's bring in former Trump advisor, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, and Kelly Sadler, commentary editor at the Washington Times. Dr. Gorka, my friend, Seb. Last night, 24 hours ago, we sat here and we watched. By the way, folks, can you throw up that House floor again? Because I want to just point out, it looks like the motion will pass, the yeas, to adjourn, which means they'll pick it up tomorrow. Seb, Kilmany broke some news here. She talked to MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who says that she believes there's a deal that's been struck. They just need a night to sleep on it and close up, cross some T's, dot some I's. What are your thoughts on this?
I don't know if MTG is the right person to be announcing this kind of thing. So she was seen as somebody who, crossed the aisle from the hardcore conservative Freedom Caucus. She was, working hand in glove with Matt Gaetz. They used to be guests together on my daily radio show. And then behind closed doors, she made some deal with Kevin McCarthy because she's desperate to get back on committee. So the idea that the person who's the black sheep of the Freedom Caucus is announcing that they've got a deal. Well, surely it should either be Kevin McCarthy who's announcing it or Matt Gaetz who's announcing it. So this is a little bit weird for me. Maybe it's true.
Seb, I don't mean to cut you off, but let's take a listen. Let's hear the clerk.
To change his vote or her vote?
No change.
Closed.
On this vote, the yeas are 219. The nays are 213. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
Well, there it is. There's the gavel. She's gaveling them out until noon tomorrow. And again, the difference tonight, Sebastian, I'll let you finish your thought, but the difference tonight is that last night she hit that gavel at 15 minutes, which we learned later on in the evening, 15 is the minimum. It's not necessarily the end of the thing. And there's still eight members who had not voted yet. So that could have gone the other way. Fortunately for the Kevin McCarthy camp, they adjourned until today at noon. And this gaveling out right now means they will adjourn until tomorrow. So finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, my only comment is that MTG is seen as the kind of person that betrayed the Freedom Caucus in the last few weeks behind closed doors. So the idea that she's announcing the deal may not sit well with the 20 in the caucus. So either my expectation was Kevin or Matt Gaetz. But I suggested something earlier today. My producer on my radio show said, well, there's a big day tomorrow. Perhaps the man who wrote The Art of the Deal, perhaps President Trump, could come to D.C. tomorrow on the anniversary of January the 6th, and maybe he could broker the deal, because if anybody can, it's President Trump. So let's wait and see what the morning brings.
Yeah, let's wait and see what the morning. Kelly Sadler, earlier today, Matt Gaetz nominated officially, not just, he voted for Trump once, but then another time he stood up. Can we have that soundbite if we have that control room? Let's take a listen to it real quick.
Gaetz.
Donald John Trump.
Trump.
Okay, well, and what I wanted you to see was, did you see MTG's face when Gaetz voted for Trump? Go ahead. All yours.
Well, no, I mean, I think I share her sentiment in that I want to see Donald Trump reelected as president of the United States in 2024 and not run the House. And so let's look at realistic candidates of who can become Speaker of the House. And if that person is not Kevin McCarthy, let's bring up other names that are plausible and viable. And right now, we just don't know who that is. Kevin is the closest there is. He gets 200 votes consistently. And we've heard repeatedly today that there is about to be a big deal that is struck with the Freedom Caucus, giving them a lot of the concessions that they've been looking for. So it depends on how things pan out this evening. If Chip Roy, who is part of the Freedom Caucus and has put forth very reasonable measures of reform so that omnibus bills can't just get rammed through the House and you have less than 24 hours to read all of the details, to get earmarks out of these bills and to put them into separate bills. All of these things are good reforms. To have some people on the Freedom Caucus be on the Rules Committee and be really participating in how the House is run. I think all of these are positive reforms. And if they come into fruition, which we haven't seen it on a written paper yet, and we haven't heard anyone from the Freedom Caucus say that they're 100% behind Kevin McCarthy, I think we'll see that all pan out tomorrow. And if by noon, the first vote, if they don't get it, if Kevin doesn't get it, then we got to look for another speaker.
Here's a reading, I'll say with you, Kelly, here's a tea leaf reading from a guy who's never been elected to office, who's just spent the last 20 plus years really following politics, a political junkie, following closely. My feeling is it doesn't matter what sort of logistical or legislative, I should say, deal that's cut between McCarthy and some of the Freedom Caucus members. For me, I'm watching this, and I'm watching, I don't know, maybe 5 or 7 people who just don't like Kevin McCarthy. Yeah. And they may not be susceptible to a deal. So talk a little bit about if tomorrow's vote comes down to, I don't know, maybe only 5 people say no, he still doesn't win the vote, but it's going in his direction. Kelly.
Well, you know, if that happens, he has to get 218 or the threshold has to be lowered, or he's got to start playing with Democrats, which I think is very, very risky, having them vote present and not vote for Jeffries. This is where things get really dicey and could turn against Republicans and the Freedom Caucus and everything that they're fighting for if more moderate Republicans start looking to compromise with Democrats and get a consensus leader that can get to the 218 threshold.
You know, Sebastian, I spoke to Congressman Mike Walz, Florida congressman who's he voted for Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. And I said to him, you know, it looks like a stalemate, but I had an idea. I'll float this idea with you. My idea was, let's just say there, I don't know, 17 congresspeople in the state of Florida. And Gaetz is a no, but 16 are a yes. Why not do it the way we do presidential elections and say, state of Florida voted 16-1, but the state of Florida says Kevin McCarthy, and then just do it by state. Yeah. That gets around the 5, certainly gets around the 5 easily, maybe even the 21 who are holding out. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't know if the House rules allow you to do that, if they're so plastic that you can make up the voting rules as you go along.
Secondly, you got the gavel. You got the gavel. Yeah, you can do it.
You don't have the gavel yet. And I think also there'd be a serious question of legitimacy. So you do an end run with the votes to get your guy in. I mean, look, Kevin's already in trouble. I mean, Kevin has had 11 votes. I mean, this is historic. As you said, more than a century and a half. So he's already kind of hobbled before he gets to the beginning of the race. The Freedom Caucus, God bless them, have managed to put him on a short leash. And people don't understand. People keep saying, oh, why are the Freedom Caucus guys doing this? Because as it is, Kevin's going to have a small majority and they can block any legislation. Wrong. You need to listen to people like Dave Bratt, former congressman, who was on my radio show today. He said, you don't understand. The Speaker of the House is an emperor. You don't get to propose legislation unless the Speaker says so. So this idea that we have kings as speakers has to be reined back. That's what the Freedom Caucus is doing. But, shenanigans with how we count the votes, I think people would say,
that's not a shenanigan. I was simply applying the way we elect presidents to the way we elect or the way we nominate.
Even the game.
Even the hey, politics. Hey, Gorka, you've been doing this long enough to know that that's what happens in the D.C. swamp. I know I shouldn't be part of the D.C. swamp, or I shouldn't be teaching a few swamp tricks to the swampsters. All right, guys, awesome having you on, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Kelly Sadler. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Okay, folks, coming up, more balance after this. It's going to be big. House floor, they voted to adjourn until tomorrow at 12, but a lot more coming up here on this show.
Real heroes.
Real conflict.
Real threats.
Real heart.
Now there's a place America gets its news.
Newsmax. We're real news for real people.
Millions are turning off the old channels
and switching to Newsmax, the fastest growing cable news channel in America.
No agenda.
No spin.
Just the facts.
Millions watch us. So can you.
Newsmax. We are real news for real people.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet. But it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
For our heroes in the military, life is full of urgent and difficult questions about the dangers of war, leaving loved ones behind, loneliness, physical, mental, and spiritual injuries, and if they will return home alive. But what if there was an answer, one answer, to all their questions?
When you're getting ready to face combat, you need something more than you. You need somebody bigger than you speaking into your life.
The answer is God's Word. Since 1816, American Bible Society has distributed millions of Bibles around the world, thanks to believers like you. But so many more people are still waiting. Call or go to troopsneedbibles.org right now. When you give $20 a month, only 67 cents a day, you'll put Bibles and military-focused scripture resources into the hands and hearts of heroes and their families who urgently need this life-changing good news.
And so I think that the physical Word of God becomes that for so many soldiers. It does become a physical tool that they can touch, that they can pick up.
The peace of God is the thing that carries me when the reminders of those troubles do come.
When you use your credit card to make your monthly gift of $20 or more, we'll send you this canvas tote so you can share with others how you're bringing God's Word to American heroes and their families.
When you regain that hope, when you regain your peace and your joy, everything's different.
Go to troopsneedbibles.org or call the special number with your monthly gift and give the answer to our heroes and their families.
There's a new victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. And checking your credit score or bank statements may not be enough to alert you. That's because identity threats appear in more places than you realize. Identity thieves can use your information to open loans, transfer home titles, even commit crimes.
Someone stole my information and tried to buy a car in my name.
LifeLock monitors for threats to your identity, including ones you may miss, and alerts you if there's an issue. And if you're a victim, your dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it.
If something happens, you have somebody fighting for you.
All plans backed by LifeLock's $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
I know LifeLock has me covered.
LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here. Call the number on your screen or visit lifelock.com/25now and use promo code 25now to save 25% on your first year of identity theft protection. Enroll now.
All right, welcome back. 24 hours ago, we were looking at just about the exact same thing. We saw an adjournment during this hour, meaning the House floor voted to adjourn until noon tomorrow. Democrats all wanted another vote because, as we've been pointing out all day, Kevin McCarthy has lost 11. The Democrats would like to see a 12th tonight and a 13th, but they're not getting it tonight. Kilmeny, our White House reporter, our congressional reporter, tells us there may be a deal in the works, and we heard that before, but she said there may be a deal, and she heard that from Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG. All right, joining me now is former Pennsylvania Senator and Newsmax contributor Rick Santorum and Ambassador for America's First. Oh, I'm sorry, just Rick Santorum. I think we had someone else that
just me
lost the feed. All right, Senator, what do you think here? I know you're like, hurry up, let's get the show on the road, let's get the Republicans with the gavel, but what about the process? Sometimes trust the process,
No, I actually have not had a problem with this fight. I think it's a good fight to have, and at some point you have to bring it to a close, and you have to get to a deal, and it seems like that's what's happened. And if you look at the rules changes that are being proposed and hopefully agreed upon, they're all positive things for conservatives in the House, which I strongly support. And I think it's been a brutal process, but you got some signs. Look at the adjournment vote. Last night, the adjournment vote, there were 4 Republicans that opposed the adjournment vote. There's only 1 tonight. 2 didn't vote. But 1 who opposed it last night supported it tonight. So that gives you an idea that things have softened a little bit. You do hear reports, and I've been hearing them constantly for the last hour or so, that there has been an agreement that this backroom deal. Look, people complain about backroom deals, but you don't negotiate deals out in the public. You sit together in the quiet, not when the cameras are rolling, and you have an honest discussion about how do we get from here to there, and that's what's been happening over the last couple of days. And it looks like now whether they get to 218 tomorrow, I don't know, but it looks like with a deal they should get most of the way there.
But Senator. All right, let me play devil's advocate. Do we really want backdoor dealings on horse trading without the public knowing what's going on just to get a speaker? Do we want that?
The answer is, of course, every legislative body deliberates in private and then discusses it in public. But the idea of that everything has to be out in the public, no, you have private deliberations in every aspect of your life. You don't want everything out there in the public because you have to have honest discussion and sharing honest feelings.
I'm going to push back on that because I'm speaking for my audience. I'm speaking for doing this 23 years. I'm going to disagree with that. I think that we've had too many cycles and too many years and we're on 118th Congress. We've had too many Congresses that have done a lot of the dealing and wheeling and dealing. And I'll give you this chairmanship and I'll give you that budget. Just give me that vote for here. And we don't see that. I would like to see, it'd be refreshing to see it hashed out, slug it out on the floor, a la, in England. Parliament it's like an MMA fight at times, but I got to tell you, at least the public knows who's representing whom in what way.
I don't think there's any doubt about that over the last few days. Who's representing whom and who's out there fighting for what they're fighting for? That's not the issue. This isn't. You're suggesting that Parliament doesn't have closed door discussions? Of course they do. Every organization has closed door discussions, as well they should. This idea that somehow or another, if we have people out there like peacocks strutting around telling people how great they are, that benefits society, that benefits the Congress, I could make the opposite argument, that we have too much of that going on and not serious talks and negotiations. We have people playing to the cameras, people playing to increase their Q score and increase their fundraising capability with the grassroots.
Or in the case of
responsible leadership, and that's what we haven't been getting from either side.
Or in the case of Adam Kinzinger, using the cameras to get your next CNN gig once you step away from the.
No, you're absolutely right. The point is, too much of that is going on, too much playing to the cameras, and not enough serious, calm, sober conversations that lead to what we're going to see. Look, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for you and everybody else to criticize whatever deal this is. But the fact of the matter is, there has to be sober conversations in private to make this happen.
Rick Santorum, thank you so much.
You bet.
All right, folks, as Rick pointed out, the 11th vote is gone. They've adjourned for the night. Last night, there were 4 Republicans who voted against adjourning. Tonight, there was only 1. So we'll see. Is this a movement in the right direction for Kevin McCarthy? All right, we'll be right back.
It's our America. We built it. Courage, freedom. Millions go to Newsmax when they need to know. Start today on the free Newsmax app. Newsmax is real news for real people.
So that security and liberty may prosper together.
Ours was the first revolution in the history of mankind that truly reversed the course of life.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
In this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College, award-winning historian Wilfred McClay will teach you incredible, in-depth lessons on the great American story, absolutely free, when you sign up at learnfromhillsdale.org. Dr. McClay will guide you through this free multi-part series and unveil the true story of America, the land of hope.
Returning to our history and seeing why things happened the way they did can give us some insight that we might not otherwise have. The study of history expands you. You learn to empathize with very different ways of living.
Join thousands of Americans renewing their love for our nation's history through this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College and gain access to this premium content today when you sign up at learnfromhillsdale.org.
I was humbled by how much of our history I had forgotten. Everyone should take this course.
When you sign up, you'll enjoy 25 easy-to-follow lessons. Explore the triumphs and achievements of our nation's past, as well as its shortcomings and failures. Understand how Americans have overcome challenges, and how major events like the Civil War, the Great Depression, and 2 world wars have shaped the America we have today. Take the course whenever it's most convenient for you, at your pace or in your schedule. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today. The Great American Story is our story. Sign up today for The Great American Story, a completely free online course at learnfromhillsdale.org.
All right, continuing the conversation on this huge congressional news night. Joining me now is Republican Congressman from Kentucky, Andy Barr. Congressman, thanks for joining us. Sir, I assume you're in the Kevin McCarthy camp. State your case.
Yeah, good to be with you. Our objective as House Republicans should be to advance the conservative agenda, the commitment to America that we ran on, that the American people voted to give us the authority to enact that agenda. Every day that goes by that we don't have Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House is a day that we can't defund the 87,000 IRS agents that Joe Biden and House Democrats put into place to harass the American people. It's a day that goes by that we can't secure the border or deal with 40-year high inflation or conduct the necessary oversight of the regulatory assault on the American people by the Biden administration. We need to get this majority in place to provide the check and balance that the American people voted for. The good news is that we're making tremendous progress, and I want to just credit those holdouts who are negotiating in good faith with our soon-to-be Speaker McCarthy, because what they're doing is they're improving the institution. So I agree with the reforms we need to make to stop the spending spree, to have single subject votes on bills, to impose more fiscal discipline, to stop the spending spree, to open up the process. But let's take the victory and put our majority in place so that we can actually do the job of the American people.
Yeah, Congressman, you say your words were making tremendous progress. Yet I see a vote that seems to be stuck at 20 noes and 1 present. Now we're reporting, our congressional reporter is reporting that she has news that there's a deal. Do you know anything about it and any of the details?
I do. I've been briefed by Leader McCarthy's office about the details. You know, no member deserves special treatment, and so no speaker, whether it would be Jim Jordan or Steve Scalise or Kevin McCarthy, could promise any individual member a committee assignment. But what we do know is that members will have greater confidence if the steering committee treats everybody fairly, if everybody has a voice at the table. And so I know that strengthening the steering committee process will give members greater confidence that there will be better representation on the committees. Frankly, I think Kevin McCarthy.
So may I just for my audience, so they understand. So you're saying that it's likely something to do with committee chairmanships, et cetera, assignments, but it can't be just from Kevin McCarthy. It has to go through a steering committee, and perhaps some of these people who are holding out want to be on the steering committee. Am I close?
Well, you're close. I've talked to a lot of these colleagues who are friends of mine, and they are committed to our cause as well. But a lot of the grievances that they've expressed, at least to me, relate to equal access to committee assignments. I think Kevin McCarthy recognizes that as well. That's why they're able to form this agreement to improve the steering committee process. Frankly, it will enable our majority to function more effectively, to have more representation on the committee, so that when we mark up bills, they've actually had a broad cross-section of the conference, from the Freedom Caucus to the Republican Study Committee to the more moderate wing of the party, all having a chance to make amendments to those bills in committee, so that we don't have a problem on the back end on the floor.
Congressman, I thank you for coming on and explaining it, because this is the first common sense thing I've heard where all members of the GOP, all members of your caucus will have a shot at having who knows what assignments, not just the ones that are expecting it or think it's their turn. Congressman Andy Barr, appreciate your time. That was great information. Thank you.
Good to be with you. Thanks.
All right, folks, more balance after this.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early, and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet, but it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zifans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, founder, CEO, and inventor of LifeVac, a simple rescue device that could save a child's life in a choking emergency. All these people were saved with LifeVac. People may not realize that on average, 14 people a day die from choking-related incidents. Every 5 days, one of those is a child.
As simple as place, push, pull.
To learn more, please visit lifevac.net.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I lost 67 pounds on GoLo. I have tried so many different products and have lost so much money and wasted a lot of time. GoLo is a miracle. It really is. No money wasted in this at all.
Just a bit earlier, I spoke to Florida Congressman Mike Waltz on the vote for Speaker of the House and why he believes the GOP must unite behind Kevin McCarthy.
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, the thing that's so frustrating to me, Eric, is right now, as we speak, there are zero, zilch, none, not even an iota of oversight to stop Joe Biden and to stop the Biden administration from the border, which apparently he's finally going to go visit. It's going down to Mexico. Fauci's still running around. We have zero accountability for the 13 Gold Star families that I have personally told we will get accountability for from the Afghanistan debacle, and on, much less putting a conservative agenda in place when it comes to inflation, crime, border, foreign policy. We've gone from the Abraham Accords under President Trump to now a total chaos. So, look, man, I mean, I understand wanting to reform this place. I get it, and I agree. I understand a lot of things needed to change from how Nancy Pelosi was running this place. But let me just tell you a couple of things that we've done over the last couple of months. We have a new initiative now and a new rule that if you propose a new government program, you got to cut one of equal size. We'll have an inflation score on every single bill and its impact on inflation. You can't cram things, the night before like they did the $1.7 trillion omnibus bill. You have to actually give members enough time to read it. So my frustration is we have agreed on all of these things. But what I can't get an answer to is what gets us there so we can get to work, and that's frustrating.
So let me play a little devil's advocate here, okay? Because you said you don't like the way Nancy Pelosi would send a $1.7 trillion bill to your desk and ask you to vote on it before you have a chance to read it. The holdouts, what I understand, some of them have said, well, we could have had these discussions to get behind Kevin McCarthy in November, second week of November, or the end of November, or sometime between Thanksgiving and Christmas. But they feel, I've heard this frustration expressed, that the push to get behind Kevin McCarthy happened almost as you're expressing the way Nancy Pelosi drops a $1.7 trillion bill in your lap.
Yeah, look, I can just tell you, and these members are my friends and colleagues, but I've got a totally different take, and we can point to the dozens and dozens of meetings with the entire conference, with small groups, with individuals with concerns that we have had to change the rules. And that happened as soon as the election kicked off. In fact, some of them started happening before when, we were confident we were going to win the majority even before the election. And I just was with Representative Bishop, who said it started 6 months ago. So I don't know where that perspective's coming from. This has been a long process. It's been a good process, and it's moving the House, our conference, and the country in the right direction. But at some point, you got to do what President Trump is asking us to do, which is take the win, get to work, and hold Biden accountable. And that's what I'm ready to do. Let's go.
Yeah, it is. It's fascinating to me because it feels like the 20 or 21 who are holding out or calling Never Keviners seem to be kind of aligned with the Trump agenda of America First and MAGA and whatnot. But that group has splintered as well. You have MTG saying vote McCarthy, then you have Boebert and Gates saying don't. Congressman, we're in a bit of a pickle. We're in a bind, right? Go ahead.
On that point, I mean, I'm going to ask, well, how can you support Kevin McCarthy? Look, President Trump supports him. Jim Jordan supports him. Marjorie Taylor Greene supports him. Jim Banks supports him. I mean, this isn't about being conservative enough. You have all kinds of conservative members, but what it is about is, we also have moderate members that won Biden districts. That's how you get a majority. I want to keep the majority into 24, and you need someone that can span all of that, because what you can't have is then moderate members starting to exit the stage, deal with Democrats or whatever. That'd be a total disaster.
Right.
So you got to get somebody that can get everybody.
Let's move the ball forward here on the balance right now. I've heard nuclear option where you go to a simple majority and then he wins, right? Simple majority in your conference. That's a very big step, changing the rules. I've heard the option of the unity party working with the Democrats. I think that's never going to happen. Can't imagine anyone's going to vote for that. You don't want to give up what you've worked so hard to earn.
That's a hard no for me.
Right. It's a hard no probably for everyone. And then there's the idea of getting the Democrats to, I don't know, as a block, 30 of them, 20, 30 of them, to say, we're not voting, walk away, and then Kevin McCarthy wins by default again. Which one is, what's it going to be?
But that last one, the 20, 30 Democrats to vote president and therefore lower the threshold, that comes with an unacceptable, totally 100% unacceptable price from the Democrats. They're floating things like, well, if you agree not to subpoena Biden, or if we split committees even, they're floating things to some of the moderate members who are just as frustrated.
Has that been put on the table?
Unacceptable.
Has that been put on the table? Has that been put on the table by Democrats?
There's been some unofficial
don't prosecute
outreach.
any of the Bidens. That's breaking news right there. That's amazing right there.
There is all kinds of unofficial outreach, because the longer this goes on, the Democrats see an opportunity. And look, I'm ready to, let's figure out what it's going to take. Let's shut this down. Let's get to work. We need to govern as conservatives, and we need to stop Biden. And period, stop, let's go.
One more thought, and no one's brought this up. I'm just, as we're sitting here talking, I literally came up with this in my mind as we're sitting here. Why not do it the way you do the presidential election? You guys vote within your state. Florida is 6-1 or whatever it is, 12 to 2 in favor of Kevin McCarthy. Florida votes McCarthy. There, you get it that way too.
Hey, we'll tell you what, Eric, I'm going to go throw that rule out on the table. Right. But look, at the end of the day, I think I'm going to be an optimist here. I think we're going to get to a point with those that are worried about the substance, that are worried about the rules and how to move forward as conservatives are going to come over. I think there are some that know come hell or high water. It's personal. I think that's unfortunate, because we shouldn't bring personal agendas in. This is about our constituents. But I still think we're going to get there as Republicans with McCarthy. Let's get to work. Let's move forward. And again, that's what President Trump wants us to do. That's what the America First proponents and agenda wants and needs. Again, let's work through the weekend.
Don't deal with the devil. Don't deal with the devil, the Democrats.
Yeah, no way.
All right, Congressman, really good having you on. Appreciate your time. Mike Wallace, thank you so much.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, folks, more balance after this.
I was serving with an airborne infantry unit, and we received a call to get back to base that we were going to be deployed. I headed for the Middle East, not knowing what we were going to get into or how long we were going to be there.
All we were told is he's leaving, and we didn't know when he would come back.
And a lot of times he's gone for a while, and it's pretty sad. I know it's for a purpose. God has it for a purpose.
It's still emotional. How am I supposed to continue on?
For our military heroes and their families, life is difficult. There is the pain of separation, dangers of war, and the fear of never seeing loved ones again. In trying times, when we seek meaning or purpose, there's one place we can always turn: the Word of God. Since 1816, American Bible Society has distributed millions of Bibles around the world, thanks to believers like you. But so many more people are still waiting. When you give today, our service members and their families will know God's comfort, peace, and strength. Call or go to troopsneedbibles.org today with your gift of just $20 a month, only 67 cents a day. You'll put Bibles and military-focused scripture resources into the hands and hearts of those who need the most.
When you're getting ready to face combat, you need something more than you. You need somebody bigger than you speaking into your life.
When you use your credit card to make your monthly gift of $20 or more, we'll send you this canvas tote so you can share with others how you're bringing God's Word to American heroes and their families. Your monthly donation can provide Bibles and scripture resources to troops, veterans, and their families who seek meaning and purpose in trying times. Please call or go online now to troopsneedbibles.org with your gift of just $20 a month.
For veterans recovering from the wounds of war, supporting one another is a lifesaver.
I served in the United States Army in Vietnam, and that's when I stepped on a landmine that resulted in the traumatic amputation of both of my legs and my left arm above the elbow. I was alive, but I didn't know what the rest of my life had in store for me. Multiple deployments have caused a huge problem with those that served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's difficult for them to come back and adjust to civilian life.
There were moments of frustration. You can't do this anymore, you can't go here anymore. I absolutely felt like I lost my purpose.
I was looking at a long period where I wasn't going to be able to do anything for myself. I just didn't want to be here.
Many veterans feel abandoned or alone till DAV steps into their life.
For 100 years, DAV has been supporting veterans and their families in their time of need by helping them receive the care and benefits they've earned. But your help is vital to keeping this promise alive.
The biggest struggle is spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. DAV showed me it was okay to be a disabled veteran.
Disabled American Veterans made me feel useful again.
DAV came in when I was still flat on my back and got me through that rough state that I was in.
Get this patriotic DAV blanket when you call and give just $19 a month as a reminder of the sacrifice our nation's greatest heroes have made for you.
If I can reach out and share with other veterans what I've been through, that's a grand opportunity. And DAV can really make a difference in the lives of many of these veterans.
Just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, helps disabled veterans get the support and services they urgently need right now. Please join me in making sure this vital support never stops by calling now or donating at helpdav.org. Thank you.
Okay, I get it. So the party of chaos, the party that condones and supports violence, crime, and chaos throughout America, is calling a democratic process chaos. Now, that's a big word for the party of chaos, and that's rich coming from this power-hungry party on the left. I do recall Democrats having some of their own drama with regards to the House speakership, right squadsters, and I'm old enough to remember them not wanting Nancy Pelosi to be in that role. Again, right, Knuckles? The progressives didn't like it. They fought back, fighting for who and what they wanted. Swampy deals were made left and right in smoky back rooms. And then we were subjected to Nancy in the number 3 spot in the country for more years. Oh, and the party of chaos also likes to resort to racism to serve their agenda. The party of racism is right back at it again, bringing race into the conversation yet again, where it is totally, completely, disgustingly unwarranted. The party of racism, they do it all the time. Cori Bush, who just loves defunding the police while making you pay for her private security detail, slamming the Freedom Caucus for putting forth Congressman Byron Donalds as a candidate for Speaker of the House. And she tweeted this: for what it's worth, Byron Donalds is not a historic candidate for Speaker. He's a prop. Despite being black, he supports a policy agenda intent on upholding and perpetuating white supremacy. His name being in the mix is not progress. It's pathetic, says Cori Bush. A prop? Or maybe he's just a viable candidate that they've put forward, one who can help implement the kind of change these holdouts are looking for. Assuming he was put forth based on race and not on principles or ability, well, that's actually racist, Cori Bush. It's not merit, says Cori. It's just because he's black, says Cori. The party of supposed champions of minorities are going after Byron Donalds to serve their purpose. So basically, they don't care about minorities. They only care about whether you're a Democrat. Because if you're a black Republican or Hispanic Republican, well, you're a disobedient minority, a traitor for not falling in line with the left. Well, Donalds himself quickly responded on Twitter saying, for what it's worth, nobody asked Cori Bush her opinion on the matter. Before you judge my agenda, let's have a debate over the policies and the outcomes. Until then, Don't be a crap in the barrel. And Congressman-elect Dan Bishop rightfully answered back to that blatant racism, too.
I've spent a good bit of time with Mr. Donalds, especially lately. He ain't no prop. And if he were a prop, he wouldn't be sitting where he's sitting.
There you go. But it's shameful behavior by those Democrats after what they've put this country through with their dangerous policies and nonsense. And the king of the party, the leader of the party of chaos and racism, well, the big guy finally made his way back from his 100th vacation of 2022. Tan, rested, frail as ever, though. Thank goodness, because the man just worked so hard all year at being on vacation 40% of the time. And yet, he had the gall to say this?
With regard to the fight over the speaker, excuse me, that's not my problem. I just think it's a little embarrassing it's taking so long in the way they're dealing with one another. And the rest of the world's looking. They're looking at, can we get our act together?
Not my problem. The President of the United States said the speaker, number 3 in charge, not his problem. Get their act together. This president, this White House disaster is talking about getting acts together. Are you kidding me? Not your problem? A president who's made his terrible policies our problem says this is not his problem. I guess there's some things that seem to not be your problem, right, big guy? Like, I don't know, open borders, sky-high record crime and violence, a crippled economy, inflation off the charts. Not your problem, I guess. Also, didn't Joe Biden run on being a uniter? Isn't Joe Biden the president of the whole country? Doesn't Joe Biden need to work with this Congress to get things done, Mr. Uniter? You're telling me Joe Biden isn't enjoying this so-called chaos? Not my problem? Unreal. The president of these United States, back from another vacation, says it's not my problem. Let that sink in for a minute. And to say that we're being watched around the world by other countries, and that's embarrassing? Are we embarrassed in front of, I don't know, the UK, where they've enjoyed 4 different prime ministers in 2 years? And why would the president of our country even say that? Why isn't the president of America defending a democratic process? The only embarrassment here that we feel is you, Mr. President, and your presidency and everything associated with you. I think what's shocking America is seeing what it looks like when we fight for principles and for country. Given what we've seen for the past 2 years, I get how that can feel uncomfortable for them. Seeing nonconformists who don't toe the line, who don't go with the status quo, I bet that makes some Americans feel antsy. But what is important is having leadership that fights for our country every single day and for what our country stands for. This chaos, they're calling it, is about airing a deep frustration about the direction of the country. Shouldn't that happen from time to time? As we've seen this week, some Republicans are standing their ground, doing what their constituents want them to do to disrupt and change the way forward, to depart from the status quo that allowed $1.7 trillion of spending to be pushed through just in time for Christmas dinner. So how long will it take? How long could it take? Well, could be a while. 1856, the longest speaker election, lasted 2 months. They voted 133 times because the race for speaker was between Congressman Nathaniel Banks, who was very anti-slavery, and candidates who were open to expanding slavery. When some feel that they have the opportunity to stand up for something is right and make a point, they will. It hasn't happened in a long time, granted. Perhaps a tough, so-called chaos once in a while is needed for an awakening. When Nancy Pelosi fought the speakership, she fought for it in 2019. The squadsters gave her a hard time. At the time, newbies like AOC didn't want to assume that Nancy had it in the bag. They wanted fresh new leadership. So Pelosi cut deals. She made a concession. She promised not to stay longer than 1 term, 4 more years. Apparently, in this case, Kevin McCarthy has made concessions too, and then more concessions. So clearly, there's a bigger point to be made. Clearly, those concessions aren't enough for some, because 10 votes in, the story seems to be the same. No, this isn't ideal in one respect because the House is prevented from tending to the issues, to the needs of Americans. But I also wonder this. If those who voted for these holdouts want them to continue, the people, their constituents, want them to continue the fight, should they give up the fight that easily? Yeah, it's uncomfortable. It's disruptive. Many Americans are frustrated. But this is democracy. This is the process. Trust the process. Respect the process. Exactly how long this takes or how this will end is still unclear, but that's just how disruption works. It can be chaos, as some call it. Others may call it a wake-up call. But either way, Americans should buckle up for political theater, and it could be a while, and we will be here, and we are up for it the whole ride long. All right, folks, more balance right after this.
No crooked establishment.
None of that talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
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 They don't tell me how to think.
They let me decide.
Newsmax.
Real news.
For real people.
There's a new victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. And checking your credit score or bank statements may not be enough to alert you. That's because identity threats appear in more places than you realize. Identity thieves can use your information to open loans, transfer home titles, even commit crimes.
Someone stole my information and tried to buy a car in my name.
LifeLock monitors for threats to your identity, including ones you may miss, and alerts you if there's an issue. And if you're a victim, your dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it.
If something happens, you have somebody fighting for you.
All plans backed by LifeLock's $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
I know LifeLock has me covered.
LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here. Call the number on your screen or visit lifelock.com/25now and use promo code 25now to save 25% on your first year of identity theft protection. Enroll now.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early, and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet. But it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
We're told in Genesis chapter 1:26 that God has made man in his image, and by his likeness has he made him.
Genesis is a book of fundamental importance for the Jewish and Christian faiths, and a literary masterpiece that has profoundly shaped Western civilization. Now, in this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College, you can deepen your understanding of how this ancient book is essential to you today. Sign up for the Genesis story, absolutely free, at learnfromhillsdale.org. Dr. Justin Jackson, a distinguished Hillsdale College professor, will guide you through this fascinating free online course that unfolds the biblical stories of Adam and Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. When you sign up, you'll explore some of life's most important questions, gain a greater appreciation for how the Bible confronts pain and hardship with redemption and hope, and discover how the struggles people faced thousands of years ago are deeply relevant to us still today. Take this 6-lesson course whenever it's most convenient for you, at your pace or in your schedule. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
Hearing the importance of even the simplest of lines from the text truly expands the understanding of the Bible.
The passionate way the instructor presents each point and why it's important is masterful.
Join the hundreds of thousands of Americans who are enriching their lives through this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College and gain access to this premium content today.
What I hope you'll get from studying Genesis in this course is a deeper appreciation of the biblical insights with regards to the human person, its psychology, our predilection towards rivalry, but also reconciliation.
Sign up for the Genesis story, free of charge, at learnfromhillsdale.org today.
All right, folks, let's bring in the host of Prime News, Jen Pellegrino, to talk a little bit about what we're seeing. Jen, it's been quite a night, quite a few nights, actually. The House adjourns. There might be a deal struck. We're hearing a lot of rumors, a lot of noise. What's your sense?
You heard what Kilmeny said earlier. I was watching your program, Eric. She said MTG says there's a deal. But, as you pointed out, she's on Team McCarthy. So who knows how this plays out? I've heard that there are going to be some members out of Washington tomorrow, at least 4 GOP members of the House. So how does that change things going into a vote tomorrow? Does this drag on until next week? There's a lot of questions right now. And we're just sitting here with the popcorn watching and asking everybody their take. So I'm not sure how this plays out, but I think it's going to take a while.
I love this. This is political theater at its best. This is better than Netflix. Andy Barr from Kentucky was on, and he said he had heard from the McCarthy camp saying that, yeah, there was a deal. And I pushed him a little bit. What's the basis of the deal? What did he give it up? And he said, well, this group is looking for steering committee representation, which means they're looking for assignments, committee assignments. Everything's got a string,
that could be it. I like what our friend Gorka had to say. Maybe Trump needs to come to town and kind of work on these negotiations. Maybe that's what will bring everybody together to finally come to a decision here. I mean, it's amazing. I feel like the 20, they're stuck where they are. I don't think there's any more concessions McCarthy can give. I think they're set in their ways, and we'll just see how this plays out. Seems like Kevin McCarthy is too. He's not budging according to the interviews he's been doing this evening.
Well, the bottom line is it's going to be interesting. And thank you, Jen. We'll see you at the top of the hour.
Hey, Bowling. Hey, Bowling, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Pellegrino. They give me crap about that, but Pellegrino. All right, folks, that's it. That's all we have time for. Listen, keep it right here on Newsmax because this is history being made every single night. Keep it right here. You're not going to miss a thing. Always good having you. Pellegrino's got Prime News coming up next. Have a great night, everyone, and see you tomorrow night from the back.
Well, it's a game of chicken. 10. That's how many votes for Speaker so far. And so far, no one is budging. Neither leader, Kevin McCarthy, nor his detractors. They have been at this tug of war for 3 days, and frankly, there is no end in sight. Who's going to blink first? And here's a frightening thought. What if neither side blinks? This is the record. Well, another day and another collision course in the U.S. Capitol. More votes, but no speaker. So what is next? Congressional correspondent Kilmeny Dukart is live from Capitol Hill. Kilmeny.
Greta, good evening. Good to be with you. We may be headed for a possible 11th vote after the 10th vote has failed once again here, or there may be a motion to adjourn as the buzz on Capitol Hill is that there is progress being made in talks behind closed doors. Now, just a little bit earlier today in between votes, I was down outside of the chamber door speaking with members. I had caught Congressman Scott Perry coming out of that vote and walking into Tom Ember's office where a lot of these talks have been taking place. He said that the value in all of this is accountability for the most powerful person in the building. But all of this, we know, is holding up business in the House. I had also spoken to Congressman Mike Gallagher, who said that he was supposed to have a briefing, a classified briefing, with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And he serves on the Intel Committee, and he says it was classified and he couldn't get access to the SCIF. So business here at the Capitol Capitol, or at least on the House side, has come to a screeching halt. Now, in terms of what needs to be done to break the deadlock, that's been the million-dollar question. I spoke with Congresswoman Victoria Spartz a little bit earlier. She said that she thinks that we need to break up the small groups and get the GOP conference into one room. She has continued to vote present on this, but I also spoke to her, Greta, about the developments that we have been following out of Ukraine. We know that she serves on the Ukrainian House Caucus, and her reaction to Russia's temporary ceasefire in Ukraine, she became a bit emotional. Take a listen.
It's a huge hypocrisy after how many people are dying and how many people died and how many lives of Ukrainians are destroyed. But God will always be the judge, and I don't think He will get President Putin out of a judgment day, but He will judge all of us someday. It's a big holiday. I'm glad that people will be able to celebrate, but there is no much celebration. A lot of families are in very, very bad shape, and a lot of young kids dead. And that is sad, but you know, the wars have to be won.
A lot of pressing issues, Greta, as you can hear there, that have been pushed to the back burner. While all of this plays out, we now can report that we will be headed for an 11th vote. Again, as we continue to follow these negotiations, there are reports that some progress has been made now. Interesting to note that some of the votes have changed earlier today. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert switched hers for Kevin Hern, saying he's the best consensus candidate. I spoke with her press secretary. He said that Kevin Hern is somebody that is liked by all sides, received 150 unanimous votes for chairman of the RSC. He said, you want a consensus candidate, that's it. We know that there are hardliners that have their heels dug in, but we're also seeing some movement in terms of congressional reps like Chip Roy and others that may be willing to budge.
Kilmeny, thank you. Of course, the movement, you'd have to get 18 votes to move. That's a lot of movement they have to have. Thank you, Kilmeny. Former White House Chief of Staff for former President Trump, Mark Meadows. He's also a founding member of the House Freedom Caucus during his time as a U.S. Congressman from North Carolina. He joins me. Good evening, sir. And tell me, if you were up there, how would you broker a deal at this point? What could be done?
Well, Greta, I'm not up there, but the interesting thing is I think that Chairman Perry and Congressman Emmers are doing what needs to be done, but quite frankly, should have been done a long time ago. Here's the thing that a lot of your viewers don't really appreciate. They're seeing this drama unfold over the last 3 days, and yes, it's been messy, but this is not a surprise. I can tell you that a number of members had approached Leader McCarthy before the elections and right after the election to say, listen, we want to open the process up for the American people. And so my advice, the shelf life of an ex-congressman is about 6 months. I'm way past my expiration date, but my advice to Congressman Emmers and Chairman Perry is to continue to focus on what brings us together, but keep the focus on the American people. If you really do and fix Congress, because I think everybody, all your viewers out there, the majority of them would say Congress is broken. Do what's in the best interest of the American people, and that means that every member has their ability to represent the 750,000 people that they represent, not just all the power in the hands of a speaker, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat.
You know, though, it appears, though, maybe Leader McCarthy should have negotiated earlier. He didn't. But it does seem that he has now pretty much been scraped clean in terms of what he's willing to offer. I can't really identify what it is that people want from him, the 20, except at least 5 just don't like him. And so, here we go again. So, I mean, how do you get 5 people who may not have liked him before, at least to get 1 to like him?
Well, I think it does get to be a point where if they can come with some parameters that vastly change the way that Congress does business, empowers every member, allows for open amendment process, allows for us to hopefully get our fiscal house back in order. What ultimately happens then is the pressure builds. Either McCarthy withdraws, which he's saying he's not going to withdraw, or you go to a consensus candidate. Interestingly enough, the 20 or 21 people that are not voting for McCarthy McCarthy right now, it's not necessarily that they have a different candidate they want. Their candidate is the American people. They just said, let's do what is best for them. So McCarthy, I believe Leader McCarthy is actually negotiating now, but part of that is just because he sees that the path to 218 is very daunting. And you're right, there's 4 or 5 people that I don't see them ever voting for Leader McCarthy.
Well, that's the problem. All right, now, every time there's a discussion about whether there should be a motion to adjourn, so you stop the votes, and everyone and all the Republicans can go into the back room and try to beat each other over the head and get agreement. Democrats oppose that. What is the strategy behind the Democrats? I realize you're Republican, but why are the Democrats seem to oppose the motion to adjourn, except maybe if they want to eat?
Well, I think they're seeing the motion to adjourn. They're able to put up 212 votes for Hakeem Jeffries each and every time. They've done that religiously. And the other is by not adjourning, what happens is it keeps these negotiations just in piecemeal. And so, you know, as your reporter so eloquently put it at the top of the hour, Greta, is you're seeing people come in, vote, then they go off to a private meeting space just off the House floor, try to negotiate, get some things written in paper. And I think the real key is the details. What happens is so many times the swamp has won in this town. The special interests, the American people, the forgotten man and woman have gotten left behind. And so for a lot of these people that are voting against Leader McCarthy, they're saying, listen, if we're going to fix it, let's have it written down. Let's make sure that we all agree upon it so that there are no surprises. And this vote today is not a surprise as they go into the 11th vote tonight, maybe another one before they adjourn. Hopefully we'll start to see some real progress where they can discuss at least the 4 corners of a deal that might bring some resolution to this.
Well, it's fascinating. We've gone through 10 votes so far, and the numbers are virtually unchanged. They seem to be cemented. It's not like they're peeling off 1 or 2 here and there. I mean, nothing changes.
Yeah, well, Greta, you know, it's interesting you point that out, because normally when you go into a speaker's vote, and listen, I've been on the House floor and I've voted for the nominee of the conference, and I've voted against the nominee of the conference. It is the hardest thing for any member to do, to stand up and vote against one of your colleagues whose name has been put forth. It is very, very difficult. And so a lot of times, and I'm not saying that I don't want to speak for Leader McCarthy, but a lot of times people around the leader would say, listen, they'll fold. If you'll just go up and have the floor vote, at the end of the day, the people who are saying they'll vote against you won't vote against you. I think the fact that 21 people continue to stay strong in their position is a remarkable feat, because normally you start picking them off, or one favor gets offered to this member and they say, all right, I'm going to change my vote. The fact that no favors have been offered and accepted shows that a lot of these 21 really, it's not about them getting a particular position. It's more about making sure that Congress works for the American people.
Well, Speaker Pelosi would make sure those 20 didn't have parking spaces if she were Speaker and if she were elected. But anyway, Congressman Mark Meadows, thank you, sir. We'll keep watching this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Greta. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Coming up, Russian President Putin wants 36 hours off. Off for what? Find out when the record continues after this.
Congress created rules to help you retire. All you had to do was work hard, save, and play by them. But now Congress has changed the rules on you in the middle of the game. They've created new traps that could force you to pay a 50% punishment tax if you make one wrong move. The Wall Street Journal called it a bait and switch. Everything you worked for could be at stake. To find out more, get the new hidden landmines set to blow up your retirement savings from Newsmax Finance. The new special report reveals how to skirt the new tax traps. Claim your free copy today. Supplies are limited, so act now.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch
They're just kids. Hungry, homeless, and vulnerable. Abused kids often feel safer on the street. Now, more than ever, that's the most dangerous place of all. Covenant House is rescuing and protecting kids during this COVID-19 crisis. We're providing safe shelter to thousands, but the need is overwhelming, and no child is ever turned away. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month to help a homeless child. You'll provide safe shelter, hot meals, and medical care. Your gift will show our kids they're loved. Homeless kids are afraid and alone, with nowhere else to turn.
You want to know that there's somewhere you can go that's safe. So the Covenant House did that for us.
Please call now. With your gift of $19 a month, we'll send you this soft, comforting blanket to show you're helping our kids. Please don't wait. In our national crisis, your gift is the lifeline a child needs. Please call or go online to safeplacetosleep.org now. Thank you for saving precious lives.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion
and make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed.
It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters.
But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
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 Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children.
That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me.
And me.
And me. Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football.
And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now?
It's so easy.
All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
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 Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
I don't know about you, but this seems a bit sketchy to me. Russian President Vladimir Putin is offering a ceasefire, but it would only last for 36 hours. Putin ordered Russian armed forces along front lines to cease fire for 36 hours to observe the Orthodox Christmas. The ceasefire starts at noon tomorrow. Putin is calling on Ukraine to do the same. However, Ukraine is not buying any of it. A few hours ago, an advisor, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, tweeting that there will be no truce until Russia withdraws its troops from Ukraine. He goes on to tweet, quote, "Keep hypocrisy to yourself." Now, if both sides agree to the ceasefire, it would be the first major one since Russia's invasion of Ukraine about a year ago. Former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and former National Security Advisor John Bolton joins me. Good evening, sir.
Glad to be with you.
You know, there's something sort of ironic about Putin wanting a ceasefire to observe this religious holiday when he certainly didn't have any problem on Christmas Day firing shells, killed 10 people in Kherson. So, I mean, you know, it's suddenly he's developed religion or respect for religion since Christmas and now.
Well, I think it's certainly hypocritical, but remember, he's talking here about Orthodox Christmas. And so there are two levels to this, I think. One is a propaganda level. The second may or may not be an operational issue for Putin. But the propaganda element is he's the one who's saying, let's take Orthodox Christmas off. And the twist to this is that there are certainly people in Ukraine who still adhere to the Russian Orthodox Church. But about 2 years ago, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church was granted autocephaly from the Moscow Church and is now actually under the protection of the Patriarch in Istanbul. So the Ukrainians left the third Rome to return to the second Rome. And what happened just before what I'll call Western Christmas on the 25th, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church gave its members the option to celebrate on December the 25th or December the 6th. So I think this is Putin propaganda saying this is the real Christmas, and it's a message internally for Russia as much as anything. Now, whether there's an operational ploy here, is he trying to shore up a weak position? Is he trying to bring forces forward for an offensive under the guise of a ceasefire? We don't know, but that wouldn't surprise me either.
Well, like many journalists, I've been in Ukraine in the war a very short period of time, and when you see the level of cruelty and you see, how much people are suffering, it's really hard to sort of, come to grips with the idea, let's take 36 hours off from killing each other and doing these horrible things to each other. It's just, it's just unthinkable to me that, would you expect that Putin would keep his words? I don't know what the advantage of 36 hours is, but would he keep his word?
Well, I think it's highly questionable. As I say, this could have some operational cover story to it, but it's not unprecedented in Western wars. In World War I, they famously on the trenches on Christmas Day, the soldiers went across and exchanged bottles of wine or beer or whatever it was they were drinking on Christmas. I think it's largely propaganda from Putin's point of view, and I think it's, as I say, I think its main audience is inside Russia to show he's the one making a humanitarian gesture and Zelensky rejecting it. If I were in Zelensky's shoes, I'd have done exactly the same thing.
For the last year, we've been sort of on a health watch for Putin, comparing every picture that comes out of him, wondering whether he's healthy or not healthy, whether he's shaking or not, whether his face looks fat or thin. Do you have any information or thoughts on his health?
No, I don't. I mean, I didn't stay on a Holiday Inn last night. I can't give you a diagnosis. I tend to discount these ideas. Sorry, whatever. I gave a plug to the wrong hotel chain. I think it's a mistake to try and find mental reasons or physical reasons for Putin's policy. It's not just Putin's war. A lot of Russians see this the same way. They think the breakup of the Soviet Union was a Western U.S. plot, that Ukraine and the other former republics are illegitimate states, and they want them back. And so Putin's logic is not our logic, that's for sure. That was an expression he used a lot, and he used to say, you have your logic, we have ours, we'll see who prevails. And I think that's what is at stake here. This is something of importance to them that they're willing to pursue at a cost we can't comprehend.
All right, we have 30 seconds left. Foreign Minister Lavrov, who I suspect you know or might have met because he's been the foreign minister since about 2004. It's hard for me to understand his devotion to Putin. Is it fear or is he a believer?
No, he's a bureaucrat. I've known him for 30 years. And when I first met him in the George H.W. Bush administration, the briefing I got on him started off by saying, we assess he is not a communist. We assess he's a czarist. And he still is. He was 30 years ago. He still is today.
Ambassador John Bolton, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Still ahead, much more of the record, and of course we have the grisly details tonight about what's going on in Idaho. The affidavit in that college student multiple murder has been unsealed. Stay with us. We'll tell you the details.
No crooked establishment.
None of that twisting
the truth.
No talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
Newsmax.
They don't tell me how to think.
They let me decide.
Newsmax.
Real news.
For real people.
Sacrifice. Surrendering your desires for the sake of someone else. Sometimes sacrifice is tedious. Sometimes it's rewarding. And sometimes it takes everything you've got.
I love you guys.
I love you too.
Be careful, son.
Sacrifice. Surrendering your desires for the sake of someone else. Sometimes it's tedious.
You're doing so great, son.
Sometimes it's rewarding.
Come on.
And sometimes it gives you back more than you could ever imagine. The sacrifice they made for our freedoms is priceless. Will you please join me in making a small sacrifice for them by supporting disabled American veterans? Call and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, to help a disabled veteran who sacrificed for you. There's never been a greater time to show your support for our nation's greatest heroes. Get this Memorial DAV blanket when you call and give just $19 a month as a reminder of the sacrifice our nation's greatest heroes have made for you. Your gift, no matter how small, helps veterans and their families get the benefits they need and deserve. Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or give right away at helpdav.org. Your gift today honors their sacrifice forever.
Nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized. On Capitol Hill, the 11th, you heard me right, the 11th round of votes for House Speaker is underway. Arkansas's French Hill nominating Kevin McCarthy for Speaker again. And we have breaking news tonight. A federal judge has ordered lawyers for former President Donald Trump to give the Department of Justice the names of private investigators who last year searched the properties for the former president. And today we learn the grisly details, the affidavit describing what happened and why John Koberger was arrested for the murder of 4 college students. That affidavit has been unsealed. Senior correspondent John Huddy has the story. John?
Well, Greta, police say that they recovered Brian Koberger, 28-year-old Brian Koberger's DNA from the trash at his parents' home in Pennsylvania where he was staying for the holidays, and that DNA matched a sample of DNA that was recovered at the crime scene in Idaho. Now, Koberger appeared in court today in Moscow, Idaho, after being extradited from Pennsylvania, where he was arrested at his parents' home, as I said, in the Pocono Mountains last week. He's charged with 4 felony counts of first-degree murder and also a felony count of burglary. Police say the DNA sample was found on the button snap of a knife sheath in one of the victim's beds. The affidavit, and I read through it today, also reveals how surveillance video captured a white Hyundai Elantra, which is the same vehicle driven by Koberger, driving back and forth by the victim's home 3 times before they were murdered in the early morning hours of November 13th. Basically, he was circling the block, or this vehicle anyway, according to police, was circling the block, and then driving away, according to police, at a high rate of speed after the attack. Well, that same car was then spotted heading to Pullman, Washington, according to police, where, as we know, Koberger is a PhD criminology student at Washington State University, which is just 8 miles across the border from the scene of the crime in Moscow, Idaho. Authorities also say that Koberger switched out his license plates just 4 days after the attack from Pennsylvania to Washington State plates, and that he had been in the area where the victims lived numerous times based on cell phone records leading up to the attack. Now, the 4 victims, as we know, were University of Idaho students. One of the victims' roommates, and this is another potentially key piece of evidence, Greta, told police she was actually in the house at the time of the murder, that she heard a noise. She figured it was her roommate, playing with the roommate's dog. She poked her head out of the room, and that's when she said she saw a man about 5'10", 180 pounds, essentially, according to police, the same height and build of Koberger, dressed in all black with a mask on. Well, this roommate says she was frozen in fear as he walked by her and out the door. But having said all that, and by the way, Koberger, he didn't enter a plea, but he remains in jail on no bail at this point. One big question remains in this case, Greta, and that is what the motive for this gruesome and vicious attack was. Greta, back to you.
John Huddy, thank you. Former U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama, and Vice President of General Counsel of Gray Analytics, Jay Town, joins me. Jay, as a practical matter, I mean, there's always a discussion of motive, but as a former prosecutor, you don't have to show motive in this murder, do you? That's although it'd be helpful for a prosecutor.
It's always helpful when you're telling the story to a jury, Greta. And I've seen enough dead bodies to last 100 lifetimes, and it's never an easy story to tell when you can't give them that reason why. But what does keep us up at night, those of us who've spent careers in law enforcement, is when you can't explain it, because the only explanation at that point is evil. And as I've read through this affidavit maybe a half dozen times today, I can tell you that I do, and there's nothing about him knowing, Koberger knowing any of these individuals, but he did stake out this house at least a dozen times in the months prior to the homicides. So it does show you that there was some forethought and maybe some sort of psychopathy here, sort of a thrill kill. If all of this evidence in this affidavit is presented in court and admitted into evidence before a jury, it's going to be very tough for Brian Koberger to walk out of that courtroom.
Well, I think he thought, and look, he's going to get his trial. He's presumed innocent. I was a public defender. I mean, I get that, all that. But let's face it, he's going to have a tough time when they find his DNA on a knife sheath. In fact, I think you have a sample knife sheath right there. They found his DNA. Yep. I mean, what are the odds his DNA is going to end up in a bedroom on a knife sheath, which is probably the murder weapon?
Right on this button. And I guarantee you, if you go through the affidavit, you can see sort of his path home. He lives about 10 minutes from the crime scene that's directly east of where he lives. Instead, he takes this long 40-mile route around in sort of a U. You will find, I bet you investigators are going to scour in the coming months the area between Blaine, Idaho and Moscow, Idaho, because I guarantee that's where those Vans shoes were, where they found that latent print at the crime scene, and also the murder weapon. He didn't mean to leave this behind. That DNA was found on this button, which is very difficult to open and close, and it was matched against DNA from his parents' house in the trash after he already got home. You got to really say, good police work here for the FBI and Moscow PD.
There's the different parts of it just so grisly and haunting. At one point, the witness, the roommate in the house, said that she heard one of the victims say something to the effect, "There's someone here." That's quoted in the affidavit, which is just horrible. Look, every time someone does a horrible crime like this, everyone says, well, he must have been crazy. But, when you talk about crazy, it means you didn't understand really what you were doing was wrong. And when you have something, assuming that he did this, and he's got and the evidence is like I said, as a public defender, I would not want to be up against this evidence, is that it's so planned, so analytical. The driving, the, the fact that he stalked them apparently, the fact that he escaped, the fact that he changed his license plate, assuming all that to be true.
Turned his phone
It does
off
not sound like
during the
someone who
time of the
doesn't
homicide.
understand what he's doing. It doesn't sound like someone who doesn't understand what he was doing.
Knew exactly what he's doing. That's why there's a difference between legally insane and crazy, Greta.
Indeed, there is. But it always seemed that this case would, it was horrible for the. I mean, obviously, it's terrible for the families and everything. I don't mean to dismiss this, but the community was terrified. But it really is hard to commit such a heinous crime and not leave clues behind. I mean, it was inevitable that this guy left something behind. You can't get away with this stuff.
And it was planned. And so you're correct, Greta. I mean, it was. I mean, he got away with it for a long time. And honestly, if it weren't for the Washington State University officer simply hearing about the bolo of the white Elantra and seeing, do we have anybody on our campus? And they have this one person, and it's Brian Koberger. And that is how that ripple effect, sort of spread out into the investigation, how they got on him. Search warrants later, they find that, of course, he's been to that residence, his car was seen, and then all the other evidence they found with the DNA and everything else. So it really is a damning case. I hate it for these families.
And I look, the public defender, like I said, I've been there. My heart goes out to her because I know she's not pro-murder, and I hope she will do a job consistent with the Constitution, put the prosecution to its test beyond a reasonable doubt, and in the end, justice hopefully will be done. Anyway, J-Town, thank you.
Thank you, Greta.
And if you thought the Jeffrey Epstein saga was over, wrong. Think again. Shocking new developments coming out of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Now, that was the home base for Epstein's human trafficking scheme. Correspondent Sarah Williamson is outside the headquarters of J.P. Morgan Chase with the story. Sarah?
Greta, this is a story that really reads like a Hollywood script. The governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands firing Attorney General Denise George on New Year's Eve for reasons unspecified. But just days earlier, on Tuesday, the 27th of December, Attorney General George filed a lawsuit in the Federal Court of Manhattan claiming the bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, was allegedly turning a blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking schemes for decades. Now, the suit claims that the bank supposedly concealed Epstein's wire and cash transactions, is aware that the criminal enterprise was ongoing, and should have reported its client to law enforcement as part of its anti-money laundering procedures. Now, you're probably wondering what the problem is here and why this would lead to her termination. Well, it turns out that Jeffrey Epstein had apparently been buddying up with the Virgin Islands government for the past 20 years. Since he purchased Little St. James in 1998, Epstein had made numerous charitable contributions to schools and organisations throughout the territory and had connections to officials in various roles. The former First Lady, Cecile de Jong, even worked for Epstein, spending 20 years as office manager at his company Southern Trust. And in return for all his generosity, it is reported that Epstein was granted a 90% tax exemption on his income tax and a 100% exemption on gross receipts and excise taxes. And even when the U.S. Virgin Islands government knew that he was a convicted and registered sex offender, the islands still gave him these tax exemptions. And Greta, something on the side here, and I'm by no means suggesting that these two are connected, but coincidentally, this all happened while President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden were vacationing in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Like I said, it was at the exact same time as this was all going down. Now, I have reached out to a number of people who were involved in the case, and I'm still waiting for all of them to respond. But this is a story that I am going to be following closely, so I will keep on top of it for you. Greta?
Sarah Williamson, thank you. Coming up, is allowing more migrants to enter the U.S. the answer to solving the nation's migrant crisis? President Biden says so. I'll explain after this.
No blind rhetoric. No talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
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 They don't tell me how to think. They let me decide.
Real news for real people. We've moved so far away from the Constitution that in many ways we don't even recognize it.
In Hillsdale College's most popular online course, Constitution 101, distinguished politics professors teach you the meaning and history of the Constitution, how it's been undermined, and what it will take to restore it. Absolutely free at learnfromhillsdale.org. You'll learn the principles of American government, discover how the founders established the freest and most prosperous nation in history, see the ways we have moved beyond the Constitution in the past, and how we face a new crisis posed by the rise of the bureaucratic state.
We think that we're becoming more advanced by abandoning the Constitution and adopting something like an administrative state. But what we're in fact doing is becoming more primitive. We are regressing.
When you learn the facts about the Constitution and see that its principles are just as important today as when first written, you'll understand why we must fight to recover it for future generations.
Almost everybody in America, even people of very different perspectives, senses there's something deeply wrong with our political life. Recovery of the earlier constitutional understanding, I believe it's useful to help guide us, but at the very least, we have to understand it.
This exceptional content is available to you now. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today. When you sign up, you'll enjoy 12 easy-to-follow lessons and be able to separate truth from fiction regarding the Constitution. Join more than 1 million Americans who've taken Constitution 101 or enjoy one of the many other course opportunities by signing up for free today.
This course helped me understand what I should have been taught starting in grade school.
The free course makes you realize how truly unique America is and how fortunate we are to live here.
To start your journey discovering the Constitution free of charge, go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
The royal drama surrounding the royal family is growing. Prince Harry has a new tell-all titled Spare that will be released on Tuesday. It's rumored to be raw, skewering many, including his brother and the king. Why is he doing this? Here's Prince Harry.
Every single time I've tried to do it privately, there have been briefings and leakings and planting of stories against me and my wife. You know, the family motto is never complain, never explain. They will feed or have a conversation with the correspondent, and that correspondent will literally be spoon-fed information and write the story. And then at the bottom of it, they will say that they've reached out to Buckingham Palace for comment. But the whole story is Buckingham Palace commenting. So when we're being told for the last 6 years, we can't put a statement out to protect you, but you do it for other members of the family, there becomes a point when silence is betrayal.
Journalist and former member of European Parliament, Alex Phillips, joins me. Alex, you know, it's hard, at least for me, to see him as the victim. He's got a $145 million price tag that they've put together, both Prince Harry and his wife, on this. Is he, I mean, am I being harsh with Prince Harry, or, you know, what's your thought on this?
I think a lot of people in Britain would agree with you, and actually I hope a lot of people in America as well, because as far as I can see, what this couple have done is cashed in on the brand of the UK royal family. It's a constitutional monarchy. It means something very important in our governmental system here. Tried to play themselves out as the victims, attacked the media while courting it, told a lot of untruths. But one thing I'm concerned about is, why is he doing this? Because he's now burnt bridges with his own family. I think he destroyed his reputation. He's destroying the reputation of the current king and the future king. And for what? Is it just to gain celebrity? I think they're running out of road here. I mean, what are they going to do next to stay relevant? And the royal family obviously cannot reply to this. They have a mantra of never complain, never explain. But do they even need to respond? I mean, it's a rather tawdry exercise that the Duke and Duchess of Montecito, as I like to call them, are conducting at the moment.
You know, you think of like Prince Philip, and Prince Philip, who just died recently, of course, the Queen as well. And I remember the scenes where you saw Prince Philip walking with the two boys, William and Harry, behind Princess Diana's casket a number of years ago. And then yet in the later years, I mean, it's like, you know, did he have to put that much turmoil? Couldn't he have gone away quietly? I guess he wouldn't have gotten 145 million. You don't get 145 million for being quiet. But, you know, do you think he's trying to destroy the royal family?
Well, one can only assume he's trying to get some sort of vengeance. Perhaps that should have been the title of his book. But I think in this process, he's actually rather destroying himself. And some of the rather extraordinary things he's done, for instance, he's bragged about the number of people he killed in Afghanistan. That's putting a target on his own head and that of his family. If he ever thought that his mother's life was imperiled, well, surely he's just done the same to his own family. So I don't know who's advising Prince Harry now. I think he's a very troubled man. I think that people can understand that growing up in a goldfish bowl of being a part of one of the most famous families in the world, the brewing resentment he clearly has against his older brother for having more significance due to the lineage of the monarchy in the family. And I think what's happened is he's married a woman who equally wants to court celebrity and relevance, and the two have become two peas in a pod. But I think that that's becoming more and more transparent. I think whereas before people might have had sympathy, I think a lot of people now are raising their eyebrows and saying, well, come on, at some point you stop throwing your family under a bus, especially in front of a global audience. It doesn't seem thought through.
Alex, stay right there. We're going to bring in John Brown, the former advisor to British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Good evening, sir. And we've got the coronation of the King coming up. And look, I had an enormous amount of respect for the Queen. I'll never forget her playing, I think it was a Star-Spangled Banner the day after 9/11 as a respect to America and our great relationship. Do you expect Prince Harry to show up at this coronation? Will he be invited?
Well, as you say, I think Queen Elizabeth the Great was a truly great monarch.
and a most difficult act to follow. And I think King Charles sees that and is doing a very fine job. And to have Prince Harry cast a mote right into the middle of this difficult time is just appalling to me. I don't know the inside story of whether he's going to be invited or not. But I think that the king has bent backwards to welcome Meghan into the family and to be kind to Harry. And now we see a slight warning of what's to happen, that his brother William pushed him to the floor. But these are both brothers. What siblings have never had a tussle? They're both soldiers. You know, what a whim to start complaining about his brother. Spoiled brat. And that's what he's acting. As Alex just said, he's cashing in to make a lot of money by absolutely disgracing his family, and his family are right to circle the wagons.
Alex, is there a way, and I'll ask you the same question, John, after that, is there a way to measure how the British subjects feel about this? I know how I feel about it. I know how a lot of Americans do, not all, but how do the Brits feel about this?
Well, I live in Florida, but I stay very close to my regiment and to friends in England, and I'm picking up that he's almost an outcast now. I mean, the basic people love the Queen. They not only respected her, they loved her. And they have great time for the new king and for Prince William. And they think this is a delicate time, as it is for the monarchy, and think it's just appalling, spoilt brat, wimpish behavior to try and wreck it. And he's most unpopular.
Alex, besides the fact that, you know, of what the money and doing and playing the victim or whatever, the monarchy is important to the world. And I mean, I get the sense that he doesn't have an appreciation, Alex, for how important the monarchy is to the British and also to others.
Well, if he doesn't, I mean, what did he garner from growing up inside it? I mean, what Americans sometimes don't understand is the monarchy is still our head of state. And because we have this peculiar protocol, quite unique to our country, where we have a monarchy who actually rubber stamps all of our laws and legislation, but they don't actually enact power. They don't resist those laws. They don't block legislation. There is this principle that they do not become political. They never play their own cards. And that is what Meghan has wanted to do from the beginning, because she sees the royal family more like some sort of posh Kardashian operation. And she's got her own personal ambitions and likes to play the part of activist and advocate. And a lot of people have often questioned Harry's intellectual ability, let's say. But what's become clear through this constant publicity is the fact that he is desperate for attention. He wants attention so much. But what I do find quite cynical, if I turned around and said, I want to sell my story to the world of all the things I saw in politics, the things I've seen in broadcasting, I would hope my other half would put his arm around me and say, are you sure you want to do that? Do you not think that that's going to be rather self-destructive? She's not done that. She's his enabler.
Alex Phillips, John Brown, thank you both very much. And finally, we got some good news. Nearly 72 hours after being resuscitated during cardiac arrest on the field on Monday night, Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is showing remarkable improvement. Today, doctors at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center shared details about his condition, and that's the good news. Here it is.
We would like to share that there has been substantial improvement in his condition over the past 24 hours. We had significant concern about him after the injury and after the event that happened on the field, but he is making substantial progress. As of this morning, he is beginning to awaken, and it appears that his neurological condition and function is intact. We are very proud to report that, very happy for him and for his family and for the Buffalo Bills organization. That he is making improvement. He continues to be critically ill and continues to undergo intensive care in our surgical and trauma ICU. He did not speak. He was able to communicate in writing. When he asked, did we win? The answer is yes. You know, Damar, you won. You've won the game of life.
Substantial progress. Love hearing that. And of course, it's very encouraging. The record continues after this.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. little ones to him belong. They are weak, but he is strong.
Since 1816, American Bible Society has distributed millions of Bibles to people here in the U.S., in the military, and around the world, thanks to believers like you. But so many more people are still waiting. Please call or go online to givebiblesnow.org and give $20 a month, just 67 cents a day. And you'll put Bibles and scripture resources into the hands and hearts of those who need His Word, who need His love so urgently. When you use your credit card to make your monthly gift of $20 or more, we'll send you this canvas tote to help you spread the good news of God's love in your community too. Yes, Jesus loves them, but they'll never know without a Bible.
The Bible tells me so.
Please call or go online to givebiblesnow.org and make your monthly gift.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
They're just kids, hungry, homeless, and vulnerable. Abused kids often feel safer on the street. Now, more than ever, that's the most dangerous place of all. Covenant House is rescuing and protecting kids during this COVID-19 crisis. We're providing safe shelter to thousands, but the need is overwhelming, and no child is ever turned away. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month to help a homeless child. You'll provide safe shelter, hot meals, and medical care. Your gift will show our kids they're loved. Homeless kids are afraid and alone, with nowhere else to turn.
You want to know that there's somewhere you can go that's safe. So the Covenant House did that for us.
Please call now. With your gift of $19 a month, we'll send you this soft, comforting blanket to show you're helping our kids. Please don't wait. In our national crisis, your gift is the lifeline a child needs. Please call or go online to safeplacetosleep.org now. Thank you for saving precious lives.
Nebraska Republican Congressman-elect Don Bacon joins me. Good evening, sir. And tell me, I'm looking at the numbers of this vote for Speaker of the House. It hasn't changed since round one, very little. We're now on round 11. You have been quoted as saying that the people who are voting against Kevin McCarthy are folks they refuse to be on the team, that they hurt their entire Republican Party, they hurt Congress, they hurt you 2 years from now, and they bear responsibility. And when you say these things, what do the 20 or so say back to you?
They're not talking to me too much, Greta. I've been very pointed about this going back for a month. By the way, it's great to be talking to you. It's an honor to talk to you, Greta. But I haven't had many conversations with these folks in the last couple of weeks because I have called them out repeatedly. When initially 85% of our conference voted for Kevin McCarthy, at that point we should coalesce and be a team. But they would never take yes for an answer. And now we're at 91% or 90% for them. And teams got to coalesce. You know, we have a primaries. You get behind your nominee, but once they win, and they refuse to do it. In fact, they've then come in with 2 sets of rounds of demands, and Kevin McCarthy met them both times and gave almost every one of their demands as concessions to them. Then they came with a third round Monday night, wanting chairmanships on committees, wanted extra quotas in the Appropriations, Ways and Means, and the Rules Committee. And we're a merit-based conference, the GOP is. We don't give people positions because they're demanding it for votes. And it was wrong. And so they have hurt the team. They can't get to yes. They act like they're always going to be in the minority.
So what are you going to what are you going to do about them? Because I imagine they hang out together. They're not going to like mix with the rest of you at this point. But what are you going to do?
This is what I hear. Now, this is hearsay because I'm already a supporter of Kevin. But I've heard through good sources that he's got agreement from many of these tonight. I don't know that's enough to get him over the finish line, but there's a chunk of these 20 that he's got them to a yes. And I don't know when they're going to vote as a block, but at some point they're going to switch over. I still think I don't know this because this is hearsay. I don't think it's going to be enough yet to get him the speakership. But what we got to do is tell their constituents, hey, we're not solving America's problems. We're not getting the conservative agenda done. We're not working on inflation. We're not supporting law enforcement. We're not fixing the border. We're not defending ourselves with China. It's because of these 20 or whatever number it comes down to. I already see a lot of conservative commentators going after them because they know what's wrong. And we need them to feel the heat. We need constituents to call them and say, hey, you're hurting America. You're hurting the conservatives. You're hurting the GOP. But if these 5 or 6 or 7, whatever it ends up to be, can't get to yes, at some point, Kevin's going to have to work across the aisle and get some kind of agreement to get him over the finish line. I hope it does not come to that, but it may.
He needs to find, there are 5 that don't like Kevin McCarthy. I don't think they're ever going to vote for him. So he needs to find 5 Democrats who will step up and vote, essentially, right?
Well, at that point, he just need 1. He may need 1 or 2 to just vote present or not show up.
And is there have you got your eyes on anybody? You think anybody's out there who's a possibility?
Well, we've had discussions with the rank and file, I would say more at an unofficial level. And there's been some dialogue with the leadership. But we just wanted to lay the foundation that if at some point these 5, 6, or 7 people can't get to yes, that we're going to have to make a deal. It may be a deal on committee ratios. It may have to be a deal on rules. There's a variety of things that can be tackled here. I don't want to do that. But when 5 or 6, 7 Republicans refuse to be part of the team, well, then you got to look for other options.
I think you better go to Plan B. I think that's probably where you're headed. You better find one of those Democrats who will help you out on that one, or a couple of them. Congressman Don Bacon, thank you. Of course, we're watching. We're on Vote 11. Thank you, sir. The record continues after this.
This country was made by tax rebels, freedom fighters, gold seekers, believers, lovers, and true patriots. We're Newsmax, and we're their heirs, and so are you. Newsmax TV, real news for real people.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, you know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow.
Thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going? Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Political analyst Mark Halperin joins me. Mark, is it time for Republicans to look across the aisle and peel off a Democrat?
Good evening, Greta. No, my magic 8-ball says it's going to be at least 2 more rounds, not of votes for McCarthy, but 2 other Republicans are going to have a chance if McCarthy withdraws to try to get the votes without Democratic help. If those 2 fail, then I think it might be time to turn to the Democrats. But Republicans are too proud to do that, and it would create so much complexity for whoever became Speaker if they tried to get it with Democratic help.
Thank you, Mark Halperin. We'll see. We're in vote number 11. Rob Schmidt tonight is up next. Thank you, Mark. Rob Schmidt tonight is up next. Rob, I see you're going to talk about this as well. I think it's actually time for.
He's been in politics all of his adult life. I thought he was supposed to be good at politics. What's going on? 11 times he's lost. Now they adjourned. They'll try it again tomorrow. They're negotiating tonight. We'll see what happens. The country is not coming apart, and the party is going to be just fine. This started on Tuesday. It is now Thursday. But I'll say this for the Democrats. Hakeem, I think that's his name, Hakeem Jeffries is the new minority leader of the Democrats. 212 Democrats. How many voted for Hakeem? All of them. All of them on the first try, huh? Hey, with that kind of party discipline, and the Democrats have party discipline, don't they? You can achieve all kinds of things with party discipline. This is party discipline. This is party discipline right out of the communist playbook. With this kind of party discipline, you can suppress free speech. You can screw with viruses. You can conduct genocidal campaigns. Nothing like that's going to happen, but, a little bit of dissension is actually okay. It's just fine. What's happening in the Congress right now? I can live with it, and I do believe so can you, and so can the country. Kevin, I'm not sure if he's going to pull it out. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. I think we're going to get somebody good. Might be him, President says he's good. That's good enough for me. Some of these other names, they seem pretty strong as well. I'll tell you what, though, it's not what the mainstream media are telling us all the time.
Happening now, breaking news. We're following chaos at the U.S. Capitol.
It is the story tonight, the chaos in the Capitol.
Our adversaries around the world are watching this chaos and instability.
At this hour, chaos in the Capitol and nothing but questions about really what is going to happen next.
It's chaos. It's dysfunction. Quite honestly, it's a clown show.
Wow, it's all chaos in our adversaries. What are they going to launch a sneak attack right now? Okay, let's take a look at the chaos, all right? This is what they call chaos.
Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Neguse. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy.
All right. Actually, it seems rather orderly. Actually, it seems like attendance in 5th grade. She actually looks like my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Keys. Great woman. This is chaos. I've seen Parliament when they're yelling and screaming and shouting. I actually think it's good that members are getting up, making their case, exchanging ideas all day long. It's fine. I can live with this. I think America can. These cable news stations got to hype something up. Why not this? Now, what else is it? It's chaotic, and it must be bad for Trump.
It turns out having Trump is no longer enough. Trump is not enough.
This is something that Trump has brought about. You know, this is something that makes Trump look very, very bad.
They've now turned on Donald Trump, their leader. MAGA has turned on Trump, which is extraordinary.
Remember, Donald Trump created these people, but now they're like the they're like the robots in Terminator, becoming self-aware and then taking over.
Not funny. Trump is not afraid to get involved. He's not afraid to stick his neck out for things he believes in. And oh, by the way, I don't think he's passionate about Kevin McCarthy. He likes him. He kind of wants him, but I think he can live without him. We'll see. But I like that Donald Trump gets involved in this kind of stuff. You know who wouldn't? You know who wouldn't stick his neck out for anybody if there was even a small chance that it might not work out? Obama. He was all about, well, Obama and looking elegant and cool and not breaking a sweat. Getting stuff done. Endorsing people who might not win. That's actually leadership. This is stylish. By the way, President Trump's latest Truth Social reads as follows. Ooh, it's a big one. Let's cut it down here. I actually think that a big Republican victory today, after going through numerous roll calls that failed to produce a Speaker of the House, has made the position and process of getting to be Speaker bigger and more important than if it were done in the more traditional way. That's true. Everybody's going to know the Speaker after this, much like me. Again, becoming president after having won big in 2016, got many millions of more votes in 2020, but supposedly not winning, big lie, and then winning again in 2024. Only him, and I love it. All right, so it's bad for Trump, and also bad for America. This indecision about a speaker, is it really bad for America? That's what they say.
The power's been pushed to the extremes. It's unrepresentative of the Republic at large. And that's the thing. This isn't just bad for the Republican Party. This is bad for the Republic.
This chaos in the Republican Party is bad for the country.
As long as this spectacle is going on, the Democrats probably figure it from a political standpoint, this is good for them. It's bad for the country.
All right. It's Thursday. This started on Tuesday. May I see the calendar, please? There's plenty of time. All right. You see the little red dot there? Okay, that's where we are. We started. Some years, we wouldn't even be back at work by now, right? Depending upon when New Year's Day is. So, you know what is bad for the country? Take a look at these numbers. 9.1 million federal employees, and we've got basically 537 elected people to look after them. Who's going to win that? Who's going to win that? And by the way, we should take out those who are in the military. Let's take them out of the equation. We still have, 7.8 million federal employees. You know, I hear a lot of folks say, well, we should have term limits. Guess what? Those bureaucrats are not term limited. I don't know if I want term limits, actually. I used to like it. No, the bureaucrats. That guy was talking about the robots gaining self-knowledge. No, the bureaucrats, they are in charge. We need our representatives to counteract them. You know what? They work in places like this. Have you ever seen this place? This is the new IRS corporate headquarters, they call it. It's one of the biggest buildings in the world in suburban Washington, D.C., in Maryland. That was not in the Constitution, all right? The IRS, tell me where. No, this stuff potentially is a danger to the country if it gets out of hand. Now, the Republican Party is not enjoying this week. I know that. But let's think a little bit about what the Republican Party has been through. I mean, on a day-to-day basis, they are attacked by the media, by Democrats, by Republicans. Republicans. Remember the Lincoln Project? These are Republicans talking about Republicans.
Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the screamers, the criminals, the carnival barkers and their loyal clowns, the ones who don't like differences. They hate the rules and they have no respect for you.
Yeah, that's a Republican group who ran that ad. These are the guys who paid for imitation white supremacists to show up at Republican events. And, ooh, look at these Republicans. They're white supremacists. A total fraud conducted by the Lincoln Project. This Steve Schmidt character, is he still associated with the Lincoln Project? He helped get it started. He was John McCain's right-hand man. John McCain, great war hero, terrible U.S. senator. But this guy, as a Republican, was waging war against Republicans, and he's proud of it, sabotaging the Trump White House.
We had a psychological profile of Donald Trump. We had psychological profiles of Donald Trump's team. We analyzed the organization. We understood the fissures in it. We knew where the factions were. And we did everything we could to antagonize him, to destabilize him. We did everything we could to cause chaos within his organization. We take some pride because I think that we're one of the first groups that really hurt him over the last 5 years politically by turning and attacking him.
The swamp out to sabotage the Trump White House. The Republicans, they were all doing it. So there are some schisms. There's still some friction. We've been here before. Hey, who remembers in the 90s? We had a very rapid turnover of speakers. There were some personal scandals, totally overblown. One of my favorites, Newt Gingrich, was forced out. And then another guy came and went real quick. Take a look.
Marianne and I are, I think, very happy with the decision. We think it was best for the House Republican Party. We're looking into all the details and all the legalities of what it would mean to resign and under what circumstances they could have a special election.
I was prepared to lead our narrow majority as Speaker, and I believe I had it in me to do a fine job. I will not stand for Speaker of the House on January 6th. You will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God. I do.
That was a lot of turnover. Arguably, that was chaos. So where are we right now? We're still hearing from those who say they'll never vote for Kevin McCarthy. At this point, I got to tell you, I think it's getting risky. It's getting very risky. Now, they may be making good points from time to time, but, you know, the world is a complex place. This Congressman Rosendale, he was on our show the other night. He's a Republican from Montana. Take a listen.
Change is uncomfortable. We understand that. But it is not unachievable. And we must make change in this broken system. We must. The current leadership that is in place will continue and support the use of earmarks in this body, and that is the golden trail to corruption. The golden trail to corruption. It is a way to buy votes and spread money around this body from places outside of this city that leads to bad legislation and bad decisions.
Well, there's a lot of truth there, but Congressman Rosendale only got to Congress 2 years ago. And that's good to a point. Remember what we were talking about of all the millions of permanent bureaucrats in the federal government, 7.1 million of them? They're going to run circles around some of these new members of Congress. They're poised to. And that's one of the things Kevin's got going for him. I mean, yeah, career politicians, I know, we're not crazy about them, right? But they know how the world works. And I do think that Kevin, they've gotten his attention. And this guy is probably going to be as MAGA as they come if he actually gets the speakership. We'll see. Lauren Boebert has been making a lot of points on the floor.
America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional republic at work. I'm a mom of 4 boys. I know what chaos and dysfunction looks like. This is actually a really beautiful thing to be here with all of my colleagues debating. Just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years that we have served here in Washington, D.C. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme, there's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. We don't govern in fear. We govern for the people on principle. Don't be afraid to do the right thing.
Love Lauren Boebert, love the passion, agree with her about a lot of stuff. But Washington is a very tricky place. If a couple of people are absent, if the Democrats come up with some plan, we could get somebody like Fred Upton, crazy outgoing rhino from Minnesota, as the speaker. We got to be careful here. Kevin may not be perfect, but he's better than the alternatives. I don't think Steve Scalise has the support. Doesn't look like it. Byron Donalds, great guy, but that is a pipe dream at this point. Oh, by the way, she was right about the debate. They never actually debate. And this is a very rare thing. They only have it full for photo opportunities when the Ukraine president comes by. Otherwise, you know what it looks like in the House of Representatives? Take a look at this.
First of all, I think to look at the larger picture. The fact is that the United States cannot possibly sustain $200 billion a year deficits for year after year after year. The fact is that the large liberal welfare state that we inherited, that came to us through the last 30 years of adding more bureaucracy, more offices in Washington, more transfer payments.
Empty hall. The cameras are now rigged so they almost never show the entire room, especially when it's empty. That's a famous moment from, I don't know, 20 or so years ago. So the full house, I don't think we have to be spooked by that, but we do have to be spooked by the continuing delay. Arguably, we are being held hostage by a very small number of people. And I think something really bad could happen if this goes on for much longer. I'm not panicking. It's not chaos, but it's getting dangerous. I'll be right back.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Got a grumpy back? What if you could turn that frown upside down? Get your happy back with Teeter Fit Spine, the natural back pain solution that has helped over 3 million people live more and ache less.
My back was pretty bad. I got on the teeter, I felt it just alleviating, just stretching. I could go out, I could play basketball with my kids. I'm a new person. My back feels the best it's ever felt.
Simply lie back and let gravity do the work. In just a few minutes a day, Teeter Fit Spine helps decompress your back, relax tense muscles, realign your spine, and reduce nerve pressure to naturally relieve your back pain. FDA registered, Teeter Fit Spine is indicated for 10 back pain conditions, including herniated discs, sciatica, degenerative disc disease, and more.
From my neck to my toes, everything feels better. It helps me relax better, my back feels better, and it's just changed my general quality of life every minute of every day. It is really, really liberating.
Only Teeter Fit Spine is designed with a decompressive surface and integrated tools to help deepen your stretch and enhance your relief. Fit Spine heat-treated steel is 73% stronger and lasts 10 times longer, making it the most durable, comfortable, and effective inversion table ever.
It's built like a daggone tank. It's the most simple machine that's changed my life.
It's so easy. Every little movement controls the machine.
That's why I got a teeter inversion table. And you get on it and you feel secure, you feel safe, and you feel your spine open up. It's great. It's brilliant.
The teeter table is the best health investment that I've ever made.
No pills, no appointments. Get natural back pain relief at home in just minutes a day. Save big on the all-new Teeter Fit Spine for a limited time only at tryteeter.com. Plus, get 0 down, 0% interest, free shipping, and a 60-day return guarantee. Get your happy back at tryteeter.com.
Your brain is an amazing thing, but as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours, like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes, and lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Okay, the border is wide open, and they like it that way, the Democrats do. All that cheap labor. The globalists are into that. And all of those people on the left, the Democrats see them as future Democrat voters, or at least people they can portray as voting Democrat. So let's face it, Joe has got to look like he's doing something on the border. So he came out today and made an announcement that, well, basically, it seems to me they're going to not try to stop those who shouldn't be coming from coming, but to accommodate those who are coming. More judges, more hearings for those seeking asylum in America. Joe has it, well, not all wrong. I guess he's just doing what he's being told and lying about us, by the way.
Think about it. Even back in days when it's so easy to demagogue this issue.
Pretty long pause there, right? Check out Kamala. She gets She knows he's losing it. Uh-oh. And it's getting awkward. And she grimaces any moment now, like, uh-oh, this is getting painful. You see it? Yep. I feel your pain, Kamala. That must be awkward for you. Gosh. Later, she gets bailed out. She bails out Joe verbally. You got to be really in a tough spot if she bails you out verbally. This is next.
Title 42 is going to go away before the end of the year in terms of the Supreme Court, my prediction. And then we're going to have to use Title 8. 8, right? Am I right? Yeah, Title 8. 8, 9. And
8, 9, 9, 8, 42, keep 42. They want to get rid of it, although they really in their hearts probably don't. They're all mixed up and they're all incompetent and also slightly sinister. Actually, a lot sinister. Anyway, it was confusing. It was opaque on purpose. How about some clarity? Today, Donald Trump actually talked about the issues, talked about substance. The entire mainstream media ignored it when he came out with his statement about the crisis at the border.
Fentanyl, heroin, meth, and other lethal drugs are pouring across our wide-open border, stealing hundreds of thousands of beautiful American lives, and it's happening like never before in our history. Children are being left without parents, families are being ripped apart, communities are being decimated. Our neighbors and fellow citizens are having their entire worlds destroyed like nobody thought possible.
This is leadership. This is what President Joe Biden should be doing, but never could and never would. Next.
Biden's open border policies are a deadly betrayal of our nation. When I am president, it will be the policy of the United States to take down the cartels, just as we took down ISIS and the ISIS caliphate.
That's not empty talk. You know, he did that. Everybody forgets because everyone ignored it. This man was responsible for ridding the world of ISIS. It actually happened. It was him. He promised he would do it, and he did it. And nobody writes it down. Nobody remembers. Next.
I will order the Department of Defense to make appropriate use of special forces, cyber warfare, and other overt and covert actions to inflict maximum damage on cartel leadership, infrastructure, and operations.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Why not? Why not? He was talking about this during his presidency and shut down by the Pentagon. The swamp said, you can't do that. He knows the swamp so much better and nothing will stop him. Next, please.
The drug cartels and their allies in the Biden administration have the blood of countless millions on their hands. Millions and millions of families and people are being destroyed. When I'm back in the White House, the drug kingpins and vicious traffickers will never sleep soundly again. We did it once, and we did it better than anybody else. There's never been a better border than we had just 2 years ago. It was strong, it was powerful, and it was respected all over the world. And now we're laughed at all over the world. And we're not going to let that happen much longer. We have to take over, we have to be tough, we have to be smart, we have to be fair. But if we don't do something immediately, our country is gone.
How can a Democrat actually argue with that substantively on the merits of the argument? How can they? He's completely right. And boy, he looks good, right? The only thing is, he's got to start putting this stuff out on Twitter. Okay, they removed the block because no one is talking about this kind of stuff like they used to. Used to dominate the internet. He's not doing that with True Social, although I love True Social. Meanwhile, back to the White House, they're just laughing it all off and having a fine time.
Are you still monitoring the speaker's race? Are you still watching the speaker's race?
I'm following with great, how can I say it?
Attention.
Have you decided? I tell you, if you're getting bailed out by Kamala, you're in trouble. And so are we. When we come back, extra trouble in New York City. The silliest person in the world is the mayor of New York. It is very sad. Listen to this.
So those people who are praying for the plane to crash, you on the plane. You on the plane. We should all be praying Eric land this thing.
Oh, man, he does not know how to fly. That's the problem. We'll be right back.
So I had to quit college to help my mom, but I never wanted to quit my dream of a career in IT.
There are over 260,000 IT support specialist job openings in America. On Coursera, you can earn Google's IT Support Professional Certificate, designed to prepare you for an IT support career in about 5 months for $39 a month. No degree or experience needed.
My job now is amazing. I can spend more time with my family.
Find courses, certificates, and degrees on Coursera. Join for free at Coursera.org. Coursera, learn without limits.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. Down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together, we're gonna make it through. Will you walk with me? Oh, I'll walk with you. Walk with me, and I'll walk with you.
When people call and they say they've tried lots of diets, nothing's worked, or they've lost the same 10, 20, 50 pounds over and over again, they need a real solution.
I've always fought with 5 to 10 pounds all the time, eating all these different things and nothing's ever working.
I've done the diets, all the diets. Before Golo, I was barely eating, but the weight wasn't going anywhere.
The secret to losing weight and keeping it off is managing insulin and glucose. Golo takes a systematic approach to eating that focuses on optimizing insulin levels. We tackle the cause of weight gain, not just the symptom. When you have good metabolic health, weight loss is easy.
I always thought it would be so difficult to lose weight, but with Golo, it wasn't. The weight just fell off.
I have people come up to me all the time and ask me, does it really work? And all I have to say is, here I am, it works.
My advice for everyone is to go with Golo. It will release your fat and it will release you.
It's one of the biggest lies out there that MAGA is somehow racist. A cheap, foolish lie. This is one of my favorite images, quite frankly, that I've ever seen. It's from the 2020 Republican National Convention. Donald Trump presided over a citizenship ceremony for new citizens from all over the world. Africa, South America, South Asia. Amazing. And you know what? People who come here from other places legally and take the oath of citizenship, we love them. And if you ever looked at that oath of allegiance, you got to look at it sometime. People who come here legally and do everything you have to do to become a citizen of America, they promise to pick up arms if ordered for America. People who are born here don't have to do that for the most part, right? It's part of the deal. And they also have to go to work building stuff for the national defense in the civilian world, if so ordered. They promise to do that. We love folks from all over the place. We really do. But the lie about MAGA, that full of white supremacists and all that nonsense, it's really starting to stick, and we got to do something about it.
The beginning of ending up at genocide is separating people into groups and having us and them. And, you know, that is what the white supremacists in this country are trying to do.
Recognizing that the root fuel of anti-Semitism is the same as anti-blackness, and that it's that when those two forces combine, you get white supremacy.
All right. They're wasting their time. White supremacy is not the problem. Now, white supremacy is a problem. It's horrible. It's a ludicrous ideology, and they should be condemned totally. But it's extremely rare. Now, take a look at this. They're talking about anti-Semitism. Look at these numbers from the Jewish News Service. Anti-Semitic crimes in New York City committed by 64% of them. You see the numbers right there. 3% waged by people who happen to be white. And look at these numbers, by the way. Crime is going up very dramatically here in New York City. Most of these crimes are being committed by young men of color. It's a fact. It might make people uncomfortable. I'll have more to say about that in a moment. But first, our silly Billy mayor, what's his name? Eric Adams. Oh boy, this guy. Well, take a look.
And I'm going to say this again. I'm the pilot. I'm the pilot. Everyone else is a passenger. So those people who are praying for the plane to crash, you on the plane. You on the plane. We should all be praying, Eric, land this thing. Let's land this thing. Tell them that. We're going to land this thing.
He just wants to be a gangster with the swagger. He talks about that. I got swagger. Pilot, plane, talking about himself in the third person. You know, he got elected mayor because he looked good in a suit. And maybe that's what he's talking about with the pilot, but he doesn't know how to fly a plane. Like this kid. You put a cute little kid in the plane, that's a adorable picture, but he doesn't know how to fly yet. And neither does Eric Adams. And it's a tragedy. It really is. It's a tragedy that we're not having a more open and honest conversation in this country about a lot of things. Crime, race, yes, needs to be addressed. White supremacy is not the problem. I have a new book. It comes out Tuesday. I hope you check it out. It's called Justice for All: How the Left is Wrong About Law Enforcement. Published by Simon & Schuster's Threshold Editions. I'm very, very proud of it. And since Barack Obama won't do it, since the mainstream media won't do it, I did it. I talk about race. It fell to me to talk about the destruction of the black family and the pernicious effect of Black Lives Matter, socialist, sickening ideology that is ripping this country apart, yet corporations are putting the BLM logo still right next to their logo on products. It's sickening. We go into the history of that, how BLM started actually to bail out Barack Obama politically. I address the January 6th situation. It's a defense of law enforcement. And I also talk a lot about my personal journey. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll be right back.
What if your body didn't have to hurt after being active? Introducing Stoco, the world's first medical-grade knee brace built into athletic clothing, providing support that helps you eliminate pain, overcome injuries, and stay active. Engineered with 90 feet of high-strength cables and on-the-fly adjustability, Stoco is trusted by Olympians, professionals, and everyday athletes who want one thing: more activity and less pain. Get back to what you love with Stoco.
I use Book a Limo on all my trips. They have drivers everywhere.
I always feel safe when I travel with their chauffeurs, from hello to goodbye.
Checking rates, booking, and managing clients' reservations online is so easy.
The confirmations, trip reminders, and car status updates are great when I'm on the go.
I want my clients to have the best experience during their trip. That's why I've used Book a Limo for the past 30 years.
What's your destination? Book a limo, any car, anywhere.
Bond Arms is proud to introduce their newest gun, the Stinger. The all-stainless steel Stinger RS weighs only 16 ounces and is half the width of a traditional Bond Arms gun. And the stainless Stinger RS comes in at an inflation-fighting low price of only $279.
The new Stinger is amazingly slimmer. It's half the width and half the weight.
American Rifleman says the overall fit and finish of the new Stinger is top-notch.
We've got the ultra-thin polymer grips, which will be really good for pocket carry or deep conceal.
The Stinger was recently featured on Gun Stories with Joe Montaigne.
The newest line from Bond Arms is the Stinger, chambered in .380 ACP and 9mm It's much lighter and thinner than the standard Bond Arms Derringer, and the best part, it's less expensive.
The biggest innovation that they've done, you can't really tell from looking at it from the side, but if we turn it to the rear, you can see that the gun is just a little over a half-inch thick. If you don't include the grips, it's right at about a half-inch. So that's almost half the width of a standard Bond Arms Derringer. It's also almost half the weight of a normal Bond Arms Derringer.
The ultralight Stinger with the aluminum frame comes in either 9mm or 380 ACP and costs $389. The all stainless steel Stinger RS also comes in 9mm or 380 ACP, but costs only $279. And introducing the new 22 long rifle Stinger RS for only $269. A great price for a new Bond Arms gun. Bond Arms guns are now available at Bass Pro, Cabela's, Academy, and many more fine firearms dealers across the country. For more information on where to get your new Bond Arms Stinger, go to getbondarms.com. That's getbondarms.com.
So when I was 11 years old, back in the early 1980s, late 70s, something like that, it was a very confusing time, on the edge of puberty, right? And all kinds of, it wasn't easy. What is it like today, huh? With social media, with cell phones, with everything goes, and all this fixation on gender. So a while back, an 11-year-old student told her teacher that she was transitioning to something called genderqueer. 11 years old, wants to be genderqueer. The teacher, I think very wisely and soundly, gave the parents a call. And now that teacher is in a lot of trouble, has been for a while. Bonnie Manchester is a former Massachusetts school teacher. She was terminated. She's waging a lawsuit. Bonnie, welcome to Newsmax. And forgive me, that was the Reader's Digest version. I hope is that how it kind of went down?
Yes, thank you for having me on such an important topic like public education. That's pretty much how it went down. I was a public school teacher for 21 years. Never had a problem, never had a letter in my file, never had a parent complaint. And all of a sudden, pretty much came to my doorstep with books in our library that were being provided to the students. And when I saw these books, I started asking questions, and that's when I realized what I was doing was very unpopular, and that I needed to. I was being told that it was an isolated incident, and that things were being handled.
All right, wait a second though. The books. How do the books? The student comes to you, and what grade is this, by the way, please?
This is 6th grade. I teach ancient history.
And she comes to you. Is she upset? Is she distraught? And what does she say?
Well, this is during COVID, so everything's happening online. The student comes to me and is having trouble. So the student wanted to talk privately. So I set up a time after school to talk to the student. And the student started talking to me about issues she was having, not just with learning, but about her self-image and some other things that she was disclosing that were all concerning and all required me to call a parent.
All right, you called a parent, and she didn't ask you not to call a parent. Was that part of the deal? Did that come up?
No, she knew that I was going to talk to her parents. That was disclosed before we even had the conversation. Part of the conversation that I found that was concerning was the fact that she said she was being given materials and things were kind of seeping into her rather than coming from her.
Huh. All right. Well, it sounds like you did exactly the right thing. What I would do if I were in your shoes or whatever, school officials find out about this and tell us more about their reaction. It seemed to have evolved over a period of time.
Yeah, this happened started in December when the student wanted to talk to me. I called the parents. The parents were in full knowledge of everything that the student was concerned about, their child, along with gender identity issues. And just so you know, when students have long-term, if you leave a student alone with long-term gender confusion, it usually resolves itself about 90% on its own if you just leave them alone. And this is what the parent asked for. And the parent had a very good understanding of this topic and asked the school not to get involved. And that was in December. So this was way before the student wrote the letter or anything. And the parents were getting the counseling for the child.
ultimately, I guess this happens in May, this December. In May, you get a letter, and the upshot of it is this. I have decided to terminate your employment with the Ludlow Public Schools due to conduct unbecoming of a teacher. And this is, all this is, by the way, in Ludlow, Massachusetts. Wow. Seems to me that you are upholding the very ideals of a teacher, which is especially of young children. How could they justify, how did they try to justify that?
All I could see was that I was a teacher promoting transparency with parents. I was a special ed teacher for 12 years. That's what you do. I communicate with parents for 12 years on a daily basis. And it seems like that the school wanted to promote secrecy. And when I wanted the transparency, I asked for several meetings to talk with the principal about some of these issues, especially with the books prior to. But I was just getting resistance. Nobody really wanted to talk to me. When they put me on leave, I had no idea why they put me on leave. And when I received conduct unbecoming of a teacher, I had no idea who it was about. When I went to the meeting with the with the principal, I still at that time did not know what student or what they were just put me on leave for. So I was put on leave without even knowing what it was about.
Well, you have lawyered up, and actually I recognize this name, Frank McNamara, former U.S. attorney during the Reagan years for Massachusetts. Fantastic attorney. You have not yet filed the lawsuit. Where are we? How's this playing out?
We're about to file the lawsuit right now. I will tell you that I am not alone as a teacher. It might seem as I am sitting here by myself after being fired. However, I have a lot of colleagues that are in support of me. They cannot wait for this to be filed. They do not want to be doing this with the students. They do not believe that they should be hiding secrets from the parents. And hiding secrets from parents is very disturbing. And I think that we are in a lot of trouble as a country when a school is promoting secrecy.
This is really insane. I mean, you're normal and the world has gone crazy. Does it feel like that?
It does. It does. I did not expect to be, to get the opposition that I did. I went very openly. I went openly to the superintendent to have a conversation. It seemed like a very friendly conversation. He thought that I was treated as it was isolated and that I was the only one. I was told that I was the only one, but as I investigated, talked to other teachers, talked to the English Language Arts Department, I found out that there had been several parent complaints that it was not an isolated incident, that this was happening over and over again. The superintendent when I said that I was not the only one, he asked me it would be helpful if the others speak up. I wrote up a letter. I put all the information together to give to the superintendent, and I thought it would be dealt with in a very common sense way. And I thought we'd be able to sit and reason together about what was going on, but that is not what happened.
Bonnie, I only have 15 seconds left. Is there anything we can do to help?
Well, right now I'm getting ready to follow a lawsuit. I want teachers to feel like that they should not be silent about this. They fired a shot across the bow at me, but don't be afraid. I'm not alone. You are not alone. And these kids need our help. And it is a very tough age, middle school, and it is a very vulnerable age. And I think that we need to protect our kids, and that parents and moms and dads across the country are losing their rights to their kids.
It is a vulnerable age. I remember it well. And Bonnie Manchester, thank you. Good luck. Stay in touch, okay?
Thank you very much. I look forward to pursuing this.
Of course. We'll be right back.
You might take something for your heart, your joints, or your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you, your brain? With an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish, Prevagen has been shown in clinical trials to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets, for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Got a grumpy back? What if you could turn that frown upside down? Get your happy back with Teeter Fit Spine, the natural back pain solution that has helped over 3 million people live more and ache less.
My back was pretty bad. I got on the Teeter, I felt it just alleviating, just stretching. I could go out, I could play basketball with my kids. I'm a new person. My back feels the best it's ever felt.
Simply lie back and let gravity do the work. In just a few minutes a day, Teeter Fit Spine helps decompress your back, relax tense muscles, realign your spine, and reduce nerve pressure to naturally relieve your back pain. FDA registered, Teeter Fit Spine is indicated for 10 back pain conditions, including herniated discs, sciatica, degenerative disc disease, and more.
From my neck to my toes, everything feels better. It helps me relax better, my back feels better, and it's just changed my general quality of life every minute of every day. It is really, really liberating.
Only Teeter Fit Spine is designed with a decompressive surface and integrated tools to help deepen your stretch and enhance your relief. Fit Spine heat-treated steel is 73% stronger and lasts 10 times longer, making it the most durable, comfortable, and effective inversion table ever.
It's built like a daggone tank. It's the most simple machine that's changed my life.
It's so easy. Every little movement controls the machine.
That's why I got a Teeter inversion table. And you get on it and you feel secure, you feel safe, and you feel your spine open up. It's great. It's brilliant.
The Teeter table is the best health investment that I've ever made.
No pills, no appointments. Get natural back pain relief at home in just minutes a day. Save big on the all-new Teeter Fit Spine for a limited time only at tryteeter.com. Plus, get 0 down, 0% interest, free shipping, and a 60-day return guarantee. Get your happy back at tryteeter.com.
So, day, what is it, 3? And no Speaker of the House yet. The Democrats have their act together. Republicans, well, it's still up in the air. Kevin McCarthy, how many votes has it been? 11 or so. Look, I know they say this is chaotic, this is bad for the country, and I know it's not ideal, but there are people debating, talking the issues, and well, let's go to somebody who's been in the middle of it all, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, Republican of New York, upstate New York. Welcome back, Congresswoman, and how are you?
Good, great.
All right.
Been an exciting couple of days.
Yeah, and just for the record, you are for Kevin McCarthy, correct?
Yes, I've committed to Kevin, and look, there's never going to be a perfect speaker. I love that we're debating. I love that the people are getting to see this debate. It's not authoritarian immunity like Nancy Pelosi had, where she abused power repeatedly in running the House. So they're all clamoring and saying, oh, we have unity. But you know what? Guess what? We had a horrible agenda. We pushed through terrible issues. We didn't empower individual members. We're looking at an agenda that's an historic rules package that will empower individual members on both sides of the aisle, but it will also make the House more transparent, more open, and make our citizens more involved, which is what we're all about. Our whole country is about self-governance. It's self-governance versus authoritarian communism, and that's where we are.
All right, but what about, voting and voting and voting? I mean, they have a vote and he loses. They have another vote, he loses again. And then what's the point of having these consecutive votes during the day? It seems like he would be better off working behind closed doors more than having these votes that he's losing.
Well, I think the negotiations are ongoing, and they just keep coming up with somebody different that they're going to put up who gets about the same number of votes. Every vote's been 20 votes with one present, except for the very first vote, which makes you understand, like, why are these people that are against Kevin McCarthy not changing up their person that they're putting up who doesn't seem to be able to get to 218? Remember, there's 201 votes every time for Kevin McCarthy, and there's a mixture of votes for whoever the other side is putting up. This is my big concern, is right now we have authoritarian Democratic control of the Senate. It's a slim majority, but we know that they're all about spending. They ramped through a $1.7 trillion package last year at the end of the year at the 11th hour and got Republicans to vote for it. And then we have, a pen and a phone, just like Obama, Biden running the White House the same way, using executive orders, violating the Constitution, unaccountable, a mess at the southern border, out of control inflation, lack of accountability, a lot of issues surrounding and swirling around Biden, his family, his son Hunter, his brother. I mean, this is what we need to be investigating. And I do wish that we could get to a consensus. But my concern is some of the people who are preventing us from getting a speaker have said they don't really care if we're in the minority or not. And this country and our world hangs in the balance on us being able to stop some of this terrible policy coming out of the left, which, by the way, is the tail wagging the dog in the other side of the house. And I'm really concerned about that, because if you're going to be a never Kevin, what's the difference of being a never Trumper? I mean, it's the same thing. At some point, we have to say, give Kevin McCarthy a chance. Let him get out there. We've given the motion to vacate the chair, which means any one Republican can go up, make a motion to vacate the chair, and cause a speaker vote. And we can remove Kevin McCarthy if he doesn't work out as a good speaker, and we can replace him with someone else. What's wrong with that? Give him a chance. The guy went out and campaigned, went into districts all across the country, raised a ton of money. Yeah, he doesn't have a perfect record, but neither does anybody in this entire conference. This is going to be very, very hard governing right now.
The congressman or woman who said that they don't care if they're in the minority, which one said that?
A number of them. They've gotten up many of these people. They just don't want Kevin McCarthy. They don't mind if it's Hakeem Jeffries.
I've been doing some vote counting. I've been doing some vote counting myself. Boebert is a
We've all been counting every day, all day.
Kevin maybe should have been counting a little bit earlier. Look, I like the guy, but all right. Boebert is a never Kevin. Gates is a never Kevin. I'm hearing that Rosendale and Biggs are both never Kevins. That's 4. Now, if there's one more never Kevin, and if he's really a never Kevin, then that means it's never Kevin. Who's the other never Kevin, or is there not a never? Is that it? And are any of these people persuadable? Maybe they're not so never Kevin anyway.
I don't know. But at this point, as time goes on, what are these people how are they going to answer to the rest of the people in the United States who are calling all of our offices saying we want a resolution? And is it about you and your petty personal grievance that you have with Kevin McCarthy? I've been saying over and over, Festivus is over. We've aired our grievances. We've been fighting about this for months since the election, or several weeks, and we still haven't come up with a solution. Look, I talked to Matt Gaetz today, and I came in with Matt Gaetz. He's a friend of mine. He's a smart guy, but he's a never Kevin. And I said, what do we do? Who do you want? Who can win and who can get the votes on the other side? So far, we don't have anyone that can get 218, and we've got to get there somehow. I'm worried that we make too many concessions, and the Democrats take advantage of those concessions and actually find a way to topple our majority. And I think that would be devastating for our country, because the people put us in here to govern and to lead. So I think maybe Andy Biggs wouldn't be a never Kevin forever if we had a good deal. I think for the betterment of this country, I think some of these people may be willing to move. And they're just not getting what they want.
Well, we may know soon. I hear they're negotiating right now, and progress could be being made. So who knows? Tomorrow is Friday. Thank you, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. I guess you're Congresswoman-elect, which doesn't make much sense to me.
Member-elect, yeah.
Member-elect.
Yeah.
Okay, member-elect. Yeah,
technically,
because you haven't been sworn.
I'm used to this.
Right. Okay. Many, many thanks. And
Thank you.
Come back soon. We'll be right back.
How can your base layer help you stay active? Make it the only base layer with invisible medical-grade knee support. Add 90 feet of high-strength cables and make them fully adjustable to give you complete control. Scientifically proven to help you overcome injury, eliminate pain, and give you the confidence to get back out there so you can do more of this, and this, and this. People call them many things. Yeah, magic pants. We call it supportive apparel. Learn more at Stoko.com.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. Down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together. We're gonna make it through. Will you walk with me? Oh, I'll walk with you. Walk with me, and I'll walk with you.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in the mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals. Bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours. Like Swedish meatballs. And meatloaf and potatoes, and lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Well, there's that George Santos guy, new member of Congress. He padded his resume big time, almost as much as Joe Biden did. Anyway, I felt really bad for him because he was so lonely earlier in the week. Nobody would talk to him. I hear and I saw that more members are talking to him, and I think that's actually a good thing. I don't care what he did. He's a human being, and they should be nice to him. You know, and talk to him, help him, straighten him out. Good luck. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
It's 4 o'clock in Jacksonville, Florida. It's 3 p.m. in Houston, Texas. The country is focused on the unnecessary drama of the speaker's race. And I say it's unnecessary because we all know if the GOP had any unifying principles, there would actually be no debate. But a major, revealing, and horrific story unfolded yesterday that was drowned out by the soap opera in the House. This story will have profound impacts on your family's future and the future of this nation. Without fear or favor, the Chris Salcedo Show starts right now. Yeah, good afternoon and welcome to the Chris Salcedo Show here on Newsmax. The next House Speaker is a huge story. It deserves the attention it's been getting. But lost in the battle between those who think it's the GOP leadership and not the people who should be telling lawmakers how to vote, and then the conservative rebels who insist they be allowed to represent their constituents with more than an up or down vote on trashy and un-American legislation. Lost in all of this is the why. Why is our country and the last bastion of America, the Republican Party, ripping itself apart? China-first politicians have no place in America. That's our focus in today's preamble. Let me start with some facts. Communists lie. They always lie. Communist China is the most inhuman, genocidal, racist regime to ever exist on planet Earth. The loss of human life and liberty China has caused is staggering. China's knuckle-dragging government and their ideology has been the sponsor of that carnage. Nearly the entirety of the Democrat Party is committed to making sure that the China regime remains in power and inflicting damage on not only America, but the world. Sadly, leaders in the GOP are on board. Two of China's greatest supporters in the United States, Joe Biden and Senator Mitch McConnell, celebrated their alliance yesterday. Virtually all of the Biden's Democrats and an alarming number of Mitch McConnell's Republicans teamed up to drive inflation through the roof, to send America's national debt soaring, and to pad the pockets of China's brutal regime. Nearly 2/3 of Americans know and understand that Joe Biden puts China, not America, first. As Biden's Democrat Party continuously shows, they prefer China's iron-fisted rule over American democracy made possible by our constitutional republic. Some of you might be asking, why would Mitch McConnell, the so-called leader of the Republicans, wish to glad hand with Joe Biden, a man who has ushered in unprecedented hardship for the voters of Kentucky and the United States? Well, it turns out that Mitch and Biden have a lot in common. They are united, not as Americans, but as compromised pro-China politicians. Reports suggest that Mitch McConnell, like Biden, is part of a growing number of American politicians who appear to have sold out our nation to inhuman communists in order to enrich themselves and their families. For decades, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and his wife Elaine Chao have maintained a glaring conflict of interest, conducting extensive government business despite the Chao's family deep ties with China through their maritime shipping company. China's faith in McConnell and Biden and the politicians they represent, well, it's pretty well founded. Instead of gathering their millions and going quietly about their very questionable business, these two allies of China, Mitch and Joe, they rubbed America's nose in the excrement that was this bipartisan infrastructure bill. Observers who read the bill, which exclude the majority of your alleged representatives in Congress, reveal how Mitch and Biden worked to dedicate American taxpayers' money to a communist regime famous for their forced abortions, enslavement, and genocide of the Uyghurs, and their hatred of blacks. President Trump blasted Mitch McConnell and the Democrats for their China First infrastructure bill, saying, quote, "Under Biden's plan, if you create jobs in America and hire American workers, you will pay more in taxes. But if you close down your factories in Ohio and Michigan and move all of your production to Beijing and Shanghai, you will pay less," end quote. This pro-China behavior from Mitch McConnell earned him another vote as leader from a majority of Senate Republicans. Like McConnell, his allies have few American core values. McConnell has been GOP leader for nearly 2 decades. In that time, China has leapfrogged in status and America's future has dimmed. In that time, the deviant left has rioted in our streets, shredded our Constitution, and had their cancerous agenda advanced at every turn, often by Mitch McConnell. But Mitch has had help. In a move worthy of the mob, McConnell and 17 other wretched Republicans and Democrats, they all conspired to write a spending bill, ignoring their lawful obligation to budget, and dump that bill on our people with hours to go before a government shutdown. Instead of China being its primary focus, the omnibus focused on funding woke programs designed to harm America. It focused on fully funding 87,000 new Democrat IRS agents to squeeze our middle class. As a side note there, your government might be getting the sense that you're a little fed up with everything, and tax revolts are born of such frustration. This move by Mitch, the wretched 17, and the Democrats to hire 87,000 goose-stepping enforcers may be a way to ensure you all pay up for their pro-China agenda. The omnibus also sent money to the border to facilitate illegal immigration into the United States. Mitch, the wretched 17 and the Democrats made sure that the language in that bill expressly forbid money be used to stop illegal immigration. Remember, one of the absolutes I mentioned earlier, that communists lie? Here's Mitch McConnell.
Given the fact that the Democrats have this presidency, the House, and the Senate, to meet our defense number and to not pay any bonus to the Democrats on the domestic side to achieve the defense number is far and away the best we could do.
The best we could do. That's a bald-faced lie. With that soundbite right there, Mitch just proved how much he's adopted the sensibilities, tactics, and arrogance of his communist pals over in China. What you all need to know is that McConnell could have agreed to a short-term funding bill to allow the new incoming House majority to fulfill their promises that they made to the American people. But Mitch is a devotee now of left-wing extremism. He has no interest in helping conservatives fulfill their promises. He, the wretched 17, and the Democrats are unified with China in defeating those of us who fight for, believe in, and push for the return of an American government that is of, by, and for the people. The House battle isn't happening in a vacuum. The Democrats are celebrating because they know they have GOP leaders and GOP senators working with them. Some House conservatives are sick and tired of uniparty rule. I get the sense it's every politician for him or herself on Capitol Hill. They have ruined our nation, now seek the money and accountability to escape their responsibility. Now, how do we fight back against all this? Well, you have to begin in your states. Since the majority of Washington is no longer listening to you, Article 5 Convention of States is our last best hope. I know it's a good solution because Mitch McConnell opposes it. It limits his power, which is the point. Our founders knew that a government that governs least governs best. You must also make sure your local legislatures are a bulwark against the harm that is being dished out against our people from Washington. Remember, folks, we outnumber them. The Washington cartel thinks they are a government with a people. It's time we reminded them we are a people with a government. Mitch, Biden, and the Democrats want to rule over you. It's time they were reminded we rule them. Joining me now, former Texas Congresswoman Mayra Flores. Congresswoman, great to see you. We just learned that Mr. McCarthy has failed the 9th attempt to make him Speaker. He struggles to win that Speaker's gavel following, now 3 consecutive days of failed votes. What's your reaction to what's unfolding up there in the chamber you were working at for a limited time?
Well, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see. The worst nightmare for the Democrat Party is for us to be united. The Republican Party needs to come together. That is their worst nightmare. We need more Republicans with the backbone to fight the Democrat Party. That's what we need. But we need to come together and actually get things done. I'm here in South Texas. The border crisis is still happening. We still have a horrible economy. People are struggling to pay their bills. People are too busy for this nonsense. They're focused on working. Many people are working 2 jobs right now to make ends meet every single month. We need to focus on kitchen table issues, get to work, come together, put our differences aside. This is honestly heartbreaking to see. And it is, I'm sure, for everyone as well.
Yeah, I want to get to some of that disunity in the Republican Party here in a minute, but just keep the focus on the Speaker's race here for a second. According to reports, Kevin McCarthy has agreed to a series of major concessions for the conservative rebels. These include lowering the number of members to call a vote to oust the Speaker to just 1, giving the House Freedom Caucus 2 seats on the House Rules Committee and a floor vote on term limits. What do you make of these concessions? Are they good?
Well, I just want them to come together. I just want, for both sides to come in agreement for what's best for this country. And to be honest with you, I'm uncomfortable with people holding this country and Congress hostage and asking for things that benefit them and not benefit the country. I want things that are going to help all of us, the American people. That's what we need to focus on, and not things that are going to help them members. But what about their constituents? We need to focus on what's best for the American people, what's best for this country, and what's best us securing the borders, us having a stronger economy, bringing down inflation. That's what's going to help us. Healthcare, better healthcare for the American
That's
people.
fair enough, and I would just submit that perhaps term limits, because these lifers that have been up in Congress are responsible for the unsecured borders.
Absolutely.
So maybe the term limit concession would be something considered, would be for the people. 18 Senate Republicans.
I think that the things that they're bringing up, it's something that he has already agreed on, and that's great news.
Okay.
So now let's come together and get to work. It's so important. But yes, I agree with you. Term limits is something that I stand for. I've always stand for term limits, and it's something that needs to get done.
Understood. Okay, now let's focus on what you and I were talking about earlier about this coming together. 18 Senate Republicans, they just backed Joe Biden and the Democrats' omnibus spending bill, despite that bill prohibiting tax dollars being allocated for border security. You and I were just talking about this. Now, John Cornyn is an air quotes Republican, and he's from our state, the great state of Texas. He was one of those wretched 18. Now, in my opinion, votes like this are why the GOP can't get its act together. They can't move in the same direction, because there is no direction. Now, you just tell me, when you found out that John Cornyn, an alleged Republican, voted to make sure that Joe Biden's open border policies would continue to harm yours and my state, Texas, what was your reaction?
Very upsetting. Well, no, it's very upsetting, and I know it's very upsetting for the American people. I voted against that bill. That was the last bill, and I probably voted no, because you're right. That bill is only going to hurt the American people, and it's not focused on us, our country. It's putting others first, and we need to stop the spending, sending millions and millions of dollars to Ukraine, actually billions of dollars to Ukraine. It has to stop. The overspending has to stop. And absolutely, I agree with you. It is very disappointing. What's the point of having the majority when you have Republicans voting with Democrats? It's so important that we all agree on and stand strong and actually have a backbone to stand against the Democrat Party.
I am right there, and my jaw has dropped as I've watched, Kevin McCarthy's supporters take to the microphones and condemn 20 fellow Republicans in the House, but 18 fellow Republicans in the Senate just stabbed us all in the backs, and they have nothing to say about those 18 Republicans who really were traitorous to the Republican brand. 2 years into Biden's border crisis, Congresswoman, and he's finally announcing a potential visit to El Paso, Texas, just ahead of the 2024 elections, I guess. Here's his solution to the record-breaking catastrophe at the border that he caused with his policies. Watch.
Today, I'm announcing that Mexico has agreed to allow to return up to 30,000 persons per month who try, get caught, and get sent back from those 4 countries, who are apprehended while attempting to unlawfully cross the border. If you're trying to leave Cuba, Nicaragua, or Haiti, or have agreed to begin a journey to America, do not just show up at the border. Stay where you are and apply legally from there. Starting today, if you don't apply through the legal process, you will not be eligible for this new parole program.
See, Congresswoman, I think it's unacceptable for any country to send its citizens to show up at the border. I mean, why? I think it's unacceptable he's just targeting those 4 countries. That should be a blanket American policy. You don't just show up at the border and say, hey, let me in. We need to have a lawful process. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. It's very disappointing to see, but it's his policies that have put these people in this position. He has encouraged people to come here to this country illegally, knowing how dangerous it is. I'm from Tamaulipas. The criminal organizations have taken completely over the southern border. You cannot cross unless you pay the cartel thousands and thousands of dollars. Not only do they pay thousands of dollars, they also abuse of women and children. I can't visit my loved ones because I am afraid. No one here in South Texas goes to Mexico as often because we're afraid. These criminal organizations have taken over Tamaulipas, have taken over Mexico, and the policies that the Biden administration has put in place has encouraged people to come here illegally, knowing how dangerous it is. Let's focus on legal immigration. I came here to the United States legally. I want more little girls like Mayra Flores to be able to come here to this country and accomplish the American dream. But we need to focus on legal immigration and improving the process and encouraging people to come here legally, not illegally.
Amen.
The reason why they're
Amen.
outside in El Paso, on the cold and hungry, is because of the Biden administration. He has put them in that difficult situation.
Joe Biden, those 18 wretched Republicans and the entirety of the Democrat Party and their pro-illegal immigration policies are a slap in the face to everybody who respected our laws. You included, Congresswoman, to come to this country. Congresswoman Mayra Flores, we appreciate the visit as always. Come back soon. Much more ahead this afternoon on the Chris Salcedo Show. Very proactive move by, provocative, I should say, move by an Israeli lawmaker that critics say could set off more Palestinian anger. We're going to tell you what he did. Plus, did the White House just admit that the late Pope Benedict didn't want the abortionist Joe Biden attending his funeral? Wait till you hear what they said. And later, Joe Biden is choosing judges based on their skin color. The administration calls it diversity. But isn't it really racism? We'll explore that question in mere moments on Newsmax.
It's shocking. 7 out of 10 Americans miss out on their full Social Security benefits, and the average couple leaves up to $120,000 unclaimed. Don't let that happen to you. Get the free report by leading Social Security expert Matthew Allen and boost your Social Security by up to $100,000 or more. Remember, these are your benefits. Get them fully. Get the free offer from the Franklin Prosperity Report. Call or go online today.
Let me tell you the secret to stressing less. Sleep more. No matter how much I'm struggling to relax, I know I can always rely on Relaxium Sleep to calm my nerves and get me to sleep through the night.
Relaxium helps me calm down and relax so I can actually fall asleep. Because if we don't get enough sleep, we're not capable of functioning to our full potential.
No sleep means the next day you're less alert, less attentive, and slower to process new information.
You're also more likely to develop very serious health issues.
It's crucial that we safeguard our health and reset our body's natural sleep cycle. That's why Relaxium Sleep is so important.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive. It also has no side effects, which means it's safe to take every night.
And for us, it started working from the very first night. We fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up ready to go in the morning.
I created Relaxium Sleep with Valorest, exclusive to Relaxium Sleep, along with key ingredients that play an active role in promoting restful sleep.
When I found out about Relaxium, my life changed. It really did.
Headaches, nightmares, all of that has disappeared.
I've had sleep problems for about 10 years or more, and when I tried Relaxium, I don't have them anymore. I'm getting the best sleep I've ever gotten.
In a double-blind placebo clinical trial, Relaxium Sleep helped people fall asleep 140% faster, stay asleep over 200% longer, and wake up feeling refreshed.
To experience less stressful days, we've got to shoot for more peaceful nights. And in Relaxium, we've found our secret weapon. Call now to restart your sleep cycle in as little as one night.
Relaxium Sleep is so confident that it will work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles. Call 800-610-6834. Or go to TryRelaxium.com. Try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. That's 800-610-6834. Or go to TryRelaxium.com.
Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal irrigation?
I am one who suffers from chronic sinus infection.
You need to clean that crap out of your nose.
Navage is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navage is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 3 million Navage users so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier.
I love this thing.
It's nice to breathe.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Glad you're back, everybody. Here, fireworks in Israel this week after an Israeli politician made a bold and very controversial visit to a holy site sacred to Jews and Muslims. Jerusalem correspondent Daniel Cohen has more.
On Tuesday, centuries old passions reignited when the newly elected Israeli security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir visited the Temple Mount. Flanked by police, he walked around for less than 15 minutes, stayed on the non-Muslim walking paths, and didn't pray, which is illegal for Jews. Ben-Gvir is part of a growing movement who believe Jews should have greater access to both worship and pray. The Temple Mount is open to all. Muslims and Christians come up here, and yes, also Jews. In a government I'm a member of, there will be no discrimination. Muslim leaders describe Ben-Gvir's presence as a provocation and warned against expanded Jewish presence. The Biden State Department agrees.
This visit has the potential to exacerbate tensions and to provoke violence.
After being sworn in as prime minister, Netanyahu visited the Western Wall Sunday, but did not visit the Temple Mount. Netanyahu says one of the goals of his new government is to bring new Arab Gulf nations, potentially Saudi Arabia, into the Abraham Accords brokered by President Trump and make peace with Arab neighbors.
All right, joining me now, the founder of the World Values Network, Rabbi Shmuley Botek, also with us, visiting associate professor for the Augustine Institute and author of Restoring Humanity, Dr. Jared Stout. Gentlemen, welcome to you both. And Rabbi, I want to begin with you. Your reaction to Ben-Gvir's visit to the holy site. Give me your reaction, then. What do you think his goal was?
Did you hear what your reporter just said? That he didn't pray, Ben-Gvir didn't pray on the Temple Mount, holiest site for Judaism in the world, because it's illegal. I mean, I'm laughing because this would be comical if it wasn't tragic. It's illegal for Jews to pray in Israel, in the Jewish state. Israel is not an apartheid state. You cannot discriminate against Jews. We're not here to discriminate against our Arab brothers and sisters, our Muslim brothers and sisters either. The idea that Hamas would threaten to fire rockets on Israel, which they then did, if an Israeli minister simply visits and walks around the holiest site to the Jewish people for 3,000 years. The idea that the Israeli government makes this illegal, come on, that's any American watching this is going to think, there's no way I just heard what I heard, that Jews cannot pray in the Jewish state of Israel. What Ben-Gvir did was what Jews ought to do, visit the Temple Mount, with great peace, with great respect for our Muslim brothers and sisters. When Israel conquered the Temple Mount in the defensive war in 1967, they could have taken complete control over it. Instead, they gave it to the Jordanian Waqf to continue to control. The Jordanian Waqf is deeply anti-Semitic. They're Jew haters. They incite violence constantly, and their authority should finally be removed over the Temple Mount.
Understood. And now I want to pivot to something that Newsmax has been covering extensively since the wee hours of the morning. Dr. Stout, I want to turn to Pope Benedict's funeral during the wee hours of the morning here in the United States. Ceremony was historic, with his successor, Pope Francis, presiding. However, Pope Francis could only bring himself to mention Benedict's name once during the entire funeral mass. Many saw this as a slight and a furtherance of Pope Francis's radicalism. There's no doubt that this current pope is one of the biggest dividers this church has ever had to endure. We know the faith will survive, but does the Catholic Church survive Pope Francis in your view?
Well, absolutely. As Catholics, we believe that Jesus founded the Catholic Church, and that the Petrine ministry, that's the ministry of the Pope, is something that he himself established by saying that he founded the church on the rock of St. Peter. When you look at the whole history of the church, there are many ups and downs. There are good popes, there are bad popes. And the Catholic Church has survived a lot. And when you put it in the big perspective, this is just a bump, not a major chasm.
Okay, all right. Rabbi, you had the honor of meeting Pope Benedict.
Can I jump in here for a second?
Yeah. The Catholic Pope has a tremendous amount of impact on not only Christendom, but also the Jewish community. How does, describe the former Pope's life and what kind of impact he had on you?
Okay, I met Pope Benedict. he was a man of great shyness, gentility, humility, and incredible warmth. I actually gave him a watch that had two faces on it, and I said, Your Holiness, one is for Jerusalem, one is for Rome, to show you the eternal brotherhood of the Catholic and Jewish people. Some people told me they later saw him wear it. I can't confirm that. He was one of the most underestimated popes. I remember being on New York radio as a host, and I'm Jewish, and a Catholic's attacking Benedict at the time when he was pontiff, and a rabbi defending him. He was a phenomenal friend to the Jewish community. All the rapprochement that took place between world Jewry and the state of Israel and the Catholic Church during the time of John Paul II would have been impossible without Benedict. John Paul was a great, St. John Paul was a very charismatic leader, but he wasn't a theologian. It was Joseph Ratzinger, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, Benedict XVI, who wrote the position papers that allowed for theological bridges to be built between the Jews and the Catholics. Because remember, for a long time, the Catholic Church kind of embraced replacement theology, that the church had replaced the Jews, grafted onto the seed of Abraham. Benedict rejected that. He was a phenomenal friend of the Jewish community. He has been treated shabbily, in my opinion, and it's time for the Catholic Church to embrace him for the great mind and the amazing heart he was. He knew he was part of the Hitler Youth, forced into it as a child, and he knew he had to make closer relationships with the Jewish community, and he did so. And we are extremely grateful.
And only got about a minute left. And Dr. Stout, I want to bring you in this last question. Pope Benedict reportedly did not want Joe Biden, a pro-abortionist and, in my opinion, a fake Catholic, at his funeral. The White House confirmed that Biden was not invited. Could Pope Benedict's staunch traditional Christian stance be why so many in the left-wing press here in the United States simply refuse to cover his passing?
Well, I definitely think that Benedict has been caricatured as some kind of enemy, but I agree completely with the characterization of him as being very gentle and humble. I think it's clear that he would not want, like you said, a kind of fake Catholic at his funeral causing scandal. And so Pope Benedict has always been about the primacy of God, even in politics, that politics, even though it has its own natural standing, is ultimately ordered towards God and has to be ordered rightly in justice. And so he would see that the problematic element of the secular West pushing God out and really distorting politics and justice, as we see happening with the Democratic Party in the United States.
Thank you both, Jared Stout and Rabbi Shmuley Botek. Always appreciate the visit, guys. Thank you. The Russians are suddenly calling for a ceasefire in Ukraine. Why? We got those details coming up. Plus, Joe Biden has only one qualification for his judicial nominees, and the mainstream media is completely ignoring it, I believe, because it's racist. We'll explain next on Newsmax.
News breaks every minute, every day. You need the app, the Newsmax app. Find it free on your smartphone store. Then watch us anytime, anywhere.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98, a set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Hi, I'm Lucinda Scala Quinn.
chef, author, and TV host. And with over 10 years as the executive food director for Martha Stewart, I've seen it all, and I promise you, you'll love my new Spurtles. In fact, with over 10 million sold, I know they'll be the hardest working tools in your kitchen. My new Super Spurtle is wider, curved, and rounded at the end. Now you can scoop, stir, and serve. Even things like sticky, gooey mac and cheese. And gets in where the side of the pan meets the bottom and leaves no food behind. For potato salad and coleslaw, there is nothing better. Love Rice Krispie treats? Look at how the large surface area combines everything quickly and easily. Then the scraper Spurtle cuts and serves without damaging your pan. How about chili? Scrape in your veggies, chop the meat right in the pan, then simmer and serve. And it's perfect for peeling garlic. Just this easy. My slotted Spurtle is ideal for baking. Sift together dry ingredients, mash a banana, scrape it in, add some buttermilk, stir, and you've got homemade banana bread. And I love it for omelets. Just whisk your eggs, pour into the pan, stir, scrape in the fillings, then fold and serve. You can get your complete Spurtle set today for only $19.99. And if you order now, I'll include my spreader Spurtle for free. It's perfect for spreading butter or peanut butter.
Order right now and I'll include my 4-piece original Spurtle set. Just pay a separate fee.
But just remember, it's a Spurtle Myrtle.
To order, call 1-800-811-1922. That's 1-800-811-1922 or go to buyspurtles.com. Order now.
Men over 50, here's breaking news. You don't have to put up with the effects of an aging prostate any longer. Scientists at Newsmax have developed full-potency prostate. Why trust it to work? First, full-potency prostate contains an exclusive combination of 4 clinically validated key ingredients found in no other product worldwide. Second, each of those key ingredients is at the full potency levels validated in the clinical studies. No cutting corners to save money. Third, it's from the man-boosting experts at Newsmax. They're so confident it works, they're offering 1 million complimentary samples. Just text the number below. Full potency prostate is guaranteed to reduce nighttime bathroom trips and urgency, promote better bladder emptying, even improve performance in the bedroom. Get your complimentary sample now. Text RUSH to 321-321. Text now and we'll include a box of Newsmax Cellular Energy for all-day energy without the jitters, absolutely free. That's CRUSH to 321-321.
All right, folks, breaking news. You're looking live at the House of Representatives on the floor. Kevin McCarthy has lost his 9th bid to become Speaker of the House. Another failed vote, and the count goes on. We'll keep you updated throughout this program and into the night on Newsmax. Chris Salcedo's show on Newsmax is... we have some other things to talk about as well, some trending stories here at the bottom of the hour. Ukrainian officials have rejected a so-called ceasefire from Russia to mark Orthodox Christmas, which is this Saturday. Ukraine says Russia needs to leave all occupied areas for any ceasefire to be enacted. It comes as new satellite images show the extent of the destruction in eastern Ukraine. Foreign correspondent Jim Lechner has more from Kyiv.
President Vladimir Putin's office has announced a unilateral ceasefire beginning tomorrow on the Orthodox Christmas Eve and lasting until midnight the following day. This comes after an appeal by the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church in Moscow, Patriarch Kirill, who asked both sides for a ceasefire over the holiday period. This request was earlier rejected by the Ukrainian government, and so far there has been no response to President Putin's announcement. This will come as a welcome respite to cities like Kyiv that have suffered significant air attacks over the past week, and other places such as Kherson, where we were today, and Bakhmut, which is the focus of Russian military operations and under almost continuous shelling. Back to you.
Jim Lechner in Kyiv. We have new updates on Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Hamlin's agent says he's awake and has been able to hold his family's hands. The Buffalo Bills say Hamlin is still in critical condition, but his lungs are healing and he is neurologically intact. Hamlin collapsed on the field Monday night during a game against the Cincinnati Bengals. No word from the NFL on when the game between the Bills and the Bengals will actually be played. Well, Biden and his Democrat cohorts are abandoning the teachings of Dr. Martin Luther King. Details are coming up.
You're on the go and need news now. No paywalls, no cable subscriptions. Just download the Newsmax app from your smartphone store. It's free. And watch Newsmax TV anytime, anywhere.
Let me tell you the secret to stressing less. Sleep more. No matter how much I'm struggling to relax, I know I can always rely on Relaxium Sleep to calm my nerves and get me to sleep through the night.
Relaxium helps me calm down and relax so I can actually fall asleep. Because if we don't get enough sleep, we're not capable of functioning to our full potential.
No sleep means the next day you're less alert, less attentive, and slower to process new information.
You're also more likely to develop very serious health issues.
It's crucial that we safeguard our health and reset our body's natural sleep cycle. That's why Relaxium Sleep is so important.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive. It also has no side effects, which means it's safe to take every night.
And for us, it started working from the very first night. We fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up ready to go in the morning.
I created Relaxium Sleep with Valorest, exclusive to Relaxium Sleep, along with key ingredients that play an active role in promoting restful sleep.
When I found out about Relaxium, my life changed. It really did.
Headaches, nightmares, all of that has disappeared.
I've had sleep problems for about 10 years or more, and when I tried Relaxium, I don't have them anymore. I'm getting the best sleep I've ever gotten.
In a double-blind placebo clinical trial, Relaxium Sleep helped people fall asleep 140% faster, stay asleep over 200% longer, and wake up feeling refreshed.
To experience less stressful days, we've got to shoot for more peaceful nights. And in Relaxium, we've found our secret weapon. Call now to restart your sleep cycle in as little as one night.
Relaxium Sleep is so confident that it will work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles. Call 800-610-6834. Or go to tryrelaxium.com. Try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. That's 800-610-6834. Or go to tryrelaxium.com.
What would the ideal weight loss program look like? No hunger, no cravings, no isolation, more energy, lasting results, and easy. Is that possible? It is with Golo. These people changed their lives with Golo without starvation dieting. Whether you have 100 pounds to lose or want to shed those final 20, Golo can help you reach your goals the smart way. Golo works because it focuses on managing glucose and insulin levels in the body, which is the key to successful, sustainable weight loss and improved health. Simply take Release and follow our 2-1-2-1 formula for easy, balanced meals. That's it. Try Golo for 60 days and never diet again. Go lose weight, go look great, and go love life with Golo.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours, like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes, and lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
Glad you made it back, everybody, here at the Chris Salcedo Show. Joe Biden has made it his priority to appoint judges that will further his agenda. At this point in his tenure, he has appointed more federal judges than any person to occupy the Oval Office since JFK. A total of 97 have been confirmed. His main criteria, though, race and gender. Let's talk more about this with Kenny Zhu, president of Color Us United, host of the Inconvenient Minority podcast and author of An Inconvenient Minority. Hey, Kenny, Happy New Year. Great to have you, man. And, you know, let me just go through this intellectual exercise with you, okay? If somebody sitting in the Oval Office one day said they're going to nominate judges based solely on the color of their skin, and that skin color happened to be white, they would rightly be called a racist. Biden is essentially saying, hey, if you're white, you're not going to be considered. Isn't what Biden is doing the very definition of racism?
Yeah, let's be clear. I don't care if the justices he supports are white, black, green, anybody. I care if they're the most qualified, right? And what Biden has consistently shown, and what he showed especially with his Supreme Court nomination, is that he doesn't care about that. He cares about the race and the gender of the justice. Ketanji Brown Jackson, as we know, was steeped in critical race theory analysis, an anti-American legal tradition that has no legal basis whatsoever. She employed that in the Harvard case, which I covered in my book, An Inconvenient Minority, and shows that she's comparatively very not qualified for this position. And so the fact that Biden is appointing these many women justices, many black women justices, doesn't in itself give me concern. But the fact that he's doing that in conjunction with the fact that he appointed a very poor Supreme Court justice, poorly qualified one, does give me concern.
No, there are plenty of highly qualified black women justices out there. Of course, Joe Biden's not choosing them. You know, but to your point here, Dr. King said people should be judged by the content of their character, in this case, you know, what they bring to the table, merit, in other words, not the color of their skin. Hasn't the left in this country and the Democrat Party in general, haven't they abandoned the principles of Dr. King?
They absolutely have. You know what Dr. King also said? He said, you know, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And here it is. Injustice is not just the form of prejudice against one color. It's the form of prejudice against any color, right? You're called to be a judge. What is the purpose of a judge? The purpose of a judge is to make impartial decisions. That means judging people individually. That means not using racial stereotypes or class of victimhood and oppression to make your decisions. By prioritizing justices based on the color of their skin rather than the content of their character, Biden is actually undermining the public's faith in the justice system, and deservedly so.
Yeah, and the press won't cover it because it is in-your-face racism, and the press overlooks Democrat racism. You mentioned your case earlier. You mentioned Harvard, so-called higher education, where they discriminate against, in this case, Asians. It's clear that Democrats are okay with discrimination against minorities if those minorities don't further the Democrats' political agenda. Let me ask you a question. How do we beat that?
And I want to give you the answer to why they don't care about Asians. Because Asians are the inconvenient minority to the left's preferred narrative on racism. They want to say that America is a racist country, but the success of Asian Americans in our country disproves that claim. It proves that America actually is largely meritocratic. Asian Americans come here with no money, no wealth, no social connections to speak of, the highest income earning group in America because of their hard work and their talent, and that's rewarded in this country. So the left takes pains to label Asian Americans as so-called white adjacent in order to label them as effectively the oppressor. And they now use that white adjacent term to discriminate against them in the college admissions process the same way that they're doing that against whites. This is what this country has become. It has become a racial spoils system under the left's guidance, and the Biden administration is furthering it.
Well, give me about 20 seconds. How do we beat it?
Man, you have to come to Color Us United, my organization, colorusunited.org. We stop wokeism leaking into institutions by getting employees to speak out, by getting the public to level pressure against their legislators. We're about to announce a major campaign, colorusunited.org.
Yeah. Okay, bad on the host. I gave you a softball. Congratulations. Right out of the park. You hit it. Kenny Zhu, Happy New Year, man. Thank you very much. Kevin McCarthy has agreed to a number of concessions in his race for Speaker. What are they? And is it enough to convince these conservative rebels to give up their fight? Details straight ahead on Newsmax.
You rip and tear your old statements and bills and simply toss those old bottles of pills. But thieves use this information to steal your identity. Don't be a victim. Get the ID Police, the new ink roller that encrypts all your old documents. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. So before you throw it out, just roll it on, and your information is gone. Look, thieves use your trash to get credit cards in your name. Then you're responsible for the bills. But ID Police permanently prints a unique encryption graphic that makes it impossible to read through, both on the front and through the back, even if the paper is held up to the light. And it works on all forms of paper, matte or glossy. Paper shredders are slow and always jam. But roll with ID Police and you're in control. Watch again. Here's a bank statement with your name and account number. Now, one easy roll and all your personal information is blocked. Name and address? Blocked. Credit card number? Blocked. Phone, electricity, and gas bill? Now they're all safe to toss in the trash. So relax. Even your medical information is safe with the ID Police. Perfect for professionals always on the go. So block it out before you throw it out and thwart any thief with the ID Police. Order now and get your ID Police for only $9.99. But wait, there's breaking news. ID Police may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, ID Police is stopping manufacturing effective immediately. There is a strict limit of 2 ID Police per order while supplies last. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever.
To get your last chance ID Police, call 1-800-713-0814. That's 1-800-713-0814 or visit getidpolice.com. So call 1-800-713-0814 now.
Got a grumpy back? What if you could turn that frown upside down? Get your happy back with Teeter Fit Spine, the natural back pain solution that has helped over 3 million people live more and ache less.
My back was pretty bad. I got on the Teeter, I felt it just alleviating, just stretching. I could go out, I could play basketball with my kids. I'm a new person. My back feels the best it's ever felt.
Simply lie back and let gravity do the work. In just a few minutes a day, Teeter Fit Spine helps decompress your back, relax tense muscles, realign your spine, and reduce nerve pressure to naturally relieve your back pain. FDA registered, Teeter Fit Spine is indicated for 10 back pain conditions, including herniated discs, sciatica, degenerative disc disease, and more.
From my neck to my toes, everything feels better. It helps me relax better, my back feels better, and it's just changed my general quality of life every minute of every day. It is really, really liberating.
Only Teeter Fit Spine is designed with a decompressive surface and integrated tools to help deepen your stretch and enhance your relief. FitSpine heat-treated steel is 73% stronger and lasts 10 times longer, making it the most durable, comfortable, and effective inversion table ever.
It's built like a daggone tank. It's the most simple machine that's changed my life.
It's so easy. Every little movement controls the machine.
That's why I got a Teeter inversion table. And you get on it and you feel secure, you feel safe, and you feel your spine open up. It's great. It's brilliant.
The Teeter table is the best health investment that I've ever made.
No pills, no appointments. Get natural back pain relief at home in just minutes a day. Save big on the all-new Teeter Fit Spine for a limited time only at tryteeter.com. Plus, get 0 down, 0% interest, free shipping, and a 60-day return guarantee. Get your happy back at tryteeter.com.
This country was made by tax rebels, freedom fighters, gold seekers, believers, lovers, and true patriots. We're Newsmax, and we're their heirs, and so are you. Newsmax TV, real news for real people.
Everyone in this chamber
All right, folks,
the need
breaking
to serve our
news.
constituents.
Right now
It's who
on
elected us,
on
and it's our
Newsmax, you're looking at the.
Kevin
Guys, I'm not sure if that's
understands
tape or that's
this
live. That's
as well as anyone.
got to be
He has
tape,
dedicated
right?
his life
Oh, it is
to
live.
spreading
Okay,
opportunity
great.
for all.
That's
through
the House
private
floor right
sector
now.
and the public sector.
And they're trying to figure
You know,
out who
this
the next
place
Speaker of the House is going
is a
to be.
special place
And
for
I
me.
want to bring in one of the lawmakers
My
who
first
is
time on the Hill.
pro Kevin McCarthy, Congressman Ryan Zinke from the great state of Montana. Congressman, thank you for carving out the time here. Look, make the case for me, if you will, why Mr. McCarthy is the right man.
Well, at this point in time, it isn't about Kevin McCarthy or a speaker. It's about leading and making sure that the Republican Party can articulate that we have a message, that we can rally together, and we can govern. The continuation of chaos does not work in our favor. I was elected to come here and fix problems, and we have many, and this is preventing us from getting started. To your point, Kevin has made a lot of a lot of considerations on the rules. We've negotiated in good faith, and of course the question was always asked, what do you want? When the answer is, well, we don't know, or you move the goalposts, or some of the demands become personal. They want a gavel, they want to pole vault ahead of members that have been here, they want special favors. It's a body. You have over 200 members in the Republican caucus, which would be a supermajority. Imagine it's like a primary. There's 201 members behind Kevin McCarthy and a few that aren't. At some point in time, we have to unify because, again, we were sent here to get things done, and this is preventing us from oversight because we know the Biden administration is out of control, and we're going to have investigations. And look, who's for and against Kevin McCarthy? When you have Jim Jordan, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, you have Duncan Scott, you have over half the Freedom Caucus. You have former President Trump is behind him. So there's a lot of very conservatives, including me, that look, I came here to govern. Let's get with the business of governing and address real issues like inflation, like energy, like housing, like the border. Right. All those things can't be addressed unless we have a speaker. So enough's enough. Let's move out.
All right, Congressman, look, you're not the first member of Congress to come on and talk about let's unify, let's get together and let's just stop. The points have been made. But let me ask you a question, because none of what's happening up there on Capitol Hill is happening in a vacuum. Now, a lot of pressure and a lot of name calling toward the so-called rebels there for holding this process up, and it has gotten downright personal. Their threats have been made against them. They've been called enemies by certain members of your caucus. But yet you had 18 Republican senators literally stab every single one of you Republicans in the back. There up on Capitol Hill, made sure none of you could represent your constituents with that disgraceful omnibus spending bill, and not one of you condemns or calls out the 18 Senate Republicans who are supposed to be Republicans too. How the heck are you supposed to unify in a Republican Party with the likes of Mitch McConnell and the wretched 17 that did what they did to your caucus?
You have a great point, and you look at where we are. We have a tight majority in the House. We don't control the Senate. We don't control the admin. The administration. The only way we can be effective is unite. We need 218 votes. It's just not the speaker. Is that there's a number of bills that are ready to go that we think we have a lot, consensus on, but we can't even get those started unless we have a speaker. In Montana, the administration just released their new rules on water of the U.S. How do we defund that? How do we combat that? You can't do it when you're acting like sometimes like children and can't unify together, and in order to address those things, we don't have a border. These are the issues that we should be talking about. We've made a rule package, I think, good accommodation. And look, I never speak ill of another Republican, and I try not to speak ill of another member. But this is now not about policy, because the bills are there. The commitment in America, I think, is solid. This is about personality, and we got to take a deep breath and realize why we're here. We're here to represent America. Yeah. We're here to represent our constituents.
Congressman, in this conservative's humble opinion, the policy is what hurts or helps the American people. And when 18, air quotes, Republicans implement policy that harms the American people and no other Republican calls them out on it, I think it's a problem, especially when there's this big call for unity and the people in the other chamber, they have no interest in unifying with you folks. Hey, look, I wish I could talk to you for an hour. Congressman-elect Ryan Zinke, thank you very much, man. Appreciate the time. Folks, there's more to come. Stay with the Chris Salcedo Show. We'll be right back.
We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
Did you know that every time you drive in traffic, you're likely sharing the road with a sleepy driver? That is incredibly dangerous. Sleep deprivation and insomnia affect up to 70 million people per year. And it's about time that we bring that number down with Relaxium Sleep.
After years of watching patients struggle, I developed the formula for Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep addresses the root of the problem by balancing levels of neurotransmitters in the brain and by restoring the natural sleep cycle.
Yeah, Relaxium has been a miracle for us. Since I've been getting to rest, it's improved our marriage.
I don't even know how we lived for 30 years without it, because now I know this man differently than I knew him before.
Not sleeping actually slows down your thought process. Lack of sleep can lead to very serious overall health issues. With Relaxium, there's no second cup of coffee needed, no doctor's appointment necessary, and it's safe to take every night, and it can start working from the very first night, just like it did for me.
In a double-blind placebo clinical trial, Relaxium Sleep helped people fall asleep 140% faster, stay asleep over 200% longer, and wake up feeling refreshed.
If you're at home and all you're doing is flipping and flopping and you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. It'll work. I promise you it'll work.
That's one of the many reasons I take Relaxium, and so should you. Call now for a risk-free opportunity to get the best night of sleep you've ever had.
Relaxium Sleep is so confident that it will work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles. Call 800-797-8621 or go to tryrelaxium.com. Don't wait another night. Try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. That's 800-797-8621 or go to tryrelaxium.com. Act now.
All right, folks, it's breaking news right now. The 10th vote slated to get underway to determine who will be the next speaker in the 118th Congress. You know, folks, we were told there was a deal. We were told the Club for Growth brokered a deal, and that perhaps we would start seeing more people starting to cast their vote for Kevin McCarthy. But those votes have not materialized in the last two voting sessions that have gone on. So here we go again. You're looking live right now at the floor of the House. And folks are going to go up for nomination again. McCarthy and Jeffries and goodness knows who else. We will keep track of it all night long and until we find a speaker here on Newsmax. That's going to wrap up this edition of the Chris Salcedo Show. Make sure you join us again tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern, where we will break down all the day's big news stories, give you our conservative opinion on those news stories. Spicer & Company, they roar.
As the Biden administration guts this country in a number of different ways, it's kind of hard to decide which one of his self-created disasters is the worst. Some would say the inflation from printing trillions of dollars and overheating an already recovering economy. Others might say foreign policy and emboldened Russia invading Ukraine, the Afghanistan pullout. And a large faction of Americans would certainly say the utterly ridiculous Biden-manufactured crisis at our southern border. Former acting commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Mark Morgan, is here with us. And, sir, it's good to have you with us. In South Texas, they're calling this now an invasion. I don't know what else you would call it.
I think they're right. Look, and there's a reason why we're seeing history in the making when a judge, under the rule of law, actually decries that his county is actually being invaded. But keep in mind, Rob, what's so important, I'm glad Newsmax is bringing attention to this, is although the border states and border communities are receiving the initial and the brunt of what's happening on the southwest border, it's important that the American people need to understand that the crisis and the threats that enter the southwest border, they don't stay in the local communities. They make their way to every state. It's why we say every town, city, and state in this country is a border town, city, and state.
Big question. Why are they letting this happen? Why do they do this?
Look, I've been doing this for 35 years. I've served under 6 administrations, both Republican and Democrat. At the end of the day, unfortunately, I think there's 2 things going on. One, they see a perceived political benefit from open borders. And then I also think this administration is infused with more ideologues than I've ever seen in the history of this country. And they don't care about anything else except the pursuit of their personal ideology. And the second, third, and fourth negative effects of this country, Rob, they don't care.
They just don't care.
They don't care.
And is there any indication? I mean, politically, it's killing them politically, and yet they keep doubling down.
They do, and that's why I say it's not just about politics.
Yeah.
It's about ideology as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. Mark, thank you so much. And now, here is an in-depth look at the invasion of the United States southern border. With illegal border crossings hitting all-time highs, it seems like it happens every month. Several counties in Texas are fighting back against this idiocy by calling it an invasion. It's the best chance they got. Our border correspondent Jason Jones has been embedded with Texas DPS, has an inside look at what they deal with on a daily basis.
Texas DPS Elite Aircraft Division, who we've been embedded with, has already knocked down 200 pounds of marijuana and been conducting back-to-back rescues with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. But that's what's happening out here in Alpine, Texas, the West Texas region. Take a look at this exclusive video we had where we were embedded with them in Del Rio. And what the big takeaway here is how far these cartels and alien smuggling organizations, Rob, are moving further and further into the United States, impacting all Americans.
Where's the pursuit head to right now, Jacqueline?
It's headed northeast, kind of towards like the Rock Springs area, Edwards County.
So it's just outside of Del Rio, speeds over 100 miles an hour. One male subject is the driver?
Yep.
Traffic is light. Turning. He's wrecking.
They're bailing out.
Stay on him.
We'll stay with them. So they all came out the driver's side. I've got 3. We've still got the 3, and Yarder's got the 3.
We're over suspects running right now.
If they split, we'll take one and he'll take the other.
Yeah, the Texas Highway Patrol is in pursuit of a human smuggling operation. We suspect several bodies in this white vehicle right now. It's the 3rd pursuit of the morning.
They're about to cross it, guys.
Missed him. He missed him.
They missed him, but they lost control.
Right here.
This pursuit, I would assume, since they were back-to-back like that, these 2 cars were most likely traveling together to try to smuggle in a same operation at the same time. And a lot of times they'll do that knowing that we simply just don't have enough coverage at times to get both vehicles. Unfortunately for them, today was not their lucky day.
116, vehicle stopped just before mile marker 434, and troopers are conducting a high-risk stop. Subject exiting the trunk of the vehicle, male subject. 6 possible UDAs, 1 driver.
Have you ever seen a time where you're in a pursuit, you have a crash take place below you while you're in that helicopter, and then another pursuit comes right by it before?
No, I haven't. That was the first in my career, and I've been involved in multiple pursuits going on at one time. Literally, as one pursuit terminates into a crash and a bailout, that 3 or 4 miles down the road, here comes another pursuit with a human smuggler, bodies on board, high rate of speed, that literally goes right through the scene of the one that happened, 5 minutes earlier. So we're in a place that we've never been before in terms of the frequency of pursuits and bailouts.
Americans are watching you right now across this country. What do you want them to know?
I wish they could see what I see. I wish they could see the level of aggression that we're dealing with. I wish they could see the sheer number and volume of criminal acts against the citizens of the state of Texas. I wish they could see how, you know, the importation of these transnational gangs along these border corridors has a direct impact in inner city violent crime. That's what I wish they could see.
And what gets by you?
What gets by us today will manifest itself in your town tomorrow.
Bringing in former acting CBP Commissioner Mark Morgan, ran all of this for Trump back when we had sensible policy, and I'm sure you watched this and it just disgusts you because it was your job to manage all of this, and you guys tried as hard as you could to do it right. Obviously, it's a tough job. It's a long border. When you watch that video, you know, the frustration.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm disgusted.
Yeah.
Look, the truth is, under President Trump, he gave us the tools, authorities, and policies which we created the most secure border in our lifetime. Yeah. This administration came in, Rob, over 35 years I've served this country. 35 years, 6 administrations. This is the first administration that came in and intentionally unsecured the border. Yeah. Look, what Jason and that trooper showed you, that's just a microcosm of what's happened along the entire southwest border. Because of this administration's policies, they literally have turned our border into the wild west, and they've literally handed over operational control of large areas of the border to the cartels. And look, what's very important, and I hope that what stays on the border, what happens on the border doesn't stay on the border. It's why we say every state is a border state. The 800,000 gotaways, they're murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and gang members. They're going to every major metropolitan city in this country. We know about the 107,000 drug overdose. 95% of the fentanyl comes from the southwest border. We know the FBI just thwarted a terrorist attack. We could do this all day long. Yeah. That's why this is a national security crisis.
Let's take you back 2 years ago. Joe Biden on the campaign trail at a debate. Here is how this situation we're in now, this is how it all began. Let's take a listen.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard.
How stupid would you have to be to think that even 10% of these people are actually asylum seekers? On what planet would you have to be mentally to even buy that as an excuse?
You literally have to be an alternate universe. Yeah. But here's why I keep saying this is intentional. They're not stupid. They know it. Yeah, they know that the vast majority of those that are coming in are economic migrants. That's not a valid asylum claim.
No, of course not.
Right. They knew that when they got rid of the asylum cooperative agreements with the Northern Triangle countries, remain in Mexico, stop building the wall. Again, we could go on forever. What they dismantled, what was going to be created. The Secretary of Marcos, the chief architect, remember, he was a former deputy secretary of DHS. I worked for him when I was chief of the border toll. This man knows. That's why I can confidently say what's happening. This is intentionally. And think about this. We just learned that 53 migrants died in a tractor trailer. That's over 800 so far in this watch that has died. Not to mention the migrants that are raped and assaulted and exploited.
They don't care.
They don't care, Rob. I mean, when is enough enough? I mean, how many more Americans have to die and how many more migrants have to die? If I hear one more time from this secretary that they develop a safe and orderly and humane system, it's a joke. It's just an outrageous lie.
Are you putting your health at risk? Discover the #1 food that causes fatty liver. It's no surprise 100 million Americans are suffering from this disease. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, reignite your metabolism, improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today, free with our special offer. Go online or call the number on your screen.
Today, women with nighttime urinary incontinence don't have to wake up wet. Introducing the PureWick system, an innovative breakthrough system for managing female urinary incontinence at night.
Morning, Mom. Good morning. How did you sleep? Better, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay.
The PureWick system works outside the body to draw urine away, helping to keep skin dry and control odor. The PureWick system is a non-invasive option for management of moderate to severe urinary incontinence, helping to reduce the need for multiple changes at night or trips to the bathroom. Now, staying dry can be one less thing to lose sleep over.
To order your PureWick system, call 800-210-0703 and find out why 9 out of 10 users and caregivers would recommend the PureWick system. Call 800-210-0703.
Every detail counts. That's why I live my life with Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose. I value quality, cutting-edge tech, and performance. When I began experiencing hearing loss, I knew I needed the best of the best. Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose are app-controlled and self-fitting, which means I can tune and customize them to my needs and preferences on the Lexi app and enjoy high-quality hearing. No appointment necessary. From ordering my first pair online to front door delivery and the secure, discreet fit, Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose offer quality, convenience, and exceptional customer support at every step in my journey. If you're ready to elevate to the next level with world-class hearing, take the lead and call or order online at lexihearing.com to receive your Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose today.
Call 800-761-1356 today to find out how you can get your Lexis at 80% less than prescription hearing aid prices.
Men over 50, here's breaking news. You don't have to put up with the effects of an aging prostate any longer. Scientists at Nugenix have developed full-potency prostate. Why trust it to work? First, full-potency prostate contains an exclusive combination of 4 clinically validated key ingredients found in no other product worldwide. Second, each of those key ingredients is at the full potency levels validated in the clinical studies. No cutting corners to save money. Third, it's from the man-boosting experts at Nugenix. They're so confident it works, they're offering 1 million complimentary samples. Just text the number below. Full potency prostate is guaranteed to reduce nighttime bathroom trips and urgency, promote better bladder emptying, even improve performance in the bedroom. Get your complimentary sample now. Text RUSH to 321-321. Text now and we'll include a box of Nugenix Cellular Energy for all-day energy without the jitters, absolutely free. That's CRUSH to 321-321.
The job of removing illegal aliens turns into simply saving their lives in a month like July. The dangerous journey inspired by Biden's rhetoric is even more deadly in the dead of summer. Our border correspondent Jason Jones is live in Alpine, Texas with some pretty disturbing stuff tonight. Jason.
I want to shift gears for a second and really share with you the human toll that's taking place as 11 migrants were apprehended by law enforcement, both CBP and Texas DPS working together. But from there, they had to respond in this helicopter you see behind me, 8.5 miles away, because the alien smuggler that was with them that was apprehended, they admitted that they had abandoned an individual over 8.5 miles away in the mountains, and this helicopter rescued him. All as a result is because the sole of his shoe had given out. Now, we talk all the time about the dark side of these cartels and these alien smuggling organizations, but tonight I want to truly show it to you. Take a look at what we've learned.
All right, so we just located this group of 4. They were in distress, and they had called 911. We searched the area and was able to locate them. Looks like we got 4 male UDAs.
Here, how far from the border are we right now?
Right now, 25 miles inland.
And it was 96 degrees yesterday, and I think it's going to be the same. So they've just had it at this point. It's just too much.
They're ready to go. They've been walking for days and just ready to call it quits.
These folks that are coming across, they're putting their lives into the hands of people that don't really care about them. Are they being abused? Are they being raped? Are they being victimized, right? Some of the conditions that we've seen some of these folks in, in the trunk of a car with little oxygen, going into a pursuit. I mean, that's deadly. Going to some of these stash houses with bare minimum living conditions. And their package there, just waiting to be shipped out to go somewhere else.
Like a commodity.
Like a commodity. Yes, sir. Some of these folks and kids, they're walking without shoes, without the proper clothing. A lot of our local sheriffs have found dead bodies along routes. Even our aircraft section has on flyovers, have found people that have died, and the smugglers don't care.
Last year, I think we saved over 100.
Did you really?
Every day, we were picking somebody up and taking them to the helo and rushing them to the ER.
Man, I think that's a story that Americans across the country have no idea to what degree it's happening down here.
Yes, sir.
You just recovered a dead body last week.
Yes, sir. Right off of I-10, 20 feet from I-10 and a little culvert with a gallon of water next to him, and I-10 is right there. Cars are passing right by him, 20 feet away. Yeah, sad deal.
We'll get distress calls, and that's what
leaves the biggest impact, on me when I go home at night is, whenever you fly out and you find a 14-year-old kid or a young lady who hadn't had water in 3 days because she couldn't keep up with this guide or smuggler or cartel guy, whoever was leading them into here. I can't tell you how many dead bodies I've hauled out of this because because of the train, because they were left behind, because they got rattlesnake bit, because they froze to death. It's those missions that, you're like, you can't help from feeling sorry for them,
If that was not enough, take a look at this exclusive video we were able to obtain from the Texas Department of Public Safety. Occurred a male and a female were dumped by their smugglers after it's believed that they passed away as a result of heat exhaustion, but they were just left on the side of Interstate 10 stacked on top of one another. So when you hear me say that they truly treat men, women, and children as a commodity, that's exactly what they do. And what was once isolated to Mexico has now manifested itself deep into our own country.
Texas Congressman Chip Roy joins us now. He knows a lot about this story. And sir, thank you for coming on. I want to begin with a story out of Ohio. A 10-year-old girl who was raped allegedly had to go to Indiana for an abortion, even though Ohio's Attorney General says she didn't even have to go. That's the whole other side of this story. But there's been an arrest. An illegal immigrant, Garrison Fuentes from Guatemala, charged with raping and impregnating a 10-year-old girl. Now, Border Patrol captures a lot of bad people at the southern border. They put it out all the time. They don't catch them all, though, do they?
No, Rob, they don't. I'm glad that your listeners were able to just listen to Mark Morgan and Jason Jones, two great guys that I work with regularly, to seek the truth. And, you have to go down there and actually get the truth, because this administration sure as hell doesn't want the American people to know what's going on. I asked the administration, Secretary Mayorkas, last August, how many dangerous individuals that are associated with terrorist entities have gotten through. It took them 8 months to get me a letter answering 42. Now that number is greater than 50. We know that dangerous criminals with criminal records and robbers, rapists, those that are involved with gangs are getting into the United States. We know this because there are 850,000 known gotaways. And, Mark has said that. You know this. Your listeners know. 850,000 known gotaways over the last, during this fiscal year. That's the problem, right? This is a national security issue. We're seeing it in real time play out, where you have a situation where there are rapes and there are crimes in the United States. Fentanyl killing American citizens, fentanyl killing Texans, our border being wide open, cartels getting empowered. But the fact of the matter is, the pictures you see everybody coming across the river, anybody paying attention to this knows the deal. Right? And they're saying, well, why aren't you doing something about it? And no Republican is standing up and saying, why are we just going to go, sign off on a National Defense Authorization Act when our borders are wide open and exposed? Somebody needs to ask Republican leadership, why we are advancing a defense authorization bill, why we have vax mandates and losing our men and women in uniform, and while our borders are wide open and exposed.
Nothing makes any sense. None of it makes any sense. And I'm excited for you to go make a move on that. And that's why we have you on this show, because you sometimes are the outlier, and we appreciate that.
If you've had it with the old news
and the same spin,
well, then Spicer & Company is your place.
For the inside story.
And for the facts you need to know.
Is your closet cramped and cluttered? Is it impossible to find that shirt to wear and then even harder to fit it back in there? Not anymore. Introducing Space Triangles, the clever new hanging device that fits over any hanger to save you closet space in seconds. And now may be your last chance to get them for a low price. Now you can vertically hang multiple items, guaranteeing that you'll have up to 70% more space in your closet. Watch, your closet can go from messy to marvelous in no time with ease. And just look at all that extra space. Just place space triangles on each hanger and start hanging your clothing one after another, piece by piece. Daisy chain up to 6 shirts or more. The lower you go, the more closet space that'll show. The secret is the ingenious slip-over design that secures the hangers in a perfect vertical position.
This is hands down the easiest way to get more closet space. It took me just a few minutes to completely transform my closet, and now I can go shopping again.
It snugly fits all types of hangers, from plastic to wood
to metal and velvet, and works with any type of clothing, from shirts and blouses to slacks and jeans, or designer dresses and big heavy suits. Stop searching through clutter for the right outfit. Now you can build an outfit and group it together so it's easy to find. Even hang purses, belts, and more. Just slide the space triangles onto any hanger and start hanging. You'll instantly create closet space like never before. Order now to get an 18-piece set of space triangles for just $9.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get space triangles at this low price. But you must act fast. There is a strict limit of 1 closet pack per order while supplies last. Once they're gone forever. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-890-0875. That's 1-800-890-0875. Call or visit spacetriangles.com. So call 1-800-890-0875 now.
Hi, I'm Katie. I've lost 110 pounds on Golo in just over a year. Golo was different than other programs I had been on because I was specifically looking for something that helped with insulin resistance. I had had conversations with my physician indicating that that was probably an issue that I was facing and making it more difficult for me to sustain weight loss. Golo has been more sustainable. I can fit it into family life. I can make meals that the whole family will enjoy. It just works in everyday life as a mom.
The mess from this invasion is a part of the story that you rarely see, even the coverage that you do see. Our border correspondent Jason Jones is live in Alpine, Texas, where he rode along with Texas DPS as they survey migrant debris fields. Jason.
You know, I'm standing right now on private property about approximately 20 miles south of Van Horn, Texas. And you know, usually I'm bringing you everything from drug trafficking, weapons trafficking, or statistics from the immigration issue at our southwest border. But I want to shift completely for a second, and I want to take a look at what's happening to the American landowner. Look at this property. This is known as the debris field. These are everywhere along the southwest border. There are literally thousands of them, and I'm in the Rocky Mountains at the base of them here in some of the most beautiful country along the southwest border. And to see these debris fields the way we are, Rob, I mean, they're absolutely everywhere. And so tonight we want to focus on landowners, and I'm asking the landowners out there to really pay attention because this is what's happening to our fellow American. Take a look at some of the video we shot in Del Rio, Texas.
So we found a good layup spot right here is what we call it. We're in between two kind of the major highways that smugglers use cars like to pick up aliens or undocumented individuals waiting in the brush. We're about 20 miles from the river. What they'll do is they'll hike a lot of times in the middle of the night where they're less likely to be caught, making it to a spot like this, changing their clothes, getting out of their wet clothes, and waiting until they're picked up by a smuggler in a car. And then from here, they just try to make it without getting stopped in the cars.
This is private property. This is someone's home.
It is, and Jason, you know, we're right next to the Rio Grande River boundary. This is the border of Mexico, is literally right there. I just took you to another one. It's 23 miles into the interior. Yeah. So it doesn't really matter. It's not isolated to the river boundary. I mean, we're seeing these debris fields on these ranchers 30, 40, 50 miles in the United States from the boundary, you know, and so this is something that's impacting all ranchers in all sectors.
You've worked this border for over 20 years. Have you ever seen it like this?
No, I haven't. My whole career in DPS has been spent on the southwestern border, and I've never in my 25 years seen the border this wide open. I mean, we're doing everything we can from our agency standpoint, but really it's the administration's open border policies that this is a direct result. I could take you to 2,000 of these across the state of Texas, and they're doing nothing but growing.
Quit listening to the media because they're lying to you. Everything down here is in disarray. Everything is, it's horrible. It's horrible to have to live your life scared to death, wondering is this the day that I'm going to have to pull my pistol and actually use it. I'm tired of picking up the trash. I'm tired of fixing fences. I'm tired of living every day of my life wondering what's next. The DPS is a lifesaver in this country for the people down here on the border right now. Without them, I don't know what we'd be doing.
Federal government's not around, right?
No, federal government's not worth crying out to.
Of all of it that's occurring between the drug trafficking, the damage in your property, your friends and your neighbors leaving the area, not dealing with it anymore. What bothers you the most?
That my government doesn't give a damn.
You've been abandoned.
Been abandoned. And to me, that's treason. That's pure, unadulterated treason.
Treason, unadulterated treason. That interview with Mr. King was one of the most powerful I've ever done. And so when you think about what is happening down here on this border, while we always talk about the immigration issue, we talk about the impact to national security, we can't forget about our fellow Americans. And make no doubt, our federal government has absolutely abandoned them. Rob, back to you.
Amazing stuff. Jason, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Former Border Patrol Commissioner Mark Morgan joins us back here on the set tonight. That really put it all together perfectly, didn't it? I mean, you hear somebody, it's like that's his property, that's his land, that's his home. Yeah. He's dealing with this firsthand. It makes you really understand.
Listen to that. If you don't get chills, listen to that rancher, and there's something wrong. Look, the ranchers, as well as small communities all along the southwest border, Rob, they're a large group of unheard voices. But those debris fields you heard, think about what he said, though. He doesn't feel safe in his own home in the United States. I've talked to ranchers that said, a young rancher said, he can't leave his wife or kids at home because he doesn't feel like they're safe. I mean, that's the country that we're living in under this administration.
You see these headlines where they're finding, people that have sexual assault records. I mean, the terrible people, they find them all the time.
Murderers, rapists, pedophiles, aggravated felons, gang members, all
running through your backyard.
Running through your backyard. That's not hyperbole. And look, the debris field, that's just a microcosm of the vast set of threats that they face. It's a reason why last week history was set when a local judge in a small county under the rule of law declared an invasion. Why? Because they are. Every aspect of their finances, resources, and safety and security are absolutely being invaded. And look, here's what's important. Those local communities, let's keep in mind, they're getting the brunt of that. But look, they're being stampeded through. They're being overrun as those threats continue to make their way to every state in this country.
Every state in the country, and the drug threat, one of the biggest ones. California, 5,000 pounds of meth seized from a box truck just across the border. 4 men arrested, all from Tijuana. Meanwhile, in New York, smugglers nabbed with over $1 million in meth. But, of course, thanks to lax bail reform laws here in New York, which are making crime terrible, they had to be quickly released. There has never been a better time to be a drug runner in this country.
That's exactly right. Think about this. So here's the facts that we all know and we agree. The leading cause of death in this country of 18 to 45-year-olds is fentanyl. Last 12 months, 107,000 Americans died from drug overdose. We know that there's a drug epidemic, and we know the majority of drugs come to the southwest border, and we just had 2 drug smugglers that were released. And what alternative universe does that make sense?
None.
It's absolutely outrageous what's going on right now. And real quick, Rob, look, we always talk about what we seize, but what we don't talk about is what we don't seize.
Yeah.
Our border is wide open. Cartels have operational control of large areas of the southwest border, and drugs are pouring across every single day, and we're not seizing them.
And they're making, I mean, if you talk to the kids right now, I live in New York City, they have all these new names for drugs. They're combining cocaine with all these other ones.
New synthetic drugs every single day.
Huge right now. It's a huge underground thing going on with drugs in this country, and it's all thanks to this. So what's it like living on the border during this disaster? John Ladd joins me now. He is an Arizona rancher who owns 10 miles of land right on the border. And John, we want to thank you for coming on. You tell us about migrants cutting your fences, stealing your horses, breaking into your home. Just explain it to us. What's this like?
Well, you got it, but thanks for having me again.
Sure.
That other rancher from Texas, we've been putting up with this for 30 years here. My family's been here 127 years. This is the absolute worst it's been for the people coming across from Mexico and our government. They've abandoned us. It's treason. But we've got people coming around the clock. They really don't want to get caught, but they'll do whatever they need to do to get to the highway to get loaded up. My whole family has talked about what we're going to do if we're threatened, and we're not going to let anybody get us. So that's what people in America don't understand. That's how we live every day.
Yeah. Sir, thank you so much for coming back on. We appreciate it.
Thanks for doing what you're doing.
Stay safe down there.
Greta Van Susteren is back. She's on Newsmax, giving you the really big stories without the spin. Watch The Record with Greta Van Susteren. She's smart, tough, and always fair. Don't miss Greta's new show.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
Men over 50, here's breaking news. You don't have to put up with the effects of an aging prostate any longer. Scientists at Nugenics have developed full-potency prostate. Why trust it to work? First, full-potency prostate contains an exclusive combination of 4 clinically validated key ingredients found in no other product worldwide. Second, each of those key ingredients is at the full potency levels validated in the clinical studies. No cutting corners to save money. Third, it's from the man-boosting experts at Nugenics. They're so confident it works, they're offering 1 million complimentary samples. Just text the number below. Full potency prostate is guaranteed to reduce nighttime bathroom trips and urgency, promote better bladder emptying, even improve performance in the bedroom. Get your complimentary sample now. Text "viewer" to 231231. Text now and we'll include a box of Nugenics Cellular Energy for all-day energy without the jitters, absolutely free. That's FEWER to 231231.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
You rip and tear your old statements and bills and simply toss those old bottles of pills. But thieves use this information to steal your identity. Don't be a victim. Get the ID Police, the new ink roller that encrypts all your old documents. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. So before you throw it out, just roll it on, and your information is gone. Look, thieves use your trash to get credit cards in your name. Then you're responsible for the bills. But ID Police permanently prints a unique encryption graphic that makes it impossible to read through, both on the front and through the back, even if the paper is held up to the light. And it works on all forms of paper, matte or glossy. Paper shredders are slow and always jam. But roll with ID Police and you're in control. Watch again. Here's a bank statement with your name and account number. Now, one easy roll and all your personal information is blocked. Name and address? Blocked. Credit card number? Blocked. Phone, electricity, and gas bill? Now they're all safe to toss in the trash. So relax. Even your medical information is safe with the ID Police. Perfect for professionals always on the go. So block it out before you throw it out. And thwart any thief with the ID Police. Order now and get your ID Police for only $9.99. But wait, there's breaking news. ID Police may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, ID Police is stopping manufacturing effective immediately. There is a strict limit of 2 ID Police per order while supplies last. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever.
To get your last chance ID Police, call 1-800-713-0814. That's 1-800-713-0814 or visit getidpolice.com. So call 1-800-713-0814 now.
A look at the process of tracking illegals at the border and just how much money is involved in the smuggling process, as some of the worst people in the world are getting very rich, thanks, of course, to these disastrous policies. Our border correspondent Jason Jones is live again in Alpine, Texas tonight with more. Jason.
We've tried to bring you during this border invasion series a different aspect of the Biden administration's failed border policies. Well, tonight is no different, as we're going to show you how the Mexican cartels and alien smuggling organizations smuggle drugs and people through some of the roughest terrain along the southwest border. Take a look.
Okay, so we tracked it about 4 miles. We had them laid up in the brush right here, and we could see their layup spot right down here. They left a lot of trash and normal stuff, blankets, and anyways, we followed the tracks to right up here, and now we're gonna, you ready? So we have them take up their laces and their belt. They've already ran from us already, so they know the game's over. Helicopter comes in. I'm a TFO with the Texas Department of Public Safety Aircraft Division, and I also do ground tracking. So this morning we got called out here to the Van Horn AOR. They had cut a group last night in this area. We this morning came out. We jump cut our Van Horn agents, and we were able to push up the sign just a little bit over 4 miles, right back in this saddle, these mountains right here, and we were able to track them out to a layup spot. Yeah, we stayed on the tracks, and we ended up with 7 individuals, from 2 from Honduras, 5 from Mexico. They stated that they'd paid $1,500 each to cross. They said it's hard to cross right now right here, the Mexican military. They said the Mexican military is back there, so the Van Horn agents took custody of the 7, and now we're ready to go roll again, so here we are.
Chief, violent crime in the United States is at unprecedented levels right now. And we've got people coming from across the world illegally entering the country who we have no idea who they are, and they're coming from all over the world. What do you want Americans sitting in their house right now watching you to know?
Well, I would want them to know that we have a real problem on our hands, you know, and that I'm a dad also. I mean, I'm out here fighting for their kids and for my kids and for all of our families to protect them. And if we don't take the enforcement actions that we've been taking, and 1 pill of deadly fentanyl gets through, and that 13 and 14-year-old first-time drug user takes that pill and dies, she's not coming back. And that's the personal toll that it will take in an individual family, and has 100-something thousand times this year. That's what I want them to think about.
One thing I can tell you that Assistant Chief Holland knows very well is that what gets by him and his men here is impacting the rest of this country. And we got to see it, Rob, unfold real time today as they apprehended 3 La Linea drug traffickers at 4,800 feet in the air, literally on the side of a mountain in some of the roughest terrain along the southwest border here. And each of them admitted that they had been paid $1,000 to go over 40 miles into the United States, drop their drugs at Interstate 10 just outside Van Horn, and then return to Mexico. But I asked him, I said, Secretary Mayorkas says our border is secure. Take a listen to what he had to say about that. Obviously, it is not. And I can tell you, we have seized drugs almost every single day since Monday, since we've been here. And today's seizure is just another example of the failures at the southwest border. Rob, I'm going to say one last thing here, and that Commissioner Mark Morgan, I'm going to steal one of his lines here, and that is that when he says border security is truly national security, he's absolutely right. We see it down here on the ground.
It certainly
Back
is.
to you.
Yeah, Jason, thank you so much. Our next guests have the unfortunate distinction of being what are called angel moms, mothers whose children were actually killed by illegal immigrants. Agnes Gibney, a legal immigrant from Hungary, lost her only son, Ronald da Silva, in 2002, shot by a man who had been previously deported and then came back in. Sabina Durnan-Coulter is a legal immigrant from Germany who lost her 30-year-old son, Dominic, in 2012 when his motorcycle, I should say, was hit by an illegal driving without a license. And Sabina, I want to start with you. Tell us just a little bit about your son, if you could, and when you look at the current situation at the southern border, knowing what you know and going through the pain that you've been through, Tell us about that.
Hi, Rob. First of all, thanks for giving myself, Dominic, a voice, and so many other thousands of victims like myself and my son. My son was my only child. He was 30 years old, in the prime of his life, the love of my life, my best friend. We shared a household. He was the best prankster, best friend to so many that still celebrate him. And actually, today is 10 years and 2 days since I last hugged, kissed, and heard my son laugh. It's been that long. And it doesn't hurt any less. And with all these victims, whether they're illegals, whether it's this little 10-year-old or my child, or victims that nobody heard about because the media won't talk about it.
Right.
It's getting worse. And Biden is absolutely pushing Americans into the shadows, not illegals. He's taking care of illegals. He's paying for them. He's taking care of them, and he's sending them all over America on our dime.
Certainly is. Yeah, it seems as though the American people are about the last to be considered under this administration's policies. Agnes, I want to turn to you. Your son, Ronald, you lost. As somebody who came here the right way, talk about Ronald, but also talk about it. You came here legally. You're a legal immigrant to this country. Your thoughts on the situation at our southern border, knowing what you had to go through to get here.
Well, my family escaped communism, and I hate to say that the United States is becoming what my family fled from.
Mm-hmm.
It angers me so much. My son was born here in the United States. These are his two sisters that you're showing now. It angers me so much that Mr. Biden, I don't call him president because he doesn't deserve the title. He doesn't follow the oath that he swore to faithfully preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Right.
And we, the American people, the citizens of this country, are paying the price for the Democrats' ineptness to secure the border with the deaths. And my son is not the only one. Here is one. Here is another one. Here is another one. Here is another one. Here is another one. And this is my son, and this is the end result. 6 feet of dirt and a coffin. That's how our children ends. And the government is doing absolutely nothing to protect citizens. And I would hate to see another family having to go through this.
Today, women with nighttime urinary incontinence don't have to wake up wet. Introducing the PureWick system, an innovative breakthrough system for managing female urinary incontinence at night.
Morning, Mom. Good morning. How did you sleep? Better, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, good.
The PureWick system works outside the body to draw urine away, helping to keep skin dry and control odor. The PureWick system is a non-invasive option for management of moderate to severe urinary incontinence, helping to reduce the need for multiple changes at night or trips to the bathroom. Now, staying dry can be one less thing to lose sleep over.
To order your PureWick system, call 800-210-0703 and find out why 9 out of 10 users and caregivers would recommend the PureWick system. Call 800-210-0703.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours, like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes, and lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. Down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together. gonna make it through. Will you walk with me? Oh, I'll walk with you. Walk with me, and I'll walk with you.
Two of the states being hit hardest by the crisis at the southern border are Texas and New Mexico. New Mexico Congresswoman Yvette Harrell joins us now tonight. And thank you so much, Congresswoman, for coming on. Senator Ted Cruz, John Cornyn led a delegation of other senators to the border. Here's Ted Cruz. Take a listen.
Where are the Democrats? Why are there no Democrat senators down here? Do they not care about the children being assaulted because of Joe Biden's policies? Where's Joe Biden? He's the one causing this suffering. Where's Kamala Harris? She's supposedly the border czar. And yet she hasn't been even once to the Rio Grande Valley to see this suffering. It is inhumane, it's horrific, and it's wrong.
It's really sad it's this political, isn't it?
Where the Democrats are apparently in Colorado trying to give benefits, public benefits to those coming here illegally. That's where I think they are.
Yeah, no, and just we're going to bring it up right now. This new report, they want to increase government benefits to migrants. We're going to say the quote here. As of July 1, legal U.S. residency no longer is required to obtain state and local government benefits, professional licenses, or business permits. Legislative analysis said the expansion cost $12 million, but I guess that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a pretty sweet deal when you're not paying income tax, because let's be honest, illegal immigrants, they don't pay income tax. They say, oh, they pay taxes, they pay sales tax and things like that. You're not paying income tax and you can get government and state benefits. That's amazing.
Yeah, and it's too bad. I'm so tired of this America Last policy that's coming out of the White House. And you're right, this invasion across the southern border is affecting every state in the nation. And now in my district, in Santa Teresa, New Mexico, we have more illegal activity with migrants crossing than anywhere in the El Paso sector. And that includes the cartel, the stash houses, the drugs. It is unbelievable what's happening, yet this administration has no appetite to try to put the American people first, save our sovereignty, and really look at the community safety and the issues that they're causing by not taking action and not giving our agents the tools that they need.
Is there going to be anything, let's say that Republicans get power back in a few months in November. Obviously, we won't have the White House at that point, but is there anything that Congress is going to be able to do that Biden can't revoke or get around in some way? Will there be any abatement to this?
Well, I hope that we'll push on the PAUSE Act, some of the legislation that's been introduced that would absolutely put the American safety first. But here's what I find fascinating. We need to hold these DHS Secretary Mayorkas accountable. I mean, he came and said, he had quote unquote operational control. We know by your reporting this week that's been fantastic. The only people that have operational control are the cartels, and it truly is catastrophic what's happening, but they don't want to talk about it because they have no intention of securing the southern border. But if we take the majority in November, I can assure you we will be bringing policies to the forefront that will save the American people, save our communities, and then we can take a hard look at immigration reform. But first and foremost, we must secure the southern border.
Yeah. Got to shove it down their throat. I mean, they're not going to want it, but if you've got Congress, there's got to be something that can be done.
Stay tuned to find out how you can get Emeril Lagasse's indoor smokeless grill free. Just pay separate processing and handling. Tired of non-stick pans that aren't so non-stick? The problem is they have a single layer of non-stick that quickly wears away.
Emeril Lagasse here with the most innovative pans I've ever cooked with. They can sear like stainless, caramelize like cast iron, and they have a super non-stick surface that will never lose their non-stick coating. Introducing my Forever Pans.
Watch, we poured an entire jar of tomato sauce in this Forever pan. We burned it, then torched it, and look, nothing sticks. Even this sander can't stop this egg from slipping and sliding, because nothing sticks. After 80,000 cycles of abrasion, these Forever pans are still non-stick. compared to just $8,000 for a regular nonstick pan.
The super nonstick coating will stay as nonstick as the first day you use it. Guaranteed.
The double anodized layers make these pans harder than steel. Metal utensils, not a problem for these pans, and they can take the heat, go from the stovetop to your oven. Best of all, they're dishwasher safe.
These are pans you'll want to use forever.
Similar pan sets sell for close to $700. Now you can try Emeril Lagasse's 8-piece Forever Pan set, complete with 11-inch high-side fry pan, tempered glass lid, crisper basket, stock pot and lid, and saucepan and lid. In your home for 30 days for just $14.99. There's more. You also get Emeril's favorite cookbook, his professional chef knife, and grill plate insert absolutely free. We're still not done. Order right now and you'll get Emeril Lagasse's indoor smokeless grill free. Pay separate processing and handling. With smoke extracting technology, grill all year long. And find out how you can get free shipping. This offer won't last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
To order, call 1-800-452-1609. That's 1-800-452-1609, or visit us online at foreverpans.com.
Men over 50, here's breaking news. You don't have to put up with the effects of an aging prostate any longer. Scientists at Newgenics have developed full-potency prostate. Why trust it to work? First, full-potency prostate contains an exclusive combination of 4 clinically validated key ingredients found in no other product worldwide. Second, each of those key ingredients is at the full potency levels validated in the clinical studies. No cutting corners to save money. Third, it's from the man-boosting experts at Newgenics. They're so confident it works, they're offering 1 million complimentary samples. Just text the number below. Full potency prostate is guaranteed to reduce nighttime bathroom trips and urgency, promote better bladder emptying, even improve performance in the bedroom. Get your complimentary sample now. Text "YOUR" to 231-231. Text now and we'll include a box of Nugenic Cellular Energy for all-day energy without the jitters, absolutely free. That's FEWER to 231-231.
Being in debt was just such a challenge as a working single mom.
I was working 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
National Debt Relief negotiated with my creditors and reduced my debt by half.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
I feel like I'm in control again. I feel like I'm taking my life back now.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
In addition to the thousands of migrants apprehended and turned over to CBP and eventually released into American communities, tens of thousands of gotaways every single month keep moving north and eventually become every state's problem. Our border correspondent Jason Jones has been embedded with Texas DPS all week, has done some incredible reporting.
What was once isolated to crimes on our southern border have now manifested themselves across this country. We're going to show you an investigation tonight that I think really sums up the fears of what open border brings. Take a look.
10-4, we're checking when we get a little bit closer. We're still tracking approximately 12.
Yeah, 10-4. I got him.
The group is at our 9 o'clock. It's off our left skid, but our horse patrol guys, if you'll come to us, we're going to search for some of the other runners. So if we can keep an eye, a bush, like kind of straight ahead, one went right up here. Can't run from the horses, son.
Look, he's handcuffing them from the horses.
You have some outliers that probably joined the group late, but the majority is all wearing the exact same thing, including the carpet on their shoes. So they're purchasing these packages and they're being made money off of, and then it doesn't really matter. They're just money. They're not people to these groups.
Can you tell me how your community, 80 miles from the border, is being impacted?
We are having pursuits of stolen vehicles almost daily. If they can't outrun us, they'll punch through a fence, and at least one. And a lot of times, if they keep going, and they'll punch through 7 or 8 fences on these of our landowners. And I have one landowner that had his fences punched through and torn down 34 times in 60 days.
What is the cost on something like that? Tens of thousands of dollars.
It gets into 6 figures pretty quick.
Sheriff, of all the things that you're dealing with here, what has impacted you the most that you've seen?
One thing that sticks in my mind is a stop my chief deputy made. It was 2 individuals, young man and young woman. And Turns out he was transporting her to the border to sell her for $10,000. He was going to traffic her. They had been on the road for 16 hours from up north, and she just got in too deep, didn't know how to get out until my deputy made that stop.
He saved her life.
Absolutely. And had my chief not stopped her 80 miles from the border, she would have disappeared. She's going to graduate from high school this year because of him.
We witnessed everything from pursuits to bailouts, rescues, even runners, as the cartels and the alien smuggling organizations have become more emboldened than ever before. The men and women of the Texas Department of Public Safety's elite aircraft division are doing all they can to illuminate the crimes impacting the state, but also the rest of the nation. One thing they can tell you is that what's happening right here impacts all Americans. I'm Jason Jones with Newsmax.
Rob, I can tell you that last investigation you just saw, that sums up what is now happening. That young girl was taken from one of the most northern states of this country. Now, they asked me not to say it because it's part of an active investigation, but I want to thank the sheriff for being willing to share that with us, because that young girl, that was a human trafficking case going back to Mexico. Terrible investigation taking place, but great work by the McMullen County Sheriff's Office. I want to take a minute just to thank the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Sheriff's Department that we just saw there for being willing to share with us and allow the Newsmax to embed with them. And Rob, I'm just going to close on this here. You hear me talk about all the time that the men and women at local, state, and federal law enforcement who are assigned to work the border are truly the vanguards of this nation. I say it for a reason, because they are facing unprecedented tradecraft from the Mexican cartels and these alien smuggling organizations. It's been a great week. Back to you.
It has been. Jason, you took a story that is on repeat for so many people in this country, a story that we see every single day, as sad and depressing as that is, and you made it so captivating, and I'd like to also thank you and also Texas DPS. You guys together put together some fantastic reporting. Thank you so much for doing it. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Former Border Patrol Commissioner Mark Morgan back with us again tonight. I mean, that story about that girl.
Yeah.
I mean, what else is there to say? It's
yeah,
amazing.
that's right.
Yeah.
And I think, Rob, this week what we've learned is that our southwest border is truly being invaded.
Yeah.
We've learned that our borders are in fact wide open, that the operational control has really been garnered by the cartels among the large areas of our southwest border. We've learned that drugs are pouring in, killing Americans. We've learned that the threats that come across our southwest border don't stay there. It's why we keep saying every state is a border state. And what Jason and Texas DPS crew illustrated today it really goes to the heart of that truth. But something you and I personally, we've talked about a lot is the Godaway. Yeah. And you mentioned it. Right now under this administration, another record shattered, 800,000 known gotaways. You add in what we don't know, it's well over 1 million. Think about that. And why does that matter? Why are they running? Why are they using techniques like putting a carpet on their shoes to evade apprehension? Because the truth is, among them are some very bad people, murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and gang members. Let me give you a stat real quick to show that. So far, under this administration, they've apprehended about 100 murderers and thousands of sexual predators and gang members. Just think about how many are among the 800,000 that evaded apprehension, and they've made their way to every state in this country.
Think there's any chance in 24, optimistically, we get a Republican back in the White House, that the talk of a wall comes back?
Absolutely.
I mean, they made a lot of progress.
They did. I felt proud. I was privileged to be a part of that. We built 465 miles under the Trump administration.
How much more do they need?
A few more 100 miles in key strategic locations.
Would do a lot of work. That would do a lot of help. Yeah.
And what I would say, though, is those resources are needed, including the wall. But what's just as important is a policy shift. So you have to have the resources, but you also have the policies that allows the men and women on the front lines that Jason described to actually do their job to secure the border and protect Americans.
Former CBP Commissioner Mark Morgan.
You bet.
Biological weapons which use deadly germs to kill the enemy have been with us for over 50 years. Until recently, The difficulties of using these weapons of terror has kept them under wraps. But science is taking us into a new era of germ warfare. With consequences that could be more terrible even than a nuclear exchange. Silent, invisible, lethal. Biological weapons attack without warning. No bomb, no explosion is required. Just one small canister of germs, released in the right conditions, could have the killing power of the Hiroshima bomb.
They will kill hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands, depending on their employment. You can't see them, you can't feel them, you can't touch them. There's terror associated with just the threat of use of biological warfare agents.
The idea behind a germ weapon is simple. Use a deadly virus or bacteria to attack your enemy. As far back as the Middle Ages, the bodies of plague victims were catapulted into besieged cities to infect the people inside. Plague is a good basis for a germ weapon, as it's highly infectious, and its effects on the body can kill within 48 hours. With modern technology, growing billions of bacteria is cheap and easy.
Any reasonably competent microbiologist could make biological materials, probably with minimum amount of facilities. Now, I wouldn't perhaps want to go into detail about how one might make these materials at home, but a microbiologist could make them fairly simply.
The bugs are living organisms, which can die in strong sunlight or cold temperatures. For a weapon to work, they must be kept alive until they are needed. Today, we can produce deadly agents such as anthrax, a bacteria which can survive extreme climate conditions for up to 40 years. Anthrax causes septic swellings and blood poisoning. By the time the symptoms are discovered, it's often too late to save the victim. Once you have deadly germs capable of surviving, they need only to be delivered into the bloodstream of the enemy. To do this, they must be the right particle size to stay in the air and, after being inhaled, to get through the mucous membranes in human lungs. Richard Falkenrath is a Harvard professor who has advised government agencies on the threat of biological weapons.
More and more people are simply learning how to work with bacteria, work with viruses than they were in the past. Most of them are never going to do anything harmful with this knowledge, but some very, very small percentage might be. And the knowledge that this real revolution in the biosciences is creating is going to seep out there and go through all society, and somewhere in that mix might emerge someone who wants to do great harm.
Although germ weapons existed during World War II, it's only now that U.S. troops are facing the real possibility of a biological attack. In 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait, and the Gulf War broke out. Western intelligence reports suggested that Saddam Hussein might have access to biological weapons. So U.S. soldiers had to struggle with protection suits as they prepared for battle. And there was every reason to believe that Saddam might be prepared to actually use biological weaponry. He had not hesitated to use chemical weapons only a few years earlier to gas Kurdish villagers. So after the war with Iraq was over, it was vital for the Allies to find out whether Saddam really had a germ weapons program. Under the auspices of the United Nations, inspections began. The search for hidden bioweapon plants was paramount to the investigators.
You take your hand off my inspector now.
I have instruction from my
take
boss.
your hand off.
Not from you.
You do not touch my inspector.
I don't touch him.
You're touching me. If you touch me once more, I just...
The Iraqis denied possessing biological weapons, let alone the means to manufacture them.
They wouldn't admit to a program, and they even showed a group of journalists around their main production plant in early 1995, in March 1995, and a key person in the program was showing these journalists around, saying these are perfectly innocent places.
Just 4 months later, after an Iraqi defector confirmed the UN suspicions, Iraq was forced to admit that these supposed pesticide plants were in fact producing anthrax and other germ agents. Some of the factories have been destroyed, but there may be others yet to be discovered.
This is the area that they've been most determined in their evasions and lies about their capacities. And the United Nations inspectors have unearthed only a fraction, they believe, of what Iraq really has. But what they have unearthed is pretty worrisome.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Hi, I'm Michael. I've lost 62 pounds on Golo, and I have kept it off. Most of the weight that I gained was strictly in my belly, which is a sign of insulin resistance. But since Golo, that weight has completely gone away, as you can tell. Thanks to Golo and Release, I've got my life and my health back.
Men over 50, here's breaking news. You don't have to put up with the effects of an aging prostate any longer. Scientists at Newsmax have developed full-potency prostate. Why trust it to work? First, full-potency prostate contains an exclusive combination of 4 clinically validated key ingredients found in no other product worldwide. Second, each of those key ingredients is at the full potency levels validated in the clinical studies. No cutting corners to save money. Third, it's from the man-boosting experts at Newsmax. They're so confident it works, they're offering 1 million complimentary samples. Just text the number below. Full-potency prostate is guaranteed to reduce nighttime bathroom trips and urgency, promote better bladder emptying, even improve performance in the bedroom. Get your complimentary sample now. Text RUSH to 321-321. Text now and we'll include a box of Nugenic Cellular Energy for all-day energy without the jitters, absolutely free. That's CRUSH to 321-321.
Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal irrigation?
I am one who suffers from chronic sinus infection.
You need to clean that crap out of your nose.
Navage is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navage is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 3 million Navage users so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier.
I love this thing.
It's nice to breathe.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. We're all in this thing together. We're gonna make it through. And I'll walk with you.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
In 1998, Iraq blocked UN inspections. Fearing that Iraq would continue to build bigger and better biological and chemical weapons, the United States and Britain felt they had no choice but to launch airstrikes. For the first time in modern warfare, we face the real likelihood that germ weapons might be used on the battlefield. And it's not only in foreign countries that there might be people tempted to use these weapons. A lot closer to home, even perhaps in a major U.S. city, there is the potential for a biological strike. Tokyo, March 20th, 1995. 5,000 people are injured and 12 killed after breathing in a toxin seeping from packages planted by a Japanese religious cult, the Aum Shinrikyo. It was a chemical attack, but the group had plotted several biological attacks. Some cult members traveled to Zaire during an outbreak of Ebola fever. There is no cure for Ebola. 90% of victims in Africa hemorrhage to death. It's believed the cult intended to collect virus samples for use in a biological weapon. For the first time, a terrorist group with serious intentions to kill on a mass scale had tried to make such a weapon.
It's absolutely clear that the latent capacity to produce and use biological weapons is increasing. It's also evident that terrorist groups are becoming more inclined to commit indiscriminate acts of mass violence than they have in the past.
But to make them the right particle size and to produce an aerosol spray or other delivery mechanism needs more sophisticated technology.
And finer.
Another problem for terrorists trying to make germ weapons is the danger of killing themselves.
Let me set this aside.
Videos produced by extremist groups suggest that simple face masks can protect you from contamination.
Now, you really have some lethal stuff here.
In military research institutes, technicians don't leave their chances to such basic equipment.
It's clear any terrorist that considers producing or using a biological weapon is going to put themselves at some considerable personal risk. And we believe that weighs fairly heavily in their calculations. These are very dangerous organisms.
But it's possible that someone could succeed, despite the risks and technical difficulties. And if they did, the consequences could be devastating. We can realistically imagine a scenario in which a small group of terrorists set out on the Hudson River with enough anthrax to kill 500,000 New Yorkers. They have waited for the right weather conditions. A gentle westerly breeze. They release the germs into the air, using a converted paint sprayer, and the lethal cloud drifts toward Manhattan. At first, it would seem like a sudden mass outbreak of flu. By the time the emergency services realized that it was a deadly epidemic, many victims would already be beyond treatment.
But given the severity of the consequences, I think it's likely enough to take it very seriously at the level of our governments to be doing much to prepare.
Go ahead, Bob. Well, we're saying that more and more people are going down. You received a report from the field, a radio transmission.
Get that chair over there and let's get him out of here. Come on, Jack, let's go.
In the light of the Aum Shinrikyo incident and the Larry Harris case, growing concern about terrorism has led the U.S. government to set up a new program to prepare U.S. cities for biological and chemical attacks.
And if we can make the cities aware and those critical first responders aware, we can make a bad situation not as bad.
As well as training civilians, the Army also demonstrate what they can do in the event of an attack. In this exercise, they show how they would defuse a suspected biological bomb. An X-ray has revealed that inside the suitcase is a bomb designed for dispersing particles. They could be deadly germs. The men use a tent made from super tough Kevlar to stop flying shrapnel, which could break through their protective biohazard suits. They fill it with special foam, which will destroy any living organisms that might be inside the bomb.
All right, so
But the problem with a terrorist biological attack is that you wouldn't know it was coming, so there would be little chance of being able to defuse the weapon. The problem is how to deliver the bugs efficiently and infect only the people you want to kill. And it's been puzzled over by scientists ever since germ warfare research began.
What is it about Cindy Crawford?
For decades, she's mesmerized us with her timeless beauty.
And the press exclaims, she still has us enthralled.
The secret to Cindy's surprisingly ageless skin is Meaningful Beauty Supreme, created by French anti-aging specialist Dr. Jean-Louis Sabat.
Dr. Sabat has been hailed as an anti-aging guru and a skin magician.
His youth-preserving formulas come from a genetically unique melon found only in the south of France, with an astonishing youth-preserving enzyme known as the youth molecule that's kept Cindy's skin looking so youthful.
Just watch as an ordinary melon wrinkles, ages, and decays.
While the remarkable melon containing the youth molecule on the right stays fresh and firm.
I'm about to turn 50, and people absolutely can't believe it. They say there's no way. There's no way.
Everything we do for Meaningful Beauty is like, how is this going to help a woman feel better about her skin, give her more confidence? And that's what today's about, just sharing all that. So I'm headed to the mall today, and we're doing a pop-up event for new Meaningful Beauty Supreme, and it should be a lot of fun. So what brought you here today?
Well, I've been using Meaningful Beauty for almost 2 years.
Great.
I just had these dark bags, and after 4 pregnancies, the pigmentation
Wow,
was
you
just...
would never know by looking at you.
Well, that is because of your products.
We want to keep on the forefront, and I think Dr. Sabat especially is excited about all the new technology he can put into the product. I started Meaningful Beauty so that I would have something to use at home. See how there's those little microbeads in there?
Yeah.
That is keeping the ingredients fresh. But over time, you'll see a visible improvement in the tightness of your skin. Your skin, it doesn't just look younger, it acts younger, feels younger. You know what, it was so fun today just seeing like the variety of women, the ages, the skin types, the skin colors, and just meeting real customers getting results with Meaningful Beauty. I love that.
Now, it's time to experience Meaningful Beauty Supreme for yourself. You'll start with Cindy's must-have skin softening cleanser.
Then, our luminous anti-aging day cream with Dr. Sabat's youth molecule for daily protection from sun, pollution, and blue light from smartphones.
Next, Cindy's advanced lifting eye cream that visibly reduces puffiness, dark circles, and crow's feet.
Then, let the rejuvenation begin with Dr. Sabat's incredible age recovery night cream, featuring the twin power of the youth molecule and retinol.
And now, Dr. Sabah brings you the astonishing youth-activating melon serum.
This next-generation serum taps the power of melon leaf plant stem cells.
Encapsulated for freshness and released onto the skin to support natural collagen and elastin production.
Stem cells are the core of the power of the melon. It's like we are bringing you the quintessential vitality of the melon. All its anti-aging power and magic right to your skin.
His clients often pay thousands of dollars for a series of treatments.
That's why when purchased separately, Meaningful Beauty's regular price of $139 is already an incredible bargain. But Cindy decided to offer Meaningful Beauty directly to you through TV, so she could make her secret affordable for everyone.
You won't have to pay $139 for Meaningful Beauty, not $99 or even $79.
Order now, and you'll pay just $59.95 for all 5 concentrated super treatments. And be among the first 500 orders right now, and we'll add Cindy's new Glow and Go Trio, over $80 worth of bonus extras free. First, the sensational glowing serum, Cindy's celebrity secret to an instant red carpet ready glow. Next, the amazing triple exfoliating treatment to reveal younger looking skin.
And Dr. Sabah's famous ultra lifting and filling treatment.
It works to instantly fill in and plump up wrinkles for a smoother, younger look.
And when you act quickly and use promo code SAVE10 before it expires, we'll drop an additional $10 off our already low price.
So you won't pay $59.95, but just $49.95 for everything you see here. That's an astonishing $210 value for just $49.95.
We'll even add free shipping. And it comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Call or go online now and treat yourself to Meaningful Beauty Supreme.
That's why I'm so passionate about Meaningful Beauty, because I'm able to share with women everywhere.
This TV-only offer is not available in any store. So call 1-800-967-1534 or go to meaningfulbeauty.com right now.
Information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
In a series of horrific experiments in a prison camp during the Second World War, Japanese scientists deliberately infected humans. They grew plague and other agents in the bodies of live prisoners, but they were not able to develop effective ways of dispersing the bugs. After the war, as hostility with the Soviet Union increased, the U.S. began to invest vast resources in a germ weapons program. Scientists were under pressure to solve the problems fast, as the United States began to fear an attack by Soviet agents.
There's a new poison. 1 ounce can kill all the people in the United States.
Germ warfare can wipe out an entire city.
Enemy agents could contaminate the city water supply.
As a result of this fear, the Pentagon decided to conduct their own experiments to see what would happen if Soviet operatives attacked U.S. cities. By now, the U.S. scientists had worked out how to keep the bugs alive and how to make them the right particle size. In train stations and terminals, FBI men dispersed clouds of bacteria to see how far they would travel. The bacteria were said to be harmless and were used to simulate plague or anthrax. With detection centers to pick up the presence of the bacteria in the air around cities, they wanted to see how many people would be affected, depending on what delivery system the Soviets might use.
There were many trials carried out in both the UK and the United States, and a certain amount of cooperation on seeing the effects of biological agents delivered by a number of different means, be it unorthodox means, sabotage type means, from unconventional maybe an aerosol generator in the back of a truck or on a boat offshore, for example.
The results of the experiments were not published. On an island off the coast of Scotland, British tests using anthrax on sheep had shown there were a variety of methods. Bombs and spray delivery systems could disperse the anthrax in the air. And the experiments proved that enough of the bugs could survive a bomb explosion to cause many casualties. But there was a fundamental problem. You couldn't control who would be infected. A change in wind direction could kill your own troops by mistake, or wipe out a civilian population living nearby, leaving enemy troops unscathed. The difficulty of targeting the weapons was one of the factors that led the West to sign a treaty with the Soviet Union in 1972, agreeing to ban further research and destroy stockpiles of biological agents.
Well, the key reason that the United States and Great Britain gave up their biological warfare capabilities is that they didn't think they were very useful. The military commanders didn't really see a contingency in which they'd ever want to use these things. They were hard to predict, hard to control. The adversary could retaliate with nuclear weapons.
The threat of biological warfare seemed to be over. But it was an illusion. A decade or so later, suspicion arose that the Russians had not really given up their program. Then in 1992, Dr. Ken Alibek, a key Russian scientist, defected. Western governments discovered the truth. In the 20 years since the signing of the treaty banning biological research, Russia had secretly developed new biological agents and built up a huge germ warfare arsenal.
Any possible agent, biological agent, that could be valuable for testing and applying in future biological weapons would be tested, would be developed, and would be turned into weapons.
Alibek worked at the Stepnogorsk plant in the desolate region of Kazakhstan. We now know that at this and other sites, the Russians worked on all aspects of biological weapons. They made organisms that survived better and dispersed more effectively. And it is thought they perfected ways of delivering the agents at long range. For example, loading them onto missiles.
So the Russians were working away on all this and had a range of agents that could be put in mainly missiles. And it's clear from evidence that we now know that this was a technology where they thought, we have the edge, we must develop this. This will be a big surprise. Of course, they were absolutely right.
With the collapse of the Soviet regime, most of the program has been dismantled, leaving them without jobs.
My colleagues, a lot of them now are unemployed, and they've got nothing in many cases just to feed their families, their children. Some of them sell flowers in streets, very good, perfect scientists. Now, if, for example, they received a proposal to do something for Iraq, for Iran, I cannot exclude they will do this.
There are plenty of countries who might offer them work. 16 have suspected biowarfare programs, including Syria, North Korea, Libya, and China, along with Iran and Iraq.
This is a hernia mesh legal alert. If you experienced problems following a hernia repair, which resulted in the need for the removal of the surgical mesh, you may have a case. Defective or recalled hernia mesh products have been used during many surgical procedures nationwide since 2010. Financial compensation may be available if your hernia mesh was removed due to severe abdominal pain, adhesion or erosion of the hernia mesh, infection, allergic reaction, or other complications. Call now for a free consultation and case evaluation. It is not necessary to know what type of hernia mesh was used during your surgery. The lawyers at Science & Kirk can help. There are no fees or expenses unless a recovery is obtained. Don't wait. Call now to find out if you have a case.
Call 1-800-348-1366 for a free case evaluation. Call 1-800-348-1366.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Over 5 million people have fallen in love with a portable blender. BlendJet 2 gives you ice-crushing, big blender power on the go. So you can throw in your favorite ingredients and blend up a delicious smoothie anytime, anywhere. BlendJet 2 even cleans itself. Just add water, a drop of soap, and blend. Recharge quickly with any USB port. Ready to fall in love? Order yours now on blendjet.com.
Just before the Gulf War, the Iraqis worked on several delivery systems. They simulated biological attacks using a crop dusting plane and tried to develop a remote-controlled MiG fighter capable of dropping biological agents. They also loaded anthrax onto missiles and manufactured at least 200 aerial anthrax bombs. The missiles were meant to detonate on impact, which might have destroyed most of the organisms.
That's not a terribly sophisticated design, and certainly not something that the U.S. military would regard as an efficient delivery system. But even if it didn't kill very many people, which is a possibility, the political effect that it would have had in the target area and the panic it would have caused in the population, I think, would have been very significant indeed.
What we do know is that it's only a matter of time before someone or some nation who is prepared to use biological weapons gets their hands on the technology. The urgent question we now face is how we can defend ourselves. It's clear that the Russians have developed new and more deadly biological agents, and that Iraq stockpiled bioweapons with bombs and missiles ready for use. And so, a race against time has begun.
Mister, this is the author deck. We have a cloud 1,500 yards off the port bow, set mop level 4.
U.S. and Allied forces must find a way to defend themselves against deadly germs. Destroyers like the SS Michener are now being equipped with special defenses. Under attack from biological or chemical weapons, the ship can be sealed. Once the hatches are closed, high pressure keeps out contaminated air. Seawater can be pumped over the ship to wash away any germs or toxins. But for all this to work, those commanding the ship would need to know that they were being attacked.
Okay, I got the target. Coming down. Bedtime. Your laser is armed, sir.
Germ agents are an enemy you can't see or hear. So to defend against the new threat, the Army have been trying to develop detection systems. Recently, a 1,000-man exercise took place in Anniston, Alabama. Troops learned what they would do if facing an enemy armed with deadly germ weapons. A key part of the exercise was to use these vehicles, which contain a detection system called BIDS, the Biological Integrated Detection System. BIDS is a mobile laboratory. The idea is to set it up behind front lines where it can check continuously to see if there is anything suspicious in the atmosphere.
Outside temperature is 73.1 degrees. Wind direction is at 70 degrees.
Inside the cramped interior, air is sucked in and analyzed to see if it contains living organisms. If so, they are tested with antibodies to determine which viruses or bacteria are involved. Closely guarded and hidden by camouflage, BIDS is capable of identifying many germ agents, but currently it takes an average of 30 minutes to do so. A long wait, during which troops are left dangerously vulnerable.
If in fact you have to wait on the current detection systems, they take anywhere from 15 to 45 minutes, which means that cloud has traveled in that 15 to 45 minutes over a portion of our soldiers, and they've been exposed.
And one of the things I worry about is that we have units exposed, and that commander has to wait for that agent identification. Meanwhile, does he have to worry about setting up decontamination on the battlefield? And all the time, while he's trying to make those decisions, that unit maybe can't do its combat mission. And our adversaries on a battlefield are going to take advantage of that.
BIDS may be a step towards defense from bioweapons attack, but it can't stop troops from being exposed. Early warning is needed.
We need to have long-range systems in the military because the sooner we know, the sooner we can put our warfighters into protective posture. The long-range biological standoff detection system is extremely critical to us because it gives us the capability to look out at long distances and to identify that a man-made cloud is present.
The long-range system called LiDAR can rapidly detect unusual clouds, but it can't tell what a cloud is made of. It could be anthrax, but it could also be pollen or some other organic material.
Lakeside, medevac 22, over. Roger, Lakeside, medevac 22, Charlie 130 inbound, your location, ETA 15 minutes. Alpha status, Alpha 2 with the generator failure.
Currently, new systems do not provide adequate warning of an attack. Significant casualties would be unavoidable, and medical teams would face the challenge of trying to isolate these diseased and perhaps contagious soldiers.
Vitals are normal.
Okay, check the air saturation, please.
97.
Thank you.
The race to overcome the problems of defense is far from over. In the next decade, we may develop technologies that could detect known agents at long range. But in the meantime, science has moved on. There is now the potential to create new and unknown diseases, and the potential to solve the problem of delivery once and for all, with weapons that can be precisely targeted against specific people.
Men over 50, here's breaking news. You don't have to put up with the effects of an aging prostate any longer. Scientists at Nugenix have developed full-potency prostate. Why trust it to work? First, full-potency prostate contains an exclusive combination of 4 clinically validated key ingredients found in no other product worldwide. Second, Each of those key ingredients is at the full potency levels validated in the clinical studies. No cutting corners to save money. Third, it's from the man-boosting experts at Nugenix. They're so confident it works, they're offering 1 million complimentary samples. Just text the number below. Full potency prostate is guaranteed to reduce nighttime bathroom trips and urgency, promote better bladder emptying, even improve performance in the bedroom. Get your complimentary sample now. Text "newer" to 231231. Text now and we'll include a box of Nugenix Cellular Energy for all-day energy without the jitters, absolutely free. That's FEWER to 231231.
Race car drivers change lanes very fast, but with no outside mirrors. How come they don't crash? Introducing Angel View, the new wide-angle mirror that reduces blind spots. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. Angel View simply snaps over your car's rear view mirror, giving you a 160-degree view behind you. Look, ordinary rear view mirrors are small and flat, but Angel View has a huge mirror with curved glass. This convex shape allows you to see both blind spots with one glance. Here's what you see with that ordinary rear view mirror, and here's what you see with Angel View. Look, over 800,000 blind spot accidents occur each year. You think you're clear to change lanes, but you're not. And that's why they call it a blind spot. But Angel View's crystal clear mirror gives you perfect panoramic vision without that awful fisheye effect like other little mirrors. And with our Pro Edition special coating, it's anti-glare at night. Angel View installs in seconds to virtually any car or SUV. And the spring-loaded rubber feet automatically adjust to hold on tight. From a senior driver to a first-time teen, and everyone in between. With Angel View, you see them. Without it, you won't. Get your Angel View now for just $19.99 through this special offer. But wait, there's breaking news. Angel View may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, Angel View is stopping manufacturing effective immediately. There is a strict limit of 3 Angel Views per order while supplies last. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. Order now.
Call 1-800-218-5710. That's 1-800-218-5710 or visit getangelview.com. So call 1-800-218-5710. Order now.
Every detail counts. That's why I live my life with Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose. I value quality, cutting-edge tech, and performance. When I began experiencing hearing loss, I knew I needed the best of the best. Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose are app-controlled and self-fitting, which means I can tune and customize them to my needs and preferences on the Lexi app and enjoy high-quality hearing. No appointment necessary. From ordering my first pair online to front door delivery and the secure, discreet fit, Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose offer quality, convenience, and exceptional customer support at every step in my journey. If you're ready to elevate to the next level with world-class hearing, take the lead and call or order online at lexihearing.com to receive your Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose today.
Call 800-761-1356 today to find out how you can get your Lexis at 80% less than prescription hearing aid prices.
Inflation, recession, stocks falling. David Stockman first warned of it. As President Reagan's budget chief, he helped lead the economic revolution that saved America. Now, in the Great Money Bubble, Stockman speaks out on the biggest bubble in history and shows how to protect and grow your wealth. Newsmax calls the Great Money Bubble the investor Bible for inflation. It's at bookstores everywhere, or get the free offer now.
At the U.S. Army's Biological Research Center, scientists work to develop vaccines to protect against bioweapons. Until now, the range of diseases they were fighting against has been limited. But the new technology of genetic engineering has radically changed the situation.
When you look at current biological weapons, they have many shortcomings. They may be difficult to absorb. They may only survive in perfect weather conditions. So genetic engineering can be used to make that biological agent, that virus or that bacteria, more resistant, more likely to infect people.
Genetic engineering can improve existing agents, and it can also create completely new diseases.
The revolution in the biosciences that we've seen since the 70s is every bit as profound as the nuclear revolution of 70 years ago, and could have quite devastating impacts on the future biowarfare and bioterrorism threat.
Designer bugs are worrying, but they still face the problem of delivery. They could infect the wrong people. But genetic engineering hasn't stopped there. According to the British Medical Association, it may soon be possible to target germs so that they only attack certain people, people with a particular gene or set of genes, while leaving everyone else unharmed.
One hears talk about the development of a kind of ethnic weapon, a weapon that can be targeted to be effective against a particular racial group or group of people.
Research aimed at fighting crime is uncovering new genetic information. At the FBI crime labs in New York, forensic scientists have stumbled across some of the data that could be used to target population groups. Identifying individual people from samples of hair or blood has become possible by looking at human DNA. The National FBI database contains over 100,000 samples. They use them to analyze particular sequences in the DNA called junk DNA. Variations in these sequences now allow the FBI to distinguish one person from another.
The differences that we look for are regions of DNA that may vary in length between people, or they may actually vary in sequence between people also. Sometimes these areas of DNA, because they didn't have a known function, were called junk DNA. But I like to think of the expression, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And for the forensic scientist, these regions, because they vary, are sources of vast information for us to use in forensics.
The forensic work has had an unexpected side effect. The FBI databases uncovered genetic markers which identify African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Caucasians, and Native Americans. Any ethnic group might be identifiable. As well as the FBI work, scientists across the world collaborating in research called the Human Genetic Diversity Project are discovering more and more about our genes and how they make us different. Added together, all the information could be used to make biological weapons targeted at specific people.
Well, if you add together a number of different markers for different populations, you can start to become relatively specific. So, for example, the way in which we handle milk lactose is different between the Asian and European populations. If you then add in blood groups, ABO blood groups, very different distributions. If you also add in height, skin color, and so on, you start to be able to become specific to your target population.
Once genetic markers have been uncovered, a virus could in theory be designed to look for them on entering the body. It would scan the DNA of cells looking for the markers. If it finds them, It inserts itself into the host DNA and starts the process of infection. In this way, the virus would be targeted to attack only people who had the right genetic markers.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal irrigation?
I am one who suffers from chronic sinus infection.
You need to clean that crap out of your nose.
Navage is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navage is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 3 million Navage users so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier.
I love this thing.
It's nice to breathe.
Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Stay tuned to find out how you can get Emeril Lagasse's indoor smokeless grill free. Just pay separate processing and handling. Tired of non-stick pans that aren't so non-stick? The problem is they have a single layer of non-stick that quickly wears away.
Emeril Lagasse here with the most innovative pans I've ever cooked with. They can sear like stainless, caramelize like cast iron, and they have a super non-stick surface that will never lose their non-stick coating. Introducing my Forever Pans.
Watch, we poured an entire jar of tomato sauce in this Forever pan. We burned it, then torched it, and look, nothing sticks. Even this sander can't stop this egg from slipping and sliding, because nothing sticks. After 80,000 cycles of abrasion, these Forever pans are still non-stick, compared to just 8,000 for a regular non-stick pan.
The super non-stick coating will stay as non-stick as the first day you use it. Guaranteed.
The double anodized layers make these pans harder than steel. Metal utensils, not a problem for these pans, and they can take the heat, go from the stovetop to your oven. Best of all, they're dishwasher safe.
These are pans you'll want to use forever.
Similar pan sets sell for close to $700. Now you can try Emeril Lagasse's 8-piece Forever Pan set, complete with 11-inch high-side fry pan, tempered glass lid, crisper basket, stock pot and lid, and saucepan and lid. In your home for 30 days for just $14.99. There's more. You also get Emeril's favorite cookbook, his professional chef knife, and grill plate insert absolutely free. We're still not done. Order right now and you'll get Emeril Lagasse's indoor smokeless grill free. Pay separate processing and handling. With smoke extracting technology, grill all year long. And find out how you can get free shipping. This offer won't last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
To order, call 1-800-452-1609. That's 1-800-452-1609, or visit us online at foreverpans.com.
Real heroes.
Real conflict.
Real threats.
Real heart.
Now there's a place America gets its news.
No agenda.
Just the facts.
Newsmax.
Real news for real people.
In Dallas, Texas, a poison is being targeted to attack cancer cells. The doctor in charge of the research is hoping to adapt a toxin that in the past has been used as a biological weapon.
Well, ricin is a natural toxin produced by the castor bean plant, which you can see here behind me. It's an ornamental plant used in many people's homes for decoration, and it has been used for many, many years in espionage. It's been used in all sorts of criminal activities where people wish to eliminate somebody. And the reason it's so effective is because it takes virtually less than you can see in the palm of your hand to kill an individual.
But Dr. Vitetta is hoping to use ricin to save lives.
Ricin could potentially help all cancer patients. It could potentially help patients with a whole variety of other diseases where you know what the target cell for the disease is.
She has managed to modify the ricin poison so that it attacks only the cancerous cells in the body, leaving the healthy ones untouched. It does this by recognizing genetic markers. The ricin is attached to an antibody which looks for receptors on the cell surface. Because of a genetic mutation, cancer cells have different receptors from normal ones. The antibody recognizes them and attaches. Only then is the ricin activated to kill the cell. Successful genetic targeting is one of the golden prizes of medicine today. Millions of dollars are being invested in it in the hope of finding an answer to some of our biggest killer diseases. But it is the very technology that would be needed to identify and kill specific groups of people.
The technology that will develop useful new vaccines, new drugs in a medical sense is going to be very closely associated with the technology which could put that same knowledge to malign use to producing weapons.
An organism that could target specific people would be the coming of age of biological weapons. For the first time, there would be no risk of infecting the wrong people, removing the problem of delivery once and for all. More useful than a nuclear bomb, it would leave land, buildings, and your own troops untouched. Because of these technological advances, the next 10 years could produce a targeted virus or bacteria of this type. Selecting its victims by distinct racial groups, it would be the world's first ethnic weapon. A biological agent that could successfully bring about a genocide.
Genetic targeting is possible, probably within the next 5 to 10 years. The manufacture of relatively specific biological weapons which are lethal in small volumes would be possible within that time period, and that we have therefore a very short opportunity, a timescale, to put in place proper control mechanisms to make sure these weapons are never developed.
Even if we can prevent the development of genetic weapons, the spread of existing technology is going to be increasingly difficult to control. Terrorist groups are likely to become more educated in the technology of biological weapons. Dictators and rogue nations will be tempted to level the playing field with the invisible weapons that can kill millions. Since the Second World War, it has been the age of the nuclear bomb. But we are entering a new age, an age where the threat from biological weapons will loom ever larger.
He was the U.S. ambassador to the European Union, called to testify at President Trump's first impeachment trial. My interview with businessman turned diplomat Gordon Sondland starts right now. Welcome to Conversations. My guest today was the U.S. ambassador to the European Union and among those called as a witness at President Trump's first impeachment. His testimony ruffled a few feathers on both sides of the aisle. Today we're going to hear his side of the story. We're also going to get his take on some critical international affairs. I'm pleased to be joined by former U.S. ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland. Welcome, Ambassador.
Thank you, Nancy. It's nice to be with you.
Nice to have you. Ambassador Sondland, you've had a fascinating career trajectory. Before entering the diplomatic corps, you were a businessman, eventually becoming the owner of several hotels. So how did you go from college dropout to successful businessman?
Well, you know, the reason I dropped out was because I was too restless to sit in class. I wanted to go out and make money. So I set out to work in real estate. I eventually put partnerships together with my own money and other investors, and grew a company with between $1 and $2 billion in assets, which took the better part of my career.
Wow, I can imagine. What were some important lessons working in real estate and the hotel industry? What did they teach you?
Well, they taught me perseverance. Never take the first no, the second, or the third no for an answer. They taught me how to read people, how to learn when to back off, how to learn when to press hard, and how to learn when it's just someone you don't want to do business with, or someone who comes across as gruff and mean when they're basically a pussycat after you get to know them better. So it really did teach me a lot about, and some of it was through trial and error. I made a lot of mistakes, but it was really about interpersonal relationships, which I think definitely had a relevant, it was a relevant education for being an ambassador.
You got interested in Republican politics as a young man. Tell me about that.
Well, I first met, the first president I ever met was President Nixon when I was a young high school student, and I covered his appearance at the World's Fair in Spokane for the school newspaper. I got to know some of the people around him and some of the people who worked with him, and it just seemed like a very energetic and fascinating, part of the sphere. And George H.W. Bush, 41, I volunteered as an advance person and worked on several events with him. And then I got bitten by the bug, as many of us do. I couldn't leave my job when President Bush was president. I worked on his campaign, President Bush 43. Obviously, Senator McCain, who I supported and was heavily involved in his campaign, didn't make it. Governor Romney didn't make it. Jeb Bush, who was my preferred candidate in the last major election in 16, and Donald Trump became president and member of my party. I agreed to support him and ultimately wound up with the ambassadorship.
Will you tell a story in your book about how being a pilot helped give you skills for becoming a diplomat? Can you explain that?
Well, you have to be able to make split-second decisions, and you also have to have a certain amount of process, not necessarily lengthy process and delay, but pilots live by checklists, and that way they don't make mistakes. And as a result, I try to always have a checklist in my mind when I'm trying to achieve an objective. And one of the main things, Nancy, that I point out in my book is, and why I'm such an advocate for political appointees over career ambassadors, is that we always seem to have an objective. And the objective is that of whoever is president at the time, to try and advance his or her foreign policy. The career folks seem to have more of a bent toward the journey rather than the result. And that's why I argue actually for more political appointees, not less.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that the political side, I enjoyed that myself, was really helpful to, I think, to all of our work at the embassy. But during this time, how would you describe your relationship with the president?
You know, it was a businesslike and respectful relationship. I wouldn't call us friends. I'm not sure Donald Trump has a lot of true friends. And to me, a friend is someone you pick up the phone and call at 3 a.m. when you need them, and they'll be there for you. And the other thing was, because I didn't need the job, I was extraordinarily grateful to have been offered the opportunity. But if at any point along the way, I wasn't needed, I was happy to go back to my former life and my career. So as a result, I tried not to be a sycophant, a better way of saying it. I tried to be very blunt, very honest. Here's what's going to happen if you do what you want to do. Here are a couple of other choices. You're the boss, pick one and we'll do it, but let me know. And I asked him several times, don't tweet about me. If you don't like what I'm doing, just tell me you want me to go and I'll go quietly. Don't worry about it. Right. And I think that resulted in a fairly healthy relationship, and it afforded me pretty much unlimited access. Whenever I needed to see him or talk to him, he was available.
So there's a lot that goes on in the European Union, and since there are already ambassadors to individual European countries, what was your role as U.S. ambassador to the entire European Union?
Well, you sort of hit on the main issue, which is I had to be respectful, strategic, and careful with the bilateral ambassadors to the then 28, now 27 EU countries. But I also had to be the person who sort of looked at the bloc as a whole, because each of these individual countries, whether it's France or Germany or a smaller country like Malta, they all have their own sovereign issues and so on. But where the EU really begins to work well with the United States is when they act collectively as a bloc. Because once the United States and the EU as a whole decide we want to do something, or even more importantly, we want to prevent someone else from doing something, it's pretty hard to stop us. It's only when we start to squabble over nonsensical things and there's daylight between us on a policy that people can take advantage of our joint efforts. And so my job was really to find those areas where we could work together with no dissent whatsoever and really leverage the power of the combined US and EU power, if you will.
Yeah, good explanation of that. When we come back, the Latin phrase that was all the rage during the first impeachment trial, quid pro quo. Ambassador Suddenlink will share his perspective in just a moment.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: to provide a higher standard of care. Safe, reliable, nurse-led care right in people's homes. That's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. Now, local agencies are looking for experienced nurses and caregivers who have the passion it takes to deliver that higher standard of care.
Is your credit score getting in the way of things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit help you borrow up to $10,000. So check your eligibility on netcredit.com today without affecting your credit score. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
Save big during BlendJet's New Year's sale and crush your resolutions. The BlendJet 2 portable blender gives you ice-crushing, big blender power on the go. Throw in your favorite ingredients and blend up a delicious smoothie anytime, anywhere. BlendJet 2 even cleans itself. Just add water, a drop of soap, and blend. Recharge quickly with any USB port. Order now from blendjet.com and make 2023 your best year yet.
If you need dental implants, we have great news. Reset Smile is a dentist-approved, more affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home. No dentist office visits required. Just go to resetsmile.com and order your at-home impression kit. Mail it in, and we'll custom make your new smile with our advanced 3D technology. Using the same material trusted by dentists in millions of devices, you'll enjoy chewing food better and smiling with more confidence. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Whenever news breaks.
A lot of destruction there. It was really the front lines in the battle.
And wherever it happens.
And humanitarian corridors opened up this morning.
We're trying to go rescue a 96-year-old lady that doesn't have anybody to take care of her.
They're using ingenuity. They refuse to give up.
That's incoming fire. Come on. Yeah, let's get down here.
Newsmax is there for you.
Welcome back to Conversations, where I'm talking with Gordon Sondland, former U.S. Ambassador to the European Union. In your book, Ambassador, The Envoy, you describe yourself as a quid pro quo guy. Why is that something to be proud of? And explain what you meant by that.
Oh, I'm not sure it's anything to be proud of. It's sort of the media made such an enormous thing of it. I mean, this morning I got up and I went to Starbucks and had a quid pro quo. They gave me a cup of coffee and I gave them my American Express card. That was our quid pro quo. I mean, this whole thing was such a ridiculous use of that Latin phrase. The real issue was, did President Trump do something in his interactions with Ukraine that was an impeachable offense, as opposed to what I would call or characterize as a ballot box offense? And most offenses that presidents commit are ballot box offenses. We hate the policy, we hate the way they approached it, or something they said or did. Maybe they got really close to the red line of wanting, a political favor done for them. President Biden recently did that with Saudi Arabia. President Obama did it with Russia. I don't believe any of those, including the Ukraine matter, were impeachable offenses. I thought once they were fully disclosed to the public could decide at the next election whether they wanted to rehire that person or move on. The January 6th thing was a different story. That, in my view, was impeachable, but not the Ukraine matter at all.
From your experience, why do you tend to agree with Trump's comparison of the EU to a cartel?
I don't know that I agree with it, that it's a cartel in the classic sense that there's something nefarious there. It's a cartel in that we basically funded the EU during the rebuilding after World War II. And they have used the advantages that we have given them when they were nascent and small and building back up again to essentially globally dominate regulatory power, dominate trade in many ways. They do a lot of exporting, not a lot of importing. And as a result, and we've let them get away with that, and shame on us. Other presidents have called this to their attention, but they've done it quietly and gently and without success. President Trump came in like a bull in a china shop and basically said, look at, we know you're screwing us. You know you're screwing us. Let's stop that and let's put this thing on a fair basis. Otherwise, we're going to take actions that you're not going to like in order to restabilize the relationship. And of course, they took great offense to that because they love the status quo. They would never call us. They love the way things are unless they need us. And we're always the ones asking for something, and it shouldn't be that way.
I think you're right. As an ambassador, what was your mission in setting up a meeting between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky?
Well, my mission was really simple. Senator Johnson, Ron Johnson, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I traveled to Ukraine. We spent quite a bit of time with Zelensky after his inauguration. We left there all talking about him and saying, you know, this guy and Trump will get along really well. And once he and Trump get to know one another, good things will happen for Ukraine vis-a-vis the United States. And all we wanted from President Trump was simply to give him a meeting without precondition. President Trump's meeting with world leaders all the time. There's no reason why he couldn't shoehorn a 20, 30-minute meeting with President Zelensky and at some point at the Oval Office. And that's all we wanted, nothing further, because we thought once that meeting took place, good things would happen. And that's, of course, when things began to unravel, because President Trump wasn't interested in dealing with Ukraine. He inserted Rudy Giuliani into the process, which in my view was a huge mistake, and the rest is history.
Well, having served in a country that borders Ukraine, I would agree with you. I think it's a very, very important relationship. Did you even consider, though, ignoring the subpoena to testify against President Trump in the impeachment hearings?
Nancy, I was the only person testifying, again, in my own view, that had no agenda. I didn't want to testify. I wasn't there to help President Trump. I wasn't there to hurt President Trump or the administration. I just wanted to get back to Brussels and do my job. And had the committee called my lawyers and said, you know, we changed our mind, we don't need Ambassador Sondland's testimony, I would have been thrilled. I would have been on a plane and back to Brussels, in the blink of an eye. I wouldn't say that about the other witnesses. I think they had a clear agenda to undermine the administration. And it was a lot of sour grapes post-employment testimony. That wasn't my goal at all. And I had no choice. I had to respect the subpoena. When they asked me to testify voluntarily, I refused. And then they sent a subpoena. And once the subpoena came, according to my counsel, I had no choice. I had to go.
Would you like to take this opportunity to clarify what deal actually was offered to the Ukrainians?
Well, again, this was all done through Mayor Giuliani, because once we had our meeting with President Trump and he said, go deal with Rudy, I don't want to deal with this. We don't know 100% whether what Rudy was telling us came from Rudy or whether it came from the president, or whether something came from the president and then was later modified by Rudy before Rudy expressed it to our group. But the deal was very simple. When President Zelensky ran for president, one of the planks of his platform that he campaigned on was, I am going to take all of these corruption investigations that had been ongoing under President Poroshenko, his predecessor, and they had been shut down. I'm going to start all of those investigations up again. They had a whole bunch of investigations going on vis-a-vis corruption, not specifically about Burisma or Hunter Biden, but about corruption per se. And all President Trump had asked for at the beginning was, you already campaigned on this, just announce publicly that you're going to restart these investigations, and I'll give you a meeting in the Oval Office. It was that simple. And then, of course, it began to escalate into Burisma, Hunter Biden. Then all of a sudden, inexplicably, military aid was suspended for a short period of time. And none of us ever knew who kept adding ornaments to that tree.
So much has changed in Europe following your tenure as U.S. Ambassador to the European Union. We'll hear Ambassador Sondland's perspective on the current situation when we return.
It's our America. We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home. On the free Newsmax app, they go to Newsmax.com. Start today. Newsmax is real news for real people.
News breaks every minute, every day. You need the app, the Newsmax app. Find it free on your smartphone store. Then watch us anytime, anywhere.
Hemorrhoids are a real pain in the... That's why there's Recticare Advanced. Recticare Advanced is seriously effective. With 2 powerful medicines for rapid dual-action relief, it soothes the uncomfortable swelling, itching, and pain of your hemorrhoids. Don't waste your time with other hemorrhoid creams. Make your say. Get Recticare Advanced today.
Because for today, we begin writing a new story. Not a story of deep trauma, a story of strength. Story of being you again. Make that choice. Today, you too can help.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
Is your credit score getting in the way of the things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit offer fast and flexible lending. Borrow up to $10,000 and choose repayment terms that work for you. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
Whenever news breaks.
What you see behind me is the aftermath of that attack.
We're in the helicopter with the men and women with the Texas Department.
This is going to be Trump's first time back in South Carolina.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed Bill SB 524.
And wherever it happens.
Many citizens in France are saying enough is enough.
Locally in Virginia, education very much came into play there.
But inflation reached a 40-year high.
Newsmax is there for you.
I'm continuing my conversation with Gordon Sondland, former U.S. ambassador to the European Union. Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine has had global repercussions. While you were in office, did you have any inkling that something like this would occur and occur so explosively?
Well, listen, we always felt, and it didn't take a genius or any special intelligence to come to this conclusion, that in Putin's DNA was the reclamation of Ukraine. The only question in Putin's mind was, when can I do this and suffer the least amount of repercussion? Under President Trump, again, whether you loved President Trump or hated President Trump, the fact of the matter was, in private, contrary to what his public statements, Trump was very tough on Putin, as he was on Xi, as he was on Kim Jong-un, as he was on the Iranians, the Taliban, and others. He was really tough on them. And so I don't think President Putin's calculus was that he would get away with a lot during the Trump administration. Enter President Biden, who gave a completely different signal. First, the botched withdrawal in Afghanistan, followed by a lot of other things he said and did around the world, the most egregious of which was clearly when he said something to the effect that he would potentially countenance a small incursion as compared to a large incursion. That's all that Putin needed in order to do what he was already planning to do all along.
What's your impression on the way Ukraine's neighbors in Europe are responding to the conflict?
Well, it depends on which neighbor. The alliance has held together reasonably well. I have to hand it to the Biden administration for getting everyone to the table and getting an amount of unanimity that is rare with the EU. Where I think we're falling short is making public noises about encouraging negotiations, number one, and number two, not giving them the lethality that they need in order to finish this war. I'm frankly not as worried about an escalation as I am about dragging this on for months and even longer, which will do nothing but make it more expensive to rebuild Ukraine when it's over.
And we've all seen that before, where a long dragged out war exists, and it's not good. Any predictions?
Exactly.
Any predictions on the final outcome and how this will impact international relations?
Well, I noticed that a bipartisan group of senators, and they were the likely suspects who would write such a letter, have implored Secretary Austin to send one of our smaller drones that's very sophisticated, that's armed, and that could really change the course of the war almost immediately. And I hope the Pentagon reconsiders its position on not sending that drone. I mean, Democrats and Republicans have joined hands on this, and we need to do that.
We need to take as aggressive action as we can, in a way, doing all the time. We're there now. Turning back to home, you've described yourself as a Republican who is a sensible centrist. I understand that. So am I, hopefully. Do you feel the party is headed in the right direction?
I feel the party needs to go through a catharsis. I don't mind dealing with people from all spectrums of the Republican Party, the most conservative, pro-life, religious, evangelical, all the way to those Republicans who some would call almost a Democrat, and everything in between. Where I part company with any of those folks in the party is when they start speaking nonsense and denying facts. And that's when I think it becomes dangerous. I think these election denials, after they've been fully vetted, they've been heard by judges from Trump-appointed judges and Obama-appointed, everybody under the sun who says there really isn't any evidence to support an overturning of an election, and they continue to spout this rhetoric with no evidence to back it up. If they had the evidence, put it on the table. I think that's when we really start to hurt our party.
Gordon Sondland, thanks so much for spending time with me today. The new book is called The Envoy and sounds very interesting. Mastering the Art of Diplomacy with Trump and the World. That's all our time today. Thanks for watching, and I hope you'll join me again for my next conversation. So long.
States.
Donald John Trump.
Trump.
I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
So it's my privilege to put an official nomination, Kevin Hern, for Speaker of the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
No nominee having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
Well, not to sound like a broken record, but I feel like we've done this before. We enter day 4 of this now. The drama on Capitol Hill will continue for at least another day as Kevin McCarthy loses his 11th ballot to become the next Speaker of the House. Officially, the longest speakership battle in 164 years. Voting set to resume again, as you just heard, at noon today.
And meanwhile, talks are ongoing between McCarthy and the group of 20, but we are once again hearing reports that some progress was made overnight. We'll bring you live coverage of day 4 of the Speaker vote when Congress resumes at noon Eastern.
Good morning. Welcome back into Wake Up America. Happy Friday to you. It is January 6th. I'm Rob Finnerty. Allison, good to be back with you. Here we go again on Capitol Hill.
Here we go again. All right. Hopefully we will have some news today. Good morning, everyone. Here are some of the stories we're following for you today.
Yeah, we start at the southern border today. After first being elected to the Senate in 1972, that man right there, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, will make his first ever trip to the southern border on Sunday. The president, again, though, blaming the crisis on Republicans, even though Democrats have had control of the House, the Senate, and the Oval Office for the last 2 years, and this crisis did not exist on Donald Trump's last day in office.
Yeah, plus, according to doctors, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is awake and communicating, but does remain in critical condition after suffering a cardiac arrest Monday night. Doctors say his first thought after waking up was, who won the game? Meantime, the NFL officially cancels the Week 17 game between the Bills and Bengals.
I love that. Apparently, he was told that he won.
He won life.
He won life. So glad to hear that. More on that coming up. Plus, Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger makes his first court appearance yesterday, being held without bond as we learn chilling details about the night the 28-year-old allegedly attacked and killed 4 victims sleeping in their college house. Former FBI agent Jonathan Gilliam back with us with more on that indictment that was unsealed yesterday. We'll get into that in a little bit as well. But first, we're now in historic territory on Capitol Hill. We haven't seen this on the Capitol since 1959. So since before the Civil War, as Kevin McCarthy tries to become Speaker, Allison, again today. For more on all this, let's welcome back in former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign, Hogan Gidley, and senior contributor at The Federalist and fellow at the Claremont Institute, Benjamin Weingarten. Great to have you both on. Benjamin, great to have you on this morning. Hogan, we were talking about this yesterday, and you brought this up, and I thought this was a great point. We are getting so much information from so many different sources. It is very difficult to try and sift through what's accurate and what's not. Yesterday, we were told, hey, this is going to break in Kevin McCarthy's direction. Yesterday, that did not happen. Guess what? Last night, we heard the exact same thing, that it's going to break in Kevin McCarthy's direction today. What are you hearing, and what do you make of all this information that's pouring in right now? What can we believe? How do we go through all this stuff?
Yeah, I hate to be the one to say I don't know, but I don't know. You're hearing so many conflicting reports coming in and out of these meetings. Things that were supposed to be kept behind closed doors are now being aired as dirty laundry in the public. Some of these things obviously would be good if there were some concessions made. That's great to hear. But who knows what the terms of those concessions were, meaning were they supposed to be kept quiet? And then the anger that's boiling over into the public, also problematic. I still contend, though, this is kind of the inside the Beltway chatter. I know that the media class, the pundit class, we're talking about it this morning. Most networks are doing the same thing because it's kind of leading the news. But most Americans don't care about the drama at all. They just want to see results from their Congress. And this Congress, the past Congress, was pushing radical ideology. This one's meant to stop it. They voted in Republicans. So they got to figure out the gavel here, and then they have to govern once they get it. And right now, it looks like they're still struggling to figure out who the leader, who the speaker is going to be moving forward. And I don't know that there's a crack in that dam yet to figure out exactly where it's going to break.
Yeah, Ben, Hogan brings up a good point. I mean, we're all talking about this, but people at home, I talked to a couple of friends last night, and they said, yeah, I don't know what's going on. They actually were more interested in what was happening in Idaho and at the border.
Right.
And so I guess the point is, if you look at the Washington Post put out, it said that House Republicans' dysfunctions point to chaos ahead. My thought here is that this is going to divide the Republican Party, because even if McCarthy does get in, we all know what's happening behind the scenes. A lot of times we don't know really what's happening behind the scenes, but everything's coming out in all these media outlets and all these articles. So will they be able to get anything done, and will they be able to get along and move forward? Because we got a lot that needs to get done.
Well, first, let me just say that I don't think the narrative that the Washington Post puts out is going to accurately reflect how the American people feel about what's going on in Washington, D.C. That should be thought of as the official swamp narrative and the Democrat part, the deep Democrat part of the swamp narrative. But what I will say is this. Yes, Republicans are divided. And by the way, that's a healthy thing in a party, in a two-party system in a republic, because it represents a very diverse constituency. So while there are now being hashed out, major questions about the power of the speaker, what constitutes regular order in a deliberative body, which is the legislative branch, whether one man should be able to have massive discretion over basically all the oversight powers and who sits on the committees and what comes to the floor and the like. That's a very good and healthy thing. And if it were communicated that succinctly to the American people, that that's what's being debated right now, I think American people would be heartened by it. And by the way, planes aren't falling out of the sky. All the programs haven't stopped working. The agencies aren't all shut down, et cetera, et cetera. So at the end of the day, do I think there will be a resolution? I absolutely think there will be a resolution. I think whoever the speaker is will have to be far more responsive to conservatives who are far more numerous than they may be represented in Washington, D.C. And that's all to the good. That's a healthy thing. And ultimately, the House Republicans will get onto the business of investigating, and perhaps much more aggressively than they might have done had we not been through, several days.
Right.
That's all this is.
Yeah.
So when we get up to 133 votes, maybe then we'll talk about how this is radical and
you think we've got a speaker by the end of the day today? Did I hear you correctly?
I don't know that it's by the end of the day today, but certainly within days.
Okay, all right. The reason I asked that, and Allison, my wife she's not paying attention to this. We were talking about it. She knows that it's a big part of the narrative, but so I get it. But think about the government shutdown under Trump. First couple days, nobody cares. Kind of a joke, right? If this continues on into next week and into the middle of next week, people are going to start to take notice. I think right now you're right. We're in our echo chambers. The other networks are talking about it. MSNBC and CNN are having a field day with this with their new political reporter, Adam Kinzinger. We'll get there in a minute. But Hogan, Kevin McCarthy, look, he might eventually have the votes to become the next Speaker of the House. The big question is, does he have the votes to actually govern when and if he gets there?
Yeah, look, I think this is something we've also discussed, and that is it's easy to rally around no when you're in the minority. In this particular instance, though, when you have the gavel, you have to govern. But I think it's kind of the same thing because the margins are so slim and because the White House and the Senate are controlled by Democrats, you're going to have to rally this caucus around no. And I think he can get there to stop the Biden agenda. What you're asking, though, I think, is what can we do as Republicans to push our agenda forward, the America First policies that so many are clamoring for? Can they get to the House? Let's be clear. There are political realities that exist here, and whatever they get out of the House is going to die. The question, though, remains, is Kevin McCarthy going to be able to execute properly some of the investigations that we're talking about here? And I think he can. I think he will. What's he going to put forward, though, as far as legislation is concerned to help the American people with the southern border, with crime reduction, with inflation reduction, clamp down on spending, all of those things? That's the thing we really have to be concerned with. But regardless, it won't go anywhere. The question is, can he move it forward anyway, just symbolic?
Yeah, Ben, I want to get your quick reaction to this and then move on to Adam Kinzinger, because I saw that come over the wires yesterday. But
over the wires?
The wires.
Oh, I like
old
that.
school, right?
Oh, I feel like I'm in the Kennedy White House right now. I like that. Newspeak.
I was looking at AP, so I thought of wires. Okay, Ben, what do you make of the fact that these 20 members come up with a different name almost every day, and it just seems that they really don't have a plan? A lot of people say, look, if they had one person that they're all standing behind, maybe they can all rally the rest of Republicans to vote this person in. But every day, somebody nominates a new person. Matt Gaetz nominated Donald Trump yesterday.
Well, I think a couple things I would say on that. One is there may still be a B list of candidates or C list of candidates that they may want to coalesce around, but they may not feel that there is, as of yet, enough of a groundswell that has built, even after all these rounds of voting. But I also think that there is a tactical part of this, which is once you put someone's name up and you try to get behind them substantially, you put a massive target on their back that might swamp the kind of target that's already on the back of these 20 members. And so I do think there's a practical reality here of every single move is fraught with substantial risk and could essentially end your career in the House. Now, we've already crossed the Rubicon, obviously, to some extent, with this many ballots and with this 20-plus members. But I do think that there will come a time where there has to be coalescing. There should be a candidate that's put up that all 20 should get behind, and that they should be seriously whipping others to get behind.
And the 20 are going to have to work with the 202 once this is all said and done. Look, I applaud the 20 on one level because Democrats would never do this. They'd never fight established party leadership. That's why you had Steny Hoyer and Nancy Pelosi still in charge of the Democratic Party in the House. Okay, before we get to Adam Kinzinger, Congressman Troy Nehls was on CNN last night.
Is your support for McCarthy, there's nothing that can break or shake it at this point?
Well, listen, I don't know if you're aware of, young lady, but I am also a member of the House Freedom Caucus. So I am one of those America First patriots.
I'll assume when you called me a young lady, it was a compliment.
Of course it was. This is my first time on the Clinton News Network. Absolutely.
Okay, that I will say was a bit, in my opinion, rude.
It's so tough to be, you know, not unbelievable. Right? I actually saw that. I was watching that live last night. That, in my opinion, is just say touche.
Right.
All right. Bingo. That's how you'll win over more conservative viewers. Okay. I'm being told that we're going to have to wait for Adam Kinzinger. So 7 o'clock.
I'll keep checking the wires.
Top of the hour. Allison with the wires reference. That's such news talk. I love it. The wires, I think, went out of existence 50 years ago. The actual wires.
It's Friday.
Like the pull and peel.
Happy weekend.
I pull it from the wires, see?
Hogan knows, you know. Ben,
exactly.
You do too.
All right.
I used to get them from the wires, too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Totally. Okay, we'll pick this back up top of the hour. Benjamin Weingarten, thank you so much. Hogan Gidley, we'll see you again at 7. Alex?
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, a lot of stories we were following for everybody this morning. First, 10 people shot in Miami outside a restaurant as French Montana music video was being recorded. Now, no deaths have been reported, but police say they believe the shooting was an isolated incident. And now to Hawaii. The Kilauea volcano has begun erupting again for the first time in a month. Officials raising the volcano alert level to a warning status. When the volcano erupted in 2018, it destroyed hundreds of homes. And in New Jersey, a stolen car crashing off a 21-foot drop in an attempt to evade police officers. The driver then running on foot, but was caught by officers and arrested. And a cruise ship off the southern coast of Florida rescued 19 Cuban migrants from dangerous waters. The ship alerting U.S. Coast Guards before heading back to port. And a canine police dog named Bear sniffing out a fugitive in Oklahoma. The suspect arrested for drug and felony eluding charges. Now, police say the suspect had converted his workspace into a bomb lab. And in Indiana, a sheriff's deputy hit head-on by an alleged drunk driver. The suspect was uninjured, the police officer sustaining a cut on his wrist. And check out this incredible video of firefighters rescuing a deer from a dangerous icy river in Wisconsin. Oof. And finally, let's head to California. A deck washing away down a California creek amid massive flooding. Now, a state of emergency has been declared for the region as the state was battered by a second so-called bomb cyclone. Oof. All right, a whole lot more to cover right here on Wake Up America. Up next, Twitter erupting over leaked anecdotes from Prince Harry's bombshell book coming out. And President Biden's plan to, quote, fix the crisis at the southern border. We're breaking it down with former acting CBP Commissioner Mark Morgan. Next, you're watching Wake Up America. We'll be right back.
Inflation, recession, stocks falling. David Stockman first warned of it. As President Reagan's budget chief, he helped lead the economic revolution that saved America. Now, in the Great Money Bubble, Stockman speaks out on the biggest bubble in history and shows how to protect and grow your wealth. Newsmax calls the Great Money Bubble the Investor Bible for inflation. It's at bookstores everywhere, or get the free offer now.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Is your credit score getting in the way of things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit help you borrow up to $10,000. So check your eligibility on netcredit.com today without affecting your credit score. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: provide safe, reliable, and personal care at home with skilled nurses and compassionate caregivers. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. Down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together, we're gonna make it through. Will you walk with me? Oh, I'll walk with you. Walk with me, and I'll walk with you.
Nothing gives away your age like thinning skin. For me, it's on the backs of my hands and chest. Now you can help restore and rejuvenate thinning fragile skin with Dermen Fragile Skin Daily Moisturizing Formula. Get Dermen now in the first aid aisle.
We got the house! We did it!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. I'm Alex Kramer. It's now time to get caught up with some rapid reactions. Well, the hashtag #ShutUpHarry now trending on Twitter as parts of the prince's much anticipated and explosive memoir, Spare, were leaked ahead of its release date next week. Now, among the accounts leaked include an incident where William allegedly physically assaulted Harry, and King Charles made, quote, sadistic jokes about Harry's, quote, real father. But users on Twitter aren't having it with Harry for quote-unquote spilling the royal tea, saying two multimillionaires with more privilege than 99.9% of the population constantly whining about being victims. Now, the rest of us are desperately working hard to try and keep heads above water, and all we hear is these two. Stop giving them airtime. Hashtag #ShutUpHarry, hashtag #ShutUpMeghan. Another user tweeted, Harry, I want my father back. I also want my brother back. But hey, buy my new book in which I trashed them both. Now this one's a nice little swipe at Meghan. Quote, the first woman in history to turn a prince into a frog. And Ginger Jones tweeted, is anyone else getting the feeling the ghostwriter really didn't like Harry and didn't really believe him either? And finally, let's leave it with this post. After the book made him the laughingstock of the world, it's time for Harry to find a real job. I think he's qualified for this. I'm McLovin' it. What do you guys think?
I'm not sure if I'm going to read the book, but this whole drama has kind of gotten out of control with the royal family.
They can use an app on their cell phone called CBP1, O-N-E, CBP1, O-N-E. That's to spell it out, not the number one. To schedule an appointment at a port of entry and make their asylum claim there without crossing the border unlawfully and have a decision determined by an asylum officer, do they qualify?
All right, after 2 years of doing nothing to address the crisis at our southern border, President Biden announcing yesterday that he's going to visit the border for the first time ever on Sunday. For more on the big visit, let's welcome in former Acting Border Patrol Commissioner Mark Morgan. Mark, Rob and Allison with you. Good to see you.
Good to see you this morning, both of you.
Yeah, good morning, Mark. All right, let's start with his plan to visit El Paso on Sunday. So, as Rob said, this is going to be his first trip to the border ever. I know we've talked about this for 2 years. Is this too little too late? Do you think this is just a PR op for him?
It is. Let's keep in mind the only reason why he's doing this is he sees a political benefit, and really he's forced to do it. We recently had Governor Newsom that went to the border, although probably still wearing his Armani shoes. But look, he's having to push back against that, as well as other Democrats who are now being more outspoken about the clear and present crisis at our southern border right now. So let's make no mistake, there's no substance here. This is all for political optics. This is for, again, some photo ops. And I don't think we're going to see anything come of it.
Mark, when he was making this sort of rambling address yesterday, confronting the border, and the timing of him going Sunday, I think there's something to that as well. He said that he will immediately begin turning away Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans who cross the border illegally, and instead he's going to offer mass amnesty and work permits to basically 30,000 Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Venezuelans. We're talking about these Northern Triangle countries again, before they ever get to our border. Again, back to this mass amnesty, how does that prevent 200,000 people from crossing our border illegally every month? I don't see how one prevents the other or helps the situation in any way at all.
Yeah, Rob, you're exactly right. I couldn't have said it better myself. Look, this is why that rambling speech, as you just described, which I agree, it was dishonest, it was disingenuous, and for the most of the time, it was confusing and contradictory. And you just gave one of the largest contradictory statements that was out there. I mean, think about it. He is, first of all, parole is supposed to be done on a case-by-case specific basis for humanitarian reasons. So this expansive use of the parole is on its face unlawfully, not to mention it's contradictory as yourself. Look, make no mistake, what he said yesterday was just more of the same. There was nothing that he said yesterday that was remotely pushing a border security strategy. This was nothing more than a processing strategy. This was not to stem the flow of illegal immigration. This is to get better at processing illegal aliens and release them in the United States.
Yeah, you're right, Mark, processing, because he announced yesterday this pretty much last-minute solution. It includes telling people to use the cell phone app to fast-track their way into our country. I'm wondering, how does the Border Patrol, how are they going to react when President Biden visits El Paso on Sunday?
Look, I have no doubt that they're going to continue to be the consummate professionals they are. That's why I call them heroes every single day. They're going to treat the president with respect and dignity that the office holds. That's what we're going to see from them. But I can tell you behind the scenes, different things are being said. They know that our border's in a crisis. They know that our country's safety and national security is in jeopardy. And they know that this came at the end of the pen held by President Biden.
Yeah, Kamala Harris, by the way, was standing behind President Biden yesterday. I don't know if she's going to go with him on Sunday. Don't forget, it's easy to forget. She is actually our border czar. So we'll have to wait and see if she's with Biden when he shows up at the border on Sunday. But Joe Biden, for the first time yesterday, addressed the fentanyl crisis.
To determine what's in the container and at the border. For example, since August of last year, Customs and Border Patrol have seized more than 20,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl. That's enough to kill as many as 1,000 people in this country. 20,000 pounds of fentanyl. It's a killer. It's a flat killer. And next week, I'm going to travel to Mexico, where I'm going to meet with President Lopez.
All right, so he's talking about fentanyl finally, but Mark, his numbers are completely wrong. He got the numbers totally wrong.
He did, Rob. Look, I'm actually really glad you brought this up. And this isn't just a cheap shot of the president making another gaffe, another stumble. This is in a whole new league. Let me put it right. And just why he did that, just so you know, just for everybody watching today, I just did a quick Google. Look, I already know the numbers, but just a 30-second Google. 20,000 pounds of fentanyl is enough to kill 4.3 billion people. That's half the planet. I mean, for the president of the United States to be this far off with a deadly drug, an epidemic that's killing Americans every single day, it's outrageous. And I think it's just a microcosm of how he personally does not get it and doesn't care.
I didn't know if that was deliberate or if he misread the teleprompter.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
You could see Kamala. Yeah, you could see Kamala kind of cringe behind him. But the way he said it, was almost, he made fentanyl not sound so bad when it's the deadliest drug we've ever seen. 300 Americans are overdosing every single day. 300 more Americans will die today ODing on fentanyl. It took Joe Biden 2 years to confront it. Mark, we'll pick this back up first thing next week. Joe Biden to the border on Sunday. Thanks for being with us, Mark.
You bet. Thank you both.
All right. A lot more coming up this morning here on Wake Up America. Still ahead. Today is day 4 of voting on Capitol Hill. They are trying to elect a Speaker of the House. Will it be Kevin McCarthy? He failed on his 11th and final ballot yesterday. The 20 are sticking together. One, Vicky Hartzler, I believe, from Indiana, continues to vote present on those backs. So check that. Sparks from Indiana. Yeah, she's joined us on Wake Up America.
This country was made by tax rebels, freedom fighters, gold seekers, believers, lovers, and true patriots. We're Newsmax, and we're their heirs, and so are you. Newsmax TV, real news for real people.
Hi, I'm Mike Huckabee. Did you know that public schools don't allow any mention of God in the classroom? Without understanding how God shaped our nation, how can kids learn America's true history? After all, our rights come from God, not the government. It's why my team created the Kids Guide to Our One Nation Under God. And right now, you can get it for free.
To order this fun patriotic gift bundle, just visit freegodgift.com. That's freegodgift.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
I'm Curtis, 42, homeowner, pretty good credit.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself. Identity theft protection starts here at LifeLock.com.
This mango hint water tastes just like mango.
How can water taste just like fruit?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
For a limited time, new customers get 45% off on our top flavors at drinkhint.com, including our new exclusive online flavor, coconut. Just $1 per bottle. And if you order now, we'll ship it right to your door for free.
Did he just say there's coconut hint?
Hint. Water with a touch of true fruit flavor.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours. Like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes. And lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
It's now time for your Newsmax News Minute. Well, Ovidio Guzman, son of imprisoned drug lord El Chapo in Mexico, has sparked deadly riots in Mexico just ahead of President Biden's visit to the country. Now, over 100 flights have been canceled at 3 airports due to the threat of gunfire, as cartel members set vehicles on fire and set up roadblocks. Guzman is described as a high-ranking member of the Sinaloa cartel. And this, a 2-year-old boy is dead after a tree fell onto his home during the storm that swept through California. The child had been reportedly sitting on the living room couch when the tree crashed through the roof, pinning him. Fire personnel performed CPR before he succumbed to his injuries. No one else in the house has been injured. And this, the next Mega Millions drawing is tonight with the jackpot nearing $1 billion. An estimated $940 million is the pot, marking the 4th largest jackpot in Mega Millions history and the 6th largest overall. The next drawing will be tonight at 11 p.m. Now, those are just some of the stories we are following, but as always, for any breaking news, head to Newsmax.com and keep it right here because another hour of Wake Up America starts right now.
Gates.
Donald John
Trump.
I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
So it's my privilege to put an official nomination, Kevin Hern, for Speaker of the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
No nominee having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
Okay, the drama on Capitol Hill will continue for at least another day as Kevin McCarthy loses his 11th ballot to become the next Speaker of the House, officially the longest speakership battle in 164 years. Voting set to resume once again today at noon.
In the meantime, talks are ongoing between McCarthy and the group of 20, but we are once again hearing reports that some progress was made overnight. We'll bring you live coverage of day 4 of the speaker vote when Congress resumes at noon Eastern.
Yeah, do you believe that progress? That's the big question. We heard the same thing 2 nights ago. Yesterday, a flat day, much of the same. These 11 ballots have been almost identical every single time. Now we're seeing people voting present. We saw that began yesterday. Does it continue today? This is going to become a bigger story if it lasts into the weekend and into next week.
Yeah, because nothing's getting done.
Yeah.
People are going to realize that.
Yep. Welcome back into Wake Up America. Deja vu all over again. It's Friday, January the 6th. I'm Rob Finnerty.
And I'm Ellison Maloney. Good morning, everyone. Here are some of the stories we're following for you today.
Yeah, let's go back to the southern border. After first being elected to the U.S. Senate in 1972, President Joe Biden is going to make his first ever trip to the southern border on Sunday. The president again blaming the crisis on Republicans yesterday, even though Democrats have had complete control of the House, the Senate, and the Oval Office for the last 2 years. This crisis did not exist on Joe Biden's first day in office.
Plus, according to doctors, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is awake and communicating, but remains in critical condition after suffering a cardiac arrest Monday night. Doctors say his first thought after waking up was, who won the game? Meantime, the NFL officially cancels the Week 17 game between the Bills and Bengals.
I mean, just miraculous. The Bills are still scheduled to play the Patriots in the final game of the regular season. On Sunday. Yeah, it's a big game for both teams. To Idaho now, murder suspect Brian Kohberger making his first court appearance yesterday, being held without bond as we learn chilling new details about the night the 28-year-old allegedly attacked and killed 4 victims while they were sleeping. Former FBI agent Jonathan Gilliam is going to be with us breaking down what we can expect over the next several weeks as this case continues. But first, back to Capitol Hill and the fight to become Speaker. Let's welcome in our team of experts, former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign, Hogan Gidley, back with us, and political analyst Mark Halperin here this morning. I don't know if you've caught the coverage over on CNN, Hogan, but they've got a brand new political analyst. Take a look at this.
Out front now, former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger. I am pleased to welcome him to CNN. He's appearing tonight for the first time in his new role, which is senior political commentator. And Congressman, we really are thrilled to have you on board. So welcome. Welcome. People have seen you over the past, of course, couple years with the January 6th committee, and we're so glad to have you on board.
It's great to be on the team, by the way. Thank you. I'm excited.
Boy, that didn't take long.
No.
Hogan, I got to be honest. We were trying to get him at Newsmax. We wanted him. We wanted him. No luck. He went to CNN. I'm kidding. What do you make of that? The fact that Kinzinger is now reporting on the story on Capitol Hill, reporting on January 6th, reporting on the Capitol riots. They're using him for all that stuff.
The only thing new about that relationship / partnership is he's getting paid for it. He's always been kind of a commentator for the left. People on the right have long disavowed his politics, his policies. They've been quite upset with his behavior for a while. So, I mean, I really don't think this is anything new, and I don't think anyone would be shocked to know he went to CNN. I'm sure
but Hogan,
suitors were.
Didn't this used to take more than a day? Didn't this used to take like more than a day? Somebody would leave Congress and then work at a network? Doesn't that take like a week at least?
No. And they used to look, he's worked for MSNBC and CNN for quite some time. Like I said, the only difference now is he has a contract, he's being paid. It's the same thing he did when he was in Congress. It's nothing new. And it doesn't usually take a long time for someone with that type of insider information and knowledge to get a deal or a gig with one of these major networks, because he does know the inner workings of that building. He just happens to lean to the left. So, of course, CNN, a network that also runs to the left, would scoop up someone like Adam Kinzinger.
It didn't take much time.
Hogan,
Go ahead, Mark.
Hogan, what policies does the congressman have that you consider to be left?
Well, I would say January 6th would be a big one, for example, the worst day in American history.
I'm talking about policy.
Well, a policy to investigate people who've done nothing wrong, I think, would be a policy. Damning policy.
Not a policy. On economics, on national security, on social policy. Where do you differ from him?
It's a position and a policy he's taken that he's going to go after people he disagrees with on the right, and that's fine.
Leave January 6th aside in his criticism of the party. On economics, on social issues, on national security, name an issue where he's to your left.
Well, now, Mark, I would argue that a lot of the folks like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are fairly conservative in the way they vote, but it's when the rubber meets the road on issues that actually matter where they actually diverge and go left, January 6th being one of those instances.
Pro-life doesn't matter? Lower taxes doesn't matter?
It matters, but what I'm saying is you're talking about things that all conservatives pretty much agree on. It's when we get into those conversations that really matter, where the left is circling the wagons against us. Instead of having people like Kinzinger and Liz Cheney to fight with us, they're the ones who join up with the left and fight against us. It's those policies and those political fights where we need people like those two to join on board with us, and they don't do it. They continually fight against us, and that's fine because they've carved their niche. And this is just a further example of exactly what he wants and the type of politics he ascribes to, is because he goes to somewhere like CNN, he goes to somewhere like MSNBC. I'm not deriding it. He can do what he wants to do. I'm just saying it's not a shock. I mean, Mark, be honest. You weren't shocked he went to CNN. The only reason this would have been news would have been if he'd gone to Newsmax or someone like Fox. He didn't. He went to where his bread is buttered and has been since he's been in Congress.
Yeah, he also endorsed in 2022, Adam Kinzinger, and this doesn't take much research, but he endorses Democratic candidates in 2022. Yeah. He was outgoing. So Adam Kinzinger is endorsing people that endorse all of Joe Biden's policies and were running at that time.
We'll see if his reporting is fair and in the middle.
Yes,
we'll see.
It will be.
Exactly.
All right, let's get back to the speakership battle today. Ballot number 12, voting about 5 hours away. We're in historic territory. 1859 was the last time we went more than 9 ballots to elect a speaker. What do you make, Mark, of these discussions? And they've begun. They've already started these ongoing discussions about sharing committees, not allowing subpoenas, moderate Republicans that are maybe in Biden districts, and a power-sharing Speaker of the House. I think that should make members of the 20 nervous, because something like that becomes more likely the longer this whole thing lasts.
Definitely becomes more likely the longer it lasts, but I continue to believe that it's impossible that the Republican conference would allow Democrats to pick the Speaker.
What if? All right, fine. So what if they say, okay, we're going to figure this out. There was apparently more, and I'm tired of talking about it because every night we keep hearing there's going to be progress made and then nothing happens, okay? But what if they say, okay, 17 of you vote present and that'll give me the majority. And then all of a sudden something happens and Hakeem Jeffries has got more votes at the end of the roll call than Kevin McCarthy. Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker. They got to be careful.
Well, he doesn't become Speaker unless he can get to a majority.
Right. If he has more votes than Kevin McCarthy, he's had more votes than Kevin McCarthy during the majority of these ballots already.
He has. Look, there's one gambit that some in McCarthy's camp have talked about, which is saying a speaker can be elected with a plurality and playing the ultimate game of chicken and daring the 20 holdouts to not vote for McCarthy, because if they don't with that game of chicken, then Hakeem Jeffries would become Speaker. That's a live option potentially if they otherwise run out of road. But they've got more cards to play today.
All right, Hogan, I want to show you this. The Washington Post saying House Republicans' dysfunctions point to chaos ahead. What do you make of that? I know it's the Washington Post, but a lot of people, we've talked about this. They're not really talking about it right now unless they're in this bubble of politics. Also, it's saying when a new speaker is chosen, McCarthy or someone else, the person will enter the office weakened and compromised. So how do you think this plays out within the party?
Yeah, I don't really care what the Washington Post has to say about many things up to and including Republican politics. But I would say I don't know that the speaker is going to have a strong hand regardless of who it actually ends up being, because the margins are so slim and because the Democrats control the White House and the Senate. So whatever the Republicans push out, if they can push out anything, is going to die in the other chamber. That being said, rallying around no is an easy thing to do when you're in the minority. In this particular instance, because of the reasons I mentioned, the party that controls the other chambers and also the slim margins, they're just going to have to rally around no a lot more in the majority as well this time. So when the Senate pushes something, they're going to have to stand in unison and say no. And I think they can do that regardless of who they decide to be the speaker.
It is getting chippy, though, and I just, the 20 are going to have to work with the 202 once this is all said and done. Dan Crenshaw, a day ago, called the 20 terrorists. And I just thought, what are you doing? Like, what you're calling your colleagues, your friends, terrorists, by the way. And it didn't get a lot of attention, but I'm thinking to myself, like, give me a break here. These are your colleagues. They're fighting for what they think their constituents want. They have every right to do this. Say what you want about them. Democracy's messy, I guess. It's just, what do you make of what we've seen? Do we have a speaker by the end of the day today? That's the big question now. We'll pick this back up top of the hour. Mark, Hogan, thank you. Alex?
Thanks, Rob. Here's what we're watching for today. Well, President Biden will award citizen medals to police officers from January 6th at the White House a little later today. Plus, we are keeping a close eye on the December jobs report, which is expected to come out around 8:30 this morning. We'll break down what to expect and what this could mean for interest rates with business and markets analyst Seth Denson next. And then coming up right here on Wake Up America, Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson joins us to break down Kevin McCarthy and his bumpy road to House Speaker. Then, in our last hour, former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum, and former Trump Deputy National Security Advisor KT McFarland, and RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, that will break down the leadership struggle in the Republican Party and where our government stands as the House enters day 4 of its attempt to elect a new speaker. You're watching Wake Up America. Keep it here.
Hi, I'm Susan. I've lost 84 pounds on Golo, and I've kept it off for a year. I'd spent so much money on other products, and when I saw the commercial for Golo, the price was so much cheaper, and I thought, boy, this might not work, but why not try it? It is amazing, and it works really well.
Save big during BlendJet's New Year's sale and crush your resolutions. The BlendJet 2 portable blender gives you ice-crushing, big blender power on the go. Throw in your favorite ingredients and blend up a delicious smoothie anytime, anywhere. BlendJet 2 even cleans itself. Just add water, a drop of soap, and blend. Recharge quickly with any USB port. Order now from blendjet.com and make 2023 your best year yet.
Your brain is an amazing thing, but as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Spills, splashes, boil-overs, and burns. Your stove is a mess, and all that soaking, scrubbing, and scraping are keeping you in distress.
Hi, Lou Caputo here with
StoveGuard, the #1 top quality stovetop protector on the market and a must-have in every kitchen. Look, these messes are no match for the StoveGuard. Ooey gooey cheese and macaroni, thick red staining sauce, even this sticky melted candy. They just rinse right off in seconds and your stove stays sanitary, spotless, and clean. So you can clean less and live more.
I love to cook, but I absolutely hate to clean. With StoveGuard, I rinse it off and then I'm back to spending time with my family.
Now, we've all seen the old tin foil trick, but it just doesn't cut it. And these other brands are just way too flimsy and leave way too much uncovered. Look how much thicker StoveGuard Premium is than the competition. There's no comparison. And it's custom designed and precision cut to fit perfectly around every burner. Plus, every StoveGuard is made from durable, fire retardant, FDA-approved material, and PFOA and BPA free. It's almost impossible to destroy, and it always rinses off perfectly clean.
Stoves are expensive, and I don't want to have to go out and buy a new one. I want to protect the one that I have, and StoveGuard lets me do that. Keeps my stovetop looking like new, like I just bought it.
Ordering your own StoveGuard Premium is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just locate your model number behind the door or bottom drawer of your stove. Type it into our easy-to-use website and voila! Order today and we'll ship it to you free. That's right, go to StoveGuard.com right now for free shipping. And if you order now, we'll also send you the Stove Gap Guard free to help you say goodbye to that hard-to-clean gunk between your stove and countertop. Just pay a separate processing fee. This item is not available in stores, so scan the QR code on your screen or go to StoveGuard.com today.
Welcome back into Wake Up America. Here we go again on Capitol Hill. Once again, we are hearing that progress was made overnight in a pro-McCarthy direction, but we've heard that before. Do you believe it? For more on what happens today, let's welcome in the host of Spicer & Co., Sean Spicer. Sean, good to have you on this morning. I was watching you last night along with Lindsey Keith. So here we go. We're in record territory now. This hasn't happened since 1859. It hasn't taken this long to elect a speaker. What do you think plays out today? Do you think we've got a speaker by this time tomorrow?
Well, look, first of all, it's great to be with you, Rob, and it's lucky that we have a place like Newsmax that's got sources in so many places that can give people an understanding and insight into what's happening. That being said, look, what's happening is we're having a lot of people make these offers and make these concessions and then wondering if it'll be enough to assuage these. We've seen this now. We're going into day 4, and that's the problem. And I've urged people night after night. And I was up on Capitol Hill all day yesterday reporting. I was on our friend John Bachman's show several times yesterday because I was going back and forth to the House floor talking to members of Congress and senior members of the McCarthy team. A lot of folks are spending their time talking to what I call the 202, the people who are with McCarthy, whether that's 201 or in last night's case, the 200. And those people feel like they're making concessions and they're saying, so we're about to make progress. When I talk to the 20, the people who are the holdouts, and I say, okay, you just got some additional concessions, where do you stand? Most of the time they'll say, I'm not there yet. And that's the problem, is that one group of folks feels as though they continue to give more and that should break the logjam. The other group of folks, the resurgent ones, are saying, I'm still not there yet. And there's a disconnect between what's being given and those to whom it's being given. That's going to be interesting because last night might have been different. There was no disagreement between the 20, or at least some of them. And you had some of them say, we like what we're seeing. And that was the change in the dynamic, which was very different from the previous 2 nights. So today we'll see. But here's what I would expect to see today, if anything. The 20 that are there, the 20 that are holding out for McCarthy, or not just holding out, right. I think that are opposed to McCarthy is probably a better way to put it. They're not in one camp. They're not homogenous. Some are absolutely never Kevin. Some want somebody else, and you've seen them, and I think we can identify some of them. But some of them, and I would put maybe Chip Roy in this category, are people who want fundamental reforms to the way the House does business. And I think that those are people which Kevin McCarthy's team can work with to institute changes that might get his vote. But
go ahead, Sean.
Well, I was just going to say, so how many votes does a Chip Roy for example, bring with him 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that just gets you closer. But remember, he can only give 4 away. And here's the one last thing I'll say, is that remember, you're going to start having a problem today. There are several members, 3, maybe 4, that have either a personal medical issue or a personal family issue. That one member's wife has an issue, one member's mom, that where they want to get out of the chamber, and that then and they're all McCarthy supporters, so that's going to become even further complicating for McCarthy's team.
Yeah, so that was my next question. Basically, here we are in the precipice of the weekend. People have got to get out of town for whatever reason. There's 434 members that are in there when everybody is seated. Will everyone be there? If people aren't present, does that work in McCarthy's favor, or does it work against him? If people decide to vote present, like the Congresswoman from Indiana, Victoria Sparks, has been doing on the last several ballots. Here's what Scott Perry tweeted out yesterday, late last night. He said, "We're at a Ronald Reagan moment here. Trust but verify. The devil's in the details, and we'll take our time to ensure it's right. Not easy one way or another. The status quo must go." The rumor is, according to sources, here we go again, Sean, that McCarthy is closer to picking up between 8 and 11 votes during the 12th, maybe 13th ballot, lucky 13 today. If that happens, he's still under the 218 threshold. So where do we go from there?
Well, that's a great question, Rob, because here's what I would sort of maybe see as a scenario. If you're McCarthy, you take a decent-sized step forward, and that could be 6. I would put 6. I mean, if he can show any progress, I mean, my goodness, we're at ballot 12, and he's actually moved backwards 1 when you really look at this. So if he can take 5, 6 votes forward, I would call a recess for the weekend, knowing that you've got members, in the case of Wesley Hunt, the member-elect from Texas, his wife just gave birth. Congressman Kevin Hern from Oklahoma, who was nominated yesterday, his mother's funeral's this weekend. I would say to them, hey, some of you have personal family things. Let's adjourn for the weekend. Go home, be with your families, and then let's reconvene Monday or Tuesday. And use that time to chip away at what we'll see. But here's the kicker to your math question.
Okay, about 15 seconds.
There are at least 3 that have identified by McCarthy's staff, 3 that they don't believe they will ever be able to get, ever. And so that means that gives them one member margin of error.
Going to be tight. Going to be really tight. Sean, we'll be watching tonight. Spicer & Co. right here on Newsmax. Thanks for joining us this morning, Sean. Have a great weekend. Always good to see you.
5 o'clock.
All right. That's right.
You bet.
Thanks, Sean. All right. Alex, over to you.
Thanks, Rob. Now let's take a quick look at today's business headlines. To help with that, we're going to welcome business and markets analyst and Newsmax contributor Seth Denson. Good morning, Seth. All right, those markets, they finished down yesterday. The Dow losing more than 300 points. And this morning, futures are mixed ahead of the opening bell. That's as investors wait for this morning's jobs report to come out in about an hour. So, Seth, what could this report mean for interest rates?
Well, I think the Fed actually wants the jobs report to not be so great, so it can start to pull back. But here's the interesting thing. I was looking deep into the numbers, Alex, yesterday. And as we start to see, and some of the reports yesterday on positive job growth, where are those jobs? They're not the jobs that necessarily everybody would want. Matter of fact, all these tech jobs that are losing, we have seen a 600% swing in layoffs over the last year. So we can't just look at the job numbers on their surface. It'll be interesting to see if what happens in this jobs report impacts the Fed at all. But I do think the Fed is kind of in a very close position of sit and wait.
Okay. Let's switch gears. This is kind of an alarming story. Hackers posting 200 million email addresses linked to Twitter accounts. Seth, I mean, this issue was supposedly fixed last year in 2022. What happens now, and can Twitter actually be held liable?
I mean, they can. The challenge here, and again, this is something we probably want to bring the attorney on, is damages. Where are those damages? Could they be held liable from government entities? It really is going to depend on how well they protected the data. Did these hackers get past the normal data protection, or was there a breach in the security structure of how Twitter had things set up? So a lot left to learn here, but regardless, there's a reputational risk, and they are reputationally liable for this information, and that could impact them going forward.
Absolutely. Well, the Federal Trade Commission proposing a new rule to ban non-compete clauses. So, Seth, would this help workers earn more? How do you feel about this?
You know, I'm mixed on this, Alex. Do I think we need to completely ban non-competes? No. I think that they actually protect the middle market and small market employers who invest heavily to train someone only to see them maybe plucked away by a larger corporation that can write a bigger check. So there is a place for non-competes to protect employers on their investment in people. Do I think they need to be as broad as they've been historically? And many states have varying rules on it. For example, Texas is pretty light on non-competes. I mean, for the most part, it's a right to work state. All that being said, non-competes need to stick around, but maybe be restructured.
Well, here's a company we've been talking about, I feel like, a lot this past year. Bad news for Bed Bath & Beyond. The company warns it may be closing up shop as it faces potential bankruptcy. Seth, do you see Bed Bath & Beyond surviving?
It's hard to see it, Alex. I mean, if you look at where their stock is from where it's been, it was at one-time peak not all that long ago, around $80 a share. It's just over $1 a share now. Here's the problem for Bed Bath & Beyond. They have over $1.2 billion in unsecured debt, and their now business valuation is $140 million. That's a big difference, and that's why what's happening is retailers, or wholesalers, I should say, are not providing their products to Bed Bath & Beyond because they feel like they won't get paid for those products. And so their shelves are empty, so people just aren't going. Add to that, Bed Bath & Beyond has these massive stores that create a lot of rent expense. So this is a challenge, especially when you consider the expanse of e-commerce and Amazon's ability to get you probably just about everything Bed Bath & Beyond does the next day.
It's Friday, so we're going to end on a fun one. So Taylor Swift's cat is reportedly worth $97 million. Seth, we have about 20 seconds. How is that even possible?
It's not. This is insanity. I'm sorry, I'm going to get a lot of haters. The cat's going to die. It's going to in a few years. And what happens to that money? I'm a pet lover. So I'm not saying that, but this is not real money. This is social media accounts and, she puts the cat in the videos.
Yeah.
Give me one person that would spend $97 million on that cat and we'll have that discussion.
Nobody.
Maybe Taylor Swift.
Yeah, well,
that's
exactly. Seth Denson, thank you so much for coming on this morning. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.
All right, up next, Russian President Vladimir Putin calls for a 36-hour ceasefire to celebrate the Russian Orthodox Christmas as Kyiv rejects Putin's truce offer. The latest on the Ukraine war with retired Brigadier General Blaine Holt when we return. Keep it here.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet. But it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
This is Dave Mortash. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired about losing money in the market and paying fees on top of that? My clients like principal protection with growth that is based on an index in the market and keeping their money out of probate court for their family. I like to call these products safe retirement accumulation products or safe retirement savings vehicles. You know my saying that when the market goes up, you share in the gains, but when the market goes down, you are protected from losses. We have another fun saying that zero is your hero. My clients would rather break even than lose. Many clients use the words peace of mind when they call us. They simply know that they will never go backwards with their money, and that is a great feeling.
To get your complimentary consultation,
Call 877-GAINS-4U. That's 877, the word GAINS, the number 4, the letter U. 877-424-6748.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. Investigators in Israel are looking for 2 men who vandalized 30 graves at an historic Christian cemetery in Jerusalem. The men were caught on camera smashing crosses and pushing over headstones. Our Jerusalem correspondent Daniel Cohen joins us live near Tel Aviv with the heartbreaking video. Daniel.
Good morning, Allison. Good morning, everyone. In fact, there is breaking news just in the last few minutes. Jerusalem police have announced the arrest of 2 teens suspected of vandalizing an historic eternal resting place on Mount Zion. I'm going to tell you more about them in just a moment. First, take a look at the surveillance footage. This capturing the 2 people here, the teenagers allegedly breaking into the Jerusalem Protestant cemetery on Sunday. You saw one of them push a cross over and the other smashing headstones. At least one of the men appears outwardly Jewish, wearing a kippah and tzitzit. 30 grave sites were desecrated. Christians associate Mount Zion with the site of the Last Supper Jesus shared with his disciples before his arrest, crucifixion, and resurrection. Israel's foreign ministry called the cemetery vandalism an affront to religion. The Anglican archbishop says it's not the first time this has happened.
We are not only dismayed, but we are very much saddened for this act. I hope that this will be the last time, not only in this cemetery, but everywhere in the Holy Land, when we say hatred and vandalism to churches and to holy sites, not only Christian, but any religion that we find here in this country.
The Jerusalem Protestant Cemetery is an iconic site established in 1848. There was a similar attack here in 2013. Last May, a bipartisan group of American lawmakers warned Secretary of State Blinken of increasing attacks on Jerusalem's small Christian community, believed to be about 16,000 people. They referenced an incident in 2020 when an Israeli man tried to set fire to the Church of All Nations on the Mount of Olives, adjacent to the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus was arrested. One of the grave sites desecrated at the Protestant cemetery belongs to the founder of the Jerusalem University College, which teaches Christian theology. Okay, so back to the arrest now. We don't know a whole lot about the suspects. It just happened literally within the last few minutes. Police, though, did announce that they are teenagers. One is 14, the other is 18. They are not releasing those 2, their names. But Allison, yesterday, President Biden's envoy to stop anti-Semitism condemned the grave desecration, calling it despicable. Allison, back to you.
Daniel Cohen, thank you so much. Rob?
Sure.
All right, Allison, let's move on to the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin calling for a 36-hour ceasefire to celebrate the Russian Orthodox Christmas, which would have started today, January the 6th. But an advisor to Ukrainian President Zelensky tweeted that the Russian army must leave all of the occupied territories in eastern Ukraine, and then we will have a temporary truce. Joining us now for more is retired Air Force Brigadier General and Newsmax contributor Blaine Holt. General, good morning.
Good to be with you, both.
General, this reminds me a lot of the Christmas truce during World War I. If you take a look at this map right here, the shaded areas in red, that represents Russian-occupied territory in eastern Ukraine, basically the Donbass region. The light blue portion, which we'll show you any second now, represents area that basically the Ukrainian army has retaken. How do you see this playing out? Will Russian troops ever leave eastern Ukraine?
Well, they're not going to leave over these truce terms that Ukraine has laid out. And It's unfortunate because I think that President Zelensky has missed an opportunity here. In my view, this may be very well just a gimmick or a propaganda tool internally for Russian audiences. Certainly, it would give Prigozhin and Kadyrov, their forces, a 36-hour window of break. But 36 hours is not that much. And I think that on the international stage, you lose something when you say, under no circumstances will we put our guns down for even 36 hours. I think it would have worked well for them to have reciprocated and done the same.
Yeah, General, according to reporting on Newsmax.com, a Ukrainian spy chief is claiming that Putin will die soon, possibly within months. You think these reports are credible?
It's very possible. You know, Allison, he's sick. And But guessing that is the same as the folks who are trying to guess when the Russians are going to run out of missiles, and they should get out of that business very, very quickly, in my view. The problem is, who will we get after Putin? Because there is not going to be, in my estimation, looking at the potential successors, some illuminating stop to the war should that happen. We really have to confront this thing as a Russia-Ukraine thing and get everybody without preconditions to a table to at least start dialogue.
General, it might be a foolish question, but we've literally seen these reports for the last year. The war will mark a year on February the 24th. What is a Ukrainian spy chief? Is that a credible source?
Yeah, so this is, and I'm going to butcher his name, but the
similar to our CIA, chief, I assume?
Yeah, the intelligence chief of Ukraine, he has added, his own views about what's happening with Putin, and none of these prognostications have really come true. What they can do, though, when he says this stuff, is they can destabilize things in Moscow. They're hoping that people in the inner circle, people around the security team, will also latch on to that and possibly go, wow, the boss is weak. So there's a lot of back and forth in the information war pieces and parts. What I'm very concerned with is the tractable, very, very tangible, palpable military power that we see coming into this war with the hypersonics missile cruiser on its way, and then also this massing force up on the Belarusian border. It does look like Lukashenko is doing the internal things he needs to do to get that force ready to go.
Okay. General Blaine Holt, have a great weekend. If we don't see you on Monday, I feel like we will see you Monday, but go Dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Georgia,
go
the national
Dogs.
championship game, TCU on Monday night. Very excited about that. I sent you a picture, General. I got the Georgia flag flying at my house right now. I do. My wife's a Georgia Bulldog.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
She's an alum, graduated, I'm not going to say. Yes.
This weekend, we're all Bulldogs.
That's right. Thanks, General. Well, don't tell the folks from TCU that, but yeah, you and I are. Yeah.
Well, I don't mind them. They can cheer for the Bulldogs.
All right, General, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go back to Capitol Hill. The drama continues. This dominating the headlines for the better part of the first week of the new year here. Will Kevin McCarthy be the next Speaker of the House? We will go to a 12th vote, we think, today at noon. Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson is joining us after the break with more on what we can expect this afternoon when voting gets underway. Stay with us.
No crooked establishment.
None of that twisting the
truth.
No talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
Newsmax.
They don't tell me how to think.
They let me decide.
Newsmax.
Real news.
For real people.
Well, this isn't going to work.
Try this.
This will work. Score!
Pick up Score at Walmart.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not even in a doctor's office. I'm standing on the street talking to real people about their heart. How's your heart?
My heart's pretty good.
You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign. I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have a medical grade EKG reading. There it is. That is you.
Look at that.
With KardioMobile, the FDA-cleared personal EKG device, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. And it's the only personal EKG that can also detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
How much do you think this device costs?
Probably $1,000.
$99.
Wow, that's impressive.
It's never been more important to check your heart at home. Cardio Mobile is now available for just $79. Order at cardiomobile.com or Amazon.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
Is your credit score getting in the way of the things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit offer fast and flexible lending. Borrow up to $10,000 and choose repayment terms that work for you. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98, a set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
The root issue is this. They do not trust Kevin McCarthy. What can heal that divide? Right now, there are a lot of colleagues that don't trust 20 or more of my fellow Republicans.
Kevin McCarthy failing once again to secure the 218 votes needed to become the next Speaker of the House, falling short for an 11th time on Capitol Hill last night.
Yeah, so what happens today? For more, let's welcome in Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson. Sir, thanks for joining us. So, we keep hearing these reports over the last few nights that deals are being made. We're closer to hearing, McCarthy getting voted and becoming the Speaker of the House. What's going on? What are you hearing? What can you tell us?
There is a deal. They started socializing that with the whole conference last night, but we don't know for sure how many people are moving out of the 20 that have been opposed to Kevin. The outline of the deal has some things that, frankly, everybody likes, and then it's got some things that are, creating a lot of heartburn. And so when you look at the tension that's been created, people that trust one another, people that don't, the conflict that's there, the kind of way people start dehumanizing one another once they get involved in conflict. There's a lot of collateral damage. I do hope we come together today and we elect Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House. And I do think that the dialogue is potentially going to produce a much better way to govern the conference. And if we can heal those wounds in the collateral damage, I think we're going to be a more united conference.
Okay, Congressman, I do want to hear more about sort of the behind-the-scenes negotiations that we wouldn't be privy to, which took place last night. But here we are. It's Friday. We're up against the weekend, and I know at least two members, Texas Congressman-elect Wesley Hunt. His wife just gave birth. He's got to get back to his district and be there with his wife. Kevin Hern, Congressman-elect, his mom passed away, and her funeral takes place tomorrow, so he's obviously got to get home for that. Do we even see a 12th ballot happen today, or is a recess called until Monday?
I think we'll see at least a 12th ballot. We might see more than a 12th ballot, and we may continue to go into the weekend. And, look, I appreciate Wesley Hunt's Army veteran, and I'm sure he was deployed with people whose wives gave birth while they were deployed, and they didn't get to meet their babies for 6 months after they've been around. So horrible situation. I think everyone back home understands why we need to be here. I assume Kevin Hern will go home to his mom's funeral. And it's just a part of the demands of the job. I've talked with people that have literally sat glued to C-SPAN looking at all the extra angles that are available right now. And they've even texted me and saying, hey, who's this and who are they talking to and what's going on?
Right.
And I think in a way this can be really healthy for the country and even the world to see how our system really does work. These things normally are done behind closed doors, and there's always a negotiation towards something. Here, a lot of it, not all of it for sure, is being able to be viewed by the world.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point. While there may be chaos right now, once a speaker is elected, hopefully the party can come together because there's a lot that needs to get done. A lot of people are saying this is delaying the Republicans' early agenda. It's been now a week, and people saying that party's not on the same page. The Washington Post saying predicting chaos lies ahead for the GOP, regardless of who the speaker is. Do you think that's true, or you think that everything can come together?
Look, I certainly hope it's not true. I know the Washington Post is not an ally for anything that Republicans are trying to do. Everyone that works there is rooting for Hakeem Jeffries to be the next Speaker of the House. So, it does highlight the stakes, and I think that's not lost on anyone. And I think that's why tensions are high amongst colleagues, and people have to tamp down their natural tendency to escalate, because it doesn't help get to resolution. And so, it may come to a point where Kevin doesn't have the votes, but right now people are digging in even harder to say, we're not going to let 9% dictate the terms to 91%.
Yeah.
On the other side, it looks like there's real progress. And if somehow that falls apart, at some point we do have to elect a Speaker of the House and get on offense here.
So look, and I totally understand and empathize with that. But that 9%, they're duly elected members just like yourself, and they're doing what they feel is best for their constituency. And you're going to have to, the 202 are going to have to work with the 20 as soon as this is wrapped up, whether it's today or over the weekend. Dan Crenshaw, congressman from Texas, called the 20 terrorists a day ago. How is language like that helpful in any way?
Precisely not helpful. That's exactly what I was trying to get at when, the language that people use escalates. Very not helpful. Hard to heal those kinds of wounds. And how do you work together with somebody that starts treating you that way? That's how we're so divided with Democrats, is the rhetoric has moved that way. Just pure contempt for one another. How do you work together? And you're right, there are a lot of my close friends who are among the 20 there, and they're great members of Congress. They have worked in good faith, and I think we're going to get a better way to govern this Congress, and that's going to be good for the American people.
Well, we are hopeful we will have a speaker soon. Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson, thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Thanks, Congressman.
Thank you.
Of course, and plenty more still to come in Wake Up America. We'll be right back.
It's shocking. 7 out of 10 Americans miss out on their full Social Security benefits, and the average couple leaves up to $120,000 unclaimed. Don't let that happen to you. Get the free report by leading Social Security expert Matthew Allen and boost your Social Security by up to $100,000 or more. Remember, these are your benefits. Get them fully. Get the free offer from the Franklin Prosperity Report. Call or go online today.
I started Bright Star Care to provide a higher standard of care. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. If you're an experienced caregiver with that same passion, join the brand that supports you most.
Is your credit score getting in the way of things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit help you borrow up to $10,000. So check your eligibility on netcredit.com today without affecting your credit score. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
Spills, splashes, boilovers, and burns. Your stove is a mess, and all that soaking, scrubbing, and scraping are keeping you in distress. Hi, Lou Caputo here with StoveGuard, the #1 top quality stovetop protector on the market and a must-have in every kitchen. Look, these messes are no match for the StoveGuard. Ooey gooey cheese and macaroni, thick red staining sauce, even this sticky melted candy. They just rinse right off in seconds and your stove stays sanitary, spotless, and clean. So you can clean less and live more.
I love to cook, but I absolutely hate to clean. With StoveGuard, I rinse it off and then I'm back to spending time with my family.
Now, we've all seen the old tinfoil trick, but it just doesn't cut it. And these other brands are just way too flimsy and leave way too much uncovered. Look how much thicker StoveGuard Premium is than the competition. There's no comparison. And it's custom designed and precision cut to fit perfectly around every burner. Plus, every StoveGuard is made from durable, fire retardant, FDA-approved material, and PFOA and BPA free. It's almost impossible to destroy, and it always rinses off perfectly clean.
Stoves are expensive, and I don't want to have to go out and buy a new one. I want to protect the one that I have, and StoveGuard lets me do that. Keeps my stovetop looking like new, like I just bought it.
Ordering your own StoveGuard Premium is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just locate your model number behind the door or bottom drawer of your stove. Type it into our easy-to-use website, and voila! Order today and we'll ship it to you free. That's right, go to StoveGuard.com right now for free shipping. And if you order now, we'll also send you the Stove Gap Guard free to help you say goodbye to that hard-to-clean gunk between your stove and countertop. Just pay a separate processing fee. This item is not available in stores, so scan the QR code on your screen or go to StoveGuard.com today.
The probable cause affidavit in the arrest of accused Idaho murderer Brian Kohlberger has been released, detailing the evidence found in the quadruple killing of the 4 students. For more on this, let's welcome in trial attorney Joe Tacopina and former Navy SEAL and FBI agent Jonathan Gilliam. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning. Jonathan, I'll start with you. So the affidavit has revealed that one of the surviving roommates explained to police that she opened her door several times after hearing someone crying. She saw a figure in black with a mask walking towards her and then going out the sliding door. What do you make of this and the fact that a call to 911 wasn't made until hours later?
Well, I know it sounds very odd that this occurred, but you actually see this as quite common with people who are startled at night, and people will freeze in their sleep and they'll have vast amounts of time that will go by and they don't even realize what's occurred. I think the fact that she stepped out, this predator in the midst of killing was startled, and that's why he left. She could have been the next victim had he not been startled, because for a predator, it's a lot different when they're actually carrying out their attack than when they have to actually turn and face somebody that has discovered them. So I think that's what occurred, and although it sounds very odd, and it is a lot of times the way human beings react to fear, I don't think that there's anything that's that suspicious in this.
Yeah, and police say that they were out partying, so she could have been drinking. So there's a lot of things that play into that.
Exactly.
I agree. Joe, the white Hyundai Elantra seemed to be a big piece of information connecting Kohlberger to the murder. So his license plate matched the description from one of the roommates. But something that's a big red herring here is that the affidavit notes, so his cell phone didn't ping in the area at the time of the murder. So a lot of people saying maybe he just turned it off when he committed the murders. What do you make, and do you think that he has any sort of defense here?
Look, I mean, we know what's in the affidavit from law enforcement. We don't know what he has to say or what. I will tell you, as a former prosecutor, this looks like a very, very strong case. I mean, it looks like a case that, you have DNA evidence linking him to the crime scene. You have the vehicle, which was captured on video at the time of the murders, his vehicle, and subsequently returning to Washington State University at approximately, the same time after the murders were committed, within an hour. You have other evidence that seems just so powerful aside from the eyewitness testimony. So I think, and also the cell phone evidence. There is evidence that his cell phone pinged near the murder house at least a dozen times in the months before the massacre. So it puts him in that area. So it looks like he was stalking his prey. This evidence was very overwhelming and powerful. But look, at the end of the day, you have DNA. And DNA puts him at the crime scene. And to me, that's game, set, and match.
Yeah, and there's also video surveillance of him returning to the crime scene in that car early in the morning. Jonathan, a knife sheath was left at the crime scene, allowing law enforcement to get that DNA. They recovered it from the garage of his parents' home. Based on what we know about this so far, do you think that Kohlberger may have done this before? Perhaps he has committed murder before?
I think when we look at the history that's been reported about him at a brewery the Seven Sirens Brewery in Pennsylvania, I think what we see is that he at least has a history of stalking women. The questions he was asking there is asking women if they lived alone, and he was very aggressive. And then when he was confronted by the manager, he denied it, and then he never came back. So we see the same type of cat and mouse game from before he got to Washington State. He just got to Washington State in August. So when we look at this pattern of behavior, I think it does lead to something. I think it's very possible that he killed before. What is very interesting, I'd love to hear what Joe has to say about this, is that I know what the defense is going to hone in on, which is the fact that the video shows him only being at the house for about 15 minutes. And people are going to say, man, you can't kill this many people in 15 minutes like this. But I think it is possible, and I think he would have stayed there longer had he not been discovered by this other girl. And I think that cut it short, and then he left. And I also think that when he attacked the people on the second floor, I don't think that he was able to completely terminate their life. I think he had to get out of there, and they probably died from bleeding out.
A good point. Joe, we have about 15 seconds. Just want to get your response to what Jonathan said.
Yeah, I agree. Look, 15 minutes is more than enough time to bludgeon 4 people with a knife and get out. And as a matter of fact, the car, puts him at that scene right before the murders and right after the murder. So I think this is a pretty airtight case, Allison.
Yeah, and we'll see if they go for the death penalty, because the death penalty is in Idaho. All right, Joe Tacopina, Jonathan Gilliam, thank you so much for your insight, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Got it.
Of course. And coming up, the latest on the House Speaker vote as it enters day 4 in a live report from Capitol Hill. Stay with us. You're watching Wake Up America, only on Newsmax.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
This mango hint water tastes just like mango.
How can water taste just like fruit?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
For a limited time, new customers get 45% off on our top flavors at drinkhint.com, including our new exclusive online flavor, coconut. Just $1 per bottle. And if you order now, we'll ship it right to your door for free.
Did he just say there's coconut hint?
Hint. Water with a touch of true fruit flavor.
Angie, you are not going to believe what I am going to show you right now.
When a group of women put Beyond Flawless Second Skin, the latest biotech cosmetic breakthrough under one eye. Watch what happened.
I only did one eye and I see huge difference. So far, they have put the product under my right eye and I see a dramatic difference.
I just found the golden ticket. I'm telling you, this is unbelievable.
I've shown it to my daughter and to my boyfriend. They couldn't believe it.
Look at one eye and the other. This is crazy. Everything claims to work. This is the only thing I've ever seen do this, actually before my eyes. I'm shocked.
The cosmetic world has been waiting for the first lifelike, undetectable, 24 hours waterproof synthetic skin. Introducing Beyond Flawless Second Skin.
This is astounding how good this is. Oh my God.
I've never seen results like this instantly.
Wow. Look at that. It looks like a completely different person.
It feels as though my eyes are lifted up. I feel a lot younger.
I feel like I want to tell the world about this.
Guaranteed to work. No residue, no flaking, completely undetectable. Even cosmetic surgery can't promise results this good. And now, when you apply your makeup, you're starting with a much younger, smoother base. Imagine how much better you'll look. Looking young is fun. You should give it a try.
I think this is looking pretty good for 40.
Order today and save 50% plus shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Order within the next half hour and receive 2 free gifts and $80 value. Yours to keep even if you return the product. Visit nomoreeyebags.com. That's nomoreeyebags.com for even more savings. Or call the number on your screen.
Is your credit score getting in the way of the things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit offer fast and flexible lending. Borrow up to $10,000 and choose repayment terms that work for you. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
It's now time for another Newsmax News Minute. Well, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin has made substantial progress on his road to recovery following his on-field cardiac arrest Monday night. Waking up after sedation, Hamlin was able to follow commands, even communicating by writing and asking if they had won the game. Doctors telling him, "You won the game of life." Hamlin does remain in critical condition with a breathing tube. And 10 people were injured in a reported shooting at a Miami restaurant. Now, the shooting may be involving rappers French Montana and Rob 49 because the two are recording a music video in that area. Now, 4 of the victims have been transported to area hospitals, with 1 in critical condition. The investigation is currently underway. And Hawaii's Kailua volcano is erupting once again after stopping last month for the first time since September 2021. While Mauna Loa was erupting. Kaulia's eruption is currently confined to the crater with no threat to the community at this time. Now, its previous eruption in 2018 was marked as one of the most destructive in the state's history. Now, those are just some of the stories we are following, but as always, for any breaking news, head to Newsmax.com and keep it right here because another hour of Wake Up America starts right now.
Gates.
Donald John Trump.
Trump.
I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
So it's my privilege to put an official nomination, Kevin Hern, for Speaker of the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
No nominee having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
All right, the drama on Capitol Hill will continue for at least another day as Kevin McCarthy loses his 11th ballot to become the next Speaker of the House, officially the longest speaker battle in 164 years. Voting will resume again today at noon.
Meanwhile, talks are ongoing between McCarthy and the group of 20, but we are once again hearing reports that some progress was made overnight. We'll bring you live coverage of day 4 of the speaker vote when Congress resumes at noon Eastern.
Here we go again. Are you having fun yet? Yeah. It's been kind of interesting to watch just from like a political junkie perspective. Like, yes, I've watched our coverage, but I've also had C-SPAN on.
C-SPAN? Yeah. Oh, yeah, really?
Just so I can see, because I like the back, like when you can see people talking, I'm like, ooh, what are they?
I know, you want to do like that lip reading where you can like, what are they saying?
Yeah, it's just been interesting. Again, we haven't seen it in our lifetimes. Last time that we saw a vote go long was 1923. This long, 1859. Yeah. That's pre-Abraham Lincoln. It's a long time. Welcome back in. I'm Rob Finnerty. It is Friday, January the 6th. I'm Rob Finnerty.
Okay. Wait, thanks, Rob. Good morning, everyone. Just in case.
Just in case.
All right.
Well,
it is
that's
Friday.
It's deja vu all over again.
It is. It's like Groundhog Day.
Here
We'll
in
just
studio
keep doing
and
it.
on
Yes.
Capitol.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Allison Maloney. Here are some of the stories we're following for you today.
Tried to close the loop on that one best I could, Allison. Thank you. We start at the southern border. After first being elected to the Senate in 1972, President Joe Biden will make his first ever trip to the southern border on Sunday. The president again blaming the crisis on Republicans, even though Democrats have had complete control of the House, the Senate, and the Oval Office for the last 2 years, and this crisis did not exist on Joe Biden's first day in office.
Plus, according to doctors, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is awake and communicating, but does remain in critical condition after suffering a cardiac arrest on Monday night. Doctors say his first thought after waking up was, who won the game? Meantime, the NFL officially cancels the Week 17 game between the Bills and Bengals.
And Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger making his first court appearance yesterday, being held without bond as we learn chilling new details about the night the 28-year-old allegedly attacked and killed 4 victims while they were sleeping. But first, we want to go back to Capitol Hill.
Yeah, where day 4 of the vote to elect the next Speaker of the House gets underway today. Has the deal been struck, or are Kevin McCarthy's hopes of being Speaker beginning to fade? Our national correspondent Logan Raddick joins us live from Capitol Hill with the latest. Good morning, Logan.
Well, Allison and Rob, good to see you this morning. And 2 members of Congress, 2 Republicans, Beth Van Dyne and Marjorie Taylor Greene, tell our own Kilmeny Dukart that there is some sort of a deal in place with those holdouts who do not want to vote for Kevin McCarthy, at least through the first 11 rounds of voting. But it's unclear if McCarthy could get the numbers he needs to get over the hump. Right now, there are a few members who have solidly been saying, including Matt Gaetz, that they do not have any interest in voting for Kevin McCarthy. But we do know that Republicans will be having a conference call this morning. This is something that Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, the only member who has voted present the last few rounds, has been calling for, and she sees this as a much needed opportunity to talk things over as a conference.
I think we need to be able to talk. Both of the sides have to be able to get back to the table and have discussion. But it's not about the person, it's about institution and processes. So rules have to be changed in this chamber. People need to have more input.
And there have been a number of concessions that McCarthy has made, including lowering the threshold to start a vote to vacate the speakership to just 1 Republican member. There's also other concessions, including that McCarthy's PAC, the Congressional Leadership Fund, wouldn't spend any money in primaries. But also another concession, too, is that the Republican Party is trying to get more Freedom Caucus members in the House Rules Committee. That is what these 12 holdouts are trying to accomplish. It's unclear, again, if that will end up happening. Matt Gaetz, again, a firm no. But the thing for McCarthy here, guys, is that he needs 4 defectors or less at the current numbers. And he's trying to make sure that he can get all the votes he can get. One issue he has today is that Ken Buck had to go home for a pre-scheduled medical appointment. There's also other members of the Republican Party who have some sort of family emergencies that are going on at home, but they are still here to vote for McCarthy. But if he can't get enough people to come over to this supposed deal that's been made, the Republican Party might again have to find an alternative to McCarthy to nominate for Speaker.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. All right, Logan Raddick, thank you so much. Rob?
All right, Allison, thank you. Staying on Capitol Hill, as you just heard, the gridlock there continues. We're once again hearing that deals were made overnight. So today, again, we will see what happens when voting resumes, if it does. Joining me now for more, former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum. Senator, great to have you back on. Congressman-elect Scott Perry, active on Twitter late last night. He said, "We're at our Ronald Reagan moment right now. Trust but verify. The devil's in the details, and we'll take our time to ensure it's right. Not easy. One way or another, the status quo must go." Apparently, a deal was struck overnight. We could see more votes go to Kevin McCarthy today. Do you think we have a speaker by the end of the day today? And if we don't, do you think they try to call, again, they've got to vote on this too, do they try to call a recess and reconvene on Monday?
Well, I think there's certainly a chance, hearing that from Scott Perry, who has been one of the hardest of the hardcore and was reportedly someone who was never going to vote for Kevin McCarthy, have him say what he said in that tweet it should be very encouraging for the McCarthy folks. It's all in the numbers. We reported a couple of days ago that there was a deal that was going to bring some votes, and it didn't. As Scott said, the devil's in the details. They're sitting down, they're working through the actual language, and people think, well, what's the big deal? That is the actual language is everything, and so it can take a long time for that to happen. But there's still going to be members. They're going to be members. I mean, I got this text last night on my phone from Matt Gaetz.
Right.
So Matt Gaetz is texting me, basically raising money, saying I'm the hero here, and I'm the guy stopping Kevin McCarthy. Give me money. There are, unfortunately, and I say that with a big bold and underline, members who are there for personal reasons to promote themselves as some sort of hero or martyr or whatever the case may be. And they're not trying to be constructive. They're not trying to get to a solution because it's easier for them to be in a chamber where nothing happens and they can just do performance art.
Okay, so that's interesting because Democrats are using this as a fundraising opportunity as well. I guess, you would know this better than anybody. Politicians are always going to be politicians no matter what the circumstances. What do you make of some of the math that might get tighter for McCarthy today? You heard Logan Raddick just saying, I wasn't aware, but Ken Buck apparently has a doctor's appointment, so he's got to get out of town today. We know that Kevin Hearn, Congressman-elect, his mom passed away. He's got to get back to his district, obviously, for the funeral. And Texas Congressman-elect Wesley Hunt, his wife just gave birth. He's a veteran, but he wants to get back to his district to be with his wife. Totally understand that. How does that play into what we could see Saturday, Sunday? Do we see any ballots if necessary over the weekend?
It could be a situation where if enough members leave, there's no way you can get there because of a small group of holdouts. Even if you have 4 holdouts. Now, when those members leave, the number 218 goes down, but unfortunately, those are all folks who voted for McCarthy. So the question is, are there Democrats who are going to leave for those same personal reasons or not? And if not, then I think you're probably stuck with an adjournment to Monday or to some time where you can get the 218. But to continue to go on and vote, knowing even if you have, for example, only 4 Republican no's, but because of absentees don't have the numbers, that doesn't make any sense. So you have to wait until you can get there. But again, we're a long way from that. We don't know how many votes that Kevin McCarthy is getting with this deal. Is he getting the sufficient number to get into 218? Is there only 4 or less in opposition? You won't know that until the vote is cast.
Yeah, it's so funny to play around with the math. What you need is members to vote present, so at least he has a majority threshold. He hasn't had that in the 11 ballots that we've seen so far. How do you think this ultimately plays out? And I think it's fair to ask now. We're entering day 4 of this. This is something we haven't seen since pre-Abraham Lincoln. I think 1859 is the last time we had more than 9 ballots. Is Kevin McCarthy, I know the numbers are in his favor. They've been in his favor from day 1. But, Senator, here we are, day 4, heading into the weekend. Is he the likely next Speaker of the House?
This is how I would rate it as likeliness. I think still the most likely scenario is Kevin McCarthy being able to get the votes, because I think the vast majority of the Republican caucus does not want to concede to a handful of folks that are not necessarily popular within the caucus, and also establish a precedent that 5 people can basically run the caucus. And so that there is a heavy weight to McCarthy getting it, not because it's Kevin McCarthy, not because he's established it, not because he's a rhino, which I don't think he is, but because of the precedent it sets for the Congress. So that's number one. Number two. Yeah, I just was reading articles this morning that Alaska and Ohio, both of which Republicans won the majority in their legislature, have had a group of moderate Republicans flip and bond with Democrats and elect either a moderate Republican or a Democrat to the head of their legislative body. Yeah. And on the other side, Pennsylvania, where the Democrats and Republicans, it's a messy situation, but ultimately the Democrats are going to control. A group of Republicans got some Democrats to come together and put a moderate Democrat in charge.
Senator, so we'll leave it there. But
that is also a possible scenario as this goes on.
Yeah, and that should scare all 220 on the 222 rather on the GOP side, but particularly the 20. We know AOC; she's already proposed sharing committees. They want to see a power sharing government.
I can tell you that moderates are not going to accept one of the gang of 20 or a more radical Republican.
Moderate Republicans, especially moderate Republicans in Biden districts. Senator Rick Santorum, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for breaking that down for us. Have a great weekend. We'll pick this back up next week. Hopefully we've got a speaker one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hogan Gidley and Mark Halperin standing by. Welcome back in. I think, interestingly enough, what may end up happening here is looking back, once we have the ability to utilize hindsight, which we know is always 2020, Mark, one of the problems that D20 have had is they have not coalesced from day one behind one person. As I see it right now, there have been 6 different people, including Donald Trump, by the way, who on Truth Social put out a meme with Donald Trump as Speaker of the House, which was kind of hysterical. But the names that I have, Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan, Byron Donalds, Steve Scalise, and then yesterday a new name, Kevin Hern. There's Trump as Speaker of the House during Biden's State of the Union in a month or so. But is that, Mark, will that be part of the problem that the 20 have had? If McCarthy does become Speaker ultimately, is it that the 20 never got behind a single candidate with any consistency?
Well, not just on the floor and the symbolic votes, but they haven't found anybody who can get a majority. And the McCarthy people boasted about that on the front end as one of their great assets. I'm not sure they knew it was going to be true, but it's turned out to be true. And that is why I think Senator Santorum is right. Things have shifted. As tough as the path will be for McCarthy, it's still the most likely outcome because there's no one else either put forward by the group of 20 or hovering out there who can clearly get a majority.
All right, Hogan, how do you see this playing out? Because two members have to go home, and so they're supposed to vote at noon today. How do you see this going?
Well, it's interesting. Mark is correct here. Not only, though, can no one else get the requisite number needed, all the other in the gang of 20, the raucous caucus, if you will, to put someone that would actually be able to garner those votes. But the people they're actually putting forward don't want the job at all. So it's a really weird situation where they're saying we really should put up Jim Jordan. He's great. He's perfect. The problem is Jim Jordan doesn't want it. There's some debate over whether Scalise wants it or not. Byron Donalds even acquiesced and said he really didn't want it either. And it's a job that I think a lot of people don't want. So, look, Kevin McCarthy clearly wants it. I still think he's more than the odds-on favorite. He will eventually be the Speaker of the House. But I do commend the 20 for saying, look, I want some things in return for my vote because, quite frankly, it's those conservatives in Congress that consistently get rolled when the people at the leadership level govern or drive the train toward a cliff every single time and then beg and cajole and push those conservative members to at the last minute in the ninth hour, 11th hour to go, hey, okay, that's fine. We'll just go ahead and jettison all of our morals and all of our desires and all of our policies just to keep us from going into some type of catastrophe. So I think they're doing a good job on the front end saying, look, here's some things I want to make sure I can get back to my constituents and also do what I was elected to do, which is govern conservative.
Yeah, Byron Donalds, by the way, elected to the first time in Congress in 2020. He's third in line for the presidency after the president and vice president. Is he really ready to serve if worst case scenario presented itself? These are questions that have to be asked as well. Kevin McCarthy, like him or not, he's been in Congress for 16 years. He's been in leadership for more than a decade now. The Washington Post, Mark, with some reporting yesterday about the 20 and how all of a sudden they are not listening to Donald Trump. Donald Trump was active on Truth Social. He's been active the past couple days. But he said, look, get behind Kevin McCarthy, vote for Kevin, close the deal, take the victory, and watch Nancy Pelosi fly back home. He truthed that out a day and a half ago. Were you surprised by that even Trump himself's not able to move the needle?
I think it's a reflection of some diminishment of power, but I think people are overreading it. Donald Trump doesn't get his way if he's out of sync with the base of the party. His strength has been when he's figured out where the base is, and he's been the champion of that issue. Washington, the elites, the insiders, they want the deal to be done. They want the 20 to go away. A lot of the base, it's hard to know if it's a majority or not, but a lot of the base doesn't. They're being cheered on. And frankly, the press has mischaracterized a lot of the things that they're asking for. Some of them are selfish and self-interested, but some of them are meant to allow conservative principles to carry the day as the House does its business. And so
right.
I think when Donald Trump says you need to do this stuff and vote for McCarthy, they don't care because they know he doesn't have the base behind it.
Hogan, we know what they want in Washington, right? Which is what Mark just said. But what about the American people? As a lot of people kind of sit home and they're seeing this happen. They don't really know exactly what's happening because a lot of this stuff happens behind closed doors. But now it's really happening, on live TV. We have reports coming out. A deal's been made, then it's not. Fast forward and say we have a new speaker next week, whether it's McCarthy or someone else. Do they get along? Are they able to come together and unify? Because I think the Republican Party right now, especially after the midterms, has a little bit of a PR problem. They are not unified, and they have to focus on 2024, and they got to get stuff done.
Yeah, but look, I think the unification is a little bit overblown here. Obviously, the left always coalesces behind one ideal, one person. There's little dissension in the ranks. We'll hear about the squad every once in a while.
They would never do this. You're right. Great point.
No, but Republicans by our nature are more individualistic, right? The Democrats care about the collective. Republicans care more about individual rights and freedoms and things like that. However, we want to be left alone a lot. That's why we talk about the Constitution so much. It's a document that gives us the right to be left alone. But the team that wants to win is always going to beat the team that just wants to be left alone. And politics is a team sport. Republicans have to understand that. But because of the political realities that exist, the makeup of the Senate being controlled by Democrats and the House being controlled by a radical like Joe Biden, the fact is the right has to coalesce around no a lot. They'll put forth some bills, they'll get some things out of there, and they'll negotiate to get them done. But they're going to have to do more stopping bad legislation than actually putting forward good legislation, because at the end of the day, the Senate will stop whatever the House does. And if they don't, the president probably would.
I have this feeling that once this family fight is figured out, I guarantee you the party is stronger. I guarantee you the House is stronger. I guarantee you every member, all 222 on the GOP side, fall in line, and they are stronger for the next 2 years heading into 2024. I know that's not a popular take right now, but I guarantee that happens. Look, the left is worse than the right when it comes to this stuff. Incoming Democratic leader Catherine Clark from Massachusetts yesterday with a real great display of bipartisanship here. Take a listen.
The historic dysfunction that we are seeing, this intra-party fight that the American people have been drawn into, is imperiling our national security. It is also entirely predictable. They're failing to convene Congress today, but for years they have failed to deliver the votes for the American people.
Somebody's got to tell Catherine Clark, who was just elevated from the backbench, that this is a democracy. Democracy can be messy, but what's happening right now, there's nothing wrong with what's happening right now. Democracy is still functioning in this country. But Mark, we've got about 15 seconds left. How do we become more civil in 2023? Why can't we get to a point where we say, I disagree with you, but I disagree as friends and colleagues?
Have to not let the extremes call the tune. They don't represent a majority, but they're the loudest. We have to not change the incentive so they don't control the dialogue.
Catherine Clark.
And we can't have the media placate those people and make every single other member answer for something someone says. By the way, no one's asking the Democrats about Cori Bush's comments that were disgusting and despicable about Byron Donalds. If that were Republican, every single person in that 200 would have to answer for those comments.
I hate the can you imagine game, but can you imagine if the roles were reversed? Yeah. Can you imagine? It would be a totally different scenario.
I love the can you imagine game.
I know it.
I love it.
Can you imagine us doing this again Monday morning? I think that's what's going to happen. Mark Halper and Hogan Gidley, thank you. We'll pick this up again soon. A lot more to cover here on Wake Up America. Coming up, Republican National Committee set to elect their next chairperson on January the 27th. This as the vote to be the next speaker, now in historic territory. A 12th vote, a 12th ballot will come today. We'll have more on that with RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel after the break. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Skip Dietz, college baseball umpire. I just didn't feel like I had that same energy. I saw Balance of Nature on television commercials, and I said, you know what, I'm going to try this. About a month after I began taking it, I just felt like I had an increased energy, an increased feeling of wellness. I feel great every single day.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
Of course the AC dies in the middle of summer. Luckily, we're members of American Home Shield.
American Home Shield provides home service plans that help cover the cost when parts of more than 20 home systems and appliances wear out, like our AC just did.
This old toilet's been flushing for 3 hours straight. It's no biggie, though. My American Home Shield plan covers items no matter their age. I already showered today. For a free quote, go to ahs.com. That's ahs.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste, and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth, without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now, Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one, get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one, get one free offer goes away.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. I'm Rob Finnerty. The Republican National Committee will elect their next chairperson on January the 27th. This as Republicans on Capitol Hill will head into a historic 12th vote to try and elect a speaker at noon today. For more on this, let's welcome back in RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel. Ronna, good morning. Great to have you on.
Good morning. Always great to be with you, Rob.
So we're now in historic territory. We haven't seen a speaker vote take this many ballots since before the Civil War. I know that you support Kevin McCarthy. You two have worked together for a long time. How would you characterize what we've seen over the last 3 days?
Well, I think they are close to a deal, and I think that's good. And I think at the end, if we avoid another omnibus package being dropped with 4,000 pages in the middle of the night, everyone's going to be really happy that we took these steps to make sure that that never happens to the American people again. But Kevin was in the minority. He won the majority. We do have the House. We're retiring Nancy Pelosi. And I do think the American people want to see us get together and start governing so that we stop the insanity at the border, so we take on these 87,000 IRS agents. And most importantly, we take on the Biden administration, who we all need to remember they are the ones who are hurting the American lives and our American dream and what we stand for. Right. And that is really what Republicans need to be focusing on.
So do you see this as a family fight, or do these 11 ballots, again, we haven't seen this since the 1850s, do these make you question and second guess whether Kevin McCarthy is really the right person for this moment right now to lead the GOP and to be Speaker of the House?
I think we're going to get to Kevin being Speaker. I think we're getting close. We'll see what happens over the weekend. But I do think we have to take note of we can't be so mad at each other and fighting each other so much that we cause defeat. I mean, I've been saying this for a while. If Republicans are so vitriolic and hateful towards each other, we lose sight of the Democrats. And we lost races this cycle because of Republicans refusing to support other Republicans. And that's why I'm running on a unity message. That's why I have the support of the vast majority of RNC members, because we have to keep our eye on the prize, which is beating the Democrats.
Yeah, you're in a similar situation, although a little bit different with the RNC, but you're running for an unprecedented fourth term to chair the RNC. No one's ever done that before. According to a recent survey, this just came out, it was by the Convention of States. The Hill reported it. Trafalgar conducted the survey. 73% of Republican voters say someone else should run the RNC. What do you make of that and the fact that an overwhelming percentage say somebody else should be in charge of the RNC come February?
Well, I love Newsmax, Rob, but that's a junk poll, and it was done in a junk way. So you can make a poll say anything. The most important poll, obviously, is going to be from the RNC members.
Why is it a junk poll?
Because it was done at a convention of states. It was a hand-picked audience. I mean, if you look at the metrics on that poll, it's just not real.
But you can't deny that narrative is out there right now.
Oh yeah, because there's being misinformation and lies being pushed by my opponent, and the real voters are going to be the 168 RNC members who know us best, right? They know me and my opponent best. We've been members of the RNC, and the vast majority of them support me. And so that's why this outside pressure is coming, because they're trying to distract from the fact that the members who know us both best are saying Rana's the best one to lead.
Okay.
And why is that? Because we have had more Republicans turn out, because we have had inroads in minority communities with our community centers, because they did see us launch the largest election integrity effort under my leadership at the RNC than we have ever had in the history of the party. And these are things that are putting our party on the right track, and the members see that we're doing that. And the grassroots, when we talk to them, they see that too.
Okay, the New York Times put it a little bit differently. Again, the source, the New York Times, but they had an article talking about the race to be the next RNC chair. The quote was, since Donald Trump's victory in 2016, the Republican Party has suffered at the ballot box every 2 years, from the loss of the House in 2018, the White House in 2020, and this year's history-defying midterm disappointments. How do you respond to that? Because that's accurate.
Well, what I would say is we just won back the House, and in 2020 we picked up 15 seats and defied history, and in 2018 we actually picked up seats in the Senate, and in 2022 we also kept every incumbent governor and senator. But if you look at what the RNC does, right, we don't pick the candidates, we don't do the messaging for the candidates, but when you look at the turnout operation, which is our job, 3 million more Republicans turned out in this election than Democrats, which would have won us the electoral vote for presidency. So those are the things we have to focus on. And in every battleground state, we won an office statewide, which means turnout worked. Even in Arizona, you know, everybody's talking about Arizona. You know who the top vote getter was in Arizona? The #1 vote getter in the whole state? A Republican. We won statewide in New Hampshire. We won statewide in 8 of 9 seats in Georgia.
One big in the state of Florida. No, I hear
huge
you.
In Florida,
just
Iowa,
about
Ohio.
15
so
seconds.
You can't just take.
Well, let me just sorry to interrupt you, Rana, but just about 15 seconds. If we did in fact see the red wave that we were all talking about, you were talking about it the weekend before the election, this projected red wave, would Kevin McCarthy even be in this situation in the House right now?
Well, I'm looking at 20 votes right now, and I think that maybe he would have been. I mean, who knows right now? I think this is ideological, and I think some of these members are coming forward saying a lot of this because of the omnibus package. But what I will say, Rob, is if we are so focused on giving headlines about Republican on Republican fighting, we are not setting ourselves up for victory in 23 and 24. And what unites us is much more significant than what divides us. And I am running a positive message, a positive campaign on bringing Republicans together, because I do not want to see what just happened in Arizona, where Republicans lost us seats because they wouldn't vote for other Republicans.
Yeah. Ronna McDaniel, great to see you. We appreciate you being with us this morning. All eyes on Capitol Hill today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a lot more coming up this morning here on Wake Up America. We're staying on top of the battle to be the next Speaker of the House. Voting begins at 12 noon today, if we even see a 12th ballot today. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: to provide the highest standard of care possible. Safe, reliable, and personal. From the world's most skilled nurses and compassionate caregivers, I wanted to bring that care to people's homes, people just like you. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours, like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes. and lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
Do you know what time it is? It's 2023, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, call to check your zip code. If you do have a Medicare Advantage plan and want to see what plans are available to you, call to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If your Medicare plan isn't giving you the coverage you need, call to check your zip code. Call now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They are standing by to help people in your zip code. With your zip code, they'll be able to help determine what plans may be available to you. If you have Medicare and you live in the United States, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period, so call to check your zip code. If you called last year and think there's no need to call this year, think again. Call to check your zip code. Insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes, so you should find out exactly what your options are. Medicare Advantage plans are available to nearly everyone on Medicare, but enrollment isn't automatic. Call to check your zip code and see if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They are standing by to help people in your zip code. With your zip code, they'll be able to help determine what plans may be available to you. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-793-9795. 800-793-9795. That's 800-793-9795. Call now.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome back into Wake Up America. I'm Rob Finnerty with Allison Maloney. Kevin McCarthy has yet to reach the 218 votes needed to become the next Speaker of the House in what is now the longest contest for Speaker in 164 years. To put that into context, Napoleon Bonaparte was Emperor of France last time a speakership race went this long. So there you go.
Yeah, a long time. For more, we're joined by former Deputy National Security Advisor and author of Revolution, Trump, Washington, and We the People, KT McFarland. KT, great to have you with us. So, KT, you have a little bit of a different take on this battle going on in Washington right now. Talk to us more about that.
Yeah. See, I think actually this is the best thing that could have happened to whoever is the new speaker, whether it's McCarthy or somebody else. And here in foreign policy and in national security, you negotiate in a very different way. What I call the crazy boss scenario, where you can tell the other side, look, I've got a crazy boss. He's never going to go along with that. And Kissinger used it during the negotiations to end the Vietnam War. He could say to his Vietnamese counterpart, look, I've got a crazy boss, Richard Nixon. You never know what he's going to do. I'm not even going to take that crazy proposal to him. We use it during the Trump administration, where we would say to our counterparts in other countries, look, Trump isn't going to, he's crazy. He's never going to go along with that. So I think what's happened now that the Republicans didn't win the supermajority that they hoped is that they're now the main adversary for the Speaker of the House is no longer the president. It's no longer the Senate Majority Leader. It's now the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who will come to the Republicans in the House and say, look, we've got to keep government going. You've got to vote for that increase in the debt ceiling, or you've got to vote for this Lollapalooza spending thing, because, after all, government has to keep going. And if you've got somebody who can say, I have the crazy boss strategy, I got those crazy people in the House of Representatives, and they won't go along with that. And so don't even ask me that, because if I go along with it, I'm out of a job. So one of the criticisms of McCarthy is that he doesn't have the spine, right? He's not a tough guy. He doesn't have the backbone. He doesn't need a backbone now. His back is up against the wall by those conservatives in the House. So I think they've given him an enormous amount of negotiating leverage, not with the president, not with the Senate Majority Leader, but with the Senate Minority Leader, the other Republican, to say, enough, we're not going to spend money that we don't have on stuff we don't need.
Yeah, that's interesting, KT. I hadn't considered that, the fact that the $1.7 trillion spending bill that was passed just before Christmas, rushed through, as we all know, nobody had an opportunity to read it, may be playing in a role in what we're seeing take place on Capitol Hill right now. The other side of this, and I thought it was interesting, a lot of the 20 big Trump supporters, MAGA Republicans, according to Joe Biden, Donald Trump was active on Truth Social saying, hey, support Kevin McCarthy. The Washington Post writing that the hardliners blocking McCarthy aren't listening to Donald Trump. Are you surprised that even with the Trump endorsement coming 2 days ago, that hasn't moved the needle in McCarthy's way at all?
You know, I think that the quote hardliners that are holding out on McCarthy, they're doing it, I don't think, out of spite or out of anger or out of craziness. I think they're doing it out of principle. And the principle is, too long, the Republicans and the Democrats, hand in hand, the swamp, has voted for stuff we don't need, we can't pay for, and that the United States is getting to really scary, dangerous, historic spending levels and debt levels. And if for some reason we go a little bit further, we could have not just a little decline, but a very rapid decline. So I think stick to your guns, make sure you got a fiscal conservative on that House Rules Committee, and then vote for McCarthy and hold his back up against the wall.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like the term.
Right.
I don't like renegades in that. These are just voices that have a disagreement with Kevin McCarthy right now. Yeah. These are conservative voices that disagree with the minority leader. KT McFarland, thanks so much for being with us. Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Great pleasure. Thank you both.
Of course. And before we head to the break, the latest job report numbers are out, and 223,000 jobs were added in December, bringing the unemployment rate to 3.5%. Dow futures are up following the news. You're watching Wake Up America, only on Newsmax.
They won't give you the facts. They don't tell the truth. Their bias is incredible. Now, millions are turning to Eric Bolling, The Balance, to get the real story. Watch him on Newsmax.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
My name is Dr. Joseph Purita. Before I would ever give a product to a patient, I tried it on myself. So I started taking Super Beets and I said, wow, Super Beets is a game changer.
Super Beets is the #1 pharmacist-recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. Inspired by the Nobel Prize-winning discovery of nitric oxide for its important role in regulating cardiovascular health, Super Beets superfoods make doing more to support your nitric oxide production simple. Superfoods like our Super Beets crystals or our heart chews with clinically studied grapeseed extract to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone.
Super Beets is doing a whole bunch of things at once. It helps dilate blood vessels. It helps increase my circulation. It's having a beneficial effect on my heart and my energy. It makes me healthier.
Once you have that support, you just feel better. You feel like you can take the stairs, you can cook that Sunday meal, you can get things done.
You can feel the difference. Super Beets helps me with all these aspects of good circulation. It's given me the energy that I want, the blood pressure support that I need. It's a win-win.
See why we've earned over 53,000 5-star ratings and reviews, and why over 120 pro and college sports teams have used our beet crystals.
My mom always used to say, eat your beets, it's good for you. Boy, was she right.
Call now or visit trysuperbeets.com to find out how you can get a 30-day supply of your choice of Super Beets absolutely free with your first order. That's a free 30 days of crystals or a free 30 days of heart chews. Shipping is free, but that's not all. Call in the next 15 minutes and we'll even include a free travel pack of our turmeric chews for joint health support. This offer is not available in stores and comes backed by a 90-day money-back guarantee. So call now.
Visit trysuperbeats.com for this special offer or call 1-800-641-5596. That's 1-800-641-5596. 1-800-641-5596.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol Turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Welcome back into Wake Up America. Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger appearing in court for the first time yesterday. This was really fascinating. The probable cause affidavit revealed for the first time and told us a whole lot about what happened in the crime scene. It also raised questions about the surviving roommate suspect's potential history and motive, which remains unknown in this case right now.
And for more on this, let's welcome in former acting U.S. Attorney General Matthew Whitaker. Sir, welcome back to Wake Up America. I want to start with this affidavit pointing out Kohberger's cell phone. So it didn't ping in the area at the time of the murders, but it did ping many other times. The car was also seen on surveillance cameras from some other homes. There's a lot of pieces of evidence here to make this a strong case. Do you think they have enough to put this guy away?
Yeah, good morning, and it's good to be with you both. What I think is this probable cause affidavit is just enough so they could arrest him, so that they could have the preliminary hearing, and they could get this case started. I don't think this is all the evidence they have. Obviously, they do have, to your point, strong evidence, but I think there's going to be more ultimately that comes out. Remember, this has only been public that it's this gentleman for several days. They're going to have all sorts of people that interacted with him around that time that may bring additional evidence forward. So, while this case on this 19-page affidavit is strong, I think there's going to be more that's going to incriminate him and make it a very difficult case.
Okay, so this caught my attention. According to the affidavit yesterday, one of the roommates, so two roommates made it through this thing, they weren't harmed. She basically told police that she opened her door several times after hearing one of her other roommates crying. She opened the door, kind of peeked out and saw the suspect. She even described bushy eyebrows, which is consistent with Kohberger. But she didn't call 911 until almost 8 hours later the following day. Can you explain that?
Well, no, I can't. I mean, there's no doubt that Kohberger's defense attorney is going to have him immediately reduce his eyebrows so that he doesn't meet that standard. But there will be pictures, obviously, of him. I think she clearly was either, maybe she had been out that night. Maybe, there's a lot of considerations. Right. I think human nature would suggest most of us would call 911 based on what it says in the affidavit. She heard somebody say somebody's in the house, that she heard these other noises, and she came face to face, like you said, with somebody that was in a mask and dark clothes. So I think that's one of the many facts that's going to have to come out eventually, probably at trial. He's facing the death penalty, so I can't imagine that this won't be a full-blown trial with every single detail exhausted.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that they have, and you're right, we don't know everything. I do want to move on, sir, to today marks 2 years since the January 6th protests at the Capitol. The New York Post claiming Biden is turning this date into a national anti-Republican holiday. Biden's also holding a ceremony today to commemorate this date. What do you make of this?
Well, again, the Democrats seem to be willing to take any advantage that they perceive and exploit it. The American people know what January 6th was, know what it wasn't. It was obviously a group of individuals that rioted and assaulted police officers and did things that were illegal, and those people have been prosecuted. Political violence is never acceptable. I think a lot of Republicans asked Joe Biden, what's he doing about, the summer of 2020? And the commemorations of the anarchists and radicals that tried to attack and burn down the White House. I mean, I think that's, again, we can't have this discussion. And Joe Biden, it's very convenient for him to have this in a vacuum. But, the long story short is there needs to be a more broad-based discussion on political violence. This just demonstrates that the Democrats aren't honest about, protecting American families. Yes. All they care about is scoring political points.
Republicans have said they do intend a more robust investigation in the new year. We've got to elect a House Speaker first. Maybe that will happen today. Former Acting Attorney General Matthew Whitaker, great having you back on. Happy New Year, sir. We appreciate you being with us.
Happy New Year, both. Thank you.
All right, we got a lot more coming up this morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
a liberty-loving American takes on Washington, Hollywood, and the whole media establishment. He's Chris Salcedo. Join his fight. Tune in to the Chris Salcedo Show every weekday afternoon on Newsmax.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Magnesium is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol Extra Strength Magnesium. Unlike regular magnesium, Cunol's high absorption helps you get the full benefits of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-993-3167. 800-993-3167. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-993-3167. 800-993-3167.
The root issue is this: they do not trust Kevin McCarthy. What can heal that divide? Right now, there are a lot of colleagues that don't trust 20 or more of my fellow Republicans.
Kevin McCarthy failing once again to secure the 218 votes needed to become the next Speaker of the House, falling short for an 11th time on Capitol Hill last night.
Yeah, so what happens today? For more, let's welcome in Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson. Sir, thanks for joining us. So, we keep hearing these reports over the last few nights that deals are being made. We're closer to hearing, McCarthy getting voted and becoming the Speaker of the House. What's going on? What are you hearing? What can you tell us?
There is a deal. They started socializing that with the whole conference last night, but we don't know for sure how many people are moving out of the 20 that have been opposed to Kevin. The outline of the deal has some things that, frankly, everybody likes, and then it's got some things that are, creating a lot of heartburn. And so when you look at the tension that's been created, people that trust one another, people that don't, the conflict that's there, the kind of way people start dehumanizing one another once they get involved in conflict. There's a lot of collateral damage. I do hope we come together today and we elect Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House. And I do think that the dialogue is potentially going to produce a much better way to govern the conference. And if we can heal those wounds in the collateral damage, I think we're going to be a more united conference.
Okay, Congressman, I do want to hear more about sort of the behind-the-scenes negotiations that we wouldn't be privy to, which took place last night. But here we are. It's Friday. We're up against the weekend, and I know at least two members Texas Congressman-elect Wesley Hunt. His wife just gave birth. He's got to get back to his district and be there with his wife. Kevin Hern, Congressman-elect, his mom passed away, and her funeral takes place tomorrow, so he's obviously got to get home for that. Do we even see a 12th ballot happen today, or is a recess called until Monday?
I think we'll see at least a 12th ballot. We might see more than a 12th ballot, and we may continue to go into the weekend. And, look, I appreciate Wesley Hunt's Army veteran, and I'm sure he was deployed with people whose wives gave birth while they were deployed, and they didn't get to meet their babies for 6 months after they've been around. So horrible situation. I think everyone back home understands why we need to be here. I assume Kevin Hern will go home to his mom's funeral, and it's just a part of the demands of the job. I've talked with people that have literally sat glued to C-SPAN looking at all the extra angles that are available right now, and they've even texted me and saying, hey, who's this and who are they talking to and what's going on?
Right.
And I think in a way this can be really healthy for the country and even the world to see how our system really does work. These things normally are done behind closed doors, and there's always a negotiation towards something. Here, a lot of it, not all of it for sure, is being able to be viewed by the world.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point. While there may be chaos right now, once a speaker is elected, hopefully the party can come together because there's a lot that needs to get done. A lot of people are saying this is delaying the Republicans' early agenda. It's been now a week, and people saying that party's not on the same page. The Washington Post saying predicting chaos lies ahead for the GOP, regardless of who the speaker is. Do you think that's true, or you think that everything can come together?
Look, I certainly hope it's not true. I know the Washington Post is not an ally for anything that Republicans are trying to do. Everyone that works there is rooting for Hakeem Jeffries to be the next Speaker of the House. So, it does highlight the stakes, and I think that's not lost on anyone. And I think that's why tensions are high amongst colleagues, and people have to tamp down their natural tendency to escalate, because it doesn't help get to resolution. And so, it may come to a point where Kevin doesn't have the votes, but right now people are digging in even harder to say we're not going to let 9% dictate the terms to 91%.
Yeah.
On the other side, it looks like there's real progress. And if somehow that falls apart, at some point we do have to elect a Speaker of the House and get on offense here.
So look, and I totally understand and empathize with that, but that 9%, they're duly elected members just like yourself, and they're doing what they feel is best for their constituency. And you're going to have to, the 202 are going to have to work with the 20 as soon as this is wrapped up, whether it's today or over the weekend. Dan Crenshaw, congressman from Texas, called the 20 terrorists a day ago. How is language like that helpful in any way?
Precisely not helpful. That's exactly what I was trying to get at when, the language that people use escalates. Very not helpful. Hard to heal those kinds of wounds. And how do you work together with somebody that starts treating you that way? That's how we're so divided with Democrats, is the rhetoric has moved that way. Just pure contempt for one another. How do you work together? And you're right. There are a lot of my close friends who are among the 20 there, and they're great members of Congress. They have worked in good faith. And I think we're going to get a better way to govern this Congress, and that's going to be good for the American people.
Well, we are hopeful we will have a speaker soon. Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson, thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Thanks, Congressman.
Thank you.
Of course, and plenty more still to come in Wake Up America. We'll be right back.
Information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: provide safe, reliable, and personal care at home with skilled nurses and compassionate caregivers. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be.
I have, over my 30 years, seen many patients who have excessive sweating. I recommend Carpe. It's a game changer.
Carpe is up to 3 times stronger than a regular strength antiperspirant. Try it today at mycarpe.com with limited time free shipping.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
This mango hint water tastes just like mango. How
can water taste just like fruit?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
For a limited time, new customers get 45% off on our top flavors at drinkhint.com, including our new exclusive online flavor, coconut. Just $1 per bottle. And if you order now, we'll ship it right to your door for free.
Did he just say there's coconut hint?
Hint. Water with a touch of true fruit flavor.
If you have Medicare, there are 3 things you need to know. 1, there are rules about when you can make changes to your Medicare coverage. To find out if you qualify to make changes today, call now. 2, if you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. To learn more about what plans may be available to you, call the number at the bottom of your screen. 3, you are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. Call to find out if you're eligible for a plan with the coverage you need. Check your zip code today to make sure you're getting the best coverage available to you. You may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you do not want to miss out. If you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. So don't delay. Call now. Even if you already have a plan, even if you called last year, call now. If you are losing benefits, moving, or new to Medicare, you may be eligible to make changes to your coverage today. Call now to find out what may be available in your zip code. If you have Medicare, there are 3 things you need to know. 1, there are rules about when you can make changes to your Medicare coverage. To find out if you qualify to make changes today, call now. 2, if you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. To learn more about what plans may be available to you, call the number at the bottom of your screen. 3, you are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. Call to find out if you're eligible for a plan with the coverage you need. Check your zip code today to make sure you're getting the best coverage available to you. You may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you do not want to miss out. If you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. So don't delay. Call now. Even if you already have a plan, even if you called last year, call now. If you are losing benefits, moving, or new to Medicare, you may be eligible to make changes to your coverage today. Call now to find out what may be available in your zip code.
Check your zip code by calling 800-971-5167. That's 800-971-5167. 800-971-5167. Call now.
Good morning. Welcome back into Wake Up America. Happy Friday. National Report coming up in just a moment. But first, let's go back to Capitol Hill. Going to be another day there. Maybe a historic day. We're already in historic territory right now. Kevin McCarthy's quest to be the next Speaker of the House enters day number 4. We're going to have live coverage throughout the day right here on Newsmax. Voting expected to get underway at noon. That's if they even vote today. Several members of Congress have to get back to their districts for various reasons. So we'll see if they even vote.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. But take a look at this. Just some history for you. The longest Speaker votes. Nathaniel Banks, 1855, 133 ballots. I mean, if you take a look at this long list.
Yeah, it took 3 months, by the way. It took till March.
Can you imagine if we went through 3 months of this? I don't think.
I mean, it's a good story. It's good for us news people, but
Yeah.
maybe not us as Americans.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are hoping. We know that there was a lot of talk last night, a lot of deals being made, a lot of concessions.
Yeah.
So the number one question is, will they vote? Because you mentioned a couple of folks are going to be away because of doctor's appointments and funerals. Go ahead, you.
So looking at this is like I started my sports days.
Yeah.
Right? So you look at the center right there. Do we make it to? I mean, I hope not. But 22 ballots would be the next one for McCarthy to pass. John Taylor, representative from New York, 1819. We will go to at least 12. We know that.
Yes.
Will voting continue today? Do we have a speaker by the end of the day? Any guesses?
I don't think so. I say no.
50-50?
We'll see.
Maybe we pick it up on Monday. We'll find out. Stay here on Newsmax all day and throughout the weekend. We'll see you again Monday morning for more Wake Up America. National Report starts right now.
All right, again, a live look. 2 vantage points of Capitol Hill, one there on the ground, the other a bird's eye view, if you will. The House of Representatives entering day 4 in the effort to elect a House Speaker. Kevin McCarthy coming up short yet again, this time on up to now what is the 11th ballot. So today would be the 12th ballot. The last 3 days, though, it has been a loser. This is now the longest standoff for a speaker vote since before the Civil War. Live report, that is moments away. Good Friday morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us here for National Report. A lot of news to cover. So keep it right here. I'm Sean Kreisman.
And I'm Emma Reckenberg. You know, Sean, thinking back now, we knew Republicans would have the majority back in November.
Yep.
And the GOP cannot get it together and come to a candidate that they think is worthy of 218 votes.
That is one of the biggest criticisms of it all. Is even before that, there was this prediction of a red wave, which you know obviously did not happen. But nevertheless, if you were preparing for a red wave, you prepared to take a majority. You thought you would have prepared for whom would be the speaker. Apparently, this was not ever the case. This was not done before. This could not get done. But, you know, the big question now are what are these concessions that could be made to get McCarthy past the 218 threshold? Or at this point, is it just personal?
And will the 12th vote be McCarthy's lucky number?
Yeah, McCarthy offering a deal here from reports to become House Speaker late last night, but again, unclear if it will end this standoff here days long. If not, more moments like these could happen on the House floor. Watch.
House Republicans 100 years ago unleashed a pro-growth agenda. House Republicans under Speaker Kevin McCarthy will unleash a pro-growth agenda to get this economy moving.
Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that he is not going to get there. There's nothing extreme. There's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change.
I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I am proud to say so. I believe the 20 members that have nominated an alternate candidate have expressed their concerns with leadership, and many of those concerns have been addressed and accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference. I believe this battle we are raging must end.
Again, the reports have shown that the House Freedom Caucus have met with Kevin McCarthy last night. Does that make a difference? Is there something that happened there that could push him over the threshold? National correspondent Logan Raddick live on the Hill with a preview of Day 4. Logan.
Hey, Sean. Well, you could basically split the holdouts into 3 different camps. Keep in mind there are 20 members that are consistently voting for a different nominee other than Kevin McCarthy. And then Victoria Spartz is that 21st Republican. She keeps voting present on the most recent ballots. Now, those 3 camps include the Republicans that are seemingly willing to make concessions, the Republicans where it's unclear where they stand, and also there's a camp of members like Matt Gaetz who have made it pretty clear that they do not want Kevin McCarthy to be Speaker of the House whatsoever, a personal axe to grind there. Now, it's unclear if McCarthy can lower his GOP holdouts to 4 or less Republicans. If he can't swing at least 16 members to come over to his side, he'll come up short again. Now, concessions, they include lowering the threshold to start a vote to vacate the speakership from 5 to just 1 Republican member. Also, there would be no contributions from the Congressional Leadership Fund to Republican primaries, and also adding more members of the House Freedom Caucus to the House Rules. And this is what he's telling reporters.
We have a 5-seat majority, so it's not one side's going to get more than another. It's the entire conference is going to have to learn how to work together. So it's better that we go through this process right now so we can achieve the things we want to achieve for the American public, what our commitment was. So if this takes a little longer and it doesn't meet your deadline, that's okay, because it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And if we finish well, we'll be very successful.
And Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, the member who voted present, she has been calling for a meeting of the caucus. And again, they're going to be meeting today via a conference call. But again, it's still unclear if McCarthy can get over the hump. There are some members of Congress who are telling us that there is a deal in place. But if you listen to people like Matt Gaetz, there is that personal animosity, that lack of trust when it comes to Kevin McCarthy. And if McCarthy still has 5 holdouts, that means he will not be elected Speaker of the House yet again. Another issue that McCarthy is facing is that Ken Buck, who's one of the members who voted for him, he had to go home for a previously scheduled medical appointment. There's also some members here who are dealing with family crises right now. Some members of their families are sick, but they're still here to vote for Kevin McCarthy. But if 5 members, again, if they don't budge, then McCarthy may have to drop out of this race altogether.
Real quick, just remember, I mean, these congressional leaders, the Congress members-elect, were just there to get sworn in, to get this going, and then return back. And their families were there for the ceremonies as well. So again, all of this is unexpected for the 400-plus members.
Yeah, also a bit unexpected, the fact that with every vote that takes place, there's a question of whether or not Kevin McCarthy would lose votes. And yet, Logan, when you look on the Democratic side, Hakeem Jeffries is able to maintain that 212 support from Democrats. Any discussions about whether there could be another name where perhaps moderate Democrats and Republicans could come together and coalesce behind?
Well, everything I'm hearing from Republicans who are either in the pro-McCarthy camp or against McCarthy, they say there's no way they're going to come to a deal with Democrats to find this consensus moderate candidate. We know that Democrats plan on staying here, voting in lockstep. You've seen Hakeem Jeffries getting 212 votes every single time. But the question right now is, will McCarthy be able to cut some sort of a deal that gets these holdouts in agreement? Because right now, what Matt Gaetz is saying, among others, is that they want more influence from the House Freedom Caucus and they want to weaken the role of the Speaker of the House. McCarthy is saying that the concessions he's giving would not weaken the role of the Speaker of the House. So again, while there's this deal going on behind the scenes, it just does not seem that there's an agreement that they'll come to today when they go to vote for that 12th ballot when they're back at noon Eastern.
All right, Logan Raddick reporting live from the Capitol. Logan's going to stay posted there to keep us up to date. Again, some of these congressional members will walk through the halls. If they change their minds on the votes based on the meeting last night, Logan will find out for us. Logan, thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't apply through the legal process, you will not be eligible for this new parole program. Let me reiterate. You need a lawful sponsor in the United States of America, number one. And you need to undergo a rigorous background check, number two.
President Biden laying out his immigration plan as border crossings soar. The White House intends to accept 30,000 migrants from 4 nations every month, giving the chance to work here legally. It could result in 360,000 people entering the U.S. in a year. In November, Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Venezuelans were stopped more than 82,000 times. Officials report drugs had been smuggled across the border at record rates. President Biden referencing the fentanyl crisis in a speech yesterday, but he appeared to get confused when discussing the deadly drug. Watch.
For example, since August of last year, Customs and Border Patrol have seized more than 20,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl. That's enough to kill as many as 1,000 people in this country. 20,000 pounds of fentanyl.
Again, the president there saying 20,000 pounds of fentanyl could kill 1,000 Americans. According to nearly every report we could find online, every outlet you can look through based on this, 20,000 pounds of fentanyl would not kill 1,000 Americans. It would kill approximately 4.5 billion people. That's about the world's half of the world's population. A bit off there. New border policies, though announced by President Biden, may soon bring down the number of recorded crossings, but may not do very much to improve the situation facing the Border Patrol agents.
Let's talk to someone who knows the CBP officials. Border correspondent Jason Jones live in Texas with more on the new policy and its possible impact. Jason, good morning.
Emma, Sean, good morning. It's good to be with you this morning. Yesterday, President Biden signaling to the world that if you are a part of 4 different countries, you're going to be allowed to conduct what they call advanced processing through the C1 process. And what that basically means is that for those Haitians, Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans who make it into Mexico, you can now fill out the CBP process remotely so that you can file for parole status. What that really means is signaling to these other countries that if you want to come to the United States, you're going to be allowed to stay here. Now, why is that important? Because what they're trying to do is take people who are working with the cartels, long-haul smugglers, and alien smuggling organizations along our border to get them to process legally through the ports of entry. Here's where the issue is, though. Last month alone, in the month of December, CBP and Border Patrol apprehended 220,000 people just at your southwest border. So here's where when you're on the ground, here's how this really plays out, guys, is that people don't want to wait. It's the winter. So what they're doing, even though they can wait and process legally into the United States, they're working with the alien smuggling organizations anyway. So when I was in El Paso last week, to give you a great example, many of these Venezuelans I'm talking to are already in the country illegally, but even though they could process legally, because they don't want to wait. So they're just not going to. And here's where the problem is. These smugglers and cartel members are going to tell these people, hey, if you want to get into the United States, we're going to help you do that. Here's why it's a problem. We're at 561,000 apprehensions for October and November alone. When all the December numbers are finally finalized, we're going to look at 800,000 encounters at our borders on the northern and southern border in just 3 months. We are seeing things we've truly never seen. So the perception that the president is putting out that they're going to be able to stop what's happening between the ports of entry, get people to process legally between the ports, is absolutely false. And you're going to see this play out as the winter months unfold, but also as the cartels continue to take advantage of these people between the ports and move them into the country illegally.
New plans by the president here, at least the first time we're hearing it, from a stronger stance, also a visit to the border. And then what Jason's pointing out, the biggest point there is enforcement. You put these plans in place, but how do you enforce something like that? We'll continue to watch. Jason Jones reporting live for us. Jason, thank you.
Good to be with you.
All right, Ovidio Guzman, the son of the world's most notorious drug lord El Chapo, has been captured by Mexican police. Now, they have not released a photo of him under arrest at this time, but this was last captured in 2019. Cartel members unleashing terror after the arrest in Culiacán, where Guzman was captured, setting up more than a dozen roadblocks, including outside the airport there.
A Mexican airliner reportedly saying it was fired on as it was preparing to take off, passengers ducking for cover. Drug trafficking and cartel violence is expected to be part of the discussion between President Biden and the Mexican president when they meet next week.
A lot going on.
Indeed. Let's take you back now to Washington. The stalemate on Capitol Hill over who will be the House Speaker as we take a live look.
We'll bring in Tennessee Republican Congressman Tim Burch now with us live. Congressman, thanks so much for coming. We appreciate your time. Always good to see you. So talk to us here. 11 votes in. The 12th will happen today. There was this report of a meeting between the Freedom Caucus and Kevin McCarthy. Is this going to make the difference that is needed for McCarthy? I know that you've been voting in favor of McCarthy.
That's correct. Yeah, they're going to get closer with this, I think. I don't know that we'll resolve this today because members have family emergencies. I know my friend Kevin Hearn's mama died, and I think the funeral's this weekend, and people need to get home. I don't know if they'll move the needle that much. I think you're seeing some concessions being made. The vacate the speaker's vote, putting more conservative members on things like the Rules Committee. Those have been agreed to. So I think it's moving in that direction. Do I think we'll resolve it today? Probably not, just because of the numbers of people that have gone home, because there still is 4 or 5 that will never vote for Kevin McCarthy for whatever reason. Mm-hmm. So I think we're moving in a positive direction. But the problem is when you go home, everybody goes to their groups, and then something gets lost in the translation. And whether that will shore up more votes or decrease Kevin McCarthy's lead, I don't know.
Right. And again, it hasn't been decided on. He still needs 218, and he's not getting any closer at this point. Let me ask you, Congressman, when you think about the concessions that have been made, would those at all limit his ability to act as Speaker in the House and really prioritize GOP legislation?
I think it actually puts it back where the founders intended. I don't think the founders ever intended that, it's a lifetime appointment for one thing. I don't think they intended that certain groups would be able to control things and things like the Rules Committee and add woke amendments that add billions and billions of dollars to our deficit over amendments that are never heard, change the rules so there is no debate is allowed, which is what has happened in the past. So I think this is actually a good thing. And to vacate the chair, which basically means one person can bring the speaker up for a vote of confidence on the floor. Well, that's the way it was prior to Nancy Pelosi being the speaker. So I don't really have a problem with any of it. Our country is operated under it. I think it puts more power in the people's house, which is what I've been elected to do. So I think we're moving in a very positive direction. And two, we're talking about the third most powerful person in the country. And so people are, gnashing of teeth and clutching their pearls. And the reality is this needs to happen. We've had more debate, dadgummit, on the floor of the House this past week than we have in 4 years that I've been here in Congress. And it's meaningful debate. I think that's what the founders intended. And we're going to get there. It's just like we used to say in the state legislature in Tennessee, it'll take a little longer, but we'll get there a little faster.
Okay, but how long will that take, do you predict?
I don't know. I think we'll probably be into next week unless there's some earth-shattering movement up here or the Lord comes, and I don't think he is going to come here this weekend. But I think that I think it'll take into next week.
It's been interesting to watch how Congress members-elect have been interacting with one another on the House floor. We've got really insightful visuals, quite frankly, into the House chamber to see it all unfold. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett joining us today. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Another volcanic eruption in Hawaii. Wait until you see this video. A Florida court saying also this: a transgender biological female teen cannot use the male bathrooms. The court upholding the school district's same-sex bathroom policy. This after a long legal battle.
And a new jobs report is out. Will this push the Federal Reserve to hike interest rates yet again? We will discuss all that and more on National Report.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Type 2 diabetes?
Discover the Ozempic Trizone. In my Ozempic Trizone, I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it. Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events, such as stroke, heart attack, or death, in adults also with known heart disease. And you may lose weight. Adults lost up to 14 pounds. Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrineoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Ask your healthcare provider about the Ozempic Trizone.
You may pay as little as $25.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Welcome back to National Report. You're taking a live look right now at Waikoloa on the Big Island in Hawaii, courtesy of EarthCam. About 90 miles away from that is Mount Kilauea, which is erupting Yet again, the U.S. Geological Survey updating its volcano alert from watch to warning. The Hawaii Emergency Management reporting that lava is confined to the crater. No communities are threatened. Last month, both Kilauea and Mauna Loa, the largest volcano in the world, ignited.
The guidance counselor said there was an anonymous complaint about me using the men's bathroom and that I was no longer allowed to do that. And I asked her, did I do anything wrong? And she said, no, this is just how it is.
Well, a Florida court has ruled in favor of a school district's policy that makes students use restrooms that line up with their biological sex. The ruling comes after a transgender biological female teen sued to be allowed to use the boys' bathroom. After a 5-year-long legal battle, the courts upheld St. Johns County School Board policy that required Drew Adams, a former student of Nice High School, to use either a gender-neutral single-stall bathroom or the girls' bathroom. The court decision read, quote, because Adams is biologically female and first enrolled in the school district as a female, Adams is identified as a female for purposes of the bathroom policy, end quote. Bev Slough is joining us, the vice chair of the St. Johns County School Board. We appreciate that, Bev. Thanks so much for coming on. Just your reaction here, and this was a federal discrimination lawsuit. The district prevailed in the end. Tell us the significance for the district, maybe for Florida, for students. Talk to us about that.
Well, it's been a long battle that we have worked hard in St. Johns County to provide a policy and to provide direction that is of benefit to all of our children. We've done a lot of research, we've done a lot of study, and we tried to reach a conclusion and a policy that provided for the safety, security, and just the well-being of each and every one of our students. And we're happy that the courts have upheld our policy, and we're grateful.
All right. I wanted to show the other side if we can. Drew Adams, his mother, this is what she had to say when the lawsuit was first filed.
That the bathroom that a trans child uses is no big deal. The main argument I have against that is the science. We have study upon study that shows that trans children must be allowed to live authentically in order to have the best possible outcomes, and authentically includes the bathroom.
Your thoughts on that, looking back now, in terms of taking into account a transgender student, does that situation harm students that don't adapt to transgender ideals?
We want to be supportive of all of our students, and to that end, we provide gender-neutral bathrooms for our trans students who, if they don't choose to use the bathroom of their assigned gender at birth, can have a place of privacy to take care of their bodily needs. So we feel like that we have made the best decisions for all students, our trans students as well as our gen ed students.
All right, so again, gender-neutral bathrooms there are an option within this school district there for those that would need it or prefer that. Bev Slough joining us live again with that lawsuit there, upholding the court, the district side there. We appreciate your time, Bev. Thank you so much. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Got it.
Well, today is January 6th. Members of Congress and the president have events scheduled throughout the day to mark the 2-year anniversary of the protests and riots on Capitol Hill. As we take a live look right now, again, the microphone is set up, anticipating to hear from Hakeem Jeffries, who Democrats, by the way, have nominated to lead them in the House of Representatives. He's expected to make remarks, again, marking 2 years since the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. We'll continue to monitor it if he takes the podium. Again, we'll be watching for you. Well, the December jobs report is out. How the final employment tally of 2022 fared. Will it have an impact on the markets today? We'll take that up. And Southwest getting back to a normal flight schedule after a holiday meltdown. That nightmare, though, still remains for some passengers. Can they all find their luggage? We'll tell you right after this.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early, and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet, but it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
We got the house! We did! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
We are an enslaved nation to no less than 12 other countries. Our debt to GDP right now is 120%. At 90%, our country is bankrupt. Experts say the next market crash will be bigger than any other crash ever experienced. Worse than the Depression. It's being called the everything bubble crash, an economic crash where everything comes tumbling down. Congress has gone crazy, printing money to solve our problems. That increases debt, creates more freeloaders, and a government that takes from those that have and gives it to those who don't. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. If you have money set aside for the long term, protect it now. When markets crash, paper assets devalue quickly. Call Monetary Gold right now to get a free protection guide, and for a limited time, learn how you can get your IRA fees covered for the life of your retirement account.
Again, we're taking another live look at the Capitol today. As we've discussed, today is January 6th. Members of Congress and the President do have events scheduled throughout the day to mark the 2-year anniversary of the protest and riot on Capitol Hill. A live look now. Again, New York Democrat Hakeem Jeffries, soon to be the House Minority Leader, is set to speak on the steps of the Capitol building at any minute now. Again, final adjustments are underway. He has repeatedly called January 6th an insurrection, one of the worst days in American history. There are still hundreds of January 6th defendants behind bars awaiting trial. Many of them say they've been denied due process. We will speak with a man whose son has been in prison since shortly after the Capitol riots. This coming up in our next hour of National Report.
A tale of two stories there at the Capitol. Also, again, the House Speaker votes as well, which the representatives will again participate in that. Meantime, 9:30 Eastern Time, markets opening now, and investors were closely watching that jobs report that came out this morning.
We learned 223,000 jobs were added in December. Experts had expected around 200,000. The unemployment rate dropping to 3.5%. It was expected to remain steady for a third straight month at 3.7. John Lonsky is a financial markets economist and president of Through the Cycle, and with us now. John, welcome. The jobs report better than expected. So what does this mean for the economy?
Better than expected ever so slightly. We want to take into account the downward revisions for jobs of prior months. So actually this came in close to expectations. I also want to add that this 223,000 new jobs we had in the month of December were biased towards just several industries. Those industries are leisure and hospitality, private education, and healthcare services, and they tend not to pay that well. In fact, those industries accounted for 145,000, or 65% of the new jobs created in December. And on top of all of this, we had a drop in average weekly earnings. The average wage came in under expectations. So markets see less of an upside for interest rates. And as a result, we have a strong rally at the opening of today's market.
Yeah, there it is right there, just in the green, almost 300 points trading above. So a good sign, at least, kicking the morning off. Also a good sign, I think, too, if you're wondering if you should keep a Christmas tree up, John says you can, according to him, which I was glad to see because my tree's still up, and I didn't know when you take them down. Apparently.
We're not alone.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just so busy working along with my family that I haven't had time to take the tree down.
No,
yet.
that's okay.
So I guess it's a good sign.
Yeah, it is a good
Looks
sign.
great.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Talking about jobs and keeping people in the workforce, we were talking about Amazon laying off thousands of employees. There are people, despite this 223,000 jobs that are added, there are people that are losing their jobs. There is talk, Alan Greenspan spoke recently saying that, hey, a recession is looming. There are many that do think that. But one of the biggest sticking points is, what will the Federal Reserve do? They continue to raise these interest rates. It's a 50 basis points, 75 basis points. But bottom line is this: it's going to cost you more, obviously, to buy a home, purchase car, or credit card debt could get out of control for some. Do you predict that there will be another hike?
Well, you're raising a lot of good points. And despite all this bad news on the economy, I would expect that at the next meeting of the FOMC, the Federal Reserve, that takes place on February 1st, we're going to see the federal funds rate rise from what is now at about 4.4% to roughly 4.6%. Of course, that means higher variable rate borrowing costs. You know, that being said, listen, everybody's expecting that 4.6% Fed funds rate. What's going on today, however, in the bond market is that the 10-year Treasury yield declined 3.7%. 3.7% is less than 4.6%, and that tells me that the Treasury bond market is looking for Federal Reserve interest rate cuts later this year, later in 2023, in response to that possible recession you referred to. Signs of that recession take the form of a housing recession. Home sales are way down. Existing home sales down by more than 30% from a year ago. Auto sales, despite a restocking of inventories, are doing very poorly. So we're getting these early indications of a recession. And of course, you know, what we're hearing from these major corporations like Amazon in terms of layoffs is only worsening the outlook and telling us to get ready for some downside risk.
All right. John Lonsky with the warning for the new year. John, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, have you seen this story? Lost luggage. The Washington Post reporting frustrated Southwest passengers are still waiting for missing suitcases. Customers have reportedly spent hours on hold and even taken multiple trips to the airport, but still no luggage. Southwest now getting back to a normal schedule after the debacle over the holidays. Some passengers speaking to local news outlets saying their luggage is still missing. One woman reportedly says she saw thousands of pieces of luggage last week and I guess couldn't recognize her own.
I mean, can you just imagine if this were you? Or maybe you're watching and saying, no.
This is me.
This is me. Exactly. Live look here, Southwest taking off. Hopefully all the luggage is on board there and will be let off at your destination, wherever that might be. Talking about Southwest, a spokesman telling the Washington Post it's costing them tens of millions of dollars to even return the bags to customers. But he added this, and this might be tough to swallow. He had some bags will never be seen again. Why? Where are they? An analyst says this is also due to Southwest allowing 2 free checked bags per passenger, which is, again, another tool that is used that many people choose Southwest because of that. Southwest is also reportedly looking for a new public relations representative here online. You can see on LinkedIn. How about that?
No surprise there, right?
I was going to say, are you surprised?
Quite the challenge, maybe, to find someone who's interested in applying for that role when you've got to explain to people, we lost your bags and no guarantee you're getting it back.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we actually don't know. Some of the luggage may be lost forever. Well, but how? It's physical luggage. I understand the delay in getting it to you, but it's got to be somewhere. Is it on the plane? Is it at this destination? It is sitting at an airport? Yeah. Was it grabbed by a passenger and then returned? Either way, man, that Southwest story still is not over. And if you're looking for a job, they're looking for a PR person. But
good luck.
You're going to have your hands full, but not full of luggage. Actually, you will be full of luggage.
Well, I heard, too, people maybe consider putting air tags in their luggage. That way they can sort of track it. Might be a reminder to consider that, potentially to avoid any future travel nightmares like we have seen people still dealing with. All right, let's head back to Capitol Hill now. Congressman Josh Gothmeier of New Jersey speaking live on the steps of the Capitol, making remarks about January 6th. Let's listen in.
On 1787, the end of the Constitutional Convention, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy? A republic, replied Franklin, if you can keep it. As we are seeing in real time right now, democracy isn't easy. It can be messy and try a country's patience. But we must never forget the dark days we've been through. We must recommit ourselves to unity, civility, and truth, and embrace our calling to a higher purpose, one that helps strengthen our nation. That's the only way we will keep it. And if we do, I know we work together, always defend our right to vote, the integrity of our elections and our democracy and our great values. Our best days in the greatest country in the world will always be ahead of us. Thank you and God bless. And now let me turn it over to Dean Phillips from Minnesota. Thanks, Josh. Thanks.
Again, this is something that you'll continue to see rather throughout the day. Inside, you'll see voting happening there for the speaker, but outside, you'll see congressional leaders marking the 2-year anniversary since the January 6th riots. Also important to point out a couple of stories here. Right now, still dozens are imprisoned from this. They're saying they are being held without due process, so they haven't been sentenced yet, processed at all for January 6th. One of the family members of those that are imprisoned will join us on this broadcast. So we'll find out a little bit more about that as well, to hear that side of it, because that still is playing out. Still many waiting to hear sentencing on or what their fate holds, what their future holds as well. So again, tune in for that. Meanwhile, Dr. Anthony Fauci speaking for the first time since leaving government. What he said about Elon Musk and whether he would testify in front of the House on his handling of COVID.
Plus, we know defibrillators can save lives. So are they required for younger sports and independent leagues? We will discuss right after this.
Greta Van Susteren is back. She's on Newsmax, giving you the really big stories without the spin. Watch The Record with Greta Van Susteren. She's smart, tough, and always fair. Don't miss Greta's new show.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in the mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals. Bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours. Like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes. And lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
Being in debt was just such a challenge as a working single mom.
I was working 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
National Debt Relief negotiated with my creditors and reduced my debt by half.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
I feel like I'm in control again. I feel like I'm taking my life back now.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Before and bath fitter. Before and bath fitter. If you have a before bath, now's the time to call Bath Fitter to get a beautiful after. With our unique tub over tub process, there's no mess or stress. Spend smart on a beautiful new bath done right, backed by a lifetime warranty. Join over 2 million happy customers who know it just fits. Bath Fitter. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you'd better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optimum Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They are experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optum has resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and will fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
For your free consultation, call 800-259-4762.
Optima Tax Relief.
I have, over my 30 years, seen many patients who have excessive sweating. I recommend Carpe. It's a game changer.
Carpe is up to 3 times stronger than a regular strength antiperspirant. Try it today at mycarpe.com with limited time free shipping.
Well, Dr. Anthony Fauci speaking publicly for the first time since leaving the government, where he was asked about this tweet from Elon Musk. There it is right now. My pronouns are prosecute Fauci. Remember that one last month? Musk creating a firestorm when he took to Twitter to put that one out. Well, Fauci going on the Takeout podcast, a part of CBS News, saying, quote, I have no idea what Musk's talking about. I mean, there's a lot of misinformation, conspiracy theories, and disinformation going on. I have nothing to say to him. I don't understand what he's doing. It's just unfortunate, end quote. Fauci also asked about whether he would testify if called to by the House. Well, Republicans want to investigate his handling of the pandemic. So Fauci said, quote, I would willingly do that without any problem, but I have nothing to hide. I could defend everything I've done, end quote. Again, Fauci responding there after leaving his government post.
This was a big story this past week. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin's collapse on the field. Doctors treating Hamlin, saying he's making dramatic improvements after suffering cardiac arrest on the field earlier this week. After this medical emergency on the football field, many health experts pushing for greater availability of automated external defibrillators, or AEDs. A recent study reviewed 50,000 cardiac arrests outside of a hospital, noting only 19% of those patients were shocked by a bystander using an AED. It showed people who had a shock by an AED had a 56% improved chance of surviving than if they were just waiting for EMS. Dr. Evan Levine is a cardiologist and is with us now. Doctor, welcome, and thanks so much for coming on. What do you make of that report and the importance of AEDs?
I think AEDs are incredibly important. You cited the literature. They save lives. We saw this at the Bills game. I mean, this is a public figure, and I think we should use that to encourage the states that don't mandate AEDs in schools and health clubs to do so. Their cost is only about $2,000, and it's very simple to use, self-explanatory, and again, it can save lives. We have 350,000 events a year in this country. So there are a lot of lives to be saved. And when we look at Mr. Hamlin, he's probably going to walk out of the hospital, thankfully, because of the people that were around him and because he was defibrillated.
It was an immediate response time, right? We saw the EMS emergency crews come onto the field. They were willing to assist. How difficult is it to operate one of these machines? Can anyone be trained in learning how to do so?
It's quite simple. I mean, it's self-explanatory. It tells you what to do. Literally, a 5-minute video would be enough for many people to know what to do. And folks that work at healthcare clubs, even doormen in large buildings, a half an hour, maybe a year in training is probably more than enough. And imagine how many lives we can save with just that simple push of a button, just to start that defibrillator and then allow it to tell you what to do.
Right. Again, maybe just checking in with your gym or your health club or even your kids' soccer match to see if you've got any available at the facilities, just in case something like this were to happen. You'd never want to see it, but again, just in case. Dr. Evan Levine, thanks for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Heal Thyself, a woman who struggled with depression, improving her mental health by doing something new every day for 365 days, including learning how to fly and beekeeping. Now, she says she's happier than she's been in a decade. We'll talk to her about that. She'll share her thoughts and experiences right after this break.
Because for today, we begin writing a new story. Not a story of deep trauma, a story of strength. Story of being you again. Make that choice. Today, you too can help.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
A woman from the UK struggling with her mental health after the pandemic, as many have. The 34-year-old insurance underwriter suffered from depression and anxiety, but decided to take charge and do something about it, vowing to learn a new activity every day for 100 days.
Talk about keeping resolutions. Jessica Mell, however, was frustrated when the 100 days came to an end, so she just kept going. An entire year later, she's completed her challenge and still has no plans to stop. Mel's completed a wide range of firsts, including flying a plane, bleeding a radiator, speed dating, beekeeping. She says the challenge has made her happier than ever. Jessica is with us now. Jessica, welcome to National Report. How are you feeling today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
Well, we're doing well. It's our first time speaking to you, so I guess we can check off this conversation as a first. What's it been like to do something new every day?
Challenging, but really fun. To be honest, I look back at last year and I just have a big smile on my face. Like, it was just so much fun. I met so many nice people, and yeah, it's just improved so many different factors of my life. I can't big it up enough, really.
Jessica, if we can go back, if I can, because I know that there are so many viewers that are watching you, they're watching your story right now, that can relate. When you go back to there must have been a pinnacle that you've reached where you said, something is wrong. There needs to be a change, where you hit that moment of, I know that there is depression in my life, there's anxiety, and it's overcoming me, and I have to get a hold of it, because many people turn to alcohol abuse, to drug abuse. You chose to go a different route. Tell us about that pinnacle moment for you, and then how you chose healthier habits.
So I'd realised I knew I wasn't right in myself for quite a long time, and lockdown happened in the UK in March 2020, and that changed a lot for me, because I had to sort of confront actually I had nothing but my own thoughts. So I realised quite abruptly just what a sort of bad mental state I'd come into. So I tried, I'm lucky we've got the National Health Service, so I went to my doctor, I tried counselling, I tried all I'd read a lot of self-help books, but nothing really seemed to work. I still felt just very, very low, and I couldn't shake it. And so I already knew I was at a very low point for quite a long time, but my sort of pinnacle of realizing to try something new, literally, or 365 things, was actually coming from Christmas 2021, where we were allowed to be with our families again. And I look back and I realized that I'd had a couple of days or moments in those days when I was actually happy. And it was realizing that I could still feel that way that made me think, right, this is still possible. Depression isn't something I have to live with forever. Let's try and make a change. And I went from there, really.
Yeah, and we were seeing some of the photos of the things you were able to do. Jessica, really short on time, what were the standout moments?
To be honest, it was the attitude and everyone I met. It's less about what I did, it's more about the attitude of just giving everything a go. And a lot of it was free and easy to do, and
all right,
anyone can do it. So
sure.
Just give it a go.
Great. How is that some wonderful motivation for you? I know. We got to think of something new to do today. Jessica Mell, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Bye.
Thank you. Take care. All right. About 2 hours from now, the House will reconvene for another day to attempt to elect a speaker. New reports coming out on a potential deal between Kevin McCarthy and the 20 GOP holdouts. Will we see a Speaker of the House today? Stay with us.
If you've had it with the old news
and the same spin,
well, then Spicer & Company is your place.
For the inside story.
And for the facts you need to know.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Some things are good to know, like where to find the cheapest gas in town and which supermarket gives you the most bang for your buck. Something else that's good to know? If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get more healthcare benefits through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan. Call now and speak to a licensed Humana sales agent to see if you qualify. Depending on the plan you choose, you could have your doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. From Humana, a company with over 60 years of experience in the healthcare industry. You'll have lots of doctors and specialists to choose from. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana plan may give you other important benefits. Depending on where you live, they could include coverage for dental, with 2 free cleanings a year, plus dentures, fillings, crowns, and more. Vision, including eye exams and eyeglasses. And hearing coverage, including hearing tests and hearing aids. You may also get rides to plan-approved locations, home-delivered meals after an inpatient hospital stay, and allowance of up to $3,300 a year to help pay for essentials like groceries, rent, and utilities. Even an allowance for health and wellness items. Plus, if you qualify, you could pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even the brand name ones, and $0 for routine vaccines, including shingles, at in-network retail pharmacies. So if you want more for Medicare, call now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Learn about Humana plans that could give you more healthcare benefits, including coverage for prescription drugs, dental care, eye exams and glasses, hearing aids, and more. A licensed Humana sales agent will walk you through your options, answer any questions you have, and if you're eligible, help you enroll over the phone. Call today, and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Me gustaría pedir algo de comer.
Ah, ok, por supuesto que tal.
How do you learn Spanish?
I learned with Babbel.
So Babbel, it's kinda like if my teacher is in your phone?
Kind of. And the best part, it's helped me make new friends, like you.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free.
Taking a live look at Abbey Road in London here, more royal drama is unfolding after part of Prince Harry's memoir was leaked to the press.
Christina Thompson live in the studio. She's got the trend. Christina, we don't have to go all the way to London to find out the tea.
It just seems like every single week something new about the royals is being released, some other bombshell being dropped. Here are even more hefty accusations being fired from the former Duke of Sussex, accusing his brother William of physically attacking him during an argument over Meghan Markle. Now, the younger royal claiming that William described Markle as difficult, rude, and abrasive. Harry then says William pushed him to the floor. He fell on a dog bowl that shattered and then cut into his back. Harry even said that Will and Kate were behind the scandal of him wearing a Nazi uniform to a party, in allegedly this excerpt from his book, saying he showed them options of costumes and they howled with laughter at that uniform. Twitter obviously is divided on these new accusations, along with all of the other things that Harry and Meghan continue to throw at the royal family. One user saying Harry is becoming the most annoying woman on the planet. Another writing, Prince Harry has destroyed himself, his reputation, any remaining goodwill that existed before the publication of his book. He has become a pariah to the British people and will likely end up in exile with the massively destructive Meghan Markle in their California mansion. Others disagree, commending Harry and Meghan for speaking up, and they even want them to do it more often. One user saying, people keep saying Prince Harry needs to say less, but I think he should say more. Sean, Emma?
They said they wanted privacy, and we keep talking about them and hearing about them in the news. Now he's sharing his side of the story. I don't know. Overall, it's sad that the brothers are fighting, and it looks like with this new memoir coming out, I don't know if they'll be able to reconcile.
I pushed all kinds of cousins, and when I was a kid, we roughhouse all the time. When I heard about that, I told Emma the same thing. We roughed around with my cousins, we're boy cousins. We do that all the time. You're physical with each other. It didn't sound like he got a beat down by his brother William, but he got pushed on a dog bowl and talking about I don't know.
I also thought he apologized for the costume, but now it sounds like he's blaming Will and Kate.
Emma, I think your point was really just spot on, is that they say they want nothing to do with the press, yet they're the ones now creating all of this kind of media around themselves. So it just doesn't really make sense to me.
There's always a new headline with the Royals or former Royals, however you want to call them. Christina Thompson, thanks so much for bringing us the trend today. Brand new hour of National Report starts right now. Good morning, everyone. You're taking a live look right now on Capitol Hill. 2 years ago today, January 6, 2021, a massive demonstration led by former President Trump got out of hand and led to chaos in the halls of Congress. A riot and protest took place. Members of Congress and President Biden are all marking today in different ways, many of them speaking on the steps of the Capitol. As you see right there on your screen, soon-to-be House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is standing directly behind the podium. We'll wait and see once everyone gets set and in place if he will take the podium and will make his remarks. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a brand new hour of National Report. I'm Emma Reckenberg.
And I'm Sean Kreisman. Thanks so much for joining us. Yeah, interesting to see that show demonstration there. If you look for political affiliation, Democrats coming out at that moment. Didn't see any Republicans, at least in that shot there. So again, speaking today on the heels of that anniversary, talking about that, Democrats calling January 6th, as you see them there live, one of the worst days in American history, or the worst attack on the Capitol since the Civil War. Again, still continuing to gather out front here as we await remarks that are going to be made by Hakeem Jeffries, who will be, as soon as the House gets going, the minority leader within the House. When watching the speaker votes tally in, Democrats have done nothing but coalesce against Hakeem Jeffries. That is their guy. Each and every vote that has come in, Democrats are in the minority in the House. But again, they have all come together, show of support, 212 votes. It has gone around 11 times in terms of voting for the speaker, and each time Jeffries has gotten 212 votes. Every time, Democrats coming together in show of unity there for the minority leader, and then to get to the point in this moment, a show of unity. Every member here of the Democratic Party, at least there in the House, coming out, walking down the steps now together with their message about January 6th, and again, what happened that day. A rally that was being hosted there at the National Mall. Again, many descended upon the Capitol building, breaking in. Obviously, there are many that suffered injuries in that moment when inside the building at the time. What we know here is that family, too, the other side of the story of January 6th defendants, disagree with this being the worst attack here, as many of their loved ones have been behind bars since shortly after January 6th. Many of them say they're being denied due process and being held as political prisoners.
One father is still fighting for the release of his son, January 6th prisoner Jake Lang. Ned Lang is joining us now on National Report. Ned, your son Jake pleaded not guilty to charges that he assaulted police with a shield and a bat during the Capitol riot. Can you tell us exactly what he's accused of doing?
My son's accused of battling with the police. He was outside the Western Tunnel. My son went there as a peaceful protester, as did millions of other Americans on that fateful day. And he was peacefully protesting, and there was 1 million people on those steps that day, or more, and they were enticed in. They were fist pumped by the police. So we made a documentary. I wrote the script and hired some wonderful folks. We got a lot of footage in the video, the documentary that's never been seen before. And in that documentary, we show how these folks, they came up there to peacefully protest, just like they did back in the 60s and the 70s and so forth. And now, when they were there, they were enticed. There was 1 million people there. They were fist pumped. In our documentary, you can see how the Capitol Police opened up the Capitol doors. They were magnetically shut. I understand that it takes 2 or 3 tons to open them. And they were fist pumping these folks. They came in there peacefully for the most part. And when they were all assembled there, in our documentary, we show that all of a sudden, the police decided to use lethal force against a peaceful protest, a bunch of Americans up there protesting what they believed to be a stolen election and all the egregious activities that the Congress has done against their president, President Trump. And all of a sudden, they were attacked. So they were enticed, and then they were attacked. When they were trapped, and then they were attacked. And they couldn't just leave. They were all there together, 1 million. You just can't run away. And my son was there peacefully protesting. And when the police started pushing those people over one on top of each other outside the Western Tunnel, Roseanne Boylan died in my son's arms that day. And Philip Anderson was laying next to him, and my son managed to drag him out of that pile and pull him away to safety. And then Tommy Tatum also credits his life to my son's activities that day to save him. And all those folks were there peacefully protesting until the police brutally attacked these peaceful protesters using lethal force. The flash grenades, Patriot Black had his jaw shut off with the rubber bullets. Those flash bang grenades that go into the crowd. I mean, this is lethal force. There was women, children, and any American, anybody that saw that took place, that saw Americans being harmed by the police or anybody else, you would do it. I would do it. I would be defending them. And that's what my son did that day. And he was holding off the police, trying to defend the lives of those innocent civilians that were there peacefully protesting to start with.
I wanted just to get to this point here, still dozens imprisoned, as you know, and a lot of those say, or their family members are saying, that they are being held without due process. That's what I wanted to ask you. Aside from charges against your son or what he would be facing, do you believe that your son has received due process? Why or why not?
Okay, so my son's been arrested almost 2 years now. He is in his 11th jail, 11th prison. Every time they move him from one prison to another, they have to quarantine for 10 to 14 days. It's absolutely impossible for my son to develop a legal strategy, a legal defense, when he's being moved constantly. His attorneys don't know where he is, where he's being moved to. Once you get moved to another prison, then there's a whole set of new rules that you have to abide by. Then you have to set up communication. It's impossible. The U.S. government has every asset at its fingertips to prosecute these folks. And they know it's like shooting fish in a barrel because they're in Washington, D.C., where all the trials are being taken care of. And it's impossible to get a fair and unbiased jury in Washington, D.C., period, end of story. And we're seeing that. So, yes, there's no due process. My son, just like you or me or anybody else, I don't care which side of the political spectrum you're on, he was taken off the street and charged with these crimes. He has not been convicted of a crime. It's been 2 years now. I put up over $1 million in bail, and they said, no, you can't get bail. What's up with the bail reform? Antifa, BLM, all those folks seem to get all the bail or lack thereof and just get released and have their charges dropped and have our vice president out there protesting for them.
That's one of the major points there. Ned Lang, out of time with you, but we appreciate you coming on again, sharing the story about Jake Lang there again in an update. We appreciate it, Ned. Thank you for your time. Nancy Pelosi speaking live now again on J6. Let's listen live.
Save or meanly lose the last best hope on earth, which he believed was American democracy. That is our task today, too. So help us, God. And then now we will, in short order, hear from the families of our heroes. And we thank them for their sacrifice, for their patriotism. We will always carry the memory of their family members in our hearts. And our tribute is also to those who suffered psychologically and otherwise, protecting our democracy. I thank all of our colleagues for joining us here on the steps
There it
of
is,
the
former Speaker of the House,
always
soon to
carry
be
this
here,
memory
Nancy
in our
Pelosi,
hearts.
speaking live outside
Thank
the
you.
steps there, commemorating January 6th, 2 years marking that. We'll continue to watch this for any updates or developments. Meanwhile, the suspect accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students arraigned in court this on Thursday.
New unsealed court filings reveal authorities found Brian Kohberger's DNA on a knife sheath recovered at the crime scene. According to court filings, a woman who lived at the home says she woke up to the sound of crying the night of the murders back in November. She then found a masked man in black clothing walk past her and towards a sliding door. The roommate was not harmed. She went back to her room and locked the door.
Oh, so here's what we know. Kohberger has been charged now with 4 counts of first-degree murder, also felony burglary. So a full report on this developing story. Again, if convicted, he could face life in prison and or the death penalty. So again, we'll keep you updated on that. Meanwhile, according to numerous local reports, at least 10 people were shot outside a Miami restaurant last night. Social media posts say rapper French Montana was recording a music video at the time of the shooting. Police responded to the scene where they found multiple victims. The good news here, no fatalities, but one witness describing the shooting.
I heard the gunshots. It was sporadic gunshots. I think it's at least 12 shots. Very sporadic 12 shots.
Authorities say the altercation started in a different location before ending at the restaurant. Any updates on this story, we'll bring it to you live.
Back now to Capitol Hill. 2 top stories we're watching today. Members of the House recognizing the 2nd anniversary of the January 6th riot at the Capitol. This is ahead of a vote where they will all head back to the congressional floor and they will cast their vote on who they want to be the next House Speaker. Kevin McCarthy wasn't able to get the votes yesterday. Will he do so today?
Yeah, the 12th round of votes. Many thought it wouldn't get to this point, but yet here is the House. McCarthy offering a deal to become House Speaker, but it's unclear if it will end the standoff. If not, more moments like what we're about to show you could happen on the House floor.
Metropolitan Police Department officer.
House Republicans 100 years ago unleashed a pro-growth agenda. House Republicans under Speaker Kevin McCarthy will unleash a pro-growth agenda to get this economy moving.
Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that he is not going to get there. There's nothing extreme. There's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change.
I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I am proud to say so. I believe the 20 members that have nominated an alternate candidate have expressed their concerns with leadership, and many of those concerns have been addressed and accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference. I believe this battle we are raging must end.
National correspondent Logan Raddick here with the countdown, less than 2 hours away yet again for day 4. Logan.
Yeah, it is day 4, Sean. This is going on for quite some time. The 12th ballot, that vote is set to begin at noon, but any minute now, the House Republican Conference is about to begin a conference call to discuss this potential deal that is brewing for the Speaker of the House vote. But again, there's no confirmation that McCarthy would have enough votes to be elected Speaker of the House today. You can really break the holdouts, the 20 that are voting for other Republicans aside from McCarthy and Victoria Spartz, who's voted present. You can break those members down into 3 categories at this point. There are members that want concessions and would be willing to vote for McCarthy if they get them. There are members who really haven't expressed where they fall in that regard. And then you have somebody like Congressman Matt Gaetz, who has made it clear that he really does not want Kevin McCarthy to be Speaker of the House, basically regardless of any concessions that are offered. He said he would never vote for that person regarding McCarthy. Now, McCarthy needs 16 to 17 members to switch over to his side. He could only afford to lose 4 Republicans as the numbers currently stand. But this is what McCarthy is projecting, a lot of optimism. And here